There she is. Can you hear me? Excellent. How you living, girl? How was your day?
Because I didn't have, I had my clothes out, but I didn't have my pants on, so it was too late, so I told her to go. She went. So, long as she went, I'm happy.
Okay.
As long as she went. So, I thought I'd go when I have, you have to get enough time, like a day before to get my, I had my shirt out. Just didn't get my pants out, and I was going to time my pants, but it was already 8 o'clock and the service started at 8:30. So I just told her to go. Just go. So she went. Mom, she went.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, how was your day?
It was really good. I had a podcast this morning at 8 a.m. and it lasted about an hour and a half or so. And not only did the guy want to have me back on, but he wants to have me on as a permanent part of his podcast every 2 weeks. So I was like, okay, that's cool. So that was really good.
That's good. Okay. I'm ready to play whenever you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I heard you were doing your things. I just left. I heard you. And I guess you was quiet. And I said, where about you? So you left. I said, I'll come back later on. So, yeah. Yeah, I do that. Just chill out, relax. I'm going to change my sheets. I'm going to take my stuff out before I go to dermatologist in the morning. So, yeah, I have to get up. Because I got to get up at 7:30 and get myself together because we're going to be leaving here at 9:30. My appointment's at 10:50. So, yeah.
What happened there?
But other than that, I had a good day. Huh?
On my end, your ball's going really slowly. Oh, no, it was just a glitch. No, it was just a glitch. It was just a glitch.
Yeah, it was. You know the glitches. You know the glitches on this darn thing. Hey. Yeah. So, yeah.
There we go.
Raza coming to watch a documentary with you since you don't do the games right now?
Well, we did the games. The thing we aren't doing is documentaries, and I understand because it's a lot. I like it, but even still, it becomes pretty late into the evening when we do it, and we're both trying to get our hours back to normal. I've got a podcast tomorrow, and I think maybe one on Tuesday. I'll have to check my calendar, but and then I've got another one on Friday, I think, and so we're getting them lined up.
You need to get paid for this stuff.
Oh, I don't.
You better get paid.
I don't want to get paid. I want to.
This is like a job, sir. This is a job.
That's fine. That's fine. It's part of being an influencer. It's part of.
I know it's like you love to do it, so I love it for you.
Yeah, I'm paid in publicity, so that's fine.
Right. I know you love it, so I love it for you. So I love that you love it, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Even the biggest podcasts in the world don't always pay the guests. You're paid in publicity.
So you didn't do that lady, right? You didn't do the lady.
No, I didn't.
Okay, good. That's good. Yeah, I always go with your instinct.
Get it.
That one. Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Okay. Yeah, I would go with your instinct.
Word girl. All right, this is a tough split.
Yeah.
I'll just take one.
Okay.
That's okay.
You really got one. Look.
I'll take it.
This is a split too.
Yes, ma'am. Just get 2. That's the goal.
Yeah, we go see if I can do it.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yes, you did. And you almost got the 3rd. And I kind of feel like if you do that enough, you'll eventually get that 3rd one. It's just about chance.
Yeah. And see, I learned from the best.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one, but it's a big score, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh,
Yay!
there we go.
When
Yeah.
I win, you win. Reload.
I win, you win, you win, I win. Reload.
Reload. Let's go. Miss Sadie, yeah, so I go to church or whatever. I was a little emotional, on my woman thing, but I was emotional because I was like, man, supposed to went with her, but it's okay. I'm going. She, I just looked at it like I'm happy that she went,
Right.
So I was like, I got stuff to do here anyway. So if I don't go there, so I might go with Adrian next Sunday. And then I told my auntie we can go every other Sunday, That's what I made sure I have my clothes out the day before. Just have everything ironed and stuff like that. There we go. Yeah. I had my shirt out because I had the shirt on last Sunday, but had it out just didn't have the pants out. But it's okay. I'm just glad that she went. I want her to go. She ain't been in a long time, Last time we went when Papa was living. Hello?
I hear you.
Bye-bye.
I hear you. I don't really have anything to say to that.
I know. It's okay. That's the last time that me and him went. Me and her went. Was when Papa was living.
Okay.
I miss him today. Well, I miss him all the time, but I miss him now. Oh, look at me.
Look at Miss Aquarius. What a strike. Folks, that was beautiful. Oh, back to back. Back to back. Back to back. And another one. The games go faster when we do that because we don't have to do the second one. Get a third one. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. You're going to get these two, no doubt. That's an excellent spare. I'm already calling it. Beautiful. Oh, almost. Oh, Miss Aquarius, we both thought that was a done deal. And what a shot. Folks, if you didn't see what happened, which you probably didn't, Miss Aquarius had basically gotten out of 2 pins, she got 1. And then there was a comeback, and she got the other one. And it was amazing. And it came back. It came back from the back wall, and that was amazing.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
That was amazing. That was. I've not seen that before. At least, not been able to comment on it. Oh, folks, she's got a spare. Oh, you can put this one away, folks. She's got this one put away. That extra pin is giving her the win.
I haven't seen that. Well, I don't know. You come back. I ain't never seen that. This is just oh my goodness. Come on, Rabbi, you got it straight. Yes. Good job. There we go. Then he's coming back. Come on, Rabbi. Another one.
Nope. It's over. That's all she wrote, folks. Miss Aquarius is the champion of the second game. What great turnout. Miss Aquarius wins. I win. Miss Aquarius wins. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. You had the shot of the game, no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you. You did a good job too.
Thank you, madam.
What the world?
So Miss Aquarius, you said you've got dermatologist at 10:50 in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, you remember. I'm proud of you.
Well, thanks, Miss Aquarius. I do my best. I do.
I have your memory. I need your brain.
I don't know if you want it.
I need your brain, Rabbi.
I don't know if you want it, but I hope everything goes well with you. And
thank you.
Believe it or not, and you may not always think this, but I always do my best to listen to what you're saying. It doesn't always come across clearly because where there's like internet lags and things like that. But I always do my best to listen to you and understand what you're saying about stuff. So
you gotta remind me sometimes, because sometimes I don't know about these appointments.
when 10:50, we got it locked in. You'll be ready for it.
Yeah, because I got that neurologist in August. I might to look for some this week. But other than that, yeah. All right, then. I'm going to lay it down.
All right, sweet dreams to you. I hope you sleep well.
I will. You too.
Thank you, madam.
All right. We'll play again, God's willing, tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Coming live from Chicago for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Finally, Kill Tony has come to Chicago. Yowie, wowie, Red Bandit's here. It is the moment you have all for. Believe it or not, we've been all around the world, and finally, Chicago, Illinois, ladies and gentlemen. How fucking exciting is this? Packed damn house here at beautiful Thalia Hall. Exciting times. Am I saying that right? Thalia Hall? Thalia. Yeah, no, it's Thalia, you Thalia. Some guy just said yes. Wrong ass bitch. Oh. Excited to be here. The fun keeps going on. We're gonna go to a baseball game tomorrow night. Got the Chicago, gonna watch Sox, and you know what I mean? Rep for fucking Zen. A lot of fans here on the Kill Tony cast, believe it or not. The big fucking, those big bionic hips. Oh my god. Wow. This place is rowdy. Can't even say what we're doing for fun. Oh my god. Exciting times then on Saturday. We're in beautiful Madison. All next week. Poughkeepsie, 2 shows in 21st to the 23rd.
You mean Shafir Fest, right?
Exactly. We're going to beautiful Philadelphia at the Fillmore. Tickets just went on sale. That show is in show ever. Philadelphia.
That's insane.
We sold out, I think, 5 or 6 shows there in the past. And who knows? Maybe Chicago. Maybe one day we'll be doing Wrigley Field. Who knows? We could possibly trade. Doing it at the Black House Ice Rink. Huh? Is that something we can all agree on, you motherfuckers? Jesus Christ. This place is out of control. Of course, Ryan J. Eagles back in LA watching old movies and westerns and shit. However, he did send along with us an amazing Ryan J. Ebelt print that is this leg of a tour poster that we'll be selling, taking pictures with you, shaking hands. There's also some pins for sale from our friends over at Rockin' Pins, a cool glow-in-the-dark pin, the brand new Kill Tony pin. I got one right here. Look at that fucking sly motherfucker. Tony Hinch pins. And the new rig. Commit to being in and staying in. Maybe it's a brand new character. Maybe it's a kid love show. This is Joel Jimenez's first time in Chicago. Jeremiah Watkins is on Raina Watkins, self-titled debut time and a fun week. We're excited to bring it home here in Chicago. I present to you the best damn band in the land. The Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg, Joel. Wow! Our police officers tonight. We've seen these guys before. My goodness. That is the bicycle cop. You are here.
Show me. Still my damn bike.
Remind me of Lieutenant Stroganoff.
Nice hair.
And back here we have Officer Cheech. Is it? What the fuck are you? How do you look more Mexican than you normally look? That's impressive. Officer Rodriguez.
Shit.
Oh, look at PD over here. What an idiot. Yeah, police officer, Philadelphia, you know what I mean? The sports team that they hate here.
Good thing it's not Milwaukee PD in the house.
All right, shut up with your idiots tonight. I'll fuck in this fucking thing. Say it. I didn't like the fucking hotel. I didn't like the fucking people bring out the angry Boys Town. Here, quick, look for the piece of fucking yellow tape. Don't trip. You guys ready to start this fucking? It has begun. Lieutenant Stranoff is back. Officer Rodriguez, Brian Redband, Bucket of Destiny. Here we fucking go. Oh, I found my other Sharpie marker. That's where I put it right there. Cap off. You guys ready to start this bitch? Fuck yeah. Now remember, Chicago. Oh, this one's blank for some reason. Not a fucking blank one out there. Just a reminder to all you fucking... Okay? Don't interrupt altogether like a bunch of... Don't be an idiot during somebody else's 60 seconds, or I've told the staff to literally give the name. Margansky. Here we go. It has begun.
I'm feeling good, man. When I spend the day right 20 goal back. Right? It's a fun combination right there. Money tonight. Fuck yeah, shit. It's great in it too. They were loving it. They're like changing colors and all. Dancing along to the music and stuff. It was great, man. I even caught eyes with one of the supernatural level with this fish. Yeah, there is. I've been staring at my own reflection in the glass. 2.5 hours, people. I wasn't even at the aquarium. I was at Petco. Yeah.
Goddamn Petco. What a great way to start off with pasty skin. Everyone's got their unfitted fucking ball cap is ready to disappoint their parents. So, Stan, how long you been on stand-up?
5 years?
5 years. That's right. This is a comedy town.
I've signed up 8 or 9 times. Once in San Diego, that's where I'm from, and like 8 times in LA.
Wow.
It's pretty fucking crazy.
That is.
I just moved here last year.
What made you move here?
San Diego comedy. Yeah.
You lived in LA.
No, San Diego all my life.
It's your life. So when you came up to those Tonys, you were just driving.
Yeah, just a road trip back and forth.
Wow, open trips, and in that time, and all those years, you got good. You know what I mean? And so you fucking got to come here, relax, and get the show kicked with a bang. Chicago comedy, but what do you do living? How do you make money?
I just work in a kitchen.
Working in a kitchen?
Yeah. Why'd you choose Chicago? There's a lot of competition.
What does that mean exactly? What do you mean you wanted to get better.
Well, for one, I want something different. Like living in California my whole life, I was like, I need something different. Like surprisingly, like I actually wanted to live in snow and rain and stuff.
Right? No, yeah, that's what all those idiots born in California do. They go, oh man, I gotta get out, and then they go to college or whatever, and they come back with their tail between their legs, fucking freezing.
Yeah.
So how you've been here a year so far? What do you do in that kitchen? What do you do? Eat off the floor?
Dude, I eat so many. I mean, if you have to, I eat so many scraps.
Yeah. What do you do in the kitchen for work?
Just to me, I make salads and I make a lot of toasts. Work the brunch shift, so I work the brunch and then do kind of
Brunch. What? It's Pride Month. I can say that word. All right. Let me tell you something. Before you get all judgy, I can say that word because people that word me from moving cars. I'm walking down the sidewalks. All right. So hey, and I'm like, hey, I'm one of the top young rising comedians in the world. So Dan, how's Chicago going for you? It's here too, right? That's what I
I got a girlfriend for.
Hey, you.
Yeah, it cuts it right in half.
Wow.
Well, she pays a little more.
My God.
Yeah.
What does she do for work?
Esthetician, eyebrows and stuff.
Wow, eyebrows and
I
stuff.
got the hookup if you need it.
Does she do your eyebrows?
Yeah. I let her do my nose. It's fun. Okay.
Yeah, you let her do your nose. What does that mean?
Put a dildo up it.
Oh, fuck. Dan Wacky, son of a bitch.
She waxed my nose hairs.
How long you been with her?
Like 4 years now, 5 years.
4 years.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
goodness. Wow. One girl during that was like, she literally cannot lock a man down. That is incredible. If you think that is so romantic, 4 or 5 years that you get audibly emotional about it, I really feel bad for your super tight pussy. What the fuck? Tony. It's incredible. What do you and your wife like to do for fun?
Fuck.
Wow, look at you. You'd think you'd have more color in your face or something like that. You look like a fucking Elmer's glue bottle. What?
I thought she was burn calories. Never mind.
Joelberg's getting warmed up over there. So, Dan, anything else crazy about your real life that we might find interesting? All these fucking beautiful people.
An episode about the guy with the tattooed eyeballs and stuff. I was like, dude, I got nothing to say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got a deal on comedy like everybody else. It's about my girlfriend was giving me a hand job while I was driving. I got DUI.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's 100%
There you
true.
go. That's fucking good.
Yeah.
So how much did you have to drink that night?
That's when I knew I was going to marry her.
Wow.
I had maybe like 4 or 5, like a few
4 or 5 drinks, and then you're in the car, and she starts jerking you off. Are we talking spit? Like, First of all, let me ask you this. She's right-handed, correct? She's in the passenger seat, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, just answer the fucking
Oh, I had a
questions,
couple
okay?
of drinks. Yeah.
Okay. Does she go left hand, awkward style, or does she reach over her body and go right hand? I'm just curious, because
I would assume
I'm the kind of guy that can only go straight to blowjobs. There's no, if anybody's doing anything, we're going straight. There's no fucking hand jobs in this world, but your nerdy little pasty world, I understand.
Hell
So
yeah.
I'm curious as to how a car hand job works. What do they call that? Road hand?
Yeah.
The fuck even? I don't even know how
She
that
had
happens.
lube with her.
Can you try a stick?
She's prepared.
Come on, Dan.
I'm 100%
I want
serious.
to know the real answers.
No, I'm not even joking. I got a DUI with lube on my dick. Like, that was
Wait,
like,
she
I'm not
actually-
even joking.
How you had a bottle of lube in the car?
I think she brought it with
In her purse?
In her purse, yeah.
Just a bottle of lube?
It's probably hand sanitizer or something like that.
Yeah.
My goodness. It just sounds fishy to me.
No, it's true, though. It's true. Shooters open mic in San Diego.
How close were you to finishing? Were you like, officer, wait 1 second?
I thought you
Once
looked
I saw those
familiar.
lights come on.
Did you zip it up and everything? Were you able to put it back in? And
Yeah. I thought that might make it worse, so I was like, I gotta like put this away quick.
Yeah.
Right.
Still thought I'd get
It's
out.
always awkward when they make you stand on one leg with your dick out still. Hard.
Yeah.
Lube dripping off it. How about her? Was she drunk?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just had to leave the car there that night or whatever? No one
Oh no,
tried
I
to
towed it. Yeah.
Wow.
She offered to drive home, and I can't. No, you're not. They dropped her off at a gas station. Like they gave her a ride to a gas station. Like, all right, you find your way home, and then
To protect and serve.
I love it, dude. Well, you hand job, whatever job, you did the job tonight to get us started, Dan Margansky, and I appreciate the hell out of that. Be safe going back to your seat. There he goes, Dan Margansky, everyone, and it has begun. Oh, you know what? The name actually fell out of the bucket earlier when I was picking the first name. One fell out. And I recognize this name, so. Chicago, everybody. Here's Jimmy, everyone.
Thank you. You don't tell me what to do with my body. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against abortion. On the contrary, back in my day, I used to lay babies out like Game of Thrones style, motherfucker. I paid for so many abortions. I was like fucking Khaleesi on that fucking dragon, just burning kids all through the. I've paid to kill other dudes' kids that weren't even mine. Straight up. I've killed so many kids. I have a Planned Parenthood fucking rewards credit card. Every time I fucking pay to have a bolt stuck through a baby's fucking head, I get points on that shit.
Okay. Jimmy Stout, I'm gonna stop you right there while you're ahead. I'm gonna stop you while you're still killing. I'm gonna come in like a referee and just wave you off for your own good on this. How about another hand for Jimmy Stealth? That genuinely made me laugh. I mean, you really owned it. You stayed in the pocket. In the beginning, I'm like, here's an abortion joke. And then I'm like, oh no, this is like the abortion joke. This is crazy. This guy's just owning it. You killed other fucking kids. I love it. It's an incredible choice of jokes since you look like a big abortion. Like, you look like a full-grown, sucked-out baby, big dead baby. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a big dead baby before?
Nope, my first time. Thank you.
Damn right.
How many ghost babies do you actually have?
Did you keep any of them? Any of them
I
survive?
think 2, maybe 3.
Wow, I don't even remember.
My goodness, look at you. Just fucking keeping it in there. The cream pie king. Tell us more about you, Jimmy. I mean, you actually, is that what you're into?
No, I just, abortion's on the air right now, and I was like, well, people want to be pro-abortion, but how are you going to be against suicide? That's a choice, too.
I fucking like your
Pro-choice, go
You-
hard.
You had a set a lot like this. I remember. Was it St. Louis?
Yeah, it was suicide.
Yeah, I remember that. And because I never forget a guy that looks like a full-grown munchkin from the Land of Oz. I mean,
I put that on my phone, too. I have a picture of the 3 guys.
picture what?
The 3 guys from The Wizard of Oz.
Really?
Brought that up, yeah.
Because I brought that up in St. Louis? Or
Just say family portrait.
Yeah.
Anyway. Fuck yeah, Jimmy. Remind us of what you do for work again.
I work in the kitchen, too.
You work in a kitchen too? What the hell?
There for the kitchen.
Yeah? What the hell do you do in the kitchen?
I'm an assistant manager.
Assistant manager.
Thought you cleaned the fryers with your face.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh my God.
Joburg.
All right, Jimmy, over here. So, wow, did you ever go into a long-term relationship with any of these women that you impregnated?
No.
What's the longest relationship you've ever had?
I'm married.
I want to see if it's higher or less than this lonely woman over here that went wrong.
Aww. I've been married for 24 years now. I'm still married.
Really? Wow. My goodness.
Is your sperm even good anymore? Like, have you?
I hope not, but probably.
Oh shit. What does your wife do?
She works for my dad. My dad's here tonight. I brought you a present. If you want to bring my dad up here, that's
Why
a
the hell
whole
would I
nother level.
Explain to me why I would want to bring your dad up.
Trust me, if you brought him up.
No, I just asked you a
Okay.
question, Jimmy.
He is crazy.
That's not enough.
Okay, I can't explain.
How old is he?
74 or something like that.
Hold on, turn house lights on for a second. Let me
Dad,
see.
stand up. There he is.
Get up here. I gotta
Come
see
on.
this fucking guy.
Come on.
Wow. Oh my god. Wow, look at this fucking shit. He walks faster than you do. The guy's 75 years old. Look at this fucking steady pace. Holy shit. This is fucking exciting. We have 2 generations of the Lollipop Guild here tonight. This is incredible. They have every type of union here in Chicago, including fucking Lollipop Guild. God, look at this. Holy shit. Jimmy, what's your dad's name?
His name's Jimmy too.
Jimmy Sr. Fuck yeah. Look at this badass motherfucker. Holy shit, you look like you're gonna single-handedly make America great again.
See, that's part of one reason he wanted to get me up here, because what I do for a living, you would not believe.
I fucking
Well, all of you people think you have a drudgery work, and you don't want to go to work in the morning. You have the worst job in the whole world. I own a septic company. I literally suck shit.
Man, I thought his name was Jimmy Jr.
And my trucks are just outrageous. They're always on the internet. You've probably seen them. Has the American flags on the side of them. Says hauling political promises. And I've got the donkey and the elephant both up there.
Wow. You're a badass motherfucker, man. Look
No,
at you.
no. People remember me.
Yeah.
And they remember those. And then the phone rings. You're crazy. I want to see you.
I like your style. Tell us something embarrassing about Jimmy that he wouldn't want you to tell all these people and
You
all.
already mentioned it.
Huh?
He's short. The best part of him run down his mama's leg.
Wow, look at that. You just got fucking lit up by your father in front of the world. That's incredible.
He's shorter than me.
Have you ever had one of these tanks like leak on you or blow up in your face? Have you ever had
Oh,
something
yeah.
like?
Oh, it was not a pretty sight.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, then you immediately try to wash it all off, wipe it off. What is worse, though, is when you have a cracked lid and you're going down. I mean, man, that is somewhat like you do not want to die.
Oh God.
Man, I do not understand septic terminology. It's happening. The old cracked lid, you know what I mean?
When you get fall into the septic tank, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Senior, Jimmy Jr. told us that you were crazy. Do you think that's true?
Absolutely.
Can you give us some more wild information about your life or a fun fact about you? What have you done? What have you been doing these past 74 years?
Well, I'm an electrical engineer by trade. So, and I've been all over. I used to come here to Chicago every 3 years, set up the show for the Interplast Convention for a company I worked for. The next year, Düsseldorf, Germany, Birmingham, England. I've been all over the world, literally.
How many times did you vote for Donald Trump in this last election?
I only voted 4 times for him.
Where do
I
you
got an
live?
absentee ballot, you know,
Where do you live now?
right north of Houston, Texas.
Right. Wow. Look at you. You hate gays and blacks. That is incredible. That is incredible. You look like your arch nemesis is Lori Lightfoot. So stupid. Oh, well, heck yeah. And so you still married? You single now?
No, I'm still married.
Okay, hell yeah. How long you been with that septic tank for? You know what I'm saying? I'm so glad he laughed at that when I said it, by the way.
God.
What did you say about my wife?
Literally kill Tony here
James
live.
has been married longer than me.
Really?
Real.
Wow, hell yeah. Just like a septic tank. Get one with a cracked lid. Next thing you know, all shit's there. Try to wipe it off, but it doesn't know.
Just like his job, all of his marriage went to shit.
My goodness. Do you have any, you're wise, you're old school, one could say. You have any tricks in the bedroom that you could teach us that you could explain to us, like some type of like finishing move or something like that?
Yeah,
like
like
the old-
Not force your way into anything. If you want to get there, you've got to start slow and work your way in. Fellas,
I've been looking for this goddamn answer for 6 years on this show.
somebody was finally truthful.
Let me ask you a question, because I know, like, let's say you plan on having sex with a girl. Like, how long will you spend going other places and doing other things before just throwing your dick in there, like these modern
It
kids?
depends on the lady that you're with. And if that lady is that you can tell by when you're with them, and right then if I had a bar, they might wake up upstairs in the basement.
Hell yeah, give him the old Bill
I just watched
Cosby
this woman
treatment, you know what I'm saying?
Open
You just hide him in the septic tank, they won't find him there.
They would wake up in the morning and it was a basement, it was a bedroom downstairs, it was an old bowling alley. Where the hell am I at? There's no windows down there. You're in the bottom of the dusty saddle.
Imagine waking up in the basement of a septic tank place. Just like, my life is literally in the shitter. Let me go back to my original question just for a second and ask it this way. So what do you think in all your years, right? 74 years of taking your time, 72. And you believe in getting them warmed up, right? Making them wanted in the bedroom, right? So what would you guess, if you had to guess, the longest amount of time you've spent on foreplay before just throwing your dick on in there? What would you guess would be that length of time?
3 weeks.
Jimmy Stealth, you were right. Your dad's fucking crazy, and I should bring him up here. It was so fucking nice to meet you, man. Thank you so much for coming up here. How about a hand for Jimmy Stealth 1 and Jimmy Stealth 2? Yeah.
I've seen a lot of your shows, and James has introduced me to him, and everything's going on with Jimmy, and it's really been wonderful. I really enjoy it.
Thank you so much for saying that. There he is, Jimmy Stealth Sr.
Thank you, Chicago.
And how about one more time, good and loud, for the guy that made it possible, Jimmy Stealth Jr. That was awesome. Fucking great, man. Look at that. That's awesome. A little bit of fucking family time up here on Kill Tony, only in Chicago, baby. They look so related. Awesome. Italian songs. This looks like a fake name, but I'll see if someone walks up here anyway. Make some noise for Benjamin Button, everyone. Benjamin Button. Got that light? Is anybody moving?
Oh, that's him. That's his name. Wow, that's crazy.
What do you mean? That's him?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, this fucking bucket is ungoddamn believable. There's like 100 fucking names, and I just pulled what his dad does. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Pulled another name out, make some noise for Clayton Baker, everybody. Come on, here we go. Come on, Clayton, you gotta move it a little bit, buddy. You're going that way. I got the law and the law one. I got the law and the law one. Come on, one more time for the band. How about them tonight? All new songs. Here's Clayton Baker.
Chicago! I just drove up from Winnipeg. That's Canada. For those of you that don't know, you guys have great deals on weed down here. I got an ounce and a gun for $300. I don't know how that happened. Easier to find a gun than it is to find a fucking parking spot. I like listening to AM radio back at home because on AM, you have some great characters and different music. But in America, all you have on AM radio is different Christian sermons. So you have your like folk country pastor. He says, Paul walked to Greece, broke bread with the Damascuses to spread the word of Jesus Christ. You have your top 40 pop preacher who says, Jesus loves all, no matter race, color, creed, or sin. But my very favorite is the heavy metal pastor. The heavy metal pastor, you turn to 1050, the Cleanse AM. And it's just a guy yelling Judas Priest lyrics. And God is screaming for vengeance. Hell have no mercy on the weak. And God is screaming for vengeance. For this world is diabolical and bleak.
Okay. Wow. There you go. Clayton Baker. Letting out a little bit of energy there. It's incredible. I've never seen somebody so unfunny wearing a Sebastian Maniscalco shirt before. That is mine.
Yeah, we got a 5150 in progress.
Again, Sebastian in that shirt, he would just murder, right? Then there's you up here talking about fucking AM radio. Who's listening? This is a podcast and you're doing AM radio jokes. Am I right, people? That fucking AM radio is crazy. That's like going on AM radio and talking about podcasts. People don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
AM radio is pretty badass. You get pretty stoned and listen to some AM radio. That's good times.
When do you do that? Do they even have AM radio in your Tesla?
Not in my car, dude.
You have to like turn a gear to play AM radio.
Brian thinks AM is ass to mouth.
Wow.
So you were on the show a couple days ago, and you were going fishing and camping.
Yeah, we did all that. We saw the Wisconsin Dells. We drove into Chicago. It's the largest city we've ever seen. So skyscrapers as tall as you can, pinball machines for ages.
Are you telling these people what Chicago looks like? What the fuck is happening right here? Wow,
Amazing.
Chicago. You've never seen anything like it. Skyscrapers as tall as you can imagine. AM radio. Pinball machines lining the streets. AM radio with great Christian programming. You fucking Canadian food. These fucking Canadians come down to Chicago. Like that's what's funny about Chicago. Chicago is basically Canadian Bahamas. Like it's like let's go somewhere warmer with better and taller skyscraper dreams and hopes. I've never been in a city so big in my life.
Did you catch any fish?
Caught nothing. Devil's Lake is a hole. Nothing in there.
Enough about your wife's pussy.
I mean, how long did it take you to do all the coke?
We haven't found any yet. We're going to Grateful Dead tomorrow. Grateful Dead at Wrigley, or what's left of them in John Mayer. We'll see you in the parking lot.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck the socks. I don't know.
You're from Winnipeg, huh? What Over here, Clayton.
We have a riot in progress at Dahlia Hall.
Over here. So you live in Winnipeg, right?
Correct.
Remind me of what you do for a living.
Radio technician, audio.
Ah.
FM radio. What? Yeah,
Look at you endorsing the Archer over here in your second life. FM radio. You're from Winnipeg, and by the looks of your shoes, you clearly walked here all the way from Winnipeg.
We got in the sand. I went down to the beach trying to look for some beach class in Oshkosh, Kenosha. Didn't work very well. Couldn't find any shoes. I ended up playing pinball for the 2 hours. I was going to do some shoe shopping. So
I fucking love pinball, dude. That is incredible.
What's the place called? Logan Hardware.
All right, there you go. There's 4 nerds scattered around here. Wow. So how much longer is it to a place like you've never seen before?
We're with you to Minneapolis. So we're going back to Madison and then up to Minneapolis and then home. So tomorrow's
so
a day
you're
off.
You've been to every county?
6 shows. Des Moines was our first. I think that's the longest on the tour so far. There's some other people I've talked to that have done 3, 4, maybe 5. I went to Olive Garden today. You guys didn't show up.
Yeah. We did want to go to Olive Garden, but
we actually kind of forgot.
We didn't end up making it. But I will say that I had one of the best dinners of my life tonight. We all did at a great place called Tavern on Rush. Really amazing. Really just a great place.
Was there a lot of people there at the Olive Garden? Because we had said last night that we were going to go to the Olive Garden.
I was the only one at noon. Nick and I hung out. We had a selfie. Nick, if you're here. Shoutouts, thanks for the mints.
That's all he hooked you up with was mints? God,
Jesus.
he must really like you.
Made you even pay per breadstick at the Olive Garden. So, Clayton, is there anything that we don't know about you that we didn't find out? Because you were on in
Des Moines, Iowa. Do a lot of drugs. That's the only other thing we haven't touched yet. So
yeah, how much do you love drugs? Tell me about your drug use. Your shirt looks like it's on Fear and Loathing right now level.
I love drugs so much that I was on the freeway today and I thought, man, I miss heroin.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do will be held against you in the court of law, mister.
You do heroin?
I like it. I stopped doing it after I OD'd a few months ago. It was a very light OD. We didn't call it
Light Narcan.
Light OD.
Oh, a light OD. It was a sunny D. Perfect.
Heroin zero.
OD.
ODB.
How long have you been doing heroin for?
Not very long. I did it for about a 3 or 4 month stretch and then put it snort.
Did you go from painkillers to heroin?
I did painkillers way back when they had oxy that you could crush up and snort, but I haven't really touched opiates since then. And then I just came across some heroin, fentanyl type stuff. It was great.
You know that stuff doesn't end well ever.
Yeah, that's why I switched to speed.
That doesn't end well either.
That is my favorite Keanu Reeves movie.
Is that true? Do you do speed sometimes?
Yes, it is true.
I do way too much waking up early in the morning on radio.
Did you do some today?
No, I have some gas station pills. They're almost like dick pills, but they're just like weird like rhino type pills. Where it's like, what's in this? Caffeine and B12, and you take it, and it's like,
It makes you boring.
Yeah, it is incredible. You are probably my least favorite artist that I've ever seen on heroin before. All right, Clayton. Well, you like drugs. You had one could say what you had a better set than one you feel.
I liked Des Moines. Des Moines was a really cool city.
But you're on like gas station pills, so hey, tonight feel better.
We're in Thalia! Thalia Hall!
There you go. He's really, really connecting with this audience. How about a hand for Clayton Baker, everybody? There he goes.
We'll see you.
Keep moving along. Today. Put the mic stand where you found it, Clayton. Be a goddamn professional. What do you think? You're in fucking Winnipeg? Sleep shit wherever you want. It's goddamn America, boy. You gotta do your fucking side work. It's goddamn fucking Canadian tourists.
Taking station speed.
Oh, Chicago, they have the best. I bet they got the best gas station pills. Oh boy, there. Skyscrapers as tall as you can imagine.
You watch your tone, son.
I've never seen quite as many cars on a freeway as I'm seeing today. This name looks good. I love one-word names. I like this name. Put your hands together for your next comedian. Kookie. Kookie. It's all happening here. So far, I'd say it's my favorite episode this week. Having fun. Feels good. That's the Rough Riders roll. Stop, jump, jump. Oh, that's the Rough Riders roll. One more time for Kookie, everybody. Chicago!
Do you have any religious motives?
She's a great guest.
Well, luckily for me, my wife and I, our mothers are for sure.
I love Andrew Sullivan is on my.
Plus part about it is we're both Orthodox. So unless you're familiar, you better bring your fucking lunch. Because that service is 3 hours long. That's probably the first reason why they invented wine and crackers. You gotta bring a snack. If you're not prepared, you're gonna fall asleep. So, my wife and I are not religious at all, but to appease our mothers, we go to church twice a year, for Christmas and Easter. Last Easter, I suggested we take some gummies. Per usual, she went up with me. She said, let's take two. So about halfway into the service,
Jesus starts talking to me. As the priest is doing his sermons, Jesus starts calling bullshit.
What the fuck is going on over here? Kooky. You're Kooky. You're the fucking guy.
Yeah, that was my nickname in college, so I figured you love one-word names, might as well go with it.
Jeez, you seem like the kind of guy that would go by a fucking 3-word name, you serial killer looking motherfucker. I mean, holy shit, dude. You look like you got fucking skeletons in your closet and like you are one of them.
Yeah. How long have you been doing direct IVs of whole milk?
Just started.
Also, were you looking at your damn phone at a sold-out theater
For 1 minute?
for 60 seconds?
Yeah,
There's a homicide in progress, and it might be a dirty cop.
Don't blow my cover, I'm undercover.
You would think you'd be a better performer for somebody that looks so much like AIDSy Neil Patrick Harris. Look at you. You are a frightening specimen. Do you know you're a scary looking dude? Do you know that you have villain face? Chicago's very own William H. Macy with leukemia. This is exciting. It's fucking Greasy Doogie Howser.
William H. Gacy.
It's fucking grade school Macaulay Culkin over here. If his parents actually wanted to leave him home alone. You look like Jimmy Stealth should have aborted you. You look like you belong to Jimmy Stealth's dad's septic tank. Alright. Kooky, let's talk about it. That was your first time ever doing stand-up comedy, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Very good. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. I didn't understand a single word that you fucking said up here, so let's just pretend like that never happened. What do you do for work?
I'm an architect.
An architect. Heck yeah. There you go.
Architect, yes.
Shame
Surprised you didn't design better jokes.
Yeah.
I'm better on paper.
Yeah. Have you designed anything that these people here in Chicago might recognize?
Yeah, I actually worked at Wrigley Field renovations, United Center renovations, and a few other projects in the area.
Wow, jeez. Hello. Name dropper, Wrigley fucking Field. My goodness.
Go Cubs!
Yeah.
It's also where he buried the body.
Wow. So, Kooky, why the name Kooky? Why are you called Kooky?
So my last name's Kukar, and then college when I was hammered, I got a Cookie Monster tattoo.
Whoa! Look at you.
Hey, can I see that real quick? Oh my lord.
Oh my god. Wow.
That gets girls wet.
Yeah.
I'm married.
Yeah. Yo, girl, I'm from the streets. The Sesame Street. What the fuck? Oh my god. Look at you. Look at you. Fucking creep. Tell us fun. Architect, I just picture you even scarier than you even look. Like now, like picture your like big, lofty, high ceiling apartment with just like very simple, like the drawings that you're working on and fucking a room that no one's allowed to go into. You know what I mean? So tell us more about you, Kooky. He's laughing really hard at that. Do you have a room that no one's allowed to go into?
I do have an office.
That's what you call it. That's what you call it, the office with a key shaped like the thing with the 2 teeth that come down at the bottom.
A skeleton key.
Yes, very good, yes. Anyway.
I like that description of a key, though.
If
You know, a long thing with like the two teeth on the bottom of them.
by the way,
You know, and like they're handles usually on like one of those little things.
it worked in 2 parts. You guys relaxed and we started moving on. So Kooky, tell me more about you. What do you do for fun?
Sometimes an old woman wears it with a lantern in the middle of a fog. She gives it to somebody in a wooden box. What's it called? Tooth key? Is that what it's called? Tooth key?
2 teeth. To the end of the key.
Yeah, end of the key.
End of the key.
Yeah.
2 teeth. 1, 2 teeth. 2 because of 2 teeth because of teeth. So Kooky, tell me what
Sometimes
the fuck
in the bottom of the well. You pull out the side of a brick that's in the well. You pull it out. There's a letter inside the brick. It's of the dead woman who's been living at the bottom of the well. And her will is the key.
Okay, Lieutenant. Very good. How about you give a big hand for the Lieutenant, everybody, so we can move on here. Did you shave your mustache at some point during the show?
Yeah, my lead officer said that it didn't comply with dress code, but allowed me to keep my shorts.
All right. So Kooky, what do you do for fun when you're not architecting? Come on, tell us the truth. Just the good stuff, your hobbies and whatnot. Get to it. Start fucking talking.
Architecting.
No.
Got my motorcycle license, so I'm shopping for a bike.
Wow, motorcycle license.
Did you say a bike?
Oh, look who it is. Wow.
Yeah, he lost his bike.
I sent out the bat signal. And like a fucking like a fucking instinct, you come in. My man, we have to have a major discussion here. Parrot Carrot is the greatest name for your platform ever. It can't get any better. It rhymes, it has an animal, it's short, it's simple, and nobody else has it. Why do you think it's not good?
Carrot Parrot? The best
No,
you can come up with is Carrot Parrot?
that's not its
I
name.
think that's a
That's
good
not
idea.
it. You're not even
You
saying
think Carrot Parrot.
you're not even saying the name correctly. I refuse to have this discussion with you until you say the phrase correctly.
Carrot, Parrot.
No.
Carrot Parrot's better than Parrot Carrot.
Get out of here. I'm telling you this right now. I'm telling you this, and I'm telling the world this. I'm telling the world this. If you do not use this name, it is so good that if you don't, you can start your business, which I own 51% of, and really have just the ability to change the name at any time I wish. But I will start my own company simply to spite you, called Parrot Carrot, to destroy you, because the name is that good. It's not Upcake.
It doesn't even make sense. It literally makes sense.
Dog. It makes complete sense. I even put the definitions in there for you.
Yeah, you said parrot means to copy.
It means parrot means
What are
to
they copying?
parrot means to repeat. And they're repeating a message of a company. They're posting their content on their own social media and on the website Parrot Carrot. They're parroting something. And then it is an incentive.
To abstract reach.
Dog, yours is crowd light,
Little far-fetched.
crowdsource, something no one cares about. I've heard it 15 times and I still don't know what the name of it is. Parrot Carrot, you remember it.
No, Upcake is better than
Upcake
better
is
than Carrot Parrot.
Upcake is taken. And you're open to a
Yeah,
lot.
but that doesn't mean it can't be called Upcake. That just means that the URL would need to be called like this is Upcake.
Yeah, that sucks though. You could probably get Parrot Carrot. And then it's simple. It's Parrot.
Because no one wants it.
No, it's perfect. It's a perfect name. It has an
I
animal.
don't think that's intuitive. Like, as far like, no one is tying that. Like,
Even if
I don't know,
even if they
sounds
didn't.
like a name that like AI would like.
No. Well, yeah, because it's fucking
on the first
intelligent.
time.
It's fucking intelligent. You're absolutely right. It is. It's
No, AI is terrible at creating.
it's phenomenal. I'm telling you right now, that's the name. And whether you go with that company, that's fine. If you don't, when I blow up, the first thing on my agenda is to create Parrot Carrot, and I have all the influence that I need to destroy Spark Notes or whatever, Crowdflare or whatever your thing is.
I said I'm not 100% set on CrowdSpark.
I know.
CrowdSpark is like a normal name that is like not just goofy. Like,
What's your
show me one example of another company that's successful that it has as goofy and obscure and weird of a name as that. That has like a little animal rhyme or whatever. Because
TikTok.
That's not an animal rhyme, and that's a concise rhyme. And it doesn't even rhyme.
Okay,
That's
but
not
it
even
doesn't.
a rhyme.
Yeah, but it has a deeper meaning to it. It's when you hypnotize someone. It is like when you take a like a locket or a pendulum and you tick-tock in front of someone, you can mesmerize them. That's why it has that name. And yours has a deeper name as well. It's giving people a reward for talking about a product and creating content and repeating about a product. That's why it's called Parrot Carrot. Okay, so you want another one. Give me a moment. Because they do exist. Does it have to have an animal with it?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't
Honestly, I think on names we disagree. Like you were like, yeah, the salmon cannon is dog shit, and then you 5 other ones that were just abysmal.
I didn't say salmon cannon. Wait, I didn't say salmon cannon is the idea of the product sucks, but the name is great. But it's already taken. You didn't come up with it. It's already a thing that's used.
I came up with that.
You and I both know that you had parallel thinking.
Just like I came up with a filet grenade.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. I came up with filet grenade. That was my idea.
I don't know. I can't.
I remember, and you said that was dog shit. And I said it's a lot better than salmon cannon because...
Well, it's definitely not better than salmon cannon.
Salmon cannon... No, it is because salmon cannon already exists. Do you know what a salmon cannon is? It is a tube that is used to fish at fish ladders in conditions where it would be difficult for them to do naturally, like in a waterfall situation. I mean, look it up. It's a thing. It's
right. I remember this now.
Yeah. So your memory is flawed.
So that's how good of a name that I came up with, is that it's already validated in the real world.
Doug, you didn't come up with it though.
Just because someone came up with it first doesn't mean I didn't come up with it myself as well.
Okay, that's a cool story. I'm ready to beat you in. You're in a tough spot. I own 51% of the company. So I could, just like that, say it's called Parrot, but some refer to it as Parrot Carrot. And here's the trick. If I become large enough someday, I'll just start Parrot Carrot anyway. And because it rhymes and becomes a name, everybody will flock to it. No pun intended. That's a great fucking pun as well. You're in a tough spot. Basically, this is an
karate with someone who's going to try and bully me into like making a business decision.
You have an invitation.
Being all hostagey about it.
You have an invitation.
Did you hear what I just said?
I mean, it's 51%. I own the business. So do whatever you want with it. This was my original idea, and I have evidence of that backed on this stream. If anything, even if you became extremely successful with it, I have the origin story, which is in its own way more valuable than the business.
And I'm not denying it was your general idea.
It was definitely my idea. I even told you the story about the guy who came in here who had a different idea, and I was like, hey, you should do this. And he's like, okay. I never heard from him again. And then when you were like, do you have any ideas? I was like, yeah, this one, it's really good. And I don't know what this guy ever did with it, but you should run with it. And that would eventually become Parrot Carrot. The greatest.
No, you're going with Upcake. Upcake is better than Parrot Cake.
Upcake's taken though. That's the thing, and it's taken
It's
into.
not taken.
It is.
The URL might be taken, but you just add slight variation.
No,
to the URL.
there's a company. If you've done your research on Upcake, there's a company already. It's in like SEO or something called Upcake, and you're gonna run into some issues with them because they're gonna say that you are infringing on their trademark. You are in the same industry, which would be like web services, and that's gonna be a cease and desist at some point. Parrot Carrot is different enough that nobody has it. The closest that I could see of any company or any idea that had it was a children's book. Which is a different industry and unrelated. It's perfect.
People aren't going to remember it too long.
It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Okay, so you have an invitation. So let's put this behind us. We know what the name of it is. And
No, I refuse to accept.
you don't have to. I'm saying I like the name enough that one day, no matter what, I will be associated with a company called Parrot Carrot.
Okay. So you don't want your 51%?
No, I already own 51% of that. I have the origin story. It was my idea. I gave it to you. If you want to run with it, that's fine. And you want to call it CrowdSpark, that's cool too. But just understand that at any time, I could make an executive decision to make that Parrot Carrot, or just start my own separate company, Parrot Carrot, and absorb your company. You didn't watch the movie. You
feel free to do that, I guess.
You did not watch the movie.
If
you did.
Do that, then that avoids the.
It does not. That's the beautiful thing. That's the beautiful thing with the law.
There is no law saying that you own 51%.
Yes, there is.
It's a gentleman's agreement.
And that's recorded. And that has an offer, acceptance, and consideration. And that's a binding contract under the law. We don't have to sign anything. We just have to have agreed to that. And we did. Now, you're telling me, let me just ask you this. Would you rather have a $50 million company called Parrot Carrot or a $5 million company called CrowdSpark?
I just disagree that it's an awesome name. I don't know. I don't know what. I wish I didn't disagree, and I wish I thought that the idea or the name was actually good.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Dude, you don't. You listen. You don't do enough research. There are already at least 3 companies called. There is a fundraising company for it, literally spelled exactly CrowdSpark. There's a marketing company called it, and there is a live music events company called it. So that's out the window.
Yeah, no, I said I'm not set on that.
Why would you even bring that up, though, if you know that you can't have it?
Just as like, well, those 3 companies are not in the same industry.
Yes, they are.
Right?
Let me read them for you again. Just one moment. Okay, so one is a fundraising. The second is a marketing company, pay per meeting, business to business. And the third is a live music event company. The second one is where you're going to run into. They're a marketing company. That's basically what you are.
Okay.
And There's already a subreddit named it, and they already have the website. And
Well, that was an AI generated shop name anyway.
I thought you said you didn't like those.
Yeah, but that just means it was just. Yeah, it is pretty like generic.
It is. That's why I said I couldn't. I kept not being able to remember it. Parrot Carrot is easy to remember. It rhymes. It's short. It's nobody else has it. And you already have emojis that work for it.
I don't think the connection to from parrot to you are repeating the objective of the company's marketing goals is that intuitive.
You may not, but to an intellectual,
carrot is like another abstract thing where it's like it's not like you're saying like cheese where people are like, oh, like yeah, contest cheese or whatever. Like people associate money within cheese already, but no one is like carrot equals a reward.
It is. What do you mean? I don't know if you haven't been in the business world enough, but
the name is not the best. I'm telling you, there's better.
I'm telling you right now that is the name. There is a phrase which is incentivization, the carrot referring to the promising and giving of desired rewards in exchange for cooperation. Carrots are like in business, the term carrot is widely known as an incentive. And to parrot something is to repeat it or to promote it, or just even what a parrot does is talk about it. And if you don't see that, that's okay. I'm saying that you don't have that much experience in business. But if you did, you would recognize that both these are business terms that are widely used. And when you put them together, it's essentially exactly what you're talking about. It's giving people a reward for talking about a product. That's why it's a perfect name. And again, you may not see it that way. And I get that. I like the name so much that I'm allowed to do that. And if anything, like, dude, that you didn't watch The Founder, you fell asleep during it, but this is similar to what happens with The Founder, but different because it was my idea. However, it's the idea that basically Ray Kroc sends the McDonald's brothers a letter basically saying, like, if you don't go with me, that's fine. But I own the property. I own the name. I own the corporation. There's nothing you can do with it. I'm big city. You're country folk. You can't hang with this. And I'm not saying that to you. I want you to be successful. I wouldn't say, like, dude, this is the perfect name if I didn't think it was successful. I would, if I were you, I'd ask your mother about it. She knows what your intentions are. And I think she has more experience as to what these terms mean. And I think she may think that it is a good idea. If she doesn't, that's fine. Her opinion isn't the end all be all. But what I'm saying is someone with more experience recognizes that these are terms that are used. And it has a mascot with it that is a really fun mascot. Parrots are like one of the most fun mascots you could ever want. It's a bright, colorful bird that can talk for you. I mean, I can just see it now. And let me just maybe stop being so aggressive about this. Imagine a video that you go to parrotcarrot.com, which you have, and you have that as a real website. And it is a video that has a parrot speaking and telling you all of these ways that you can promote yourself as a creator or create a contest to be able to have your business promoted. And it flies around. It can be AI. It can be whatever you want. But basically, it is a branding tool or mascot that is going to stick in people's minds. something like CrowdSpark, which you can't even get anyway, doesn't tell me anything necessarily. Carrot Parrot does. What's a company that does LexisNexis? And you may be like, well, what's LexisNexis? It's the largest judicial database in the world. It rhymes just like that.
I hear what you're saying, and
Maybe it will grow on you. Anything
I
that
don't think it's
anything that's not your idea
yeah.
is going to be a difficult lift because you have to love it. But I'm saying this is such a good name. How good a name is it? It's the absolute perfect. In fact, you can't get a better name for what you're doing than this. Upcake is a name that I think is great. Not as this, because this is multifaceted, multi-layered things, and but it's got to grow on you. And but you could have what you're doing. Remember I said to you, you need something that like somebody can't just come and steal and just take your idea and add some money to it and do it better. This name would protect you from that because it's such a good name. It is a name that will be viral on social media. There's a virality to the name. It sticks out in people's minds. And most of the other names that we're going to find are going to be taken or they're going to be too long. But Carrot Parrot is two simple ideas that people can put together. And even if they don't understand it at the beginning, like or Parrot Carrot, even if they don't necessarily understand it in the beginning, what it means, it has a deeper meaning to it that people will get. It is the idea of the business term, a carrot and a stick, basically an incentive, and people pair it. And if people haven't used that term around you enough, that's fine. But that's how it's used. Now, there is a slight negative sometimes, usually it's people sometimes not knowing the meaning of it, but it can also just mean to repeat or to imitate. And that's what you're doing. You basically have someone who is creating some type of content, putting it on their social media and putting it on your website, Parrot Carrot. That's an imitation of it. And then there are going to be other people who imitate other things off of that. And then there's the incentive aspect of it, that it's the carrot, it's the reward. And both of these ideas, parrot doesn't really have any negative connotation from like an idea, like it's not dangerous, and neither is carrot. They're simple, they're colorful, they're fun, they're easy to remember, and they rhyme. We've talked about this in the past. What's the best way to have a business name of any kind, or even just a joke?
Reduplication.
It's great, but rhyme is great, but pun is better. Pun is the highest form of knowledge, or of actually mind. But pun is, in terms of word, the highest form of humor and intelligence. And Parrot Carrot is a pun, and it's a rhyming pun, and it is something that is colorful and has a built-in mascot to it. Can't beat it. I'm telling you right now, any name that you come up with, even is really great, but it's already taken and is not something that is even on the same level as this name. Somebody could come around and say, okay, there's a company called Upcake. We're going to make this crowd cookie. Okay, that's a great name too, or whatever it is. Even that is not better than Parrot Carrot. Crowd cookie isn't a pun. It doesn't rhyme. It does use alliteration. If you were to say, what about crowd cookie? I like crowd.
What's the pun in Parrot Carrot?
Parrot Carrot is, the pun is, it's both the bird and the vegetable, and it's the idea of someone speaking in order to get a reward. So it's both the bird and the vegetable and the act of speaking to get a reward. It's a double entendre.
It just sounds like describing what those two words like could mean. But,
And that's a pun. It's wordplay.
Yeah, true.
Let it simmer. Let it marinate. You can say, I don't like that name. And that's cool. People will watch this in the future, and I guarantee you this, Riser, someday we'll have a company called Parrot Carrot, whether I do it or somebody who watches this stream, because it's that good of a name.
Yeah, no, I just don't like the hostility of like terrorizing all the decisions over that. It's just not cool, in my opinion.
I recognize.
Because in my opinion, we're partners, and if you want to,
here's the thing.
I think this is a good name that we should use. That's chill. If you come forward and you're like, this is the name, I refuse any other name.
It's a dog-eat-dog world.
Command. It's like, that's not partnership.
The thing is, this is not 50-50. That's the key reason I want 51% of any business that I have, because that's an overarching control. And you can be like, well, that's not fair in the beginning. And if you came up with a business,
can you patent this idea even?
It's not.
I don't even know if that.
It's not patentable.
I don't know.
But it is.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's say you go and make your idea really, really big, and it becomes $100 million a year company. All I have to do is show a judge and jury these streams and say, this was not his idea. He's Zuckerberging my Winklevoss twins, and if anything, I'm going to be able to sue you into oblivion because it was my idea first. And you had already.
Yeah, but I didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement.
You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have. Yes, yes, it is. We have a verbal contract. We have a verbal agreement. We have an offer, acceptance, and consideration. That is a contract in the law. And at least
if it's a verbal contract, then I can verbally just say no. I don't. No longer contract, no longer valid.
Okay, then you need to go do something else because
change my mind.
That's fine, and I'd be able to sue you for that. I don't want to do that. I want you to be very successful with this. I'm giving you the tools to make it successful. And if you're gonna look away from a really great idea, look. If this is a different idea than you being like, I want to charge 15% and not 10%, that I can go with. Okay, fine, whatever. You're like, I want to charge 5%. I don't need the money or whatever. Okay, that you make that decision. That's fine. But the name of the business is really important. And I just know it will be much more successful with this name than it will be with any other name. Unless I'll give you this, Riser. If you can come up with a name that I think is better and superior, okay, I'll consider it. But at this point, I recognize that this is a game-changing name. And if you don't recognize that, I understand it's less the name and it's more the aggression that's coming out. I like this name so much that just because I think it can be so successful, that if you don't that way, then you have to recognize somebody else is going to watch my stream and they're going to take that name and they're going to see my excitement for it, and they're going to hear other people's excitement for it, and they're going to do exactly what you're doing in their own way.
Have you market tested this idea or the name with any data other than just sheer intuition.
I don't need to.
Because
It's a perfect
We've
thing.
made assumptions before. Sometimes our assumptions are right, sometimes they're not.
I don't need to.
Your sample size of one immediately, like,
You don't even know what the terms mean, though.
Yeah, but to me, parroting, like copying versus like coming up with a advertising idea that's creative are like separate.
Your website is copying. Literally, your website is nothing but copying a link from social media and putting it on your website. That's what it is. Your website is a parrot.
Sure, but the bigger foundational idea is enabling creators to exhibit their ideas and creativity.
I get that.
The creators are not hitting copy and paste. Obviously, that's a function of
Yes, they are. Yes,
the website. Like it's a function of like a billion other things.
No. Yes, they are. Let's not.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. They could enter the URL manually. They don't have to copy it necessarily.
Dude, come on. That's exactly the same thing. It's literally.
But they do have. No, it's not. Copying is not entering it manually. Those are like opposite.
Look, if you don't recognize that taking a link from one website and putting it into another website word for word is not considered a copy, then you're blind to this. That's a copy. Maybe you're not pressing copy and paste, though 95% of people will, especially with a URL. But even if they're entering it manually, it's still known as a copy. One would say you need to copy the link either manually or by copying and pasting into Parrot Carrot or whatever the website's called. And that's what the website is. The website is literally a parrot of what's on social media.
What do you think is more prominent in the website? Like copying social media links or like exercising people's creativities to come up with the best idea that they can? Because to me, a more foundational element is the creative aspect, not the like random fact that you have to copy a link.
Well, let's look at the foundational aspect of this. The creativity in the world that you want with your website, don't have those links, you have nothing. Even if you didn't have any creativity behind your website, if you have the links, you have something. The links are the most important part of your website. Let's ask AI about this. I'm going to ask it right now. And if it says this idea sucks.
I agree that like the links. Yes, the links.
The links are the most important part of the website.
The links equal copying. Like when you think of link and you do like that thing where you just say the first word that comes to mind. You don't just be like links, copy. It's like
that's not what we're doing here. We're saying if you were telling someone how to use your website, you would say you copy the link from your social media and you enter it or you paste it onto Parrot Carrot. That's how you would say that. Is that not correct?
Yeah, if they're asking how to create a submission, that would be one part of it.
That's the most important part of it. In fact, everything else from there is secondary. If you don't have that link, you have nothing. It doesn't display correctly. Now, we're going to ask...
So, I mean, it seems like not the primary focus of the entire. I get that it's important and like a big part of it, and yes, the whole website would collapse without links.
Without the proper copying of links.
The copying of the link is like one like little like fraction of a step in like the whole process.
No, the whole website is literally copies of social media posts. That's all it is. They're imitations, whatever they're in.
All right. So the parrot in the of links in the website.
It doesn't have to be that specific, but you could consider your website as a parrot of other social media platforms. That's what it is. It's copies and imitations and embeddings of other people's content in one place. Basically, if you want to,
I don't hate the name at all. I just do hate the
method. I get that. You have to understand I'm an aggressive individual, and if I can say this, I wasn't this aggressive with it because I didn't know this was an absolute winner. Let's watch AI says this is the shittiest idea we've ever seen. I'm still going to be buying. I also know that there's a certain date.
You can prompt it to answer however you want.
I understand that. Okay. So I'll do it as neutrally as possible, and then I'll give you the opportunity.
The idea is a good idea. The name is subjective, but yeah, I don't think the name is it's a good name.
All you have is marketing.
I don't know if it's the greatest name in the entire universe.
It's the best thing that we've come up with, and I don't think you're going to get something better. It's a rhyming pun with an animal. That's like a very powerful tool that you could use. Okay, so let's ask AI. Before I put the prompt in or hit enter, I'll give you the veto ability, or you can change whatever you want. But here we go. I have a business idea that I would like to call Parrot Carrot. What this is a website where we host embedded links from social media. Period. This website will be the host of contests that are sponsored by corporations who would like people to create submissions for advertising campaigns, period. Instead of using AI or expensive advertising agencies, this website would be a place where companies could crowdsource, and also would have the added benefit of being a place where creators and artists could create content and have their content be rewarded and their efforts rewarded in one central location, period. There is the opportunity that this type of crowdsourcing of advertising could be voted on and upvoted, downvoted, commented on, and people could get new ideas, period. Perhaps of extreme importance, is the fact that these submissions would be made from humans, which may be valuable in an age of AI. And it would essentially crowdsource focus groups, period. I would like you to evaluate not necessarily the business idea, but the name Parrot Carrot, period. The reason why I think Parrot Carrot is a good idea is because parrots are vocal, colorful, creative birds, and the idea of a carrot is often used as an incentive. So this is essentially an incentive for vocal and copying, imitating what is seen on social media in one place, period. Please give me the pros and cons. I understand that parroting can have negative connotations sometimes, as repeating something without thinking, but there is also a definition that just means to communicate an idea of someone else, period. Okay, what is that okay to send in?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what it says. Evaluating the name Parrot Carrot independently from business model, I think it has some surprisingly strong branding qualities, but some significant risks. Strengths: it's highly memorable. Parrot Carrot is unusual, rhythmic, and difficult to forget. Many successful internet brands benefit from nonsense adjacent names. Apologies, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Evaluating the name Parrot Carrot independently from a business model, I think it has some surprisingly strong brand qualities, but also some significant risks. Strengths: it's highly memorable. Parrot Carrot is unusual, rhythmic, and difficult to forget. Many successful internet brands benefit from nonsense adjacent names in people's minds, such as Reddit, Tumblr, and TikTok. People are likely to remember hearing Parrot Carrot once. That's a big thing. You said the other name like maybe to me 5 times, and I still didn't remember it. This one once. Strong sound pattern. The rhyme creates a playful quality. Parrot Carrot. 2 words, same rhythm, easy pronunciation, easy spelling. That tends to help with word of mouth marketing. That's another thing. It's not like it's upcake with a K, UPKAKE or something like that. It's just literally the 2 words spelled naturally. Visual. A colorful parrot holding a carrot is immediately recognizable, and I agree with that. For crowds, just as that's going to be a hard thing in order to be able to visualize without words. But carrot, literally have a parrot holding a carrot, and you don't even need words. It's visual. You could ask a first grade class, "What do you see here?" And they would say, "A parrot holding a carrot," and you'd say, "That's absolutely right." And that's what it comes down to: simplicity in the marketing. The mascot possibilities are substantial: a colorful bird, creativity, communication, social sharing, rewards, the carrot. Many startup names struggle to produce a memorable logo. This one almost creates its own logo, and I absolutely agree with that. That's why I'm so positive. It fits creator culture. Your platform is fundamentally about creating content, sharing content, communicating ideas, earning reward. A parrot symbolizes communication and repetition of messages. A carrot symbolizes incentives. There is genuine conceptual overlap with the platform's purpose. Not obviously corporate. Many advertising industry names sound sterile. CrowdStrike, so CrowdSpark is one of those. And I don't mean to put that down. That I know that was an AI name, but I'm saying like those kind of names, anybody can do those. Parrot Carrot sounds more like a creator community than an advertisement procurement platform, which may help attract artists and creators. Now, I'm all about it, but let's hear the weaknesses. The biggest issue is exactly the one you identified. To parrot something often means replaces idea necessarily understanding it. For a platform celebrating creativity and originality, associates may say this want to be parrots. 2, it doesn't immediately communicate the business. If I heard Parrot Carrot with no explanation, I would guess a children's app, a pet store, an education website, a toy company, a language learning platform. I would not necessarily guess crowdsource advertising marketplace. This is not necessarily fatal. Many successful companies have abstract names, but it means branding work will be required. Next is slightly silly tone. The rhyme makes it fun. The same feature may make some Fortune 500 marketing departments question whether the platform is serious enough for major campaigns. That doesn't mean it can't work, but it does create a branding potential AI era ambiguity. Your pitch emphasizes human creativity. A parrot is an animal famous for imitation rather than interpretation. The strongest narrative would be a parrot spreads messages. A carrot creates incentives. Parrot Carrot is where creators spread ideas and earn rewards for doing it. That's perfect. That's your motto. A parrot spreads messages, a carrot creates incentives. Parrot carrot is where creators spread ideas and earn rewards for doing so. The story is simple, memorable, and internally consistent. And I agree with that. I agree with
Do you think parrots are known for spreading messages?
Absolutely.
It seems like more like an owl type of
no
thing.
owls aren't known as that. If anything, you would say like a carrier,
Well, I guess they can communicate
A-
or whatever, but
a carrier pigeon.
I think like I don't hate the name. I do. Yeah, I think people when they think of parrot don't think of like, oh, it's a bird that. I guess they do think it's a bird that communicates, which is spreading message. But
In fact, name a
yeah,
bird. Name a
copying
bird. Name
thing-
any animal.
The copying thing is like one point where it's like not that big of a deal. The corporate seriousness is like probably like the number one concern.
Get out of here with that.
Actual
Get out of here with that.
major. I'm just saying that, like, based on what the AI said, like that's the biggest threat. I don't know if that's true or not. That's why I'm
You want it.
brainstorming.
You
it.
want it to not be sterile. You want it to be a place for creators.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I'm going to ask you this, and I mean this as honestly as I can ask. Name one animal that communicates better than a parrot.
Like two humans.
Aside from humans.
No, but you're talking about like the animal that communicates to a human.
Yes. Dogs don't communicate better than
My
parrots.
dog is an extremely well communicator.
Your dog sucks in
Doesn't say
comparison
words.
to communication than a parrot. A parrot literally will speak English to you, will tell you things.
You can't have a conversation with it.
Yes, you can.
Well, maybe like a primitive one.
No, look
So
at
you
it. Look
can-
at
you
a
can have
gray
primitive
look at a
conversation
gray
with
parrot. Gray parrots themselves, now I'm a caw, but a gray parrot has the intelligence of like a 5-year-old. Gray parrot intelligence. How many words memorize? Yellow has never once used an English word, nor has any dog ever.
She
Parrots.
understands it though.
Okay, that's fine.
She
I'm not talking.
understands 150 words.
This isn't a
What's the
website.
word count?
200 to 500 words. Their cognitive abilities are often compared to a human child aged 3 to 6 years old. And some have been able to use over 1,000 words in context. They have amazing long-term memory. And they live really long. They live like 60 years. Now, we're not talking about what's the best
Okay.
animal, because obviously dogs are, even I, for as much as I like parrots, like dogs more than parrots. But for this, there's not an animal out there. Even dolphins don't communicate with humans better than parrots. No other bird, nor any other animal, even chimpanzees or orangutans, do not communicate with humans this well. Maybe they can sign and stuff, but from a straight up, hey, we've got a 5-year-old here and a 5-year and a parrot, they're about the same in terms of the vocabulary that they have. They understand.
You'd think you'd be able to teach like an elephant with a massive brain if it can paint. Like we can learn multiple languages, we can learn English and whatever, but you'd think an elephant would be able to learn a little English.
I agree. It's about vocalization, I think. I mean, why is it, this is a good question. Why is it the parrot can literally speak like exactly like a human and even do imitations of people, but like no other animal, not even a bird can come even close? Like, why is it the parrot is so special?
Yeah, it just has that vocal.
Right, but it's like evolved to be no other animal is even close. If you were to say to me, aside from parrots, name one animal that can sound like a human. I can't really name one.
Yeah, stay.
I don't have any. There's no dog that I know that sounds like a human. But a parrot can do impressions of people and memorizes language and can put together sentences. Like, that's complicated. So that's why the parrot is the ultimate communicator of the animal world. At least from a logo standpoint.
There's a thing of sweet potato treats on the thing, like, yeah. Okay. I don't want negative news. I don't want negativity in my head. Oh, I'm supposed to give it to him if he wants to choose stuff?
Yeah, because he's choosing to get this.
Okay. Just the desk. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, just keep that. I don't think he chooses on that one, but if he does. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Thank you. And I did give him his paint color yesterday. He was like, crying. So if he could keep him like on this the blanket, so it's not red.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah, but there's no affects his kidney, so
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
No problem.
You never keep on that. It's like when you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Why you yeah. Move this
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, continue.
Unlike simple mimicry, intelligent gray parrots associate words with emotions, actions, and rewards, enabling them to use language to communicate needs or answer questions. Like, this is the perfect animal. In fact, I don't know an animal that would be better than one for this project. You could say, well, what about a dog or a puppy? Those are great. Or a cat or a tiger. Those are great, but they don't show intelligence like a parrot does, that literally can communicate with humans using English. That's just an incredible gift that they have. So I don't want to argue.
Yeah, no, I am. It doesn't need to be an argument, just a conversation. But maybe I was reluctant to the idea, like in my own artwork, like I don't know, I feel like animals are just so overused in artwork. It's like there's so many like mural artists or just regular artists where it's like, I'm not saying that they're all bad at all, but like, and even though the ones that are like on a technical level, they're like amazing, and they paint like the most like realistic bear or like the most whatever beautifully done like horse or something. I'm just like, okay, like you're literally parroting, which is fine. People like that, but in my own personal taste, it's like every mural is just like a bunch of animals, and it's like I'm getting like an artist is supposed to be like creative, and like I feel like there's creativity in how you want to compose the shot and manipulate the colors and all that. I'm not denying that, but just on like a strictly subject level of like creativity, I feel like every single, like just the vast majority of artists do like animal, it just like gets old. So I just like literally just avoid that in my own personal work. And I was thinking that like the marketplace would just be this what's the word, ambivalent, like non-attached, like just marketplace where it's like the simple non-animal symbol, and it's just like more functional. And I think one of the reasons perhaps why you've chosen the name is that it has like, it's a viral name or whatever.
Yes.
And I don't see that I think it could be catchy. Like if I saw an advertisement on a bus or something going along and it said like parrotcarrot.com, I'd be like, what in the fuck is parrotcarrot.com? And
exactly.
I'd be like curious.
Exactly.
And check it out.
And
that's good.
Yeah.
But as you stated before, which I also agree with, is like the platform are like going to have enough social media attention just from like the mechanics of it, and being like like core foundation being this like content generation engine. And so while I agree that having a good name is very key, as long as any company would do business with it, then that's good. As long as Coca-Cola doesn't go, oh, we don't want to post our contest on this because the name is called Parrot and we don't want to be associated with that silly name. That's literally my only trepidation.
I get that. I don't know if the website's available. That's a big thing. It is available. So it's like you could buy it. I don't know how much it would be, but you could buy it. It's available. So somebody does own it, but they're just squatting on it for right now. Okay, let me say this. You called this idea trash, and you sent me a dumpster or a trash truck, and that was insulting to the point where it was like, okay, if you're gonna look such a good idea in the, like, if you're gonna deny it, that's fine.
I was just bugging you.
I know, but you have to understand that this tells me that you were just like, if it's not my idea, I don't want it. And
that's not true. I wouldn't be developing this marketplace if that was true.
That's true. That's an excellent point. And I know you were just playing with me.
And I agree with your ideas all the time. I say like some of your ideas I think are phenomenal. Some of your ideas I don't think are the greatest, but that doesn't mean that it's like the truth, the stone cold truth. That's just my opinion. I'm sure you have the same thing about ideas that I present. However, the salmon cannon idea, that idea sucks.
Okay.
That idea doesn't suck. It's amazing. It'll save people's lives. Until the bear gets adjusted to food and then swarms the next person.
Not the way that you have it described, but that's okay. I'm not saying the name for salmon cannon doesn't work. Filet grenade was my idea. You said that one sucked. I understand that too. I don't think that if you're going to try to keep bear away from you, either one works really well. The thing that works better, basically scare the bear directly, and so it doesn't come close to you. because it's not necessarily going to be able to track the smell of food 30 feet away. And this is unproven as well.
It will. Their sense of smell is like it overrides their brain.
You and I both have to agree. You have never tested this on a charging bear. And there's a very easy argument to be made. And the onus is on you.
I never said that this is for a charging bear scenario. Although it probably would work in there. Actually, if it was really pissed off, like a casual bear encounter where like you're just like it's not charging at you, but you're like have to like walk past it or something. Like you want a distraction, and it's a good distraction.
Okay.
Of course, for like self-defense, then like having a mild pepper spray or whatever, bear spray, sound and lights, and the worst case, a taser or something would be ideal.
So you like the play of salmon cannon as well as parrot carrot. Parrot carrot's a perfect rhyme too. That's really hard to get. And the website's available. You could probably get the website for a few $100s. And if you're like, well, that's too expensive, this is the most important thing that you have. Even you said having parrot carrot on the side of a bus. Even if they said parrotcarrot.com is $5,000 and your budget was $10,000, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. Then I have a winner. That's how much it would be to me. I wouldn't necessarily be able to spend all $10,000 on it, but I was not going to bet it. And the exciting, it's fun. It's fun to say. People like those kinds of things. And from a corporate world, it doesn't insult anybody. It's not like somebody's going to be able to say carrots are racist or carrots are racist or parrots are racist or they're anti this group. No, they're an animal.
Carrots are xenophobic.
There's none of that. Yeah. There's a big reason why sports teams go with animals. That's why you have the Ravens and the Cardinals and the Eagles and these other Falcons, because they don't offend anybody. And that's actually a really big thing for a brand, is it's neutral. And it's not overly insulting to people. Parrots communicate. Look, the phrase, and I'm going to even send you this phrase because it's so good. This was AI. A parrot spreads message. A carrot is where creators can earn rewards for doing so. Can we agree that that is brilliant?
Parrots spread ideas.
A parrot spreads messages. A carrot creates incentives. Parrot carrot is where creators spread ideas and earn rewards for doing so. Isn't that at the heart of what the idea is of the brand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that is solid.
I agree. And that's almost like it gives you a motto or like a tagline. And did I come across aggressively? Absolutely. Why? Because I'm cutthroat in business. That's why with anything I do, I want 51%. And I worked at this startup for something like 6 days, and I demanded 6.66% of the ownership. Who does that? I was just an employee, but I wanted a piece of it. I'm fine that I didn't get it, but basically, it caught the owner so off guard, and he was like, I remember he said, "This is my business, and I'm not giving up anything to anybody until they offer me $1 billion," something along those lines. So I was like, all right. But I remember talking to my rabbinical colleagues, and they're like, wow, you really went after ownership of this business, at least some. And I said, absolutely. If I'm going to give my heart into anything, I want some type of ownership of it. And in your case, the name Parrot Carrot. I hate to say it, all of our conversations are public. So if you don't take that name, somebody's going to take that name in not that far. I mean, I was on a podcast today and they asked me not just to do another podcast, not just to do 2 more podcasts. They want me on every 2 weeks as a recurring guest host. And that's a really cool thing.
I own 51% of that.
No, you don't.
Podcast.
I'm on a podcast tomorrow.
Episode.
I'm on a podcast tomorrow. That's the 3rd one in a row that I've done with this group. And I'm on more podcasts later this week. So what I'm saying is I'm starting to grow, and somebody's going to watch one of my streams and be like, Parrot Carrot, I got to get that. That's a great idea. It is. It absolutely is. If it wasn't such a winning idea, I wouldn't be so hard on this. Notice I wasn't this hard on Upcake. I was just calling it Upcake as like a placeholder term till we had a winning idea. And I wanted to go through winning ideas last night, and I know you were really tired, and I totally understand that, so no big deal. But it was this morning. I can tell you exactly how I thought of this. Is somebody had some kind of AI. It was that guy from like Johnny Depp, whatever his character is in Captain Jack Sparrow, on a boat on like a ship. It was like an AI version, and he had like a macaw on his shoulder. And I looked at this bird and I was like, what a beautiful bird. I wonder if Reiser's company could have anything to do with, does anything rhyme with parrot? And I'm like, parrot share it? That's a cool idea. Parrot share it. Parrot stare it. Parrot. And then it was like Parrot Carrot. Those are 2 really simple things. And then I looked it up. Is there anything that has anything to do with this? And it was like, nope. It's a children's book, but it's not even a children's book. It's like the parrot and the carrot, or the carrot of the parrot, or something like that. It's not just really simple. And I was like, oh, this is it. This is it. Then I looked up the definitions, and it was like, these definitions work. And what this is, this idea is, a parrot spreads messages, a carrot creates incentives. Parrot Carrot is where creators spread ideas and earn rewards for doing so. Like, that could even be in your email to people. And when we were talking about, hey, sending out a bunch of emails to try to generate leads and stuff, if we call it, and I know this isn't, like, I don't want to put this down, so I don't even want to continue to use the name, but CrowdSpark, somebody can easily say, I'm going to just change that name and do it better. But Parrot Carrot gives you, so there's value to that name because it's so creative and it rhymes and it's a pun and it directly delivers what it is you're doing, and it's colorful and it's artistic and it's creative and it communicates and it's neutral. That it would cause somebody to say, no, they got the name. That's the name for the business.
With all due respect, and I am a fan of Parrot Carrot. I just like don't even care about the name at this point. I just like am focused on actually building the damn thing, and I like the business model so much that I feel like you can name it like Mildew Boo Boo, and it doesn't even matter what the name is because the principles behind it are too strong. So yeah, I'm not pressed at all about naming it
The
Parrot Carrot.
The principle of the idea of what it does is great. That's why when you ask,
No, I agree that the name complements the business.
hold on. Anybody can steal that idea though. Anybody can take that idea and do it better than you can because they have more money.
The question is if they can scale fast enough.
Absolutely. They have more contacts than you do. They have more network than you do. And they have much deeper pockets than you do. All of those things are true. But what you would have with this is a name that is a winner, that isn't replaceable. It's a better name than they have. and that gives your brand value.
That's true.
That gives your brand value. Like right now, you don't even own that name. When it becomes real is when you say to me, Rabbi, I contacted the people of parrotcarrot.com and I told them I wanted that website, and they said I could get it for $350, and I bought it. And now I am the registered owner of it. Now it becomes big. Then you go and you get all the social media for it. And when you say to me, Rabbi, I created, just like you tell everybody, social media platforms on the top 30 different social media websites. And I have a link tree. It's linktree.com/parrotcarrot. All right, now we're rolling. We're a little behind when it comes to being able to necessarily get that everywhere, because I'm sure there are some people who've stolen that name already, or they didn't steal it, but they just have it. So you might have to get Parrot Carrot, or I love Parrot Carrot, or Parrot Carrot Com, or whatever, but you'll be able to get whatever it is you want. But once you have all of that, now you're working with something. Now you have a real brand, and you can send out an email to somebody, and they're going to remember your brand name the first time. When you send out an email, that name gives it a lot of power. You're the one who said to me, you remember, if I saw that on a bus, it would cause me to want to check out what this website was. It's just it's a fun, artistic, creative name. And it reflects what you're, some alliteration in what you'd be sponsoring. Parrot Carrot contests. There's that carrot contests aspect of it, like that's alliterative. And that's good too. It's not even like Parrot Carrot rewards. It's alliterative, and that's working for you. It's a brand that builds itself. And when you send out that email, I think now you can do it with confidence, because now you have something, Riser. Now you have an idea and a brand that nobody's going to be able to beat. With Upcake, okay, it's pretty. It's like, okay, somebody could come up and like I said, come up with creator cookie or whatever, and okay, that's going to be better. That might, but Parrot Carrot, that's, how do I want to say how much of a winner this is? I don't want to say the name of that startup, but you know the name of it. And I remember when the owner was like, why are you so dedicated to this? And I said, because of the name. The name is the verb. Basically, we were turned, like in any of these companies, they would all have to change their name a little bit, but the name that we had is actually a verb, or that we were making a verb. And that was really important to me. It was like what
was the verb?
So the idea of, okay, I'll say the name. So the name of the company was
just Mobile?
No, Mobile Wash. And if you look at any of the independent contractors, all of their companies were known as Tom's Mobile Wash, Sam's Mobile Wash, Phil's Mobile Wash, with mobile and wash being two words. And what we did was we combined mobile and wash into one word. And then we told people, order a mobile wash, like it was a verb. Get your car mobile wash.
Okay, right.
And so we created a verb with it. And it was basically like our competition was known as Wash-A and Washos. And that you have to explain to someone. But Mobile Wash tells you what it is. Though, I mean, I understand. When I first joined the company, I thought it was like laundry or something. But like they came to your house, which was also a good idea. Basically, think of it like this. Instead of people having to go to a laundromat, you just bring your clothes out to a Sprinter van that cleans your clothes for you right there on the spot. It didn't have access to a washer and dryer, and that's a workable model as well. But that's another idea, and I don't want you to get into that. But the idea, the name that we had for this business, it cost money. It was $10,000 to get mobilewash.com, but it was a winner. And then we had an advantage on all of our competition. We were not first to market. There were other companies that were established before we were. However, we had the name, and the name meant everything. in the same way about this name. The name means everything. And you would not be able to sell me on a better name than this because the parrot, I've talked with you about this before. So many companies today have these generic business corporate names like Truvent and Truvian and 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 Confidencia and all these like made up words. These aren't words. They just are like blending their portmanteaus of two words. And your business, Parrot Carrot, is the opposite of that. It's fun. It's exciting. If you told a first grade class what we're naming a business, what would you name this business? Every single kid in that room would say Parrot Carrot. And I've said the same thing about cryptocurrencies. And you know this to be true. The animal cryptocurrencies do really well, at least for some time. You know what I'm talking about? Dog with Hat, Canberra, just the Cat Crew, whatever it is, it's like neutral and it's easily identifiable. Even Harry Potter Obama-Sonic Teninu has a hedgehog as a mascot, which is an animal, and it's easily identifiable. Any other name that you use, you're going to have to go through focus grouping and be like, okay, well, what's the best animal to use? An elephant or a hippo? None of those communicate like a parrot does. And it's colorful and it travels and it's fast and they're beautiful and they're considered pets and they're considered like positive to humans. We have like a what do you call it? A relationship with them. It's just perfect name. And if you were like, okay, well, I don't like that name, we're gonna go with something else. Okay, would I really turn the nuts on you and be like, all right, well, you have to. I own 51% of your business. No, I'm not that kind of corporate oligarch. Fine, but you've got to understand that these conversations are already on camera, and somebody's going to hear Parrot Carrot, and they're going to squash you. That's how good that name is, and they will not be able to squash you with that name. Plus, you've got it like your founding story is on camera. That's a beautiful thing that very few businesses. I don't. Maybe there's some creator out there who's like founded their own small business or something, but you're looking at $1 billion entity in the next 5 years if you really can put this together, and that's very exciting. So I don't want to harp on it anymore. You know where I stand on this. Let it marinate. Let it sink in. Think about some of the mascots and the logos you can use and how colorful and fun they would be. I mean, if you want to know what I'm thinking, it's a parrot holding a carrot. It doesn't get any easier than that.
And its mouth, I imagine.
I was gonna say in the
carrot's on like a 45-degree angle.
No, I was gonna say in the talons.
Now this might be a disagreement.
Okay, I think
visually it'll look better if it's its mouth.
I could live with it in its mouth, but it'll be more to be able to recognize as a parrot if you can't see its mouth. And also, I don't
see its mouth. It's like in between the beaks.
I get what you're saying. As a user, I don't want to.
We'll see. We'll look at them.
Absolutely. As a user,
I can already see it.
As a user, I don't want to eat a carrot from another animal. I would eat it from its talons, though. And there's something subconscious about that. Seeing a carrot in a bird's beak, it makes the bird.
The parrot got the reward, so it's eating it because it already won the contest.
Okay, just I guess you'd have to look at the art and see. To me, it's very difficult. You don't want to cover up one element with another element. To me, it's just a bird flying with
its beak and face and everything will be visible.
Okay, and you want it to be a simple logo as well. So you have to think of this works in two-tone, black and white. Are you sure that you're going to be able to identify this in black and white if you don't have color to be able to differentiate where the color is from the mascot's mouth?
I mean, how many times do you see a company's black and white logo?
All the time. Look at Twitter. Twitter originally had a multiple colored bird, like in the late noughts into early teens, and then eventually moved away to just a white bird on a blue background or a blue bird on a white background. And it was very easily identifiable as 6 circles. You can create the Twitter bird with like 6 half circles or so, and people really thought that that was an attractive animal mascot and identifiable without. In the same way, a parrot and its talons really identifiable as well, like just the silhouette of it. And if you're like, it looks good on paper or whatever, that's fine. But you got to take this much more through. And I wasn't aware of this, but what these graphic designers have to do is when you get into really small versions of it, like you only have like a 100 by 100 pixels, like you can't get really detailed. These things have to be pretty simple. And especially with clothing, if you're going to have it on like as a brand on clothing, it can't be really complicated. But I don't want to, with that, you've got to show me 10 different, I'm not the one making the decision. You can make the decision on that, but you'd have to show me 10 different logos and we'd have to pick from them. And then that I would crowdsource. So, and I'm serious about this. What you would do is once you get something that you like, you put it on the logo design subreddit. You don't tell them what it's for, but you ask them to make improvements to it. And there will be people who will redraft that for you and make it look so amazing. Maybe some people say, this is really great. This looks like a parrot holding a carrot in its mouth, or a parrot holding a carrot in its talons, or whatever it may be. But that's where you do it. And once you get people happy with that, they are going to be, that's like a perfect place to crowdsource opinions, focus group the opinion. And you'll have people who really give you great advice on it. And then once you've got it, then you've got a brand, then you've got a logo, then you've got a website. At that point, you just really need a user base. Nobody's going to be able to beat you at that point. And there's something really cool that your brand would be like crowdsourced or focus grouped early using social media too. You're basically using the power of the collective mind to be able to be successful. And that story is really beautiful. So what am I saying in terms of what you need? You've got a winning brand here. You've got a winning logo potentially. And now if I were you, you've got a computer that just literally sits there all day long and doesn't really do anything. I'm not saying it doesn't do anything, but it's a bit idle because you're using your phone and your iPad and stuff far much more. I would, in the meantime, start collecting email addresses. If I can help you just create a bot. You're already decently okay using Macro Recorder, and I'll show you this extension that collects people's emails. You're just going to want to start collecting 2 groups of emails, one for influencers and creators and the other for companies. And you keep them separate. And if you did this for a month crawling, you're going to get just on Spotify, I'll give you an instance. I get maybe something like 300 to 500 emails a day just doing that. And that's non-duplicated, maybe a little less, but I'm going for really specific things like UFO. You could be going for things like, Instagram, YouTube brands, whatever. And then from there, I would do the same thing on social media. I would log in and something into Instagram, and it would just go, there are random Instagram profile collectors, and I would just have it collect random email addresses that I could get from people on Instagram. And I'd collect all of those and just give it a month. And then you're going to have 2 really good bases to be able to pull from. And then you would have like my goal, it's right now June 7th, 2026. My goal would be to say by June or July 7th, I'd want to have maybe 10,000 people emails and 5,000 company emails. And if I just spent 2 hours getting this bot together tomorrow, I could pretty easily do that, because all I'd have to do is just leave the bot going. And when your head hits the pillow and you're going to sleep, your bot is working for you. It's like you're employing someone for free. And then when you awake in the morning, you check it, you make sure things are working. You might have to make some changes, and you just recognize that then you're going to have more value. The more emails that you can get, the more value your company's going to have. I just saw something that we discussed yesterday was the ability to use Gmail with like in other, like not just the workplace version, but now you can use Gmail within Proton Mail, which may give you some other advantages. I don't know them all, but this just launched within the last 24 hours or 48 hours, I should say. So that's another I'd be able to do. But if I do, I've got a winning.
Isn't there like that tactic where you just like go to like, say you want to send 10,000 emails in a day, you like just send them all from some Indian source email accounts, and then you can basically like spam people.
Well,
not even mass email, I guess.
All of your emails are going to go to spam then, and that's not helpful to you. The email reply rate on a spam email is like less than 1%. When in an inbox, it's something like 5%. Like there are all kinds of things with click-through rates, and I can tell you, I don't want to name the company, but I work for a huge Fortune 100 company, and one of the projects that we did had to do with click-through rates on email. In fact, a large project that I helped to deliver for them had to do with this. So I do know a lot about this realm to some extent. And the average click-through rate of one of these email campaigns for a major brand, like if I named their brand, you'd be like, oh, I know that one, and I know that one, I know it. Like you probably own some of their stuff. Is anywhere between 2 and 3%. So you've got to think, if you can get 2 or 3% of people to click through, and then maybe another of that 1% to be able to actually go to your website or whatever, and you'll be able to track that too. You'll be able to put a cookie or a pixel basically that tracks where you're getting people to come from site. You will be able to track those metrics and open rates, read rates, the duration that it stays on somebody's computer, whether people are marking it as spam, because that's a thing too. If you get something like more than 5% or so of people for an email you send out and they mark it as spam, very quickly all of your emails will immediately go to spam.
I mean, if you're just emailing people out of the blue, isn't that what they're gonna just assume? It's like, I did not request this email. Like my email address is on the internet, which means bots can scrape it and send me emails. But to me, this is spam. I did not request it.
That's okay, but that's why you make it personal. I'm doing the same thing with people, but I know they have a podcast, and I'm tailoring my message saying that I know that they have a podcast. So they don't see it as spam that much. Maybe some people have marked my stuff as spam, but other people are responding. And the fact that they're responding tells Google that this is not a spam email. And also the fact that I'm not sending it out 3,000 emails a day, I keep it to 30. But like I've told you, if you get 10 accounts to do that, or maybe at a certain point, maybe 20 or 30, you're going to be able to amounts of emails if you want. And if they do mark as spam, no big deal. You just create another email account. Who cares? It's not a big deal. And they're just basically throwaway Gmail accounts. Now, in terms of the emails that you're sending out, you're going to tailor them as well. You're going to have your creator list, and you're going to be able to tweak your email to be specific. That was another thing like that you'll learn in email marketing is you want to use the person's username if you can, and or at least make it as to the person as possible. So maybe you could do this username if you want, or if you don't want to get, because that can get really touchy and it's a lot of coding. You just say, hi, I know that you are an Instagram influencer, and I want you to know that I've got a really great opportunity for you to be able to connect with brands, or I know you're an artist, or whatever it may be. And I'm able to do this because I keep the email addresses organized by how I found the people. So if I found them using aliens, I know that they're into aliens, and I can send them an email that's based on aliens. Or if they're into YouTube and Instagram and social media, I can do the same knowing that they're an influencer or they're a content creator. And that way, you're not just sending a random generic email. It's specific to that person's interests. And there's a far less opportunity that they're going to mark that as spam. On top of that, you got a winning brand. You're going to have a fun logo and an interesting website. Like, I don't think that your bounce back rate or your spam rate will be that great.
Yeah, it's not like, yeah.
It's not like
dry. And also, it's literally like, it's like being like, hey, music smarty, we noticed that you love making music. There's an op here to make money on this website by making music.
Exactly.
For brands doing advertising.
Exactly.
If you're curious, check it out.
Exactly.
Or whatever their category of like 3D artists or whatever.
Exactly.
And also, it may not even like you may just you may just need to like batch email a bunch of influencers at first, kind of like hitting the choke on like a lawnmower to get the fuel mixture right. But then like substantial creators like are posting about the platform, and then it's like, oh, like you get a solid enough user base where it's like, oh, we no longer need to use 30 Gmail accounts to message every influencer on Instagram.
That's exactly right. That's a great analogy
it's
as
like
well.
A Kickstart.
Exactly. You don't need the choke. You don't need a kickstart. It is the kickstart, but then it's just organically. And you're going to be able to rely on people who are posting on your social media or on your behalf on their social media. And they're not going to have an issue typing parrot carrot. Those are two positive terms. Like, what would be something that would be negative? Perhaps maybe something like America's platform. Well, America's platform might work in America to some people, but that might have a negative connotation globally. Or something like the spam cannon or whatever. Okay, that's kind of negative too. Cannons are like aggressive war instruments, and spam has a negative connotation as well. So there are people who don't want to put that on there. But what I'm saying is, with this name, it's very neutral and it's kind of fun. And even you already have two built-in emojis that I wish they just were facing each other, but that's okay. The two emojis, you don't even have to say any words. You can literally put the parrot and the carrot, and that's all it is. And that's
there's probably not a cannon. There's not like a contest emoji really, except for like the little confetti hat thing. And there's not like a cannon emoji.
There you go. Contest cannon's kind of a cool name though. But yeah. Now that's a thought too. As a logo, what if you just literally used it differs, but like the Apple or iOS emojis for that. I think you can be more specific, but That's a thought too. Just literally use what people would see on their phone.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
you
that's
could
the
mirror
way.
it or something and make them actually back to back.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like the one in my head the carrot is proportionally smaller than like the parrot. Doesn't have a lot of emphasis on the carrot, but if the carrot was the same size as the parrot and giant, who knows what effect that would have on someone perceiving it.
That's a good idea too. That all can be worked through, but the idea of the cold emails, you just need to choke, just like a lawnmower, choke it, or a clutch or kickstart, whatever you want to call it.
Get the ball rolling.
Get the ball rolling, and then once you have, I don't know, a dozen or so people posting about you, you're going to have some engagement. That doesn't mean you have to take your foot off the pedal with the emails. If the emails are working, why stop a good thing? Keep it going until you really have had some type of viral event. And all it takes is for a good company, even just, it doesn't have to be the Coca-Cola company or Walmart or something. It could be Magic Mind, something that's small to medium, and they like what you've done, and they have a viral effect. It's not going to cost you any money to partner with them. Well, you're going to have the opportunity to perhaps have them do the advertising for you, and then it's like a snowball effect. Just one moment, Riser. Welcome, Paul. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's I gotta admit, man, you are like you fascinate me. I don't mean that like sarcastically. You got like such a level of dedication I've never seen anyone like in my life.
Oh, Paul,
this level of dedication.
You made my day. How'd you find out about me, my friend?
I've known about you for a while. Like I've seen you in Ash's feed server. I've seen you in Socialize. Like pretty much like every VC server, and I've even saw the interview with Sam Bond.
Yeah.
Like
that's amazing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you are you are a very interesting guy, and I don't mean that like sarcastically. I'm saying like it's just you have a level of dedication that I've never seen in a person.
Oh wow.
It's respectable.
You made my day. Yeah. Shout out to Sam Bond. Within the last few weeks, or are going to be published. I did a podcast on Friday. I did a podcast today. I'm doing a podcast tomorrow, and that's been what I have been doing recently to get people aware of what I'm doing, and it's just gonna basically one of these podcasts is gonna attract many similar people, such as yourself, and they're gonna find out about what I do and who I am and my project, and God willing, we'll be able to unite the world. How does that sound?
It sounds great. I'm just I don't know how you haven't been acknowledged by the Guinness Book of World Records, man. Like you are like hands down. I don't know for officially, but you got to be hands down the most consistent streamer on the server.
That's what I'm talking about. Everybody listen to what Paul's saying. He's speaking the truth. So in specifically with the Guinness World Record team, they need to be able to verify the entirety of my streams and the amount of data that I've archived, and they don't have the team to be able to do that. So we'll have to crowdsource that before we can get it official. But I think I will have quite a few different Guinness World Records, including most amount of data archived on the internet, perhaps social media by one individual, perhaps most time spent in Discord. Discord itself tells me I'm not in the top 1% of Discord users, nor the top 0.1%, but I'm in the top 0.01%, which has to put me up there with Lo-Fi Girl and all kinds of bots that are out there. I probably have the world record on most hours slept on stream, most meals eaten on stream, perhaps most conversations had on stream. So from those perspectives, I think there will be a litany of different world records, but it's really exciting. Paul, I'm sure you've heard my spiel, but do you mind if I give it to you as what I do if you were coming here and you didn't know anything about me?
Yeah, I know about it, but you can go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman, a real life Big Brother timeline in a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already, and I want to ensure that you have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Paul?
That sounds wonderful. Like, it's man, like I like your personality, and like I like how honest you are, and like how sociable you are. What I mean is like you're very outgoing, and like a lot of streamers who try and do stuff like you know what I mean, like they don't interact with their chat, they don't talk, like actually talk, like.
Absolutely. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your kind words. I feel it's almost a duty to connect with my community and to be interactive as best as I can. That's why I give so many people an opportunity to come in here 24 hours a day and speak with me directly in Discord. If you look at any of my YouTube streams, they all generally say, come to Rabbi's Discord to talk with them. And we don't have to talk about anything in particular. We don't have to talk about world peace or ending world hunger or ending worldism. I help people here from a pastoral sense. I help people with advice, business advice, employment advice, relationship advice. I do my best to just be a source of positivity for anyone who wants to enjoy it.
Yeah, like, and I like that, and like, you're like this level of commitment is just like, honestly, it inspires me. Like for real, like this is, I've never seen anything like this, and like it's. Have you ever had days where like you felt like giving up?
No, never. I get more motivated with every day that goes by. And that's an amazing thing that I even surprised myself with. You would think like, man, I've been doing this every single moment of every single day, essentially for the last 5 years. At any point, do I want to give it up? No, it becomes more and more important to me. My love for what I do grows. And I know that the light is at the end of the tunnel. The more people with whom I have encounters, such as you, such as the people on the podcast, such as people in the community, I see growth, I see excitement, and it's just going to take, this is how I put it to myself. If I can do one podcast a week, and I'm doing more than that a week, but if I average that for the next year, that's 52 that are going to stay on the internet for indefinite amounts of time. It's only a matter of time until somebody listens to one of those podcasts and says, wait a second, you mean to tell me this person's been live streaming for more than 4 years? They have the world's largest timeline, the world's largest archive of human data. They're live on more than 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously and other platforms as well. And they have more social media than any person ever, including 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. And nobody knows about them. I need to tell somebody about this, and it will go viral. And when it does, it will be a catalyst for world-changing, game-changing events, including, God willing, things like the importance of data, hopefully world peace.
Like, this is so inspirational, you know. Like, are they like big streamers or like that you've had podcasts with, or can you not talk about that?
No, I can talk about it. Some are bigger than others. In terms of like people with whom I've had communication, I have had Aiden Ross in my stream. I have had, I've been in Amaranth stream. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream, #1 streamer all time in Amaranth stream, #1 streamer in Kai Sanat stream, #1 streamer all in I Show Speed's Discord, #1 streamer, Socialize, #1 streamer. I've had Dr. Disrespect in my stream. So from influencer standpoint, I've covered some of them, but I haven't been able to create conversations like I have with Sam as much as I would have liked. Now, the other podcasts that I've been on have some of influence. I'd say that they get either hundreds, thousands of people who listen to their podcasts, each one. And the really exciting thing to me, Paul, is whenever I'm on one of these podcasts, they don't say, okay, Rabbi, well, that was a really great conversation. Take care. They say, when can we have you on? Do next week? Can you do the one person who I had a podcast with today said to me previously, interesting, and I wanted to do a podcast with you, and I had told you previously I wanted to do maybe 4 podcasts with you. I've changed my mind. I want you to be on my podcast every 2 weeks. Is that something you can do? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So I'm basically a guest host of a podcast. I do a podcast tomorrow. This will be the 3rd time I'm in 3 weeks that I've done this podcast. The previous podcast that I did in April, the person liked me so much, instead of just doing 1 podcast, we did 5. And then another person in May, they wanted to do 1 podcast originally. We ended up doing 4 others. And that's unlike any, and I listen to podcasts all the time. Very, very rarely are they like, we want you on as soon as possible, whenever we can get you back on. Let's make this a series because we feel that this is so important. That's really unique. And I'm really positive to that. So in answer to your question, 1,000 over the course of a few weeks or so. But when you all of those together, that's going to very much increase my visibility. And all it's going to take is someone out there who listens to one of these podcasts, who checks out what I'm doing and sees this huge amount of data that I've archived. It will be a treasure hunt for people. And what I feel, it's not just the story of my life as an individual, but it's a study. It's a study and the archiving of human history. If I were doing this 100 years ago, I would be a journalist, someone who would write in a journal, or a diarist, someone who would write in a diary. I just use video as my medium to be able to archive world history. And I don't think this is just going to be important to people in 2026, but I truthfully believe it will be important to people in 2126 and 3026 and 10,000 years from now, perhaps, as a study of human achievement. And hey, if I'm wrong, I tried. When my head hits the pillow at night, I know I've done everything I can to promote world peace. But the things, Paul, that I talk about are unlike things that anybody's talking about today. And what am I talking about? I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that are very future oriented. Like what? Like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like telekinesis, teleportation, things like perhaps telepathy, things like Santa Claus machines, which are replicators. Basically, think of a 3D printer that's connected to the periodic table of elements, and it can make anything that you want. I talk about things like de-extinction. Paul, people don't know this, but the successful de-extinction already took place more than 20 years ago in the year 2023. Fast forward, it was with a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. This is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm excited to be able to cover it. Go ahead.
I agree. I know. I agree with you. You know, I like futurism tourism as well. And I was going to ask, what do you think about asteroid mining?
I think it's an excellent opportunity. I was talking with people earlier today on a podcast about asteroids and both their positives and their negative aspects, and really, especially with robotics that won't put people in danger. The idea of asteroid mining or just mining on other celestial bodies has incredible opportunity. I've heard the phrase basically that, or at least the hypothesis that there are there's more uh, available opportunity than perhaps anywhere on Earth, meaning there are just huge deposits of gold that are easily available, or of silver or of aluminum on some of these asteroids. And if we get a robot to be able to land there safely and be able to collect this and be able to take it back to Earth, that's really going to change things. And then we no longer have to hopefully pollute our own planet, but we'll be able to use many of these other sources for the necessary minerals that we need to be able to be successful on our planet.
Oh yeah. Do you think that it will actually become a reality maybe in the next 100 years? Or
That's a good timeline, I would say. So when we talk about things, Paul, we have to think that if given enough time, so the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old and has a lifetime of approximately 60 billion years old. And so we have to think we have another 46.2 billion years to be able to experiment. Anything is possible. And so I think that we will have landed robots or rovers on an asteroid and actually be able to mine these types of elements in the next 100 years. I would say so. I think 100 years is probably a good timeline on that. I don't think it'll happen in the next 10 years, but I think it'll happen in less than 1,000 years. So 100 years, I think, is probably a really good estimate.
right. Well, in terms of the future, I guess, and maybe the next 20 or so years, what are you anticipating? Is it the rise of AI, or what is something that's that you're anticipating most?
Absolutely, the rise of AI certainly, and the rise of robotics. So I have been fortunate enough to be streaming before large language models were released to the public. In fall of 2021, ChatGPT, I was an early adopter of it in November 2022 and was a user of it when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I actually have pre-large language models in human society, and now everything that's happened since then did us, and GPT-1 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 to 4.5 to 5, etc. And the rise of Gemini and Claude and Copilot and all of these Perplexity and all of these other models that we've seen and how they've affected society. And I've had the opportunity also to watch the development of companies like certainly Tesla and Boston Dynamics and what they've done in terms of robots. And so 10 years, we're going to see some major replacements of, and we've already seen, positions. You won't have customer service agents anymore. You won't have coders anymore. These will go the way of what they used to call knockers, basically in early 19th century or so, people who would tap on your window to make sure that you were up for work. Well, that got replaced with the alarm clock. And we're going to be seeing lots of automation that's going to replace people's jobs. I think within the next 10 years or so, we will also see many security personnel replaced by robots, certainly factory workers replaced by robots. The goal is to make the autonomous factory basically an entire facility that has been interact in the sun, perhaps maybe some over. And when that starts to happen, it's going to free up a lot of time for people, but also how are people going to be able to provide for themselves? So I also see within the next 10 years the rise of at least the discussion of UBI, Universal Basic Income. And this has already been experimented with in some areas of even the United States for some individuals who get an extra $1,000 or so a month and how that allows them to relieve stress from themselves. And this has been experimented at least in California, in Long Beach, and also Palm Springs, and some other cities as well. And I think we are just at the beginning of that type of system. I also think that this could have some major positive effects, though, for humans globally in terms of a second, perhaps, renaissance where human art is valued much more than AI art or robotic art or machine-based art, where if an art piece is made with the hands of a human and it's valued, it can perhaps have much more of a connection to humanity and allow people to have more value to themselves, which means certainly pottery, and people who are muralists and artists and any type of creator is able to make things for the benefit of humanity. And when previously we would have wanted, let's just say, a lamp because we could get it at IKEA and it was a certain price and the price was right, great. We want something that was ceramic made by hand because it has more value, because everything in our society will be robots and built by AI and machines and such. So the inherent value of being handmade. And I also anticipate changes to humanity's life expectancy. So right now, the average life expectancy, at least in the Western world, is about age 80. But with integrations like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, blood transfusions, testosterone replacement therapy, I anticipate the average life expectancy, maybe not in the next 10 years, but certainly in the next 100 years, will rise from age 80 to perhaps age 100, 120. And then we'll be of a generation that will be maybe able to either pause aging or even use reverse aging pharmaceuticals and therapies to extend our span. And what today's 50-year-old is will be tomorrow's 80-year-old, and what tomorrow's 100-year-old is today's 50-year-old or whatever, 60-year-old or whatever it may be, meaning what people are able to do in their life at a certain age will be much easier to do in the future at a later age. And then eventually moving into transhumanism and other types of technology like mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, that's very important. I don't want to do anything that someone wouldn't want, but if they consented, we'd be able to scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Paul, and I'm saying to the world who may watch this now or in the future, is we're talking about the possibility at an immortality, which I think is a really exciting outcome that we will be seeing within the next century or so. Is that within the next 10 or 20 years? No, but we're moving towards there. Other events that we may be able to anticipate are some mega projects, at least the discussions of which, second Suez Canal. This is anticipated for some time in Israel. Basically, I think it would be called the Ben Gurion Canal, which would connect the Red Sea to the Mediterranean through Israel. Additionally, other types of major canals in perhaps a widening of the Panama Canal and an additional canal through the Isthmus of Central America. This has been discussed through Nicaragua, perhaps Honduras, perhaps even Mexico as well, giving more links between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. We might see a tunnel discussion between
Europe and Africa through the Strait of Gibraltar. This has been discussed as well. There's also been discussions of having a bridge, but there are some major issues because that water is quite deep in that area. Other things have been discussed. The bullet train situation or maglev trains in California. Really, this is a project that's been talked about for 30 years and even funded for 20 years. We haven't seen much advancement being made on it, but hopefully within the next 20 years or so, we'll be able to see some advancements there. But those are just a few of the ideas that I see that may be more commonplace within the next 20 years. And one that's near and dear to my heart is the discussion, at least, of alien disclosure and recognizing that there's a majority of people in the Western world who no longer think that we are alone in the universe, and what kind of effect that has on society and the search for extraterrestrial life, or actually recognize on Earth, and taking these discussions very seriously are things that I think we can anticipate within the next 10 to 20 years. Does that answer your question, Paul?
It answers my question very thoroughly.
Excellent.
And, I appreciate thoroughness, and I do want to ask, is this something you've always been interested in, but I guess at first maybe you didn't know how to start this journey, or was it just or was it something that just suddenly came to mind?
Excellent question. I have always had an interest in the future, but I didn't always know how to it. And I would also say that some of the subjects that I discussed, I was a major skeptic of, including alien and the extraterrestrial life. I felt that maybe we weren't alone in the universe, but that we had no connections to aliens, and that was just something in science fiction. And it was really about 2008 when my mind was changed to that, when I saw a press conference at the National Press Club by Dr. Stephen Greer, known as the Disclosure Project, that occurred May 9th, 2001, where he brings in more than a dozen or so whistleblowers who talk data that we've collected from these crafts and the speeds that they are moving at, and the military, how the military has a deep interest in these. It was the first time I ever saw people with degrees who were serious individuals, and they were vetted and had taken oaths to talking about this in a very serious way, and it made me really dig into that. In terms of the communication of my thoughts on futurism, I always had an interest in the future. I think many people do, but I didn't always have something which to communicate with. So what am I saying? Basically, I could talk with people, but I was limited at that. But something that really expanded my ability to understand the future very well is artificial intelligence. As I previously said, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. And once ChatGPT was launched and had a workable model, I could go in and say, tell me about 100 different types of computers that are faster than quantum. And it would tell me about holographic computers and plasma computers and anti-gravity computers and antimatter computers, things that I couldn't even potentially even process at that time. And then I was able to create lists of them, or I might have an interest in time travel, but I didn't really have people who I could talk about time travel with. Even the best physicists in the world only know so much, but I could go to AI and say, give me a list of 100 different ways to be able to time travel. And it would say, all right, well, there are wormholes, and there are the bending of space-time, and time is affected by gravitational bodies like black holes, and 100 of these, and it would be like, wow, those all really make sense. So there was definitely astrology, and then that connects connection with AI to be able to take the ideas that made sense to me and actually make them concrete. And that happened within the last 4 years or so. Once AI models became usable. So I may not have always had the words for it because they just weren't available, or phrases weren't available to the common individual. But now with AI, I can tell it's raised my intelligence, and I think it's raised the global intelligence of anyone who's had the opportunity to use it.
With live streaming,
Yes.
like, is this something you've always had in mind, or was this something like you suddenly woke up and realized you had the answer through live, like through archiving your entire life?
Absolutely.
24/7.
I remember as a child, I would ask my parents to order special events, and I would ask them, why don't we just continue the camera? Like, why don't we just leave the camera going? And my parents would explain to me that that wasn't really that feasible because of the amount of time that it would take to record all of that. And we had like cassettes, and they're like bricks, and basically our entire house and any storage that we would have would just be made into cassettes. And that wasn't reasonable, and people don't really do that. And I was okay with that. I mean, that made sense to me. And then in the late 90s, a movie came out known as The Truman Show. If you've ever seen it, stars Jim Carrey. The idea of someone's life being on camera all the time. And then reality television made people, I think, more comfortable, like Big Brother, of being on camera all the time. And the thing that really changed my views on doing this was the pandemic. I went from being your traditional black hat Orthodox Jew, going to synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, to having those services being live streamed on camera, which was never done previously and throughout any time in Judaism. And also my position as a certified project management professional, going from being in the office every single day to moving remote, and going from being on camera 0 hours a day to anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day when you combine how much I was on camera for work and how much I was on camera for my community. And I already recognize that, man, like more than half of my day is already on camera. And then I sleep for like 8 hours of this. So there's only this small window when I'm not on camera. And I found that during the pandemic, I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I would want to see what my golf swing was like. And I would record that, and I would make some little jokes to myself whether I'd hook the ball or slice the ball or top the ball. And I thought, my future family might think these home videos are really interesting. And before they were even a glimmer in my eye, I might want to take this data and upload it to the cloud. And it was taking me a long time to do that because of all the downloading and re-uploading, and you can get throttled and such. And I thought, what? There's got to be an easier way. What if I just go all in and just start live streaming all of it? And so in the fall of 2021, that's what I began doing. And as you see, the rest is history.
Right. So do you still work that job? I take it like you were in the IT industry?
That's correct. So I've had some success in my previous roles, making six figures, to have some savings, and I have some financial launched on the App Store and Google Play, and the contracts that I've had with Fortune 100s that I don't necessarily have to work right now. I do get people who ask me to complete projects for them, and they will specifically come to me. They know that I'm an accomplished project management professional, and so I'll do contracts for them every so often. Whenever they ask me, I don't ask for I don't recruit for positions, and they will pay me for the work that I do. So I'm able to stay afloat within a budget. I can't travel the world like I'd like to, and I certainly have had to cut back on spending. But I recognize that being able to focus on the streams without having to work is an amazing opportunity for me to be able to create a community and to be able to promote myself. And I know God forbid if I run out of money, then I can just go back to working. And I previously went and was able to land major six-figure positions, and I'll be able to do the same again.
I like the mindset. So do you ever, if you go, let's say maybe you go out or maybe go out to eat, do you live stream that as well? Or,
I have.
how does that work?
I have. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. When I go to the store, occasionally I will either live stream it if I can, or I use a GoPro, and for anywhere that I may not have the connectivity that I desire, or if my phone gives out, or I know that the battery may not have the type of life that I need, I use GoPros. So I have a collection of just small GoPros that I'll put an SD card in, and I have a huge bag of SD cards with terabytes worth of information that one day I'd like to upload and be able to share with the world. And when I would drive, I would live stream, or sometimes live stream my driving, which I have video of, or just put that on SD cards. But generally, I find that it's easiest for me to have things shipped to me, especially in terms of groceries and stuff. Now, I do go on walks occasional, either live stream those, just some video footage of when I do that. But when I'm doing that, I can't be in my Discord while live streaming simultaneously on 20 different YouTubes and connecting with people on Discord. And I find that it's easiest for me to have moved away from the IRL stream, which is how I started IRL, and moving towards desktop streams such as this, so that when someone comes in, I'm able to connect with them immediately, and I'm not in the field or worrying about some kind of technical issue that I may be experiencing because my phone died, or because I have poor lighting, or because I have poor connectivity. And but the goal is, when I go viral, to not only give people a first-person view of my life through Meta glasses and maybe perhaps like a camera on my chest, but also to travel the world and be able to do good, live streaming it 24 hours a day, so that people can literally live their life alongside me for the rest of my life, God willing, and have decades worth of footage to be archived. And unlike any other influencer that you will ever find, my streams don't end, really. So you will literally right now, someone just on YouTube would have to spend over 100 years of their life going through all of my streams. So there are different angles, and there may be more information that they might be gleaned from the different angles. And that doesn't include all my other social media that I have. I have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of posts on Instagram and TikTok that have never been seen by anyone before. And it's like, well, how were you able to create these? I've created robots that every hour will just take a video of my life and upload it to Instagram. So I have hours of my life saved on Instagram. Or on TikTok, I have music videos that are created. I basically took 20,000, more than that, almost 50,000 songs, the top 50,000 songs of all time. Of course, everything from Elvis and the Beatles and Frank Sinatra and all the big ones that everybody knows, to many indie bands that no one has ever heard. And I've made music videos of those by just creating a robot that every 3 minutes would take 3 minutes of a song and 3 minutes of my life and upload it to the cloud. And while there are some people who have seen those videos, not everyone has, but the people who have seen them are the people who are the little indie bands who no one's ever used their song in a reel on TikTok or whatever, or Instagram, and they will come and they will send me a message thanking me because somebody's actually appreciating their art. And, you know, that starts a little bit of a dialogue. So it's really exciting from my perspective in terms of what I've created there, that I have more blogs than person on Earth. And it's like, oh, what do you mean blogs? What I've done is created AI robots that have created over 2,000 blogs for me. Now, not blog posts, blogs. And each blog has more than at least a dozen or so blog posts on everything from time travel to pop culture to different kinds of music. What I will do is go to ChatGPT and say, give me the top 100 types of all time, and it will give me everything from pop to rock to soul to jazz to whatever. I take those 100 and put it into a spreadsheet, and then I'll say, give me 100 different types of batteries that are more efficient than lithium batteries, and I'll take those like gravity batteries and americium batteries and put those into a list, and I'll say, give me 100 types of ways to be able to teleport, and I'll take those. Basically, I'll take a list of huge amounts of ways to be able to do something, you can then have AI build a very large blog post about it with pictures, and then I have all of this that is being automated. So in fact, Paul, just now, and I'm gonna open my other phone here so you can see what I'm talking about. So we should in a second be able to see me. All right, here I am. Okay, I'm gonna turn my microphone off there. Okay, so this is creating a blog right here, and it's on cruiser motorcycle engineering culture and enduring legacy of the open road. And here are all my other blogs, and it's doing this all in an automated fashion. And we'll come over here and grab the article. You can see the pink finger there. That is automated. And while I sleep, this is creating thousands of blogs for me. So we have things on scooter evolution, trolley buses, mopeds. And this is just, why is it just naming types of transportation? Because I asked it to. I just would say, give me 100 types of transportation. Give me 100 types of automobile creators. Give me 100 types of planes. And then I just put those all into a list. And then what it's going to do is it's going to paste all that information in here. Just like that. It inputs, we'll put a title in it in an automated fashion. It knows exactly where to click and where to publish. It's right now going to select this information as the title, and it knows exactly what to do. It just grabs that and it's going to put it in the title position, and then it's going to hit publish in a moment. And once it hits publish post, yep, and then it moves on to the next one. And so in terms of, like, I'm basically my own Wikipedia. It's not the purpose of this, but in the future, people will have an opportunity to read about huge amounts of blog posts that I have on these types of subjects, that many of which are automated. But then I have my own blog that's rabbirothschild.medium.com on subjects that are near and dear to my heart, that affect real people. Why perhaps property taxes might be considered theft, or why do we have startup times on computers anymore? Why can't things just start up immediately? Or why do we have connectivity issues with different devices? Or why is it like when you connect to Wi-Fi, do you get 1 bar, 2 bars, or 3 bars? Why doesn't it give you a connection percentage? Percentages are much easier to be able to understand than just 1 bar. Or your cell phone. For years, it's been 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. Why doesn't it say you have 69% connectivity? Your battery can do that. Why doesn't the phone do that? Just little things like that that I want people to be able to read eventually, that I think will have a significant impact and push humanity forward from a technological perspective. And that's basically what I do. I'm only one person, but I do know that in my own way, I'm creating more content than any person ever.
Right. You are certainly creating more content than anyone on this planet.
That's right.
And if you had to guess, how much data would you say you have archived in these past 5 years? If you had to take, I guess, give a guesstimation.
Yes,
do you document this stuff?
I do. So at least these are rough estimates, but every year I create between 0.5 and 2.5 petabytes worth of information. So at this point, I'm about at maybe 10 petabytes or more. And when we're talking a petabyte, that's 1,000 terabytes. Every single day, I produce about maybe 2 to 3 terabytes of information when you consider I'm live on 25 different YouTube streams, and I multi-stream on all of the devices. I have 33 different devices, and those are multi-streaming at any given time on 2 YouTube streams, on 2 Rumble streams, on 2 Twitch streams, on locals.com and on Nemo.tv. And in addition, I'm live on 2 different video Twitter spaces. So when you combine all of that, it's more than a terabyte a day, and usually averages to be somewhere between 2 or 3 terabytes approximately. And then that's all compounded over the course of the amount of days that I have. So we're definitely in the petabyte range every year. And the more that I do this, the more petabytes that I create.
Right. Man, this is so fascinating.
Thank you.
Has this like interfered with like your family life? Like, are your parents aware of this, or
I've done my best.
Like your relatives?
Yeah, I've done my best to keep this away from my family as much as possible. Surprise people with, especially like my close friends. I have made them aware, my closest friends, IRL friends, like, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is why you're not going to see me like regularly, like you would see me 3 times a day in synagogue, and my rabbinical colleagues as well. And they know that this is a huge undertaking, and this is not necessarily absolutely unique. Even within the rabbinical world, rabbis, antiquity, some will spend huge amounts of time, like 12 or 11 years or 12 years or sometimes 13 years in a cave, traditionally meditating or basically trying to connect with mysticism in whatever way that they could. Now, is that what I'm doing? Not necessarily. I'm not in a cave. I go outside whenever I want, usually at least once a day. And but I do pray on stream. I've got my tefillin here, so every day I have shacharis, which is our morning prayer. I light candles for Shabbat. I say blessings on food. I live as orthodox a life as I can, which is different though than the previous orthodox life that I was for a life on hold. I'm not interested in viral. I'll be able to have any woman in the world. Every woman in the world, within reason, wants to be a part of the world's largest project, the world's largest archive. It's an incredible undertaking. They want their family to be remembered. Every woman deep down wants to be famous in her own way so she can make her friends jealous. It's just part of human nature. And so I know in my own way that being able to delay being a husband and being a father is something that I've had to do. And in terms of the friends that I have, we still email, and occasionally we'll do FaceTime or something like that just to check in with each other. And my standpoint, and they recognize, is I'm sacrificing a few years of my life for perhaps not just my benefit to be one of the most, if not history, but also more important for the benefit of humanity, to re-inject discussions into the zeitgeist of humanity, like world peace, like ending world hunger, like ending world thirst. So from that perspective, they couldn't be more positive of it. They have a friend who has made a huge sacrifice of their life for the benefit of humanity, and there's nothing wrong with that. And in terms of my other family, I want to surprise them. I want them one day to be looking at the paper or maybe on social media or whatever it may be, or on television, and all of a sudden they see, hey, their cousin went viral for this project. And so I don't rely on them in any way um, to promote me by any means, and I don't request that people necessarily go out of their way to promote me. If anybody wants to talk about what I'm doing and share it, absolutely, I fully endorse that. But I don't force anybody to do anything, and I've always been someone who likes surprising people, and that I think is a huge motivator. That like I have the world's biggest surprise for the whole world, not just for my friends and family. And when that goes viral, it's going to change the world.
And I'm still surprised it happens because like this is unlike anything I've like ever seen, and it's remarkable, you know. Do you think that like these like since you're getting like, do you think you're gaining more traction like through these podcasts now?
Absolutely. It gives me more of an audience that I didn't have before. They're already pre-made audiences for me. And so instead of one person in here who's like, hey, tell me about what you do. I saw you in this Discord, or I saw your YouTube, and I go through it all. This gives me the ears of hundreds of people simultaneously, and also allows me to have that information archived. You know, Paul, you were saying I'm surprised that you're not viral by now. And I am too. I thought I'd be viral within the first 100 days. Somebody who just lived their life online, this is going to be easy. What I ran into, and I still run into, are issues in terms of moderation and administrative policies of the different social media platforms. So, like, what do I run into? One major issue is the streaming of my life on multiple platforms and using multiple accounts. That is arguably, many ways, can be considered a violation of YouTube's terms and conditions. Generally, YouTube wants to keep someone to different YouTube accounts and streaming from all of them. Sometimes they consider that spam, and then if they consider it spam, you're not technically allowed to open up any other YouTube accounts. Well, I don't let that stop me. I basically have said to myself, look, I'm going to create as many YouTube accounts as I need. If YouTube wants to let them go for 6 months and ban them, that's absolutely fine. I know they're storing that data, and I know I'll be able to get those accounts back when I appeal, because of there's an exception within their policies for something that's newsworthy. If something's newsworthy, it can basically override some of their terms and conditions. But on top of that, I've got all of the data generally backed up on different other platforms, whether they're Instagram or Rumble or Locals or Twitter. So I have redundant streams in case anything like that happens, but it makes it difficult because I can't say, hey, follow me at Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. Why? Because that account, for whatever reason, because YouTube didn't like to have said on stream or something, or they may have considered it spam, took that down months ago or years ago. But that doesn't bother me too much because I just create more and more accounts, recognizing that the importance is when somebody types Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and I tell them to filter by live, they see more than they've ever seen in their entire life. That's what's important to me. And they can connect with me that way. They can watch my life from multiple angles that way. And all of the data is already backed up on redundant streams from other platforms as well. So once I get them hooked with the YouTube and they were like, hey, I want to see what you were doing 4 years ago or whatever, hey, go to my Instagram. You can easily see that. Or I want to see what you were doing 2 years ago from this angle. Hey, go to Rumble. You can easily see that. Or I wasn't able to hear you that well on this one stream. Okay, that's fine. Go to my Twitter space. It has the best audio that you're going to find. Whatever it is, they'll be able to dig into it.
Right. You know, I was laughing earlier about what you said regarding YouTube banning, because it's like you got like thousands of accounts, man. You're like, you know, for this, like you're like the final boss.
That's right. That's right. 100%. I've been known as the boogeyman, and that's an okay nickname as well. Whatever these platforms, however they want to reference me, that's fine. I just don't give up. And if you don't give up, if you're really motivated by something, aside from death, nothing's going to stop you from getting your end result. And I know that the peace movement needs leaders, and it needs people to have a platform. And my big goal takes me down, and all my content's down from YouTube. That's fine. I've got Rumble. That's fine. I've got TikTok. That's fine. I've got Instagram. And I have huge amounts of data. And at that point, when people find out about that, they're going to push and advocate for YouTube to give me everything back. They're going to say, this is a really important world event. How dare you take down essentially the world's time capsule, the world's timeline? This is important for people to be able to study in the future. And it's a pretty easy argument for me to be able to make that my data is the foundational example for AI. I will eventually perfect their models on humanity. My example will perhaps be the most used of any human ever, because I have more data from more angles of a single individual archived to the internet for it to be able from which to learn. And for people in the future who are learning about micro behaviors and circadian rhythms and biological patterns and eating habits and sleeping habits and breathing patterns and blinking habits and behavioral and behavior science, my streams are perfect examples of that, because again, I have more data archived on a single individual. That's free. That's anybody. You don't have to go through need a pass or a subscription. Everything is free for the world. It's going to be the most studied event in global history, perhaps.
Yeah, I really do firmly believe that God willing, I want you to go viral.
Me too.
Now.
Same here.
But I feel like if anything, and I do think you're gonna be immortalized.
That's right.
People are probably they're gonna be talking about you. You're gonna have this is just so fascinating, and do the people in this VC does anyone actually talk?
Oh, absolutely.
I've been in here a few times.
Absolutely.
It's nobody really talks to you.
Oh no! Right before you came in, I was having a 2-hour discussion on a business plan with Riser. He and I play games every night. Miss Aquarius and I play games every night. She's just sleeping right now, and then Brandon's sleeping as well. He has a few accounts in here, but yes, almost round the clock, I have someone in here with whom I'm having some kind of interaction now. Maybe in the times that you've seen, I might Asia and Africa and Europe and certainly North and South America, just depending on the time and where they are in the world. But yes, I have people who keep my attention almost every hour of the day, to the point where many times I have to tell people, hey, I can't talk right now. I'm busy. Is there any way we can talk about this tomorrow or later on today or whatever it may be?
Yeah, because I've seen you, I've known of you for quite some time. Probably, to be honest, probably about 3 years. And socialized. I've seen you basically every VC server.
Yes.
I've seen your name. And you've always intrigued me.
Excellent. And you're not alone.
Because I've watched your streams, and then I googled your name, and I watched that interview with Sam Bond, and I'm like, I want to try and find this guy. Because sometimes I'm out caught, I find you in your sleep or something, but. It was that Sam Bond interview, that just really made me want to just actually talk to you.
Excellent. And that brings warmth to my heart, because it tells me that people are watching these interviews and they're motivated by them, and that podcasts that are happening. I'm glad that we were able to connect. You should know, Paul, that I don't want this to be our only connection. You're always welcome here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm open to anything that you may need. And I would like to say I have confidence that a year from now, with the collaboration of all of these different podcasts, that we will be viral, and we'll look back on this discussion, perhaps over a tropical drink island somewhere on where we've been able to pay for and all your vacation, whatever, and cheers and just be able to say we did it. It took some time, but and just know I'm always here for you to support you when need. Okay, Paul?
Yeah, the same goes to you.
Excellent.
You know, what are your sleeping hours normally? Like what time would you say you normally sleep?
It's an excellent question. It can vary. So I try to keep normal Pacific Standard Time hours. However, if I have like a podcast, like I had a podcast this morning at 8 a.m. and there was another podcast that we were maybe going to do at 5 a.m. And when that happens, I've got to be up before then, and I've got to pray. Daven is what we call it, and then I also teach every day. So that means I've got to be up at least like by 3 a.m. And so that means I might sleep throughout the day. So it can vary, and I don't really have too many responsibilities from a standpoint that I absolutely have to be awake during these certain waking hours. So whenever someone wants to plan a podcast with me, and sometimes these podcasts are in Australia, or sometimes they're in Central Europe or something, and so I do my best to adjust to people's hours. But generally, I like to be up by ideally 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and usually I like to get to bed by at least 1 or 11 p.m. Pacific Time, which is 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes I'll be very tired. I'll take a nap, and that'll throw off my hours. But generally, I like to keep normal daylight hours.
Right. Good. So, is this around? So, is this around the time you will be sleeping? It's I'm in Alabama, so it's It's 1:39 a.m. and it's
set up podcast this morning, so I slept throughout the day. So I'll be up all night probably, and then I've got another podcast that I'm doing tomorrow evening, around 4:30 p.m. So I'll probably sleep maybe in the early morning to the mid afternoon, and then I'll prepare for that podcast. And it's the third session that I've had with this group of, not just a one-on-one podcast. It's there are 6 of us in this podcast, and we get interviewed. So it's kind of a neat, different way of doing a podcast. And then usually I like to watch podcasts of my own, not my own podcast, but I like Joe Rogan and those kind of popular podcasts. And then I'll try to get my hours back to normal probably tomorrow night.
Right. So you said you are a certified, rabbi.
Correct.
And don't mind me asking. I'm curious. What do you think about the Orthodox Jewish protests that have been going on in Israel?
Certainly
in Tel Aviv.
Yes. So
you know about it?
Now, there are some protests for different reasons. Some of them having to do with the drafting of Orthodox students, yeshiva students primarily, into the IDF, and that's been a major contention since the founding of Israel, 14th, 1948. There are people who feel that the government has overstepped its authority, especially in some of the perhaps occupied lands. There are additionally protests that are going on in the United States, specifically in Brooklyn, in terms of just some anti-Zionist sentiment. Many Orthodox religious Jews traditionally were not Zionists. Zionism is more a secular movement, and many Orthodoxies, many of the Orthodox persuasion felt that Israel may be something that should be founded in the future, but only once Mashiach or our Messiah comes. In general, I do my best to avoid any type of specific political views, but what I do for the ability of people to be able to learn, meaning yeshiva students, but then there are also requirements to live in a country such as Israel, and if one of those requirements is perhaps to have to serve in the military, then that may be something that may need to be evaluated. And I don't necessarily think that you can't have both. There's no reason. We have us who are learning at the same time while they're serving, and I think that's a possibility for yeshiva students as well. Although they're, to me, in a perfect world, I would want to live a passive life, and for those who want to have some type of exception due to non-combatant roles, maybe they could work as a project manager, or maybe they could work as an electrical engineer. That is still considered service to the military or the country, but not necessarily a specific military role in terms of being on the front line. I empathize with both sides, and probably empathize more with the Orthodox view that people should be allowed to learn, and not be forced into compulsive military service. But if they are, then there should be a way for them to be able to serve, or at least promote the benefits or the ideals of the country in a way that doesn't involve direct frontline service.
Right, because that's something that I've learned also about the Orthodox Jews, and like you were talking about their like anti-Zionist views, because I've been doing like a bit more research on what's been going on in Israel and how the IDF's been attacking like Orthodox Jews, because like you said, like they don't want to like be drafted. They don't believe it.
That's correct.
And it's what was I going to say? Yeah, I was just curious about that, because I've learned a lot more like about the different sects. Like the Orthodox, like I said, like they generally have more of an like anti-Zionist perspective.
Some do, not all.
Yeah. And
yes, generally this is
like fluent in Hebrew. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I am not as fluent as I would like to be. I have studied Hebrew, but my Hebrew is generally biblical Hebrew. It's ancient Hebrew. It's what we would use in our services. Certainly, I know our blessings in Hebrew, but the modern Hebrew is much different. And while I have taken Hebrew classes, I would like to become stronger. Certainly, Hebrew is not the only language in which I'd like to be stronger. Yiddish and Aramaic are both languages that I've learned over the course of my studies, and those are some that I'd like to be stronger in as well. And I've recognized that as I do this stream, I can only focus on so many things, but there's a period of my life where I would like to live in Israel and really have an excellent grasp of modern Hebrew in addition to the biblical Hebrew that I have.
Does your parents from Israel?
No, most of Israel, no. My family is Ashkenazi. We have European connection, specifically to Hungary and Germany and really East Coast cities, which is generally the commonplace within the Ashkenazi world. Most Jews in general really don't live in Israel, which is surprising to some people. The diaspora is slightly larger than those in Israel. And Israel itself is not all Jewish. Israel has 75% Jewish population, percent Muslim and Christian. Well, yes. And then from there, even those who the Israeli government considers Jews, I don't consider Jews, and the Orthodox world doesn't consider Jews. If you're saying, what do you mean? You mean people who are Israeli who are considered Jews on their ID, you don't consider Jews, Rabbi? And I would say absolutely, that's true, and that's commonplace within Orthodoxy. To be a Jew is to come from a Jewish mother or to have had a Jewish conversion. It's as simple as that. And what happens is the Israel become very political, where the child of an Israeli is considered Israeli and thus Jewish, but they're not able to get married within an Orthodox ceremony. And so it becomes very contentious there as well. And with my project, it is a goal of mine to unify Israel and to unify this practice. I want all Jews to be able to marry all Jews. It's as simple as that. And in the current world, that is not possible, especially in Israel. If you have someone whose mother is not Jewish or is not a convert to Judaism, they cannot get married in an Orthodox ceremony in Israel. And this is a major point of contention in the state. And I'd like to unify the country.
Right. I guess what I meant to say was like, do your parents like speak Hebrew or?
Well, really more Yiddish, and my grandparents spoke Yiddish. So we were more Yiddish speakers, and the Hebrew that my parents know is generally from services in the Orthodox community. But really, Hebrew is this version of Hebrew is a modern invention, really, that came about less than 140 years ago. It was considered a dead language for about 2,000 years outside of shtetls and shuls and synagogues. It wasn't spoken outside of Jewish services. What was spoken is Yiddish. And so Yiddish is the mother tongue of most Ashkenazi Jews. So my grandparents spoke Yiddish. My parents know Yiddish, certainly as well. But in the home, Yiddish spoken as much as any Hebrew that you would hear, and that's common within the Ashkenazi world. And in terms of the Sephardic Jewish world, Yiddish is still somewhat spoken because of Ashkenazi influences. Hebrew is more spoken. Israel is more of a Sephardic country, and so Hebrew is spoken. But even that language, Hebrew, modern Israeli Hebrew, is only about 140 years old, and has many Greek influences as well. So it's a rather new language that my grandparents would have found, and great grandparents would have found to be a Germanic offshoot, which would have been spoken and was spoken within shtetls or Eastern European towns for hundreds of years. So I, in many ways, have both Yiddish influence and Hebrew influence, as well as Aramaic, which is an ancient language, and Ladino as well, from Sephardic connections. So really, as a rabbi, I'm always learning, but I have had influence of certainly Yiddish, Hebrew, Aramaic, Ladino, and then of course English and some of the mixtures that have happened within Israeli language development. And language is always evolving as well. So I anticipate Yiddish will continue to grow. It was once considered in its own way to be somewhat a dead language too, or close to it, but has had a resurgence within the Hasidic Jewish world, and many of the shuls of which I'm a member was primarily Yiddish-speaking synagogues, but the service is in Hebrew. Well, some is in Aramaic as well. So even a Jewish service will have Hebrew, of course. It will have Aramaic, usually they're made of um, sometimes it can be spoken. So over the course of like a 3 hour um, a 3 hour Shabbat service, you're going to hear at least 3 languages, if not more. And even just our morning services, you're going to have at least 3 languages. So we have to be multilingual as Jews generally in order to be able to understand everything.
Right. So, did your family speak Yiddish to you, like as a child?
Well, generally, I mean, we're American Jews, and most American Jews speak English. But my grandparents definitely gave me some Yiddish influence, and yeah, they would use at least some types of Yiddish phrases with me, but they'd also speak English to me, which is commonplace in America during the 20th century.
I assume your internet, like your ISP, like you don't have like a bandwidth limit, right?
Well, generally, most resident internet is considered unlimited, quote unquote. But I've had to make requests for increases in bandwidth, and speeds can vary, connectivity can vary. Over the course of 4 years, I have made requests for the ISP to come out and look and see why sometimes I get little disconnects like anybody gets, but they don't recognize that they're getting a quick disconnect because they're not always streaming. But since I am, I can tell when there's a hiccup immediately. And if I need faster speeds and such, then I have to move into like more commercial grade internet. But I do my best to be as efficient with the internet as possible in terms of the multi-streaming that I do. So when I say that I'm live on like 20 different YouTube streams, that's true, but some of those YouTube streams are being multi-streamed. So basically the heavy lifting is not on my ISP, but it's on another server somewhere, usually through Rumble Studio or Restream. And so I may be live right now on over 100 streams. I think I am. But my ISP is only having to do the heavy lifting of maybe 15 or 20 of them.
So how many live, like right now, like this current moment in time, how many streams are like, how many streams of yours are live and right now?
Okay, so
do you have an exact number?
I can give you a pretty good estimate, because it can vary if I ever have a disconnect of any. So on YouTube, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm at least 12 on YouTube, but I just had an issue with YouTube that I've got to reconnect a bunch of them. So usually I'm live on like 25 YouTube, but at least 12 on YouTube right now. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm live on 15 other devices, and each one of those devices is live on 2 Restreams at least, or pardon me, 2 Realms at least, 2 Twitch at least, 2 at least 1 Locals TV. So let's see here. That's 5 on each of those, and then another Nemo TV is another one on which I'm live. So that's 6. 6 times 15 is right there. That's 90. And then including the original 15 or like 12 YouTubes, that's another 102. And then I'm live on at least 2 Twitter Spaces that are on video, which makes 104. And if you don't count Discord, it's probably about 104. If you do count Discord, it's somewhere about 106 or so. And that's give or take. But yeah, actually about 100, more than 100 at the moment that are live. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
And if I may interrupt for a second as well, some of my streams have multiple cameras on them, so it's one stream, but it's two different views. Like I have one camera that has a ceiling camera and a camera that's facing me, so that's one stream but multiple angles.
right. So, how often would you say, like, you go out, whether it's like maybe for a drive or maybe like a walk, like going out to eat, or like how often would you say you leave the house and do that?
Well, I leave the house every day, at least to go to the mailbox or take out trash or whatever that may be. I go on walks. I try to go. There were periods where I wasn't going as much as I should, but I at least try to go at least on one a week, just to get outside, get some fresh air. Sometimes I'll do some videos while I'm doing that. Other times I just recognize I just need to get out of the house for 15 minutes or whatever. In terms of going to restaurants, and I'm an Orthodox Jew who keeps kosher, so most restaurants are off limits to me anyway. So I don't do generally like fast food or anything like that. If I do make an exception, it's still within kashrut. But like Krispy Kreme and Baskin Robbins are allowed, but you can generally get those at a local store. In terms of drives and such, I really found that the IRL live streaming was quite expensive for me in terms of my I had 4 data plans on Verizon, which was several $100s a month that I wasn't using. I wasn't using my car as much as I once was. I wasn't using the insurance that I was needing. And so generally now, if I need to go anywhere, I can Uber there pretty easily. I have yet to take a Waymo yet, but that's something that I might live stream. I also run into the issue that the connectivity of a phone device is just not nearly as good as what you're going to get near your Wi-Fi. So I do my best to really avoid it. I have had people who've come and visited me. So there are some people who have enough interest in what I do, and they've come and visited me from as far away as 8 hours away. And we've come and we've had like picnics, and I've given them tours of where I live and such. But generally, I think that I like to be able to communicate with people in my Discord. That's the easiest way for me to be able to communicate. And unless I'm going to be having multiple hands worth of devices, it's really difficult for me to be in Discord while live streaming, while additionally archiving the backup. So in terms of how often do I go outside, how often do I go on a walk? Once or twice a week or so. Often do I go out to dinner and such. Really the only restaurants that are generally in Los Angeles, though I have gone there on stream. I have gone there on stream and I have recorded from there. In fact, one of my favorite places to go is Steven Spielberg's mother's restaurant, known as the Milky Way, which is a great milk restaurant or dairy restaurant. And there's a place that I like to stream from there, but I haven't done that in a while just because it's quite a schlep. It's like 45 miles away or so. But generally, I do my best to at least touch grass, as they say, at least once a day.
Right. It's like how like do you live in a house or like an apartment?
I live in a house and I have roommates, so I don't fully own a house by any means, and so that means I have to ensure the privacy of my roommates. So when I first started, I would do more streaming outside of my house and my room and such, but I know that my roommates want their privacy, and the management of the house has asked, hey, if possible, can you not have like random visitors come here, because we don't know who these people are and we're living in our home, and so we don't want to make this a tourist attraction. So I've done my best to be able to respect that. And I have had my roommates on the stream over the course of 4 years. But one of them I would say one of them liked to be like we would go to Beverly Hills and we would either stream that or we would archive it on GoPros and such. But he has since he was a nursing student and then he got his degree and now he lives somewhere else. So the other roommates I haven't been with as close. Generally, it's a very it's a group of people. The ownership of the house, I believe, they're from Iran. My next door neighbors are from like the Philippines. There are other people from Iran. We have people from China who attend the University of California at Irvine. And then it's not a mansion by any means, but there are a lot of people within close quarters. So I do my best not to always. Sometimes I'll stream in the bathroom, but even that one time I forgot my phone in the bathroom. Just because I would like stream myself in the shower, like singing in the shower from the waist up and things like that. And one time I forgot a phone in the bathroom, and the management of the house had asked, "Can you not stream in the bathroom anymore because you have roommates and such, and they don't want to, they're doing their own thing in the bathroom, and they don't want a camera, even knowing that a camera is going on in there, even though the camera was off and everything." So I've respected that, it really, it's a stream about myself. It's not like a Big Brother like house where we've got cameras in every nook and cranny of the house, though we do have security cameras on the outside of the house. So there is some video that even I don't have access to that is being stored somewhere on some server somewhere, that I think people will be able to utilize in this live stream as well, to know not only what's going on inside the house, but what's going on in the outside of the house as well.
Right. So so your roommates are aware of what you do, and like are they comfortable with it? Do they support it?
Some of them are. It depends. Like we have some students who just a semester or whatever, and we really don't have too much of a connection. And I may not even say anything to them. There are the other roommates who I have who know that I do this for years, and they're like one of them is a caretaker. They just go to work. We don't really have too much interaction. They go to work at like 8 o'clock in the morning and they come home at like 6 o'clock at night. And it's not like we're going to have too much of an encounter unless, I have to use the bathroom or walking through the kitchen or something like that. So just like I don't really care what they do at their job, they don't really care what I'm doing in my room.
Right. So how long have you lived at that house?
Since 2018. And then
I think it wasn't until like you started streaming like this that you had roommates, or
no. I've had roommates. So prior to like 2016 or so, I've lived in Los Angeles County and other areas of Orange County. 2017, I was in Long Beach. I lived in a hotel for a year. 2018, I moved to my community in Irvine and into into Irvine, and then I've had since then probably like 20 different roommates or so. Some who have been here longer than I have, been here like 10 years. Others who just come in for a semester or two, and other people who I don't really even know if they're considered roommates or not. They might just be they may be friends of the ownership of the house, and they might just be spending a week here while they're in town or something like that. I don't ask too many questions because I just know that it's almost like a hostel, like where some people are moving in and moving out. It's very international, and basically I've been on month-to-month rent for years, and so a house, and we basically pay the mortgage on a several $1 million house, though it's just a regular house, but because of its location, it's worth millions. And I don't have to worry about the power bill. We have solar that is taken care of. I don't have to worry about the water bill. All the utilities are included and such. And so long as I stay within my budget, I don't have to worry too much about that. And Aside from like the couple of times where I might have forgotten a cell phone here or there, any issues with my roommates, but I just recognize that I need to be more respectful of taking my items with me when I'm done. It hasn't been an issue. The people who with whom I live are very respectful of me, and I do my best to be a nice hi in the or hello or how's your day going or whatever in the hallway. There haven't been too many interruptions. I did have one guy who liked to drink. He was here a few years ago, and he would like to drink and knock on my door and have a lot of conversations with me, and that's fine. You know, there are people who do that, but he wasn't. He actually caused some rift with one of our other roommates, and he moved out and on. So there have been some roommates who want to become closer than others. But in general, everybody kind of keeps to themselves, and I think we like it that way.
Right. And how big is that? Like, how big is the house? You said it's like a normal house. It's worth millions of dollars. Like,
well, it's like $2 million, I think, at this point. I think when I moved in, it was 600,000. So just because of how California real estate has gone in the last decade or so, it's really increased. So they have the owners of the house have. I think originally when they bought the house, part of it was added on, so they had like a it's become a living room, but it's like a sunroom that was added on with another bedroom, and then they have converted parts of the living room into storage, and so overall we've got a master bedroom, three, 4, 5. We're at like 7 bedrooms, but then there are sometimes people who stay in the master or the sunroom, and then also some people stay in the garage as well. The garage isn't completely finished, but it has like air conditioning and stuff, and it's become a storage room as well. Basically, people who own the house, the son is they're from Iran, and the son moved back to Iran, and his dad is like the house manager, and he recognizes that he could basically piece the house together with some living quarters that weren't always probably allowed within the city of Irvine, but nevertheless does it anyway, and then has some people who are long-term rent payers, such as myself and some of my roommates, and then has some more short-term people. And so overall, I don't know if you consider her, though. I mean, is she a roommate now? She has her own place, but she spends time here. So anywhere between like 9 and 11 people in what would traditionally, I think, be a 5-bedroom home that has had some other areas that have been added on. But we've even had people like in the dining room who just slept on the floor in a sleeping bag. The nursing student who I talked about in a sleeping bag. He was used to living in Iran, where he didn't have air conditioning and running water and some things. So that was definitely a benefit. So over the course of the last 6 or 8 years or so, we've had different organizations of people. But generally, if anything, we're all pretty respectful of each other, respectful of where we're living. We have laundry access, we have water, we have electricity, we have air conditioning for the most part.
right.
Do you have any other questions, Paul?
Yeah. Yeah, this I'm really enjoying this. really enjoying this, like getting to know you. You are a very like sociable guy.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do my best to be. You know, I do like sometimes the quietness that can occur in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep. I love people to sleep in here. So if you're ever interested and you want a place that to make your home, we have people who have sleep streams in here. They're playing, rainy night 24/7 YouTube streams or whatever it may be. But I understand not everybody has time for that. And there's a certain peacefulness in the middle of the night that I really enjoy when I'm just working on my robots or I'm able to just, take it all in of what I'm doing. But I do very much enjoy. I do very much enjoy having people here. We are approaching 3,000 people in the Discord, and that doesn't mean that I don't get trolls. The only thing that I ask of anybody in here, respectful of others, and that you're 18 years old. I don't want to interact with children. That.
Oh yeah.
There are influencers who are doing everything that they can to build as big a community as possible. I'm not necessarily that way. I just want adults, and I feel that children should be children, and adults should be adults. And there are people who want to have more, mature discussions, and I don't want to have to interrupt them to say, "Oh, somebody shouldn't be hearing this" or whatever. So generally, if somebody comes in and they don't sound 18, I ask them to tell me in what year they were born. And if it takes them more than a few seconds, especially 5 seconds or something like that, then I just ask, come back when you're 18. And I've had people in here who were 17 and 364 days old. And I have told them, come back tomorrow. Basically, like that's a pretty hard line that I have. And
yeah, which is understandable.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 31. So
Okay. Excellent. Definitely. So, but in terms of the interests that I have, aside from futurology and stuff, I love sports. We've got the World Cup coming up, which is really exciting. We've got I do fantasy football league with some people in the community. And so that's going to be in the fall, and of course, college football in the fall. Of course, you've got baseball now, and the NBA and the NHL championships, and the WNBA that's getting kicked off. So there's always something going from the sports world. And Brandon, who's in here all the time, he's been in here basically every moment of every day for the last year. He'll always stream whatever you want. We've got the UFC 250 this coming weekend. I'm pretty big into UFC and combat sports. So that's going to be on the White House lawn, which will be really interesting. And then there's UFC International Fight Week that will have Conor McGregor on it later this month as well. So if there's any kind of sports that you ever want to watch and you want a community to watch it, we're probably watching it in here. And if we're not, we'll turn it on for you. And you should just consider this your second home if you ever want to find nice people with whom you want to interact.
Yeah, I'm into UFC as well, but do you like the Alabama Crimson Tide? Did you like college football?
Yeah, I definitely respect the dynasty of Nick Saban, and I respected the dynasty of Bear Bryant, and I like the more parity within college football, but that doesn't mean that I can't have a huge amount of respect for what the Alabama Crimson Tide did with all of the winning. I mean, it's really the greatest dynasty of the 21st century, easily, and arguably of the 21st and the 20th century. I like to consider Bear Bryant to perhaps be the greatest college football coach of the 20th century, and probably Nick Saban of the 21st century. But that doesn't mean it was always done in the cleanest way. It's not just blaming Alabama, but the SEC in general. And now that we see that players can be compensated through the name, likeness, and name, image, and likeness, NIL deals. I think it's interesting that all of a sudden the Big Ten has now become strong, but I still think the SEC is the strongest conference in college football. I'll be interested to see what LSU does under Lane Kiffin this year. Thoughts on Caleb DeBoer?
I don't really have much thoughts, but who would you say is your favorite college football team?
Well, I'm a big University of Southern California fan to some extent. During the mid to late noughts, or from 2005 to 2010, it was very difficult to find a team that was better than the Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, USC Trojans. But I like a lot of different teams, so I like some of the things that Ohio State has done. I like a lot of the things that Florida has done, even though they're no longer the dynasty that they once were. I'd like to see them with Billy Napier, I believe, on the comeback trail. I would like to see teams of the SEC, like Vanderbilt, had a really great year last year, and I'd like to see the more variance. I think is good for college football, but overall, and I like Alabama. I like traditions. I like tooth, even though I think it's more checkered when Bear Bryant. But I love that element of it. I love the rah-rah pizzazz and traditions of Saturday in really any college town in the United States. And some of the newcomers, certainly the Oregon Ducks are doing what they can to be the next first national championship winning team. I'm not a fan of cheating. That's one thing I don't like. I don't like hearing about the Michigan scandals that occur with Jim Harbaugh and everything that happened with Sharon Moore. And I personally would like to see more variance at the top. While I like dynasties, and the Alabama dynasty is wonderful, I'd like to see Auburn give them a little bit more of a challenge. Arguably the greatest play in the history of college football is kick six, and to see the little brother beat the big brother is quite enjoyable for me. I love the traditions, I love the rivalries, the spirit. So that's all really interesting to me. But especially with a lot of my love of Southern California, the USC Trojans are pretty close to the top. There may be some other teams up there that may sneak in every once in a while. And then with what we've seen within Division One, or whatever you want to call it, the top, the Power 5 conferences, they're really with NIL, big college football, and I could eventually see them breaking off. I know Kirby Smart has talked even that it might be time for the SEC to just become its own league and play amongst itself. And maybe I could see one day the SEC and the Big Ten joining forces, maybe grabbing some teams from the ACC like Miami, and maybe a team from the Big 12 or so, perhaps, and starting its own mega league. No longer do they have to be at the behest of the NCAA. And I think that's where we're moving toward, where football becomes less about academics and more about athletics. And I'm not a huge fan of that, because there's something with the being tied to the schools that I feel is really important, and the students getting an education and such. But that all kind of went out the door with NIL, where you no longer have some kid from the inner city of some city somewhere who was struggling to make ends meet and get their education and everything. They're basically instant millionaires now. And that has changed everything. So I think over the course of the next 5 or 10 years, we'll start to see a super league, occur within college football, and I think we'll see an expansion of the playoff. I'd like to see it like the college basketball playoff. I don't see why it couldn't 64 teams at a certain point. I think that would be really fun. At least 32 teams. I know that there's a lot of pushback from some people on even expanding it to 16 or 20 or 24 or whatever. But I feel the more opportunities that teams get to on that set is really exciting. And overall, to me, though, college football is not what it once was. And the big change in that was the NIL deal. So that's my opinion on college football. What are your thoughts?
I'm not really too big on. I mean, I don't mind college football, but this is unrelated to that topic. It's just been on my mind because you're such an interesting guy, for real, and I really don't mean that sarcastically.
That's okay.
Like I said previously, I've seen you in Socialize, I've seen you in Edgy, I've seen you in basically every server imaginable. What was I gonna say? I flipped my track of thought.
That's okay. It happens to the best of us.
What was I gonna say, man? Oh my goodness.
We were talking about college football.
Yeah, I know we were talking about that, but it's complete. I was thinking, do you ever, do you have backup plans for when, let's say, you live in Southern California? That's a pretty earthquake prone area. Do you have backup plans for when if and when something like that happens?
Oh, most certainly. I'd like to have homes in the major capitals of the world someday. But when I'm not there, I'd like to be able to have people to be able to live in them free. And I'd like to be able to take care of their family in the meantime. So what are my plans? Basically, somebody may say, hey, my dad was on your stream in your second year, and you guys talked, and he was very positive about your project or whatever. Well, he has since passed. If I hear that, that's fine. One, we're going to do what we can if the technology is eventually available to add them to the list for revivification, basically, if they want to be able to bring that person back from the dead. And then additionally, I want to be able to take care of that person's family's home, their education, their food, all of their necessities. And let's say they lived in Sao Paulo or Rio de Janeiro or Shanghai or wherever, and I had a house there. Whenever I'm not in that house, then I would want them to be able to have an Airbnb. They could use it whenever they'd want. In terms of awaiting the big one, I've been on camera in earthquakes on this stream, nothing huge, thankfully. But just being a citizen of the state of California, you recognize that there are certain risks that you do take. But I'm not somebody who necessarily lives my life in fear. And if anything, I think I would have the ability someday to build a house or buy a house in the middle of Alabama or the Ozarks or wherever, someplace where I wouldn't have to hopefully worry about anything too major from an environmental standpoint, and basically have backup plans. And I'm kind of one of these people too, who, if I had enough money, I'd want to build one of those giant bunkers that are refurbished nuclear bunkers and have a really cool man cave too, or whatever you want to consider it. But basically renovate one of those. So I am someone who would like to have different properties around the world, some in safer locations than others. But I think what makes me different is if I did have this wealth and influence, that when I'm not there, I want somebody else to live there and live the high life and enjoy themselves. And then before I want to use it again, they move back to the house that I've paid for them and that they basically have a trust is in charge of. And then I'll have it cleaned and it'll be good as new. I have no issue with that.
You know, it's do you have any brothers and sisters?
I'm an only
Or are
child.
you like an only? Okay, you're an only child. Did you go to college?
I did.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I did.
What is your degree in, or what are your degrees in?
I have some certifications in technology. I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data, and then additionally, I have a degree in political science.
Okay. Oh, so you didn't get like a degree in computer science or like software engineering?
That came later. No.
Okay, so so like you didn't go into the IT industry until later?
Yeah. I got associated with a startup basically, and had a managerial background. The startup wanted to launch an app on the App Store and Google Play, and I was able to help this organization. And while I was running a multi-million dollar organization and interacting with technology on a daily basis, I wanted to get certifications in that. And so I eventually would study for the PMI, the Project Management Institute's PMP exam, Project Management Professional exam, and I would pass that, and then that allowed me to have some freedom to be able to work as a contractor, and then would eventually get positions with Fortune 100 companies running international projects in technology, and would eventually utilize that to create the nest egg that I have today, thankfully.
Do you ever like project management more forever? It's like you miss that?
Yeah, I love it. I love so in addition to being a project management professional, I'm a scrum master, someone who helps to lead technological teams and basically ensure that they are keeping the on task for whatever goals we may have for the project. And there was a time early in the stream where I would meet with, I had very early hours. I would wake up at like 2 a.m, and I was running multiple teams simultaneously. And I would have a team in healthcare, in Asia, and Oceania. I helped a team in Israel, and I helped a team in England with healthcare. I helped a team in Argentina, and I helped a team in the United States, and I helped a team in Canada. And like throughout my day, I would just be like this virtual figure, and I'd come in and run the project and make sure everything was up to date and keep the everything notated and see what we needed to push forward on. Fortunately, I always delivered on time or early, and not every project management professional can say that. And I do miss it. And I'd like to, when I go viral, teach people how to do this on their own, because I really think in my own way, I'm one of the best project managers in the world. I mean, I manage my own life pretty well with all these streams, but I know even in, I would have people at a Fortune 100 who would tell me, you're the best project manager this company's ever had. And so that's high praise. I know other people have told me that. And I come into work every day, even virtually, in a suit and tie, extremely prepared for whatever it would be, with lighting and cameras, and be showing my screen and just doing everything I could to ensure that I wasn't just leading the project from a personal standpoint, but also visually. And I'd like to teach other people how to do that in the future as well. And it's something that I kind of would like to go back to someday. almost like oh, how would I describe it? If uh, if I'm not saying it's exactly this way, I'm just using this as an example. But let's say Michael Jordan one day went back and taught high school basketball. It would be like that. I'd want to give people the skills that I learned in the big leagues so that they were able to help themselves. And I'd like to do that. I would. I very times when I would listen to a song, it was like, oh, what was the song? It's like every. It was just the idea of the song was it didn't feel like work because it was very enjoyable to me, and I love being a project manager. I love tech. I love being able to help people and make sure things are organized. And so I want those to other people in the future from a technological standpoint because I know I'm very good at what I do. So yeah, that's the plan. Now, would I do that full time? No. Would I donate my paycheck to the company or to the less fortunate? Absolutely, because I won't need that money. But I want to give the skills to the people of the world, and I think we'll be able to. I think I'll be able to do that.
Right. So, how much would you say is like your your monthly expenses? And I only ask because of I would assume this costs this causes your electric bill to be pretty high. And
Yeah, so I don't have to worry about that. We have solar. So actually, at the end of the year, every year, Southern California Edison writes a check to the house that is a rebate because we have the sun that's shining all the time. So the electricity aspect of it isn't too major. Anywhere between like $1,500 and $2,000 a month, I would say I need to live comfortably, and I've got that for the foreseeable future. And again, sometimes I add a few $1,000s to it every now and then when somebody asks me to do a project or something. So I'm comfortable, especially I could live in a nicer place. I could live in much nicer places in Southern California, but I choose the route that allows me to be able to connect as much as possible, not only with my community, but affords me a life where I don't have to work. And not everybody has that luxury. So generally between $1,500 and $2,000 a month. So that's where I'm comfortable.
right, so have you ever traveled internationally or?
I've been to other countries to do so in a major way in the future, but generally, I love the United States as well, and haven't necessarily felt a need to leave. I had plans to um, either certainly live in Israel for some amount of time and perhaps move there uh, right around the pandemic, and then that was put on hold, and then I started streaming, and then the war broke out, and so that's still on hold. But I'd like to eventually at least have a home in Israel, specifically um, in a place called Sfat, Israel, which is a little cooler of an area of Israel. But that's more. I'd like to perhaps maybe retire there. In the meantime, Southern California is paradise every day. It's a beautiful place to live, and it just doesn't get much better.
What other countries have you been to?
Well, I've certainly been to Mexico and Canada. Really, those are the only ones I really wanted to go to. I've spent some time in Mexico, and haven't really wanted to travel to Europe all that much. If anything, I'd want to travel maybe to Asia. But aside from that, I enjoy California, and my positions previously haven't really allowed me all much time to be able to travel internationally. And at this point in my life, I know that if I just am patient, I'll be able to live, not just travel, but live anywhere I want in the world. So to focus on this, traveling, I think, is important for people. I've been to a lot of states um, throughout the United States. I've been to about half of the states, or traveling can be time exhaustive. It can be expensive, and there's nothing I like less than traveling and not being happy with what I'm doing and where I am. And a lot of people say, well, there's all kinds of food that you can enjoy, but I keep kosher. So the foods that I eat when I'm traveling are generally pre-packaged. They have hechshers on them, or Orthodox certifications, kosher certification. So I don't have the same kind of enjoyment that many of the other people may have when they want to try all kinds of exotic things. Um, Due to religious law, I generally keep to a pretty standard diet. But that doesn't mean in the future, when I can have private chefs and penthouses and be able to stay in 5-star hotels, that I won't I won't maybe expand some of my travel arrangements. But for now, California is where I like. I've considered moving to Northern California at certain points, and I've been to everywhere from New York and Florida like that. But there's something really special being right on the ocean or very close to it, not having to worry about snow, or not having to worry about cold, not having to worry about hurricanes and volcanoes and dust storms and all of those things. Southern California's climate is basically as perfect as it can get in the or certainly in the United States, but in the world. So I haven't felt a huge need to want to leave.
Have you ever been in a relationship, or have you ever had a girlfriend? Or?
I say that I've played houses with some people. Really, before I started live streaming, I was looking to marry, so I would date, yeah, certainly. But I've always been somewhat of a bachelor and enjoy bachelor lifestyle. And I've had a lot of girls who have wanted to settle down, and I just wasn't ready. And as I was becoming ready to settle down, finding a matchmaker within my community and such, it was the pandemic, and so a lot of the dating went virtual and stuff. And I started focusing on my live streaming, and I'm very happy with it. And I recognize that I may have some period of celibacy that I have to endure, but I know at the end of this that I can have really and arguably the most beautiful women in the world if I would want it. Fame will do that to you. Influence will do that to you. Having an opportunity to make a mark on history will do that for you. So I'm okay with being patient. But in answer to your question, yeah, I have had, as I say, played house with some people, but in terms of long-term girlfriends, I've done my best to avoid that.
Right, your time, your time will come. You will. Like you were saying before, it's everyone to be famous, make their friends jealous, and think that time is. I think that time might be coming now. You've got several upcoming podcasts with big streamers, and over time, we'll see your name in the books of history.
Absolutely, Paul. And the exciting thing is, conversations like this, I really mean this, would be like, as we see a story, you will be a character on the world's largest timeline. And with as much assurance as I can give you, because of your kindness, because of your patience, I want to make sure that your friends, your family, never have to want again. I want to be able for you to say, where do you want to live? Let's buy you a house. Let's buy all your friends, whomever you went to school with. We're going to buy all the kids in houses. We're going to make sure, and it's like, okay, how are you going to be able to do that? In my opinion, well, data is Earth's number one resource in the world. And I have more data archived than any person ever. We're going to take that data and put it in a 501c. We're going to let that trust generate more interest than perhaps any other not-for-profit in the world. Additionally, what we're going to do, or at least the plan is we are going to take the I'm going to be able to be a spokesperson for many different organizations, and I would like to have, just like you would see in F1 or NASCAR, basically a jumpsuit with all of the different brands all over my body that are available to everyone on my stream 24 hours a day, so that I am able to be an influencer all of the time, which is unlike any influencer that you'll ever find. You might have somebody who wears Nike, but they don't wear Nike 24 hours a day on a stream that has an impact on people, but I think I would be able to do so. And I will be able to be a spokesperson for different projects. I'm already a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is that you may see. And that's worth tens of millions of dollars already. And I think easily the cryptocurrency market, easily billions and trillions of dollars in the future. And then moreover, my social media, none of it is really monetized. So when people know who I am, I have just so much content to be able to take all of that and put it into a trust. And then that trust is going to be the thing that takes care of you and your family and your classmates and everybody else, and to give back to people. And that's what it's about. Once you have a certain amount of money, it no longer has a meaning to you. It becomes about power then. And in my own way, I know that the money will be nice to not have to worry or have other people worry. But at the end of the day, it's just numbers in a bank. And what really people want is comfort. They want happiness. They want joy. And that's what I want to give to people. And I think I'll be able to. And if I'm wrong, but I have some other really great ideas. I'd like to start a bank. What makes my bank better than anybody else's bank is every hallway, every room, every place in all of our bank branches is live streamed on camera. Who doesn't want to be a part of a bank that has such candidness, that has such openness, that knows that they're not greasing the wheels in a back room filled with smoky cigars? Everybody would want to be a member of that bank as opposed to whatever other bank there would be. And so I would start a bank. I would certainly connect with other brands. But who wouldn't want to be a member of a bank or be a customer of a bank where there's full public ability to view what's going on, to make sure that the bank is running in a moral way and with integrity and accountability? I think that's a really great way to run a business. And now some people may say, well, what if I go to the bank teller and I don't want them knowing, or like I don't want my neighbor knowing what my information is? That's fine. We can blur faces, and we could perhaps change the mute part of the transaction at the window. But what I'm talking about is for the employees of the bank, so that people don't have to worry about an Enron situation or a Bernie Madoff situation. That this would be a place where people could conduct banking, knowing that there was accountability for the executives in particular of the organization. That's just another idea that I have. Others are within the cryptocurrency world. I'm right now arguably one of the most important influencers within cryptocurrency. More time spent in on Twitter Spaces, and I'm very well known within the cryptocurrency space. And at a certain point, I'll be able to endorse any kind of cryptocurrency in the world and affect markets. These are ways that we're going to be able to create a giant pool of money to be able to pay, not just for your benefit, but really for the benefit of ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. ending world thirst. Again, I'm already sponsored by a cryptocurrency, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. 2/3 of this planet's water, and there's no reason why people should go without water in 2026, and I want to help to change that in the modern age.
Yeah, desalination is something that also interests me, and I'm not just saying that, just to say it. I've done quite a lot of research on desalination as well, especially reverse osmosis, the most modern approach to desalination.
Excellent. Yeah.
On that topic, do you think that there are going to be waters in the foreseeable future, especially in the Middle East and North Africa?
Well, it depends who is in control of the water. This has been foretold in certain graphic novels and movies like Mad Max and such. Perhaps someday, and in Waterworld as well, and others. I feel that if we have clean drinking water available through desalination, and that powered by either tidal power or geothermal power or nuclear power, we shouldn't have water wars. However, if certain influences are able to create artificial scarcity, then we might. So the answer to this is it depends. If the certain powers are able to create this artificial scarcity, then we just very well may. If I have anything to do about it, we would have education on desalination technology, and we would create modes to be able to provide clean water to individuals and ensure that we have crops that never have to go through droughts, and abilities of people to be able to bathe and drink and cook with clean water. And I know there are other people out there who feel the same way that I do. So perhaps there will be a war over water rights and a war over desalination technology. I don't foresee water wars, but that doesn't mean that in the far future we won't have them.
So, do you know about the potential water war between Egypt and Ethiopia? I believe
I've heard of this.
Yeah, I was thinking about that and whether there would be a potential conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia if one controls the water over the other.
It's a way that people can certainly impact individuals by controlling their access to water. I personally am an advocate that all countries, no matter their location, should have access to the ocean, either through either through a small isthmus, or basically a land bridge of some sort, or some type of exostate, or some access to the water somewhere, especially in Africa. And if that's a big lift, that's difficult to do. But if given the opportunity, I think that every country everywhere should. It's kind of a simple theory, and for those who agree with it, that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, but generally, especially landlocked countries, and especially poor landlocked countries, for instance, in Africa, I don't feel they will ever be on a equal ground as some of their neighbors if they don't have access to the sea. So how would I do this? There are strips of land that could be created. Basically, you create a strip of land from a country to the ocean, and then the other country that's getting split essentially builds a land bridge over it, so that they're still able to have all the connection that they need to the other part of their country, but they just have underneath the land a strip of land that is heading towards the ocean. Or there are exostates that could be created where, if, say, like a country that might not be feasible to do, like Kazakhstan or something, has a port in the ocean somewhere, or near the ocean somewhere, so that they can have a access to a port salination if needed, and they could pipe the water to their home country if needed. I think the United Nations could be better at some of these diplomatic efforts, but to me, it's never going to be fair for a small landlocked country that's poor to have to compete with a country like China or the United Kingdom or the United States if they don't have access to the ocean like these countries do. Part of the reason why these countries are so powerful is due to their positioning on the ocean. And I'd like to see some parity in terms of these locations, if possible.
Right. You know, you mentioned you being sponsored by cryptocurrencies.
This
Which cryptocurrencies are you sponsored by?
Certainly. Well, the big one is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno. And if you're like, what did you just say? I said the same thing. It's a very long name. It's a meme coin that had its high in 2024, in fall of 2024, I want to say. Their high market cap at $360 million. Today, it's not doing as well, but generally, meme coins in general aren't doing as well. What I like about the community is it's a community. We do some fun things. We do karaoke nights and trivia nights, and we do fantasy football leagues and such. So I like the people there more than anything. I've been sponsored by some other cryptocurrencies as well. The anti-version of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, which I believe was called something like Voldemort. Everything was the opposite. So it was like Voldemort was the opposite of Harry Potter. Obama, it might have been Sonic was Tails or Nothing or Doctor whatever. Sonic, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. I think it was 69 and Inu. They picked some other dog. That's actually how I got into the community at first. I had some meme coin or whatever, and Harry Potter Tanini said, "Hey, you're live streaming your life in our competitors' team, our competitors' merchandise. Why don't we send you bedding and pillows and all kinds of stuff, including like unique hoodies that are worth hundreds. I have one hoodie that they sent me that's worth like $1,000. And so they give me all the merch that I need, and I basically wear it and have the pillows and everything. And it's the smartest thing that they could have ever wanted to do in terms of having a spokesperson, because I wear their stuff when I wake up. I wear it when I'm asleep. I wear it on podcasts. It's on all of my streams, and it's become connected to a project in ways that no brand ever has previously. So that is certainly a project that I have had a direct connection with. And then I've done a lot. I've had advisory roles for quite coins. Then like basically a British someone from the bio they created. And what else have I done? There was a Joe Rogan coin and a Kilchone coin. There are quite a few other coins that I start to. The people hear me speak on Twitter Spaces and they think what I'm saying is interesting, and then all of a sudden they ask me to be a member, and sometimes they'll send me some if I want. A lot of times I just say, just keep your. I don't want your coin. I mean, it's fine if you want to give it to me, but I like the independence of being able to say, I think this is a really great project, and it's not because they pay me to say that. Here's why. It's got a really great community. It's got a really great name. It's got really great marketing. It's different. The technology is different. It's on a different chain. It has memeability. It's connect. It has a great connection. It has a great story. It's got great lore. It's got a great website. Whatever it may be, but it's not something where hey, it's just a tit for tat type of arrangement where they're just giving me money. But yeah, the big one is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And if you're ever looking for the ticker, it's Bitcoin. I wish it were doing better, but all meme coins are basically rugged. This one has not, but and I think it'll have a resurgence. I think all meme coins will have a resurgence eventually. But if you're aware, Bitcoin just like 2 days ago dropped 5%. It's down 50% from 1 year ago or so. So all cryptocurrencies are basically taking a major hit.
Right. This is, I've learned quite a lot, and it's this is very interesting. It's it really blows my mind to think you haven't like gone viral.
It's just a matter of time, Paul. I really can say this with as much confidence as I can tell you anything. I don't know if we'll be having the same conversation in a year.
If you're getting more and more like podcasters and like streamers interviewing you, because I assume this is the most like you've viewed ever since you started, right?
Oh, I've had some people come in here for like 3 or 4 hour interviews, certainly, but I'm as honest as I can. People and the questions, I can't guarantee I'll answer a single question, but I've been asked a lot of questions over the course of the last 5 years or so, and I'm pretty comfortable with just about everything. And there are people who will consider this in itself its own interview at some point, and they will have information that's gleaned from our conversation. So I'm in agreement with you. The more and more podcasts I can do, the more and more publicity I can get from those, the more and more promotion I can get from those, the sooner and sooner we're going to have a catalyst event where I go viral. And then from there,
Wow. Goodness,
pardon me, Paul, did you say something? Pardon me, Paul, did you say something?
No.
Okay. Well, feel free to stay as long as you'd like. You can make your home in here, or you can just come as a visitor. We usually play games every evening, either Pacific Standard Time, or for you, it'd probably be a little later. But if you like to play anything from Scrabble to chess to checkers to mini golf, you're going to either find that I'll be playing with you, or we'll find somebody else in here who want to play with you. And we watch sports in here, as you said. We'll watch movies. We'll watch documentaries. Just do my best to make this a comfortable place for people. And if you ever need anything from me, especially if you ever need to speak with anybody, don't hesitate to ask, okay?
Yeah. So, are you about to go to sleep? Do you think?
Yeah, I'll probably talk with Riser a little bit more if he's still awake. But yeah, I'm going to use the rest restroom and go to bed probably pretty soon. I've got a podcast to do tomorrow afternoon, but nothing in the morning, so I can stay up a little bit later than normal. How about you?
Working night shift. Awesome. Been working this whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, very well.
I work in a pizzeria, so I've just been prepping all the pizza dough and stuff, and just talking with you. You know, you're an interesting guy, and you know, it's I've always been very, very intrigued by you. Like, I've seen you in Socialize. I've seen you, in, like I was saying, in every VC server you can think of. I'm like, I know you don't talk in there. You just have your.
That's right.
Like, you're just deaf and.
That's right.
Which
the reason why I don't talk in there is I don't want to talk with children. Basically.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah,
once you are trying to talk about world peace and things, and you've got 25 people speaking at once, and then they'll be like, you know, count. I don't want to get into those types of questions. You know, it's with people who are not 18 years old. But yeah, I do want people to know that I'm basically omnipresent on the internet. You name it. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to be there, but there's a good chance I've made a pretty big impact on that social media platform. So with that being said, Riser, are you still there? He might have fallen asleep. Yo, how you doing, big dog? So yeah, have you been listening this whole time, big man?
The whole time.
I knew you had. You're amazing. Okay, very well. Well,
I mean, yeah, you should have joined in on the conversation, man. You know.
He likes to listen.
Okay, I don't want to.
I know the first time talking to Rabbi feeling, so wanted to give you that pleasure.
Oh, I don't mind. You can, you know, like I said, I've known of him for quite some time, so it's not like his space is it's not like his space is like new to me. I've learned this server. I've been in here for quite some time. I've seen him in every other server you can think of. So, you know, it's just, yeah. I mean, feel free to butt in. You know, the more the merrier.
What gave you the courage to say hi finally?
You know, I told Rabbi, I Googled the Sam Bond interview, and I also have a friend who's in here, which I invited him to the server. My friend is Meepy, and he and Rabbi, I think, talked for quite some time about a lot of different things, since they both come from a Jewish background, and you know, yeah, you know, but before that, it's just, you know, I had seen him and all the other servers, you know, and then of course it was just that Sam Bond interview. Like, he's a very likable guy. He's very friendly. You know, he's like, you know, he answers questions with honesty. You know, he's real. He's raw. I like it.
Thank you.
For sure.
What about you, Riser? What made you?
I got a referral from a friend who's like living his life 24/7. You gotta meet him.
And then I guess you kind of felt the same way I do, and you just kind of stuck around.
Yeah, basically. Rabbi is the main.
Oh, thank you both. You're very kind. Very, very kind. Well, I can tell you, Paul Reiser's quite an interesting individual himself, and very smart, very funny. So if you're ever looking for a funny person, Reiser's a great guy to do it, to make you laugh. And he's in here about every night or so, and we will talk for like 6 or 8 hours a night, just talking about just playing contradictory parts to each other, having discussions on the future and on business and on technology and humanity and humor, and it's just a nice person to whom with whom to have these discussions, and he's very well versed in what I do and what this project encompasses, and has always been very positive toward it. And I know one thing that he said to me when we first met, and it's always stuck out, is that when he heard that I was streaming my life 24/7, he thought, "Wow, that's a good idea." And I think it is too. I just think it's. I don't know why more people don't do it. I get it. There's a privacy aspect of it, where people aren't comfortable sharing their life with the world. I get that, but I have met other people who stream 24/7. They haven't been doing it as long as I have. They're approaching their first year in the next month or so. When I've been, so they've been going like 365 days, and I've been going like 1,700 days. But that doesn't mean that I don't find their projects to be really important as well. We do differ a little bit. They're just live on YouTube. I'm live on like everything, and I'm live on multiple streams.
Yeah,
and
man, you are literally live on everything. I've already I thought telling my friend Mimi, who talked to you maybe like a month and a half ago or something. I don't know exactly, but I was said like we went through your like your link tree, and we see pretty much like you are literally live on. You are live on even like the most obscure like streaming platform.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. What I would do, I'd started this a few years ago. I would go to ChatGPT and I would say, "Tell me anywhere where you can stream, anywhere. I don't care if it archives it or not. Just tell me." And it would be like, "All right, well, here's a list of like 100, but like of that 100, maybe like 15 of them are really still available to be streaming." And I went and I created random accounts with all of those different platforms, and then I just connected them all to a multi-stream, and I don't even think about them anymore. But like I was checking like one of my streams just recently, it had made like $20, not from like that was just like organically, and so I started checking some of the other ones, and that one had made $20, and that one had made $20. Like, oh, okay, so this is the monetization process. And then other ones where I've never talked to anybody on these platforms. I've got thousands of followers on there, having no idea how these people found me or whatever, or if they're real or not. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that you never know until you create an account. Nobody can follow you before you create an account, so that's the big catalyst to starting the journey. And then when you start creating content on it, you'll get people to follow you and connect with you. And yeah, I'm on a lot of the more fringe, or I shouldn't say fringe, but like just non-mainstream platforms that eventually become mainstream. Rumble was not mainstream, and many people still don't consider it mainstream, but it's becoming mainstream. TikTok was not mainstream 4.5 years ago. It wasn't that big. Now it's the main contender for the position of top social media platform. And some of the others are I see growing. And I've seen some of them, unfortunately, over the course of time that I've been able to outlast. Caffeine shut down. Omelet TV shut down. Trovo is shutting down at the end of this month. DLive is shutting down at the shut down in April. We've seen some of these projects of different organizations start up and fail, but the one thing that's been consistent is the fact that I've continued to persevere, and that's the plan. So I appreciate you being here, Paul. And Riser, do you want to play any games?
Yeah, literally.
Okay, excellent. So, Paul, if you don't mind, I'm going to play a game of basically Scrabble with Riser here. If you want to play games in the future, Scrabble's 2 players, but the app download on the App Store, Google Play, and Microsoft Store called Plato, Plato.
Yeah, I already have it. I have Plato installed.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, then after, we may be able to play a game if you're interested. So take a little break, enjoy yourself, and feel free to listen to a championship by everybody's favorite rabbi. Now you have to understand this, Paul. I may come off as very nice to people, but I am competitive as they come, and I do my best to talk trash to anybody. So Riser, so, that's just part of life. It's it's the Muhammad Ali in me.
I know the rabbi probably had a time of Call of Duty voice chats.
It was more Halo, and I wasn't ever really disrespectful to people on there. But yeah, I do have a certain spirit that I embody.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm enjoying this. Like I'm actually glad that managed to actually catch you, because I've known about you for about 3 months. Very interested. Now I'm to come in. Hello, I've been enjoying myself. So yes, I'll stay here and
Excellent. Make yourself at home.
watch you guys.
100%. We'll send you an invite after this game. We'll play something together.
Can't do that right now. I'm just working while.
Okay.
I know I'm the only one here, so.
No big deal. Do you have a friend with you there, or it sounds like a child or something?
No, I'm the only one here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just prepping all the pizza dough, and then I leave, and then go on about my day.
Excellent.
So what, Riser, were you in servers socialize and whatnot, and friend? Did your friend see him in those servers like that?
No, my friend was in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic Team, Telegram, which is, if you've seen Rabbi's room, he's littered in Harry Potter merchandise, which is the crypto that sponsors him. So
yeah,
how we found out about him.
So, but yeah, Rabbi, would you so does the crypto, does that cryptocurrency pay you since they sponsor you?
I don't want their money. They've been nice enough to me. So I don't ask them for anything. I like the freedom of not having to have a boss. So no, I just wear their stuff out of the goodness of my heart.
The Riser, have you ever thought about live streaming yourself 24/7 with the Rabbi?
I mean, if this blows up, I will also be way too famous, and I don't even want to be famous. So,
Oh, you get too famous.
I like being a ghost a little bit.
Well, you are in the making of history here. One of these days he's gonna go viral. He's gonna blow up, and then you can say you knew the Rabbi before everyone else.
Wow, Liquids, Riser, that's amazing.
Only 34 points for that amazing word is a disgrace.
Did it have double point or anything?
It did have a double multiplier, but
Wow, that was really good. Liquids? Are you serious? Paul, how long does it take at your restaurant to make a pizza?
10.5 minutes.
Right. So if I called in and I said, "Hey, I'd like a pizza," do you think you could have it ready for pickup in 15 minutes?
Easily, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Riser, do you hear this?
Yeah, no, the local place near me is a 2 or 3 hour wait, depending on the day.
Why? Where do you live?
I live in the Vancouver area, but in a small. I'm north of Vancouver, in a small town. Well, it's not even. It's not like that small. There's numerous pizza places.
We got Andrew.
Reverend Andrew, how you living, big dog? Reverend Andrew, tell us what's new, my man.
There's nothing new under the sun.
That's true. That's what they say.
Seen this guy in God Gang before. Literally seen this guy in God Gang. What's up?
You know, God's children, they could have children, they could get married, a girl and have children, and leave an inheritance to their children and grandchildren. But God's children get a double portion. They inherit the earth. They inherit the nations, the children. They inherit children. And I was just looking at this that see, it's laboring and prospering with the Lord, the Song of Ascents of Solomon, Psalm 127. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain build it. Unless the Lord God says, the watchman stays awake in vain. It is meant for you to rise up early, to sit up late, to eat their bread of sorrows. For so he gives his beloved sleep. Behold, here's the point. Behold, children are a heritage. The fruit of the womb is a reward. Like arrows in the hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth. See, this is Ein Sof, or born again. So are the children of one's youth. Happy is the man who has his quiver full of them. He shall not be ashamed, but he shall speak with their enemies in the gate. Now, it's very interesting. If you take them in close, like when you make an arrow, the closer you take them, the further they launch. The great. If you push them away, they want to come. If you pull them in, they go. Are God's children.
Reverend Andrew, how was your day today?
My day has been going well.
Oh,
Honestly.
yeah, honestly.
Basically, I think that if you're not born a gorgeous emperor, you're better off dead. I've always felt that way. If you don't have everything in the world going for you, it's not worth it.
All right. Well, not everybody can have it the way that we have it, my man.
Of course, the minority is. You know what a bell curve is, right?
Of course.
You know, statistics, you have 10,000. And 1,000 will fall on your side, 10,000 in your right hand. But no harm. See, God protects you. He put a fence around you because nobody wants the natural man. He cleans you out. You know, you clean out the 7 sockets on them and over to get just as much sending the flames up. You know, because you got to clean and change in a car. You don't change the oil, the motor's just as important to clean it up. And then, you know, Jacob, you know, Laban, he said, work 7 times, 7 years for an ugly girl. Jewish law, you got to be the oldest amount, and then he worked 7 more times, but his love was so great. It seemed a few days, so then you got 10 separate rolls. He cleaned them out, he switched them, and then he got what he wanted, and it seemed like 3 was 10. So the 7 is a dead end in nature. Look what they do to nature. Everything they do, they turn inside out. They destroy nature. So nature was turned inside out to envelop all of creation. Consolation prize, you know. Noah, it means consolation. See, Jesus walked on the water. Moses just walked off over the world. The water means the world. The city, it's Egypt. So he built an ark and goes on top of Mount Ararat. Like Moses put up the top of the mountain. They made out of shit wood, gopher wood. I don't know. I'm not happy because I never found a partner. That's the truth.
Never found a partner.
Never found a partner. A hot girl.
A babe.
You've never found a partner. Have you ever been with one?
Yeah, you know, you make a business and they bring you women. But what do you have in common? It wears off. Whatever's yours, it's there. Whatever you chase and chase and chase, they wear you out, then they go. This is the part of my life.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
In a linear time?
Like right now, how old are you?
What do you mean? How many times the Earth went around the sun and that kind of time?
Your age.
Do you mean like linear or do you mean in reality?
In reality.
In reality? Reality, time doesn't exist.
Well,
in reality, you transcend time and space.
Your days are
okay. Let's say 33 years.
I'm 31.
You gotta be something like 33.
Yeah, I'm 31.
The people, they would look at me and think I'm 61. But I'm born again, you understand? So I'm an adolescent. In God's time, I'm an adolescent. So the life of my youth is a congregation. It's the inner world. Metaphysical time, I'm an adolescent. But the common people, they would look at me and think I'm 61.
Yeah. So you've never been married?
What do you mean, a piece of paper? Nobody's married. They have codependent relationships. If you don't know who you are, you're not really married. You have a codependency.
Well, maybe we could find you a nice woman in this server. Maybe someone will come along and, she'll be,
what is that called?
She'll be charmed by you. We'll
Yeah, you got a lot of.
Oh, all the time. They're always asking about you. I tell them, keep their panties on. He'll be in here. Oh, all the time. Sometimes too many. Sometimes too many.
Listen, the rabbi knows all kinds of people, all kinds of, you know, like the rabbi hook you up with a nice hot chick. I'm sure he could pull some strings, so can't you, rabbi?
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. Riser, how many things are left?
4.
Thank you.
How many?
Yeah, what city do you live in? Have you ever heard of Tinder or like something like
This is nonsense.
Tinder?
If you're 25, 30 years old and you're successful and then you're good. But what? I don't know. What do you have in common with these people? Whatever they might have any tools they could stick out of it. This is not good.
What about
This online stuff, when you're older, there's parameters. You're not even. When I was young, I used to go on dating sites. This is a deep person. This is for a deep person. This is for somebody who's young, good looking. For us, superficial relationships.
Well, I'm sure we can
I met women being, when I was younger, it didn't work out. I had a couple of girls. Yeah, it didn't work out.
I'm sure there's plenty of beautiful women in this server. Well,
how many members? How many people are in?
I mean,
2,900.
gay people in here.
29.
How many?
2,900.
About 3,000. Yeah.
29,000?
No, 2,900. About 3,000.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can, I'm sure there's lots of beautiful women in here that would love to be with, such a young born again stud like yourself.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly, King.
Like Joe said, we were born yesterday.
Yeah, and we could hook you up. Well, we'll pull some strings.
When you invert, good for bad, better for sweet. It's as if you take the heartstrings of the people like this, if it were a cotton roll, it'll make your work go fast.
No.
Ezekiel. You heard of the macabre, right?
Certainly, the wheel.
Wheel within a wheel.
Champ is here.
No, dude, I'm having a conversation. Nobody's paying attention to that.
When you invert, when you have a wingspan, it creates pulling strings. It creates a magnet. You pull the heartstring like a cotton rope. This is the idea of the chariot cover. The vehicle. You read the Torah, you read the Tanakh, you read.
How did you find this server?
Somebody says you should meet Rabbi a child from another robot. I don't know what it was.
And I have that person to thank for bringing Reverend Andrew into my life like less than a week ago. Riser, are you going to accept my invitation?
Yeah. One more.
Okay, just one moment. Before you do, I'm going to use the restroom.
How old are you, Riser?
My birthday's this month, turning 29.
Okay, I'm 31 myself. Good.
It's a good age. 30 is good. You finally got 25.
Oh yeah.
30, you know.
Especially you get. Oh yeah, especially you keep yourself fit, keep yourself in shape. Like it's a good age to be 30.
Natural food, you know. You eat the Vietnamese diet. Natural food. Healthy.
But none of us are like none of us are like the stud like yourself. Did I right, Riser?
A 1-1 for sure.
He's a Chad. He's a Chad. He's a Chad. He's getting all the Stacys. Hey, you gotta leave some Stacys for the rest of us, man.
What?
What's his name? Reverend Andrew. I was thinking today, like, if you need friends, just go on to Craigslist and then, like, make a post, and then people will just show up to your house, and you'll have a lot of friends. It helps if you post a sexy photo of yourself.
You're a bunch of wise ass you make like it's a sacred place. And like, why? Right. God got a sense of humor. Left is good medicine. It's like a divine comedy, But be careful, divine tragedy. There's a broken spirit.
I was just saying, I think it's like interesting that you can like make a post on the internet and friends will show up at your house. Just buckets full of friends at your door.
There's no difference between friends and enemies.
Friends are your friends, man.
The words of a friend are better than enemies. You know, there's a story. Adam was complaining to God. You made a made for all the creatures, everything is complete. Fine, all right. And he made his first wife after the Lilith.
Of course.
Got all health goes for her. They ate the fruit and all the health.
Yo, Rabbi, you ready to lose?
Just give me a moment. Adjusting one of my devices.
What's the talking?
The rabbi never loses.
Other people win occasionally, but it's to build self-esteem.
Exactly. The rabbi never loses.
So, Reverend Andrew, you're in a place. Are there any ladies there where you live? Okay, so it's men only.
No, I don't know where there's 6 people there.
There are 6 people?
They're a moron. They're a trash can. He's a toxic waste.
Okay. All right.
It's just like little Haiti, the people that work here, you know.
All right.
From New York?
And their families go. Families stuff, you know.
I guessed it on your accent. A New Yorker accent, eh?
Yeah. You know, speaking of accents, it's really hard to tell where like most Canadians are from, unless they're from like Nova Scotia. How to become this?
No, but you can tell the French or the English pretty easily.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's true.
besides Quebec, like, but I mean, like, you're not gonna be able to tell where like a Canadian from like Toronto or like Vancouver is from in most cases.
Yeah.
At least for me, and in my opinion, as an American myself.
Unless you're like Professor Higgins, my fair lady.
Like, but at least for me, I can't tell where most like Canadians are from, unless like I mean, like it's hard to like you guys sound like you're from like the Midwest of America or like wherever. It's hard to tell in most cases.
You know Professor Higgins?
No.
It's an allegory of Adam. He thinks a daddy got a knife and teaches how to walk on a talk. He was a phonetics professor who could tell you address and everything about you, like a voice. My fair lady could marry you. You know, it's a classic. George Bernard Shaw.
I follow you, Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, what movies do you like?
You're up. I think like they call it the 70s, the golden age of Hollywood.
Some people consider it that.
Are you a big movie watcher, Rabbi?
Oh, to some. I watch what I can.
People in a shirt, they're green. They have brain dead. We'll make them. But everybody wants to be on movie reviews, music reviews, so maybe we'll do that. But Peter Sellers, but not as popular. I'm shooting the mouse that roared after the movies like
Are you a big movie watcher, Rabbi?
I told you I don't like the list. Most of it's trash anyway.
I hear you. I do.
I like close to fat tires.
I do, but it's difficult for me too because I get nailed with
These days, they're all trash. They're all like
Copy-
facts, nonsense. No, nothing profound about it.
copyright. So I have to be very careful.
But in movies, it's worth watching. You know.
What kind of movies do you like? And what do you like? Do you like biopics? Do you like blockbusters? What do you like?
Can you hear me? I just told you I like social satires. I like profound movies like Being There. Now some Brooks movies.
Okay, thank you. I did not hear you. I appreciate you repeating that.
Lately, you know, The Dictator was his thing.
With
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But there's very few good movies anymore. Those special effects, very superficial movies. Mostly on the right. Where stays on the right. Where stays Yiddish. You don't speak Yiddish. Huh?
So I'm playing the game right now, though. So you saw the Sacha Dictator. Did you see Borat?
Yeah, Borat was cool.
Okay.
Being There. That might be my favorite movie, Being There.
Okay.
Dances with Wolves, I think.
Okay. So what's your favorite movie that you've seen recently? The Dictator, but is that your most favorite recent movie?
No, I sent you.
Oh, where did you send the movie?
You don't remember? I told you I sent you a movie.
Where did you send me a movie?
In your message.
Oh, I don't check those messages. Apologies. So I don't know what you sent. What did you send?
No, this when you're talking now, where it says messages, I sent you a movie.
On this device?
It's called Snow and August.
Oh, yeah. You told me about that. Yes. Okay, so that's your favorite movie that you've seen recently. Okay.
How about you? What's your favorite movie?
It's an excellent question. I find that it's difficult for me to find one movie that I really absolutely can say is my favorite, but some movies that I really like are Forrest Gump. I like Catch Me If You Can. I like Goodfellas. Have you seen Goodfellas? You had a friend in Goodfellas? You had a friend in Goodfellas?
I taught her how to reverse Canada. Wayne McGee.
Okay.
A small part, but Johnny Roastbeef, his wife, she got shot in the pink Canada.
Yeah, I know that. Riser, can I get that back?
I I taught her how to reverse breast cancer.
How did you teach her how to reverse breast cancer?
Kosher food. I got in the meeting. I taught her where it comes from.
Okay.
I taught her why the cancer was there. And how to be healthy. I taught her the principles of being kosher. Healthy. Direct. Transmute. Making healthy pasta. Transmuting chlorophyll to hemoglobin.
Okay. What are your favorite foods, Reverend Nan?
Principles of creation. My favorite food.
Yes.
Macrobiotic bacon.
Macrobiotic bacon?
Bacon, vegan. In other words, the Garden of Eden diet.
Okay.
It depends where you are. You should be in harmony with the land that it's eating. Whale blend. Actually, if you don't know what food is or what it does, you really can't know anything else. Because you don't know how to make your blood and your thoughts and your emotions and your mind. You don't know cause and effect. If you understand cause and effect, then you will know the principles of creation. You know the principles of creation. You have to know what is food and what isn't food. Medical intervention necessary. If you understand the principles of creation, you understand how to regenerate health. To try to attain spiritual development without understanding how to eat, it's like trying to grow a tree without healthy soil.
Okay.
If you understand the universe and man's place in it, then you would understand health, regeneration, and you would understand degeneration and diseases. So in the Torah, you have to read the Torah, the Ruach HaKodesh. You have to empty yourself out. But the fast doesn't mean to stop eating for a day and go back to eating McDonald's, stop eating, go back to meat and sugar. It means to take direct what's necessary for the transform the blood cells. Over time, see, Daniel ate grains and water for 10 days. In 10 days, your red blood cells got. Ezekiel had spotted grain, bread, and water for 40 days. Well, you need your white blood cells up. They don't put it. 120 days of blood plasma. Everything is all the stuff in your body regenerate according to what you do. And this is the stage of discharge, regeneration. That's how you reverse cancer. Right. Right.
Reverend Ann, did you have big plans for your week?
No, I don't know that it's clear.
Zeneko is the most iCarly word I've ever seen. It's like not even close.
No, I was watching a thing on this a little while ago.
You weren't watching anything on that. You have no idea what it meant before this moment. What's it mean?
It's music from Louisiana.
Basically, lately I've been studying the Torah because maybe 25 years ago I tried to forget it altogether. I couldn't get it. Forgot it. And I'm trying to relearn the words, understand the pattern. You know, I got that. You can never read that, but I'm reading. You know, I'm rereading the Torah. That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Do you ever listen to any podcasts?
Nah.
Why not?
No, because I want to bring fire down, set the world on fire, consume the earth. I'm gonna make podcasts.
Okay, where are you going to make podcasts, Reverend Andrew?
I don't know. First, I gotta read the Bible, and I gotta stick it in a lot of spaces. However, I can get it into most spaces. Get the technology, you know, techie kids.
Okay.
I'm familiar with these things. Yeah. First, I gotta.
Whoa, near back.
Go through the portions a couple of times. Refresh my memory. So I can defend my
You can defend your what?
my stance on the whole Bible.
What's your stance on the whole Bible?
The whole Bible.
Okay.
Yeah, but what's your stance?
There's no break between the Old and New Testament. One bloodline. It's a 6,000-year-old family business.
Right.
Can I ask you what are your favorite places in New York? What would those be?
Which of the boroughs is your favorite?
Borough?
Yeah. Brooklyn, the Bronx, Manhattan, Staten Island, Queens. What do you like the most?
Manhattan you might have a use for because it's like the hub of planet. You go in and out, it's a filthy, dirty garbage can. I live in like a beautiful stuff side. See? The other boroughs, the roads are hot, it's disgusting. It's like Africa. It's like a third world shithole.
Okay.
What the country turns into if you're not welcome to the garbage?
All right. You like the Yankees or the Mets?
Never paid attention.
You live in New York City. You call yourself a New Yorker, and you don't pay attention to the Yankees or the Mets? Okay, touche. For the first time in
I don't own it. I own the team. I'm not a bookie, so why would I be interested?
okay. There's an argument to be made there.
Patriotism, but for your like local city.
What did you say, Razor?
Is there a term that's like patriotism, but for your local city?
There are idolatry, wizardry, religious doctrine, political ideologies, financial wizardry, celebrity wizardry. That people come around nonsense things like this. It's idol worship.
Okay.
Look, if you like your Deborah, so look at these things. I never paid any attention. What? If I was going to pay attention, was sports or some, social reason. Maybe soccer. I don't know.
Soccer.
To me, it's a game. Why would a guy? Why another guy play with ball? I don't know. To me, it's a game. Why would a guy want to watch another guy play? You don't own the team. On the booking.
Did you ever get involved in it with any bookies? Riser, how many tiles are remaining?
8.
The rabbi always wins.
Yeah, I'm letting Riser win because he had some rage quits recently, and I want to build up his self-confidence. If I win every time, then it's unfortunate. But I'm multitasking as well, which is a big issue. I'm trying to get one of my streams going that shut down. I had to restart it. I'm playing this game. I'm listening to Reverend Andrew talk about idolatry and the burrows and such, and My Fair Lady, and it's just got a lot going on. I didn't even realize it was my turn. Riser, all I can tell you is that it was not my day. And thus, I'm letting you win. You got the Q, or pardon me, you got the Z. You played the word Zydeco. That's not a word. No one's ever heard. You played Zydeco. You played Zydeco, which is the. You played Zydeco. That's not a word. I know you. Oh, not Sudoku. Not Sudoku. We would know that.
Zydeco is a word. It's a word for music.
That's not a word.
Oh, Louisiana music, like.
What he does is he just puts down tiles and then rotates them and sees what plays. And I understand that. I get it.
Rabbi, are you good at chess? Or do you like chess?
He's too afraid to play.
It's not too afraid. I beat Riser the last 2 times that we've played. And I.
Unless you're going to make a chess player, waste time.
Waste of time.
Let me explain this.
Please do. I've been waiting for you to explain something to us.
The ancient kings came up with like baseball and chess and these things to keep the people busy.
Bread and circuses.
The hex, you heard of a hex? It's hexagram. It's part of in the I think. It's like the Eastern Kabbalah. There's 64. In fact, if you take the Kabbalah, there's 32 pairs of wisdom. You double them in 64, and we're playing with the entire universe, all creation. But these games were made for common people without the neshama to see, without the wingspan to see the workings of the universe. They're busy with these things. The Kabbalah, 64, 32, and the wisdom. So they make a board there, it's 64.
I'm following you.
Look at the working in the universe. Working, because of your work, the whole world.
What's wrong with just playing chess for fun?
I could do something. I can go back.
You know what? You could be finding a hot chick instead of playing chess.
There you go. I'll tell you the
What?
certain groups of people who just kept busy with nothing for so long and became part of their genetics and busy with nothing.
Well, we already know you don't fall into that category.
They call it like parochial work. Parochial work. Parochial. Or body stay busy with nothing and fun with visuals.
We know you don't fall into that category. You're a stud.
You know, maybe you want to tie somebody up, right? On a golf course, and you walk out the wall. Because someone else want to tie them up to do business or something. Well, let's say, you understand. you need something to bring people together. Well, but for a purpose, or else with this nonsense. And anything out of they get
Enjoyment.
attention. Yeah, but maybe there's a good that you have like a conversation to bring to get together. You understand?
No, not really.
The game is a nonsense thing. You cannot not. But if it could bring the people together, like a conversation piece, then you somewhere.
I mean,
You gotta
chess.
go walk after a golf pointless. But if you're gonna be up for the day on a golf course to do business with them, then it's fruitful. You know what I'm saying?
Chess does bring people together.
What's wrong with like?
You want to bring people together. Or else, yeah, you want to not believe. You're wasting your attention. You should be playing with real things. I would have to take the game.
So are we wasting our time right now?
Bring
Wasting time.
bringing people together. Whether you waste time or not depends on what you get out of it.
I agree with you.
What do you want to get out of it and out of an object? I mean, if you enjoy it, it's not hurting you. But not for your life to revolve around it. It's not that it's an important thing when it's not. But people are important. But people reverse that things are more important than people, so they get turned into things. They get turned into slaves. Their values screw up with what they put in their body. Okay, culture that people are more important than things. So then God blesses them with things are more important than people. They got culture food in their body, so they got clutter, so they get attached to things. And then they become somebody's slave. If they don't even know it. They become so much public, they sell their life for money. They don't do, they can't do what they want anymore. They made a thing more important than people, so God makes them somebody else's thing. Military industrial.
What are your thoughts on the military industrial complex, Reverend Andrew?
Self-destruct generation. You need to wear it on the outside to fit into society, or else you fall off the face of it. Destroy nature. If you're natural, if you're honest, then they destroy you. You need defense. So the Torah is there. You need money or the Torah. But wisdom is Solomon says wisdom is the defense and money is the defense. Like because spiritual wisdom brings all forms of love. But money doesn't bring wisdom. Wisdom brings all forms. Health, understanding, knowledge. The Torah is God's wisdom. So when you receive the Torah, and you become the Torah, so that's a defense of an honest thing. That's natural. When you're honest, you receive the Torah, you become. And the Torah lives through you, and you live through the Torah. That's what I can do with you. To set up that God will live through me and I'll live through God. So bless the work of my hands, the meditation of my heart, my mouth will be God's word. The word of the king is his power. Having behind you has been death and
Boom.
You reveal and conceal it. I'm depending on how you live is what you can receive. What you receive the Torah. If you have no fear, no desire, you receive God's will, the Torah, and then you can live through the Torah and the Torah live through you.
Is that how it works? That's how it works. Well, Reverend Andrew, as always, I love having you in here, but it is 2:13 in the morning and I got to get some sleep. And so I'm going to bid you all adieu, and feel free to stay as long as you want.
All right, God bless everybody. God bless
You as well. Take care, everybody.
Stay here.
Hey,
Watch
stay as
the rabbi.
you, absolutely. You can listen to hear me listen to stand-up comedy. Enjoy yourselves.
Or you seem more like a sidecar kind of guy. What motorcycle did you get? Yeah, I haven't got one yet. I'm still in the market. Wow. What are you looking for? Like, what is it going to take to be your type of motor? I'm looking at a Suzuki SB 650. Naked sport bike made of human bones. It is a naked bike. Hell yeah. What else? What you do for fun? You're like, one day I'm going to buy a motorcycle. What do you do for fun now? I snowboard. Yeah. I'm snowboard just talking to you right now. Can you tell me anything interesting about you, about something you've done? Maybe you almost died once, or you saved somebody, you gave them heart surgery with a pen or something like that. Go ahead. Go ahead. There must have been something that's happened in your fucking life. Your mom used to beat you when you were a kid. Am I correct? She has hit you before. I mean, I am Ukrainian, so I used to get beat a lot. Say that again. I am Ukrainian, so I used to get beat a lot as a kid. So the answer is yes. And your mom used to beat you a lot. My dad usually. But your mom has hit you. With a slipper. Do you think you have a slipper? I've taken a couple whacks with a slipper before. It's never fun. They take them off. Get over here. She's a sniper. Damn right. So are you 100% correct? Did they ever just stop feeding you just to keep you strong? Just to keep the Ukrainian in your bloodline all the way? Like, this month you will have no food, little Cookie. No cookies for you, Cookie. You're going to be like your father and your father's father and your father's father, Ukrainian. We go months without eating sometimes because we're in between more powerful countries that want to dominate us. Ukraine's just a weak country. They're basically the Milwaukee of countries. Yeah. Did you know that? Fuck Laverne and Shirley. What do your parents do? They're in construction. Yep. Hell yeah. Well, I think they would have built a more interesting. Kooky? Silver! I love it. Even the comedians are chanting it. Kooky, it was a pleasure to have you up here. Thanks for signing up. We got through it. Congratulations. It's first time ever on a stage before. Thank you guys. I'm a huge fan. There he goes. Come on, make some noise for Kooky, everybody. Come on. These people are up here living their goddamn dreams. Kooky. Did you have a nickname when you were in high school? I was Poof. I was Squints for a very long time. Yeah, because I looked just like Squints from The Sandlot when I was growing up, and I'm not at all anymore.
Wow.
And
all the little kids in second grade called me Horsecock Stroganoff.
Really?
Yeah. Because anytime I went to the urinal, they would look down and be like, "Oh, there's big old Horsecock Stroganoff again."
Oh man.
Dip into the little kitty water in the urinal. You know what I'm talking about.
I actually know this young. I know him quite well. I met him after a show one time I was doing here at lovely Zany's Comedy Club. Fun riffing with the crowd in between material a little bit. I noticed this young thing in the very front, and he seemed so young, and he was clearly with his dad. And he had, I'm pretty sure he had lied to the club to sneak in that night and get to see me. He was so interested in doing stand-up. This was like 5 years ago, so I'm so make some noise for Tommy Wibiscus, everyone. This is very cool. Here he is. It was years ago I had this kid. This is a Tony Hinchcliffe Indian, so I think this is going to be good. What do you guys think? Let's see what happens here. I've had Tommy open for me once at the Zanies. Come on, one more time, good and loud for Tommy Wibiscus.
I saw a sign for a book fair. You guys remember how lit book fairs would get? Bro, people would be wild and like it was an informal holiday. Bro, kids showed up dressed real fancy. Hair gel, you know? And you know, an hour earlier, kids were at school and they hated reading. But now all of a sudden you're at the book fair, it's the only thing that matters. It's the shit. And the kids that can't read are going crazy. They're getting pens and colored pencils. What are they gonna do with that? No, fuck it, dude, it's the goddamn book fair. That's right. Rules go out the window at the book fair, man. It's like the Wild West. 1 second you're looking at a Magic School Bus book. Next second, turn, look over here, see your best friend is fucking your bitch.
There you go. That's the right. Good. There he is. Tommy Wibiscus. You did it, buddy. It always scares me when people look like they want to say one more thing. And then fucking. It's just like, ooh, you got to get out on that big laugh. You did it. Tommy motherfucking Wibiscus. How old were you? When I met you? How long ago was that? How old are you now?
I'm 18 now.
18 now? How old were you when you snuck into that fucking Tony Hinchcliffe show with your dad? Is your dad here tonight?
No, he said you were gonna ask about it.
Yeah.
I was joking, like
he's right. He knows I'm a good fucking guy.
Yeah.
Your dad fucking gets me. Parents love me. I'm serious. So the parents love Kill Tony. If you ever want to do something, hey, look what fun fact. If you they would like it. You have a fucking good Christian parent, but parents fucking love Kill Tony. Okay. So how old were you when I met you?
15 or 16.
Wow.
Junior year of high school.
That is for right. And how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Approaching 2 years.
Oh, okay, 2 years. Okay, 2 years at 18 years old. That's fucking Eddie Murphy shit right there. Are you aware of that? That's Dave Chappelle shit. That's when those guys started. Highly considered 2 of the 3 best stand-up comedians of all time. You've been doing it, and you already look like it, which is very hard to pull off. We've always wondered what a healthy Neil Brennan would look like.
Have you been getting up a lot? During the school year, it's tough. I live in the suburbs, so with the homework.
Yeah, what suburb do you live in?
Northbrook.
Northbrook. What's Northbrook known for? A bunch of rich people up there?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is it? Yeah. Wow, someone just said Chicago. I mean, just look at it.
I didn't claim that, man.
It's not Chicago. He's not playing Chicago. Guy doesn't have fucking monster tattooed on his chest, all right? He's acting like it's a movie. He's not trying to claim shit, dude. All right, just because you're from the fucking South Side, let this kid fucking relax, all right?
No, I've got enough 4 times.
Oh. Hey, no idea what's going on right now. Lieutenant. Oh my God. Hello, live show. What was that?
It's the Fam Matters theme song.
Oh, there you go. Very good. What were you saying?
Suburbs of Chicago.
I love it. I go by saying, I'm sorry that one of the fucking aldermen, fucking Lori Lightfoot over here, trying to fucking mark your territory.
What were you saying? I was saying summer. I just graduated. Time so far.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Cool. You're 18 years old. What does an 18-year-old do for fun when you're not doing comedy and you're not doing fucking homework? What are we talking about? What do you like to do? You ever go down to fucking Niagara Triangle and jerk off from it? You ever pick up a dirty hooker?
I play basketball with my friends.
Ah. Hell yeah. You run the Niagara Triangle off and you're doing that?
How does it feel to always be picked last?
You're doing all right. You look like a fucking point guard, right? You pass it to one of the big black kids. Hey, Tyrone, here you go.
His name on the...
Good job. Yo, Wimbiscus. His real last name is Wimbiscus. Like, it seems like you were written in a comedy writer's room. What's the name of that? I don't know, fucking Tommy Wimbiscus?
His basketball nick here. Give me the rock.
I'm pretty good.
You're pretty good? Hell yeah. Does anybody have a basketball? You have a basketball here? Let's see this guy dribble. I want to see your fucking skills.
So they used to have book fairs in school because they used to kick ass back in the day. Book fairs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And now they just never even sell books anymore. They sell like pencils and.
Well, Tim, you guys don't have a basketball, do you?
Why would they have basketball?
I mean, if you just hold, then we can hear them. Brad.
They said no. I already asked if they had a mic here. They do not.
Okay. Did you really hear them say no, Lieutenant, or you just said
No,
that?
but
Okay, very good.
I'm trying to derail the show. Come on.
Very good, very good. Because they might have a basketball. It's worth taking a fucking shot.
I want to see this kid dribble. I would not say. I would not say they don't have a basketball. Come on, look at this guy.
I know. Fuck yeah. This guy looks like he was built in a laboratory in Streeterville. Tell us something we'd be surprised to know about you. You seem like a pure, clean, good, well-behaved 18-year-old that has everything together. What's like the craziest? What's the wow you, Tommy Wimbiscus? See how funny his last name is? It gets a laugh. It seems like it's a joke.
What is the farthest you have gone with a woman?
Yeah, good question.
Well, you asked me at the show that first time.
I asked you in front of your dad. That's right. And you said 5. What did I say?
You started laughing.
I know I started laughing, but then what did I say? I must have.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was? Go back. I'll listen to the recording. I have every set I've ever done saved on a database.
Archives like that at the police station.
So 5. What does that mean? What is the part? You've gone all the way with a girl, right? Yeah. So what is?
Why didn't you say that in the mic? Say that in the mic, son.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So what is the farthest that you've got?
Some loosey-goosey women out here who just got their little clits hard.
Just be honest, Tommy.
I've gotten head. That's it, though.
You've gotten head. That's it. Did you finish?
And he got head as a woman caressed the back of his head one time.
Did you finish in the girl's mouth?
No.
No, you pulled out, or did you not finish?
I pulled out.
You pulled out. Where'd you finish at? What with your math notebook?
He finished in Milwaukee.
Towel.
A towel.
That's not romantic or sexy.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh yeah. Oh, keep sucking. Oh, keep sucking. Oh, keep sucking. Oh, I'm gonna come. Where's the towel?
I imagined him like telling her before she started, like, all right, this is Northwest, but can I place a towel on top of your head while you're going down there, and I'm just gonna quickly.
Yeah. It was an Arab girl that sucked his dick. That's how the towel was so accessible. Chicago likes it rough, huh? Fuck yeah, you do. No oozing. No, not a single fucking girl in here tonight. I like you guys.
Have you gone down on a girl yet?
No. No?
How would you like to? I've got a sister. She's 350. She's a large woman. Has not been with a man in 12 years. Wreck you. name is Sydney Stroganoff. She smells like fish and batter. She is not allowed within a school district in 3,000 yards. At least you're 18 years old of age, so it will be legal.
Is going down on a girl something you're looking forward to doing?
Not particularly.
No. Why is that? No, hold on. Chicago, hold on. Everybody relax. I gotta ask you, why is it something that you aren't particularly looking forward to? Just tell us the truth. Tommy, over here, Tommy. Tell me why it's something that, what are you afraid of Stroganoff for? Look over here. Tell me why it's something that you're not particularly looking forward to. I need an explanation.
Dude, it just doesn't seem that fucking enthralling to me. I'm not like actively interested.
I don't know if you know this, Tommy, but Chicago is famous for their pussy eating. By the way, Jimmy Self's dad once ate a pussy for 2.5 weeks.
I'm not from Chicago, though.
Yeah, it's because all of their pussy is deep dish here in Chicago.
Fuck yeah, you gotta jump into a sweet slice of that Malnati's. You know what I'm saying? Some of that fucking sweet, what's the other?
Giordano's.
Yeah.
So why aren't you looking forward to it? You've heard stories, or you just says
That's just what he asked a second ago. But
well, you have to answer it. We're looking for the answer.
It doesn't actively. You're like, are you like excited?
Is there something that you are excited about doing? Is there like what's like your biggest looking forward to sexually thing? Is it like doggy style with a girl?
Straight up.
Regular sex, missionary position.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go step by step.
Step by step. What is this? TGIF? Fucking ABC Friday nights. Step by step. Day by day.
All right, I would like to perform a fully clothed Kama Sutra with this man right now.
Hey, I like this.
I will play the woman, you will play the man, and do with me whatever you would like.
Yep, here we go. It's going to be Tommy's first time. That's what this segment's called, and it's starting right here. Yeah. Here we go. Tommy, I want you to treat him like a real woman. This is the one and only Lieutenant Stroganoff. Get in there, Tommy. Okay, let me show you how this works. So, put that down. Give me this, you son. Give me this. Stroganoff.
All right.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I'm in position. Let's say this is a girl.
I want you so bad right now. Come get this.
Okay, he says it seems kind of gay, but let's see what Joel does with it. No, Stroganoff. Joel's gonna show you how to do it.
Oh my lord! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What's happening?
Wow! Chicago PD and LAPD coming together. He's got him like a tombstone pile driver, 69 style. This is wait. Joel just started hysterically laughing. What kind of officer are you? Wow, Tommy, you're from Chicago. You're supposed to improv better than
There's
us.
a rape in progress.
Hey, I'm not from Chicago.
What the fuck is our life? Okay, so I have a question for you. Since you're not really looking forward to, going down there on a lady's parts, could, let's say hypothetically, if there was it right in front of you, what would you do with your mouth down there since you've never...
Yeah, just show us what you would do. Just look out there and show us what you would do. How would you start? And don't make me get Jimmy Stell Sr. up here to teach you. Because I fucking will.
My mouth is so dry.
Hey, face the audience.
Face the audience, son. Face the audience. Look right out there.
Face the audience.
bit more.
You gotta keep going, Tommy. Eat the fuck pussy, dude. What are you doing? Get in there, bro. Get in there, bro.
For the audio listeners, he stuck out his tongue a couple times and wiggled it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Ever since we started talking about pussy, you started looking like actual Neil Brennan. Before you were so jovial and jolly. My god. Is there a woman out there that'll let this 18-year-old boy eat her pussy right now? Oh yeah, look at this. What do you think? You want to go to the green room and eat this girl's pussy? Well, look at that fucking hog sitting there. Holy shit.
There's some in the back. There's some goth chicks.
She looks like a meat lover if I've ever seen one.
Hell yeah. There's a lot of sluts here in Chicago. I like this. Well, Tommy, I bet your luck changes really soon. Once these Kill Tony fans you out there, they're gonna fucking break you like a toothpick. How about one hand for him? 18 years old. You're gonna see this guy probably for a very long time. And you saw him here tonight on Kill Tony. Tommy motherfucking Win Biscuits. You remember that name. Alright. Here we go. Pull another name out. Make some noise for your next. You guys having fun out there? Make some noise for Tom Santucci, everyone. GSTA. Ledge, my friend. I wish that you would step back from that ledge. Step back from that ledge, my friend. One more time for Tom Santucci, everyone.
Hey guys, yeah, I do a lot of comedy. I'm out all the nights. It's gonna be a killer set. But yeah, Tom Santucci. Shout out to Chris Lake. So this is a quick impression of my dad at a concert. He's enjoying the music and then he's gonna try and find somebody who he knows. So can I get some music for this, or you guys do stuff?
That's it? Saying thanks as in like that's it? Okie dokie.
All right. How dare you bring the band into your bomb?
Yeah. Tom, I don't know what the fuck happened. What was the first thing that you said? That weird disclaimer at the top of the set?
Well, I do a lot of, I'm sarcastically saying I do a lot of comedy. I really do.
You were being sarcastic right from the get on the first thing that you ever said to us, so that we didn't know whether you were being sarcastic or not. Heck yeah. I can't believe that you're not the most serial killer looking guy we've had on this stage tonight. You are frightening. That was a dog shit set. This was your first time ever doing what you, I guess, considered stand-up comedy, right?
This is my first time.
I've always wondered what Will like if he wasn't funny at all. Wow, he does. Freaky looking dude. How old are you, Tom?
28.
28. You don't look a day over weather, man. What do you do for work?
I work at a company bolts.
That makes what?
Screw fasteners, bolts.
Screws, fasteners, and bolts. Well, you really fucking screwed up the show's momentum with
Yeah, he didn't even have the proper nuts and bolts for a stand-up set.
Yeah, that was something else. Tom, is stand-up something you've always wanted to do?
No, it's something I've always ever respected.
Huh? I don't even know what the fuck you do.
I said I've always respected stand-up comedians. You guys are great.
Well, I wish we could say the same about you.
What made you sign up there?
Well, I was told to sign up, so I did.
Who told you to sign up?
My friend Dario.
What's his name?
Dario Romero.
Take his ticket away. Get him out of here. Dario Romero.
We have a Mexican man on foot. Suspect is 5'9".
I'll tell you what, Tom. There's a lot of people that signed up waiting for this chance, and I'm going to dismiss you and keep the show moving. How about that? There he goes, Tom Santucci, everyone. Let's keep it moving. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do that bad on this show? Pulled another name out of the bucket. Make some noise for your next comedian, Danny Radovanovich. Danny Radovanovich.
There he comes.
Here he comes. Here we go. Chicago, how about one more hand for the band? Reagan and Watkins is at the top. Jimenez is here. Here's Danny Radovanovich.
Hello, everybody. That was like a Price is Right for college dropouts. So, I have this really weird problem where I look like I'm homeless, but I fuck like I still live at my mom's house. Yeah, it's really weird. As a matter of fact, the last person that I had sex with was a 63-year-old lady. I'm not joking. It brought together two of my favorite things in life: beanbag chairs and tits. Sadly, it also brought back my childhood motion sickness. So, every time I see a body of water, I can't help but fucking come at the exact same time. So, Mother's Day dinner on the lake was a bad idea. I'm a former Yugoslavian. Thank you. So all that means is that we are the only well-respected white people in the NBA. Thank you.
Danny Radovanovich. Am I saying that right?
Radovanovic is the white way to say it, and then if you want to be all fancy, you can say Radovanovich.
Radovanovich.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. First time doing stand-up?
No.
Oh.
Look close. Pretty close. You're not far.
For those of you podcast listeners, Tony Hinchcliffe was doing the disappearing elevator act behind his table. Visual gag.
6 years, you gotta pull out new tricks every once in a while. You know what I mean? Why not debut them in Chicago? So, how long you been doing it?
Only, honestly, a month. Yeah, but I've been going. As soon as I hit the ground running, I was like, now at this point, only a month, but I hit like 12 mics.
So that's what made you start this month. Anything happen in your life? You're like, fuck it, I'm fucking doing it. It's May, but I'm gonna start now.
It was one of those weird New Year's resolutions that lasted 5 years. So I was like, fuck it, I got nothing else going on in my life. Why not just try the thing I've been thinking about for the last like 3 or 4 years?
When you say you have nothing going on in your life, did you like have a breakup or something like
that? No, that was about 4 or 5 years ago.
Your big breakup?
Yeah, a big breakup.
How old are you?
28.
28.
Yeah.
And that big breakup, did she cheat on you?
No.
How did it end? You cheated on her?
No.
How did it end?
The funny thing is, like I said, I'm from former Yugoslavia. I'm Serbian. So she was Albanian and Bosnian. And that doesn't really mix well. Her parents hated me for being Serbian.
We have a terrorist threat in progress.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and also, amongst other things, I'm sure it was.
You guys must have had crazy sex, huh?
Yeah, it was wild.
Did she ever Gaza Strip for you?
She was very pro-Palestine, and I was pro-jizz on her Face-a-Stein.
Wow. Oh,
yeah.
Look at that.
Should have said Jizrael.
This guy's wordplay is off the charts.
Damn. So when you said that you fuck like you still live with your mom,
yeah, I
explain that to us, the audience, every single person listening to the podcast. What that
so I get that I look like I'm homeless often. And I thought like it'd be a funny juxtaposition joke to say that I look like I'm homeless, but I fuck like I still live at my mom's house. And that was the only basis of that joke was to be like, you look like you're homeless, but you still live with your mom? Like, what the fuck? I don't know.
You mean good or bad?
I don't know. It's that you tried at open mics a few times, it didn't work, and I'm like, why the fuck does this work? And then
I don't think the homeless thing works because you clearly get your hair cut from one of those like hip barbers that you've gone to for years, right? Like Terry the barber, all my friends and I go to him. We get the one on the sides all the way to the fucking stupid mop top, right? That fucking hacky haircut. Everybody that thinks that they fuck like they live at their mom's house has.
I've been getting my same haircut from the guy that has been cutting my hair since I was 6.
So what you're telling me is beyond nailed it.
You killed it.
Yes,
Tony.
Since you were fucking 6 years old. So that takes care of the homeless and have a fucking one on the sides. You know what I mean?
Before this, my hair was super long before this, and I got a haircut, and then I decided to grow the beard out for this.
For Tony.
Yeah, just so I try to add more to the homelessness, but I looked way more homeless maybe about a month
ago. So you grew that beard out to look homeless for that joke for this show. Oh, okay. No. Thank God.
I'm sorry.
Danny, what do you do for work?
I work at an elementary school that runs a daycare inside of it, and I just started a new job that I'm hopefully going to start moving to, which is like setting up events. Like,
you work at a daycare?
Yeah.
With kids?
With itty hopeless, helpless children, yes.
Oh my God.
Is that how you met the 65-year-old that you fucked?
No, I met her randomly at a family friend's house.
Yeah. So how did that go down? Like, what happened? She fell and she couldn't get up, and you helped her.
Yeah, I saw the perfect access point.
So give us an example. Tell us the truth without trying to punch it up or make it funny. Just tell us.
No. Yeah, okay. So
step by step, as Tommy Wibiscus would say.
All right. Before I actually talked to her, I kissed 4 dudes before I talked to her.
Wow.
So
heck yeah.
I kicked in the door. I'm not even joking. I kicked in the door of this family friend's house, and they were like known as like an outrageous family where we can just kind of say do whatever the fuck we want. And I saw like 3 friends that were dudes, and I just kissed in the mouth, like and then they had this gay family friend, and I kissed him in the mouth, and then she's like, well, what about me? And then she started doing like these penny jokes. Penny jokes, like a coin. So she was like old person joke that would like not make sense at a party. She was like, these pennies, what are these 2 pennies? Do you see a fruit? There are 2 pennies. She's like, no, I don't see a fruit. Well, this is a pear. Like she would do shit like that.
This fucking.
I didn't write the fucking joke. She wrote the fucking joke.
Yeah, but you fucked her. This 63-year-old lady.
There was a lot of alcohol involved.
Hypnotized you with pennies. So then what happened?
All right. So I had. So believe it or not, I did not think I was gonna fuck a 63-year-old that night.
I think you're leaving out a huge description of this story. Is that she was a gypsy.
All right, keep talking.
Archie.
Danny, for the love of God, beyond the pennies, what happened in this fucking story?
Okay, no, that's literally, I was starting from the beginning, and then I got like really drunk at their house. We made our way to a bar, and she just showed up, and then I got really drunk, and she started like getting really into it and just hitting on me, which, you know, is dope, but why not?
What'd she look?
Terrible.
Wow. Did you sleep with her? Like, did you wake up the next morning with her?
No, we went to a Motel 6. And
how many bad decisions in one night did you make?
I mean, I don't know if any of you have ever had alcohol before, but it's one of those nights.
Let's go to the type of motel where we can pay with these stupid pennies I've been hypnotizing you with.
Did it feel different? Like, yeah, I mean, like.
To be honest with you, it wasn't the worst I've ever had in my life.
Wow. Really?
No, it wasn't.
Did her pussy still get wet?
Yeah, it just took a little bit more time.
Yeah, more time. There you go. Little Jimmy Stelt Sr. reference right there. In foreplay 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Danny, that's fucking interesting. 63-year-old lady.
Yeah.
Did anything else stand out to you when you came? Where did you come?
In the condom outside of her.
In the condom out.
Man, you could have fucking came 5 times.
I know, but.
And were you afraid of STDs? What do you think? She has some kind of fucking dinosaur STD or something?
You know what? You can never be too sure, so I just decided to go for the 100%.
Look at you. You look like you already have everything.
When you were done, did she give you a Werther's?
That's some interesting stuff. Congratulations on starting stand-up comedy.
Thank you so much.
Let's keep it going. Danny,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Radovich. Yeah. Let's get in here. Let's go to this fucker. What, you guys think we should find a female, huh? We haven't had a single lady up here tonight. Someone to speak for the ladies. Let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. 2 more blank pieces of paper. That's always fun. Kendall isn't a girl, right? Kendall Harris? All right, put your hands together for your first female comedian of the night. Kendall Harris, everybody.
Hi everybody. My face is gonna get really red. We're gonna move past it. I just turned 21 yesterday. Woo! Let's celebrate that. I'm here tonight DVing, so love that for me. I don't really drink anymore. I went to college, so I kind of got it all out of my system. Good amount of alcohol abuse from my family, so I thought I'd just, let out a little bit. I'll take my time, ease into it. I didn't really plan anything for this. My sister made me sign up. She's the drunk meat lover right there in the front row. The white girl with the dreadlocks. Yeah, the white one with the dreadlocks. Yeah, we don't talk about it in my family either. Yeah, she's a big fan of this show. I just listened to an episode for the first time a couple weeks ago, but here I am on the fucking stage, so, what are you gonna do about it? My God.
Fucking Bill Harris. Look at you. I'm not sure which one of the Olsen twins you are, but I'm guessing the one that they tried to have aborted. The one and somehow you survived. You came out of the other end of the vacuum tube just fine and dandy. They threw some brace, patted you on the butt, and told you to go out there and get them.
They went and killed Heath Ledger.
Yeah. There you go. Booyaka. Hot topic today. Kendall, how old are you?
I just turned 21 yesterday.
You just turned 21 yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. You single?
I know my boyfriend's right there too.
Oh, wow, look at that fucking creep. How old's he?
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
How old's he?
He's also 21.
Sure he is, yeah, right. Looks like Jimmy Stelz's dad. How long have you two been dating? 2 years. Where'd you meet him? High school?
No, we made out at a frat.
Wow, made out at a frat party.
Yeah.
The first time you guys met, you almost went farthest has his entire life. That's incredible. My goodness.
Yeah.
I just imagine what Tommy Wimbis would do to you if he were laid out in his race car bed. My goodness. Kendall, you're 21. What do you do for work?
I clean houses.
Yep.
That's funny. You don't look Mexican.
What do you do for fun?
What do I do for fun? Well, to be honest, I own every single expansion pack.
Wow. Heck yeah.
Oh my God. Do you ever watch the computer animated people have sex?
No, I downloaded the mod once, but it was just scary. Yeah.
It's scary?
Yeah.
It's one of my hobbies.
Yeah.
You ever been playing Sims for hours and hours and hours, and you're looking and you're playing the game and you're like, man, this fantasy life is really crazy. I have this and this and this. Well, time to go clean other people's houses now.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My goodness.
The dream is to not do that one day.
Right. What would you want to do? What's the dream? What's your biggest goal?
To be in politics, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
What type of what do you want to do in politics? You want to be one of the aldermen of the wards here in Chicago?
Hey, I do love our alderman. Local politics is where it's at.
Yeah. Can you give us? You're the first person in the show to say that you wanted to get into politics. Can you give us an example of a couple of your stances or something like that? Perhaps tell these people what you would do for their city or for whatever. Go ahead.
Well,
Just make fucking believe. Stay in the pocket. Go ahead.
I'm ridiculously pro-abortion, not pro-choice, pro-abortion. Because
Heck yeah, I wish your parents
me
were.
too, to be honest.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I wish my parents were pro-abortion too.
How do you go pro at abortion? People kind of like we're amateurs. They get like one or two and they're like, but how do you go pro?
It's faster, more memory.
Right. Yeah.
You have to work your way up as an amateur. Wow. Pro-abortion. What else? That's good. I think we're all pro-abortion here, right? I can't imagine an anti-abortion Feltoni fan, but who knows?
Well, I really give a lot, or I care a lot about the planet, but I don't really think it's gonna matter in like 20 years.
Why? Why do you think it's not going to matter in 20 years? See, we've
Because
gotten
climate
somewhere.
change is gonna kill us all before I can go into politics, anyways.
Do you really believe that?
Yeah.
You really believe that? Do you only watch CNN? What? I don't understand how you even. That's a crazy theory. That's scarier than anti-vax people to me. Like that's just frightening. Oh, it's all going to be done in 20 years. Not going to chase my hopes and dreams at all. Like it's like that. There's not a scientist anywhere that says that the planet's going to be gone in 20 years. Are you aware of that?
But yeah, on its way out.
You're just making shit up already, which makes me believe you're going to do great in politics one day. Man, is there anything interesting about you that we need to know? Your sister's the one that put you in this position. Just remember that.
Yeah, my fucking sister. Anything
Is there something embarrassing about your sister that you'd like to admit to all these people right now as redemption for her making you sign up here? Anything weird about her pussy or anything like that? Like that she has 3 pussy lips or something like that, or 7 or 7.
She has dreadlocks and she's white. Isn't that enough?
She has a what? She's white?
She has dreadlocks.
She has dreadlocks? Oh my god.
She's a dirty girl.
Where?
We have a cultural appropriation in progress in front row.
It's incredible. I can't believe that a girl with dreadlocks is in the front row here and not at Grateful Dead at Wrigley Field right now.
You ever used her hair to mop the floor in a house that you're cleaning?
How much
houses too.
How much longer you got the braces on for, Kendall?
I actually just got him on a couple months ago, unfortunately.
Is your boyfriend shredded? I mean, his dick.
Do the outsides of your teeth ever scrape up against his dick?
I try my best.
Oh gosh. Huh?
I try my best.
Oh wow. Try your best.
Yeah.
All right, you little fucking 21-year-old innocent victim. I think we're just gonna keep it moving along here. It's nice to meet you. There you go, Kendall Harris. You guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? Running out of time fast. Look at that William Montgomery looking motherfucker back there. Jesus, there's some scary looking people out there. All right, Taylor Adams, here we go. Motherfucking Taylor Adams. So Taylor Adams, where's he at? Is he coming? Yeah. I wish that you would step back. I wish that you. Here he is, Taylor Adams, everybody. Hey, thanks. He's your final comedian of the night. Put your hands together for Taylor Adams.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So, happy Pride Month. I'm gay and have AIDS. Yeah, I do. I don't know why you're cheering for that, but okay. I was diagnosed with HIV January 2013, contracted esophagitis. Shortly after that, it goes on your medical record permanently as AIDS because our healthcare system sucks. And people always ask when they find out I have HIV, like, how did you get it? Like, I'm a faggot. I sat on a big gnarly cough. It's not Blue's Clues. And then they want to know, like, well, do you know who gave it to you? Like, why? Do you want his number? Like, do you think this is fun for me? But I did find out. I was reminded by someone. I'm 99% sure I'm not making this up. The guy who gave me HIV, his name, he lives in Austin, Texas. His name is Thor. Yeah. Thor gave me AIDS. I got the hammer. Out of all
the Avengers who could give you AIDS, Thor's got to be the best one. He's the only one that makes any sense. The Hulk couldn't give AIDS because you'd already be dead from his cock that's bigger than your whole body. Captain America gave you AIDS, then you'd be black, and it wouldn't be AIDS, it would be syphilis, and that's not a joke. That's just a reference to when the United States government gave black people syphilis.
Wow.
And
Taylor, that's it.
Thanks. Thanks.
Taylor motherfucking Adams. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That set was so good. I'm going to donate some of my white blood cells to you.
I'm doing okay. There's millions of other people who do this.
The white blood cells here in Chicago are good. It's the black blood cells that we're wearing. The white blood cells are.
I heard there's a pretty good new medication now that's really helping the HIV/AIDS community and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm perfectly healthy, basically. I'm undetectable is what.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Thanks. Pockets, pocket for the past couple years.
Putting your dick in pockets is how you got AIDS in the first place.
Yeah. Well,
But how long ago was it that you went from Dallas Buyers Club to the Comedy Club is what I'm asking.
A couple of years ago, I started doing stand-up. Those jokes started working out, so.
That's awesome. I fucking love it, man. And how long have you had HIV for?
Since 2013.
2013.
January, yeah.
That's incredible. Was it just a normal checkup or something like that?
I mean, I knew I was like at risk, so I was like, I went.
You had really done some risky shit.
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of like what risky shit to you is? Like Austin, Texas. What happened and what was up with Thor? No, I know that, but yes, I know that part.
That's okay.
You might want to be careful. I don't know if you saw what those two police officers behind you did to each other earlier, but
I like your getup, Big Lots Officer Dangle. How's it going? Stroganoff, Lieutenant Stroganoff.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, horse.
That's right. Look out. Oh my God. Taylor has a twinkle in his eye right now. I'm very interested in this because people have thought that I've had AIDS for years, so I have more questions for you.
Yeah, this guy's like your spirit animal, don't he?
Yeah, he really is. This is it. He's got all
everything he's asked about the AIDS, and he's like, and what exactly was the first symptom?
All right. Exactly.
On WebMD, frantically like.
But were you doing riskier stuff than usual, or was it just? I mean, my question is.
Yeah. So I mean, this is that kind of a show. So I'll just. I've been clean from drugs and alcohol for like 75 days now. Most of the year, I've had a couple drinks. Thanks a lot. But I was doing. I was doing speed. Somebody said it earlier. So,
yeah.
Yeah. That's
my favorite kid.
You'll fucking die. So don't do that.
Heck yeah.
Never end.
You were doing speed.
Poppers.
Favorite kid.
Yeah. Craziest thing you've ever done sexually? Like craziest? Did you ever do like a big gay orgy or something like that?
There's been like more than a couple people in the room. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips for like anal and how to make it easier? What the fuck? Have you not heard as bad?
Do you have any tips? I think he has one tip.
Yeah,
I'll probably show you.
Big tip.
Get all the broken glass out of there before you fuck it.
All right.
I would just say, breathe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Time.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
My goodness. So what do you do for work? You're born and raised here in Chicago?
I'm from Central Illinois, but whenever I go out of state, people are like, yeah.
What are we
I'm from
talking
Charleston.
What are we talking about? Skokie? What the fuck are we talking about there?
I'm from Charleston, Illinois. So the original home.
What the fuck are you excited about? You're from Naperville. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's not.
All right.
That's not.
What do you do for work?
I work at a restaurant.
Yeah, what do you do at a restaurant other than not cough and sneeze near food?
Did you come out of a time machine from like 1994?
No, I fucking knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna fucking do that. You can't make those jokes to our other
We have a buddy with HIV back in LA. He's the house pianist at the Comedy Store for 20 years, Jeff Scott. And one thing we've learned is people with HIV or AIDS get extra fucking. If you say, "Oh, you don't know, they can't get it that way," everybody freaks out. Everybody in a time machine. And I'm just like, "Oh, the spit's coming at me." No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know you, but you still don't sneeze and cough on the food anyway, right? So there you go. Is it a fancy restaurant?
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, if somebody asked me that, and I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty nice." So it's not like McCormick and Schmeck's, but it's.
Oh, right. Is it?
Hepatitis A, B food rating, or what are we talking about? C.
It's actually it's in a. We get a lot of sick people.
That's what I associate quality restaurants attached to hospitals.
Yeah. Wow. A lot of people coming in. A lot of food allergies. So.
What do you like to do for fun?
I've been like glued to the E3 coverage, like the video game convention coverage. I don't have enough money or time to even play video games, like reading about them just as much. I just think the industry is really fascinating.
Right. Our friend Malcolm was on the panel today. Malcolm Hatchet.
Oh, cool.
He's the voice in the new video game from the guys that do Rick and Morty.
Yep, a great Malcolm Hatchet, former regular on that show. Wow. What else other than that's can you give us? Can you act something? What's the current work that you're working on now?
We're called Connective Theater Company, and we're doing a.
When you say connected, you mean penis to butt?
Those are some of my pitches, but no, we're called Connective Theater Company. We're doing a show starting in July called One Fleece Spirits about plague refugees during the plague.
What are you playing in that play?
I'm not in that play because in that play at my theater company, but I'm gonna be the
scary the guy with HIV and they cut you out.
I know.
Don't want to cut them.
I've been method acting.
What are you in a time machine? They cut you out of the play. That's incredible. What have you been in past theater experience?
Play
Philadelphia.
Jesus Christ! All these straight actors winning trophies for pretending to be gay men who died. It's like,
that's another weird thing that gay guys do is they get mad when straight guys play gay guys. You know what I mean? Like they could have hired a gay actor for that. What are they in a time machine?
That's not. Yeah. That wouldn't be acting.
Yeah, exactly. It's a crazy thing that's happening where straight white males aren't allowed to work on anything anymore, according to everybody, clearly. Couldn't we get Black Man with one leg for this?
There's a race riot here. I tell you, all race riot.
Crazy time we live in. All right. Anything else we need to know about?
I don't know.
All right.
Charles, my hometown is the original birthplace of Jimmy John's.
And the answer was no. We have nothing else interesting about you to talk about. Adams. Okay. Now, I made myself a promise before coming here tonight that we weren't just going to fizzle out at the end. That I wanted to do something special because, like I said earlier, I'm just not a huge fan of the episode that we had last night in Milwaukee. Just being honest with you here. And since this is our first ever Kill Tony in Chicago, I think we should do something fun to close this show real quick, right? So I'm gonna ask this, and I want after I say it, I want to just respond calmly and coolly and naturally. Is there anyone that signed up already in this bucket that knows how to play drums? You did? What's your name? David? Put your hands together for motherfucking David, everybody. Here we go. It's David, your final comedian. No music for David? All right. There we go. Here comes David, everybody. Signed up in the bucket. signed up in the bucket. We're gonna do something fun here. We're gonna get a 60-second set from David. Come on, David. Let's go. Move your fucking ass. Here he is. Put your hands together for David, everybody.
Holy shit, what's up, Chicago? Set's brought to you by ZipRecruiter. All right, so my wife and I adopted a dog last year because we're good people. And we can't have sex with the dog in the room because she gets extremely jealous. She'll jump up, start licking us, try to wedge herself between us, real pathetic shit. So we started locking her out of our room, but then she would just sit at the door and cry and eventually. So then we started leaving treats on the counter, some within reach, enough away to hold her attention, and she works for the most part, but she still pisses in the house. I don't really know what to do about that part. I've just kind of accepted the fact that every time we have sex, I'm gonna have to clean up 2 messes. I met my wife on Tinder, and I remember when we first started dating, we watched an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm together. It was the episode where they flash back to a young Larry David regretting not shaving his head in solidarity with the cancer kid. When, being the charmer I am, after I saw them view the cancer, I shaved my head as well. She said, "Oh my God, that's so sweet, but would you want me to do that?" Fuck no, I already have cancer. The last thing I need is a bald girlfriend.
All right, there you go. Good job, David. What's your last name? David what?
Levin.
David Ray? Levin. How long you been doing stand-up?
60 seconds.
That's your first time ever. How about a hand for David? There you go. Way to do it, dude. What do you do for a living?
I work at a bank.
You work at a what bank?
At a bank, yeah.
We love banks.
Sperm? Only on the weekends.
Heck yeah. What do you do for fun?
Well, play drums. I'm in a local cover band.
Yeah. What kind of cover band?
Well, it's similar to the Kill Tony band, just with less sex appeal.
What are you guys covering? Just regular songs?
Classic rock, blues, contemporary stuff.
Perfect.
Maybe
Well, I'll tell you what, David, I want to go off on a bang here, so let's have some fucking fun.
Let's do it!
What do you guys think live from Chicago, what do you guys say we do a little, what do you think about a Mexican drama? How excited. We're going off on a bang. David, now do you know the rules of this fucking thing? You're a fan of the show, right, David? Fucking on the fucking microphone, you hack. There you go. It's over near your fucking skull.
Yes, Tony, I'm familiar.
So you understand that if you beat undefeated Joelberg here in your hometown of Chicago,
that's correct,
then you go to Minneapolis with us, you go to Madison, Wisconsin, you go back to LA with us on Monday, you're in New York City all next week with us, you're in Philadelphia July 25th. Yeah?
Yeah, she's all Joel, fine.
So are you excited about this? Do you think you have a chance?
I mean, I'm a little limited. Where are the times at? I mean, is this a house set or what?
That's a really good point. Stop with your fucking excuses, you goddamn banking piece of shit.
My best here.
You really know how to play up to the crowd, you idiot. All right, put your hands together for a Mexican drum off. It's David Levin, everyone. Wow. I feel like I'm in the lobby of a Guitar Center. Wow. That was great. My goodness. Very good. Very good foundation. Has anyone ever told you played drums like a stepdad? That was incredible. Good job, David. What's the name of the band?
Missing Ted.
Well,
I didn't come up with it.
David, are you sure? Anything else you want to... Is that it? That's your whole performance, right? That it has to do with drums and overall showmanship, right? There you go. That's David Levin. Get up, David. Go stand next to Lieutenant Stroganoff. And now I present to you the reigning, defending, undefeated loses here tonight. He has to. And it's Joelberg, Joel Jimenez. Oh my God.
You're under arrest, Tony.
Oh no. Oh, don't do it to me.
You probably does not have the key to that. You know much. He probably does not have the key to that.
Oh yeah. I'm really not that paranoid about these plastic handcuffs, right?
I didn't know.
Come on, people, you gotta fucking do it. You ready for this shit? This is a Mexican drama, and this is Joelberg Joel Jimenez. Oh shit! Oh! Whoa! Come on, Chicago! That is how you do it. My goodness gracious. How many of you have David Levin winning that one? How many of you have Joelberg Joel Jimenez winning that, huh? And that is how you do it. That is an episode of Kill Tony Live. You guys have any fun tonight? Fuck yeah, you did, you goddamn animals. How about another hand for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins? Hell yeah. There he is. There goes David Levin. David, you can go. One more time for David Levin. There he goes. Come on, how loud can this place get for the great and powerful Joelberg Joel Jimenez? You guys all seem happy. After the show, we're going to be wherever the merch area is here. Everybody has to make a straight line. We're going to sign posters, take pics with you, shake hands. You could, do you love us and whatnot? It'll give you a chance to tell us that you've been listening for a long time and whatnot.
I just want to can I give a shout out to Bob and Ryan from Ludwig? They're here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. How about a hand for the guys from Ludwig? They're from here in Chicago. They made it. Come on, guys. They sponsor Joel. Make some noise for the Ludwig guys. What's wrong with you? Jeremiah's got Reagan Watkins. The new episode of Jeremiah Wonders with Pete Holmes is out. It's on YouTube at Jeremiah Stand Up. He's on social media. Jeremiah's Stand Up. He's coming up. He's going to tell you about him really quickly.
Yeah, June 28th, Reagan Watkins headlining in San Diego. We're Stand Up Live in Phoenix. Come see us.
There you go. Joelberg's on social media, mostly sorry. I had so much fucking fun here tonight. We absolutely love you guys. We're definitely going to come back soon. It's not going to be another 6 years. You guys were fucking awesome. Thank you to Elia Hall here. Tim, Brad, Haley on lights. Fucking awesome. Red Man?
Thanks a lot, Chicago. See you later.
Thank you guys. We love you.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Majestic Theater in Madison, Wisconsin. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Madison, we fucking made it. Let these listeners know what's up. Ooh-wee wee. Brian Redman's here, everybody.
What's up, guys?
We are live. Madison, Wisconsin. You guys ready for this shit? Kill Tony is here. This is exciting stuff. Our first ever in Madison. Exciting. We ended up selling just like the other places this week, and it's very exciting to be here at the beautiful Majestic Theater. I love this place.
Look how beautiful this is.
Yeah, can we turn those lights on the around the stage again? I love those.
Yeah, that's kind of like that.
Look at that. Yeah, keep those on. I don't know if you guys know that here at the Majestic, but that's one of the things that makes it special. So I like those on. Minneapolis tomorrow night. Then we go home to Los Angeles for our 6th-year anniversary with Brian. Then back on the road again to New York, and Poughkeepsie next week. 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. We added a show to that sold-out show at the Gramercy Theater. I don't know if you guys know this, New York, but that's a really big deal to see theater on Thursday, especially twice, which is what we're going to do after you buy tickets. Listening to that mention of it. Don't forget, we're at Skankfest and Kill Tony Mania is coming up fast in October. Really exciting stuff. And Philadelphia, July 25th, our largest venue for Kill Tony, 1,000+ people all at once at the Fillmore Theater. So buy tickets right now, and then buy them again next week, and then buy them again after that. Just keep buying tickets, even if you're not going to come, even if you don't have any friends. Buy tickets. I just realized I forgot to throw. Comes in and says that he's my friend. Did you make it, Michael? You made it? Michael Faria? Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Sorry about that, pal. It sucks when you realize a few minutes into the show. If any guy named Michael comes up, just let him in. This is very exciting to be here. Of course, Ryan Ebelt couldn't make it to tonight's show. However, he did send along with us a bunch of really awesome Kill Tony prints. I don't know if you guys saw them, but we're going to be selling those after the show and signing them and taking pictures with you if you choose to wait the straight line for a little bit. And we also have some cool pins. There's Tony pin, the brand making new Kill Tony pin, and the Death Squad pin.
Yeah, the glow in the dark.
Really exciting stuff. And of course, maybe the band might be selling something, because there is a band on this show, everybody. Live from Madison, Wisconsin. We could spare no expense when we found out we were kind of, let's do it. Every single episode they commit to staying in different characters. We never know what they're going to be. The same goes for this week. Maybe it's a brand new character that we've never seen before. Maybe it's return of some of their famous characters that we love. Yeah, but and make some noise for me. Tony Van Jeremiah Watkins over Joel Jimenez. Let's see what they are tonight. Whoa! What? Wow! This is crazy. They look like animal safari people or crocodile hunters. Some of a zookeeper? I give you the word. Is that right? Are you zookeepers?
Wildlife experts, Jeremy.
What was that again?
Wildlife experts.
Wildlife experts. This is the wildlife experts before. Madison. Wildlife experts.
Don't make too much noise. He will strike at any moment.
He seems pretty tired right now. He must be exhausted from being in your bag a whole week on the road this week.
It's a cold temper, sleep paralysis. He can strike at any moment. Be careful.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're on the show, Wildlife Expert. Look at those big, long fucking legs you have. Wow. Whoa. I can't tell where the legs end and the khaki fabric begins there. You're just dressed all one color.
My skin color as khaki before, so.
What's your name?
My name's James Nolan, but you call me Tibby.
All right, Jimmy Nolan. Very good.
Tibby.
And back here we have a blonde Mexican. So this is exciting. If you've ever wondered what that looks like, here you are. What's your name?
My name's Peter Gazelle, Tony.
Peter Gazelle.
And is that supposed to be a very small lion, and we're supposed to act like that's a real lion?
It's got a tiny lion.
Little known fact, lions come in different shapes and sizes.
So he can hear you. You don't want to insult a lion.
Now, I noticed that you don't have any accent whatsoever.
No, I'm American, Tony.
Oh yeah? What zoo do you work at?
San Diego.
Very good.
I moved to Australia to work with one of the best.
Huh?
I mean, he's actually been under my wing for a while now. Yeah.
And you would know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because you work with wings.
Yeah.
Because you're a wild bird. All right. Well, speaking of animals, there's a bunch of them that signed up for the opportunity to come up on this stage tonight. How exciting is that? A great turnout on the sign-up sheet. Madison's ready to express itself on this stage, and then get in it. We find out a little bit more about you. Maybe stuff that you could talk about, maybe stuff that you should talk about, and we get through it all together. If I pull your name out of the bucket, that means you get 60 uninterrupted seconds on this stage. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of the kick. Aw, isn't that adorable? That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Madison Wolf's bear.
There's a bear on the loose.
Wow. Yes, it is. Half wolf, half bear, and clearly part dolphin whatsoever.
By the way, to get on stage, you're going to go right over there. You'll see a lady sitting by the wall, and there's a little doorway over there. So that's how you get on
They're
stage.
going to have a flashlight, so you just go that way, and they're going to guide you up. Take your time. Don't fall down. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? We are live from one of the last stops on the 2019 Kill Tony Summer Tour. How exciting. All right, put your hands together for your first comedian of the night, and remember, there's no heckling during their 60 seconds. If you signed up, if you had the balls to sign up, then you fucking keep your mouth shut because you don't want somebody going into you. And if you didn't sign up, then shut the fuck up, you ballless fucking pussy. All right, I pulled my comedian going up tonight, goes by the name Dean. Here we go, Cody Dean. Ah, there he is. He's coming right from the second row. The mighty jungle, the lions lead tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lions lead tonight. One more time for Cody Dean, everybody.
I knew I was going to be super nervous and scared doing this the whole time. All week I've been practicing a whole bit. I've been getting it down. I even got here early. I got here about 20, 30 minutes early before the show even started. I was outside, maybe 5th or 6th in line. I walked up, the first thing I saw was a homeless dude. And he was standing with a billboard, everywhere, a clipboard, a little piece of paper, and he was asking people for money. He asked $2 to save 1,600 homeless people in the Madison area. And I, including myself, everybody was rejecting him. And they didn't say anything by. And like I said, I was confident walking into this, but I sat there for 28 minutes before the show started, seeing this guy get rejected over and over and over again. And with every time he got rejected, it got worse and worse and worse. So, as you can see, I'm bombing right now, and it's not going well. I guess what I really wanted to say was, been in a line of people that... Okay, I've been in a family line that has had man boobs, and I've been constantly spending my life trying to get away from that. I've been working hard every day, lifting weights and doing all the things to stay away from man boobs. But every day...
My God, Cody. Wow. That's something else. You had to squeeze that story in from earlier. Where you met the guy up front? My God.
Like there was...
Good question. What was that about?
Like I said, I've never been asked before, so I was just thinking of something coming in.
Fuck yeah. Well, I got good news for you. You still haven't done stand-up comedy. You signed up to do it tonight. You had the chance to do it, and you chose not to. You came out like an even more tired version of Pete Davidson. You're like you are breast cancer. They are the human form of breast cancer. Except you've never seen a pair of real tits before in your life. Except for maybe yours in the mirror, according to what you were trying to get out of your last show. So Cody, take a couple steps back here so the audience can see your grab the mic to bring that with you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And this is a very primitive creature we have right here. As you noticed during his set, he made a last-ditch effort to say that he was bombing on stage right before he died a brutal death.
Yeah, there was definitely some struggling going on. This was the first time ever on a stage. You've never done anything before. No music, no nothing.
And I've been thinking jokes about it.
Examines his brain.
So how old are you?
I'm 23.
23 years old. That's adorable. Look at you, you little baby.
This animal does not stand a chance.
Born and raised here in Madison?
Middleton, which is about 20 minutes away.
Middleton. Heck yeah. What's Middleton known for?
Medium nice. It's one of the nicest cities in America.
Really?
Yeah, we got voted that a couple years back.
Fucking faggot town to me. Say fag town? Heck yeah.
Now what's very odd about this male is he actually has female gifts.
True female reproduction?
I know, but I guess I don't really study too much on it.
He's dressed like a female trusting woman.
What is the deal with the pink? Is it trademark?
It's the new Madison Pro Soccer team.
Go ahead, tell me again.
It's the Madison Pro Soccer team that just started about 4 or 5 months.
Wow, is it a women's soccer team?
It's not. It's not. Just
you're talking about the Forward Madison football team?
Yeah, Steve, I'm looking into it. I like it.
Yeah, I know all about that. You're dressed like Lady Forward right now. That's very exciting. I gotta put you on top of the fucking state capitol and try to encourage you to jump off.
I think I would put it
up there. Yeah. Cody, you're 23 years old. What do you do for work?
Solder wires and circuit boards. Not really anything.
Soldering circuit boards. Sodomizing?
Solder wires.
Solderize? Solderize. Yeah, that's what I said the first time, but okay. I don't know if that's the right word. I'm trying to get to what you're saying. Solderize? Oh, then why the fuck do you see the solderize thing?
I solder wires to circuit boards. I guess I'm not good at talking to the mic yet. I'll get there.
Yeah, but maybe you shouldn't get there. Maybe you should keep regular talking. So
So wow, you're 23 years old. You're soldering wires to circuit boards. So what does a 23-year-old like you do for fun? Seems like you're a gigantic fan of this football team that hasn't even come here yet.
That's hilarious.
You really don't know what's funny and what's not.
The young male tries to relate to his prey before he gets eaten.
So tell us more about you, Cody. What do you do?
Hang out with my dog and listen to music, I guess, and normal shit.
What kind of dog do you have?
He's a puggle. His name's Carl.
Very nice. Beautiful animal. Beautiful.
Good guy.
Yeah. So you hang out with your dog. What do you do with your dog?
Yeah, I guess go on walks, play a little tug of war eventually.
Oh, a little tug of war?
Tug of war, yeah.
Wow, look at you, you fucking athlete, you.
With a what kind of dog was it?
He's about 40 pounds, so he gets pretty into it.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
isn't that a pug and a poodle mixed?
It's a pug with a beak, so it's a little stronger.
Ferocious.
A little stronger.
Interesting. Wow, so you hang out with your dog. You have a girlfriend?
I do.
You do. She even let you wear her clothes out tonight. That's exciting. How long have you been with her for?
About 6 months now.
6 months. What do you guys like to do for fun? Go on walks, play a little tug of war?
Something like that.
Yeah. Where'd you meet her at?
At a party through a friend. She actually lives in Michigan, so
it's
only see her once a month.
Yeah, you only see her once a month. My goodness. And that's been going on for 6 months.
Around
So
there,
you've seen her about 6 times.
About 6 times, yeah.
Have you
So
guys?
yeah, we're almost serious.
Have you guys like hooked up? Have you gone all the way yet?
Gone all the way, third base and everything.
Third base? Wait, you went down on you?
Of course.
Of course, yeah, sure. Like you fucking the pussy king of
2019
Middleton over here. Yeah, of course.
You gotta be nice, of course.
Of course, you know, I just fucking eat that pussy. You know what I mean? Tony! Come on, Tony! What? Hell yeah. My goodness. So, like, you guys, when you guys hang out, where do you hang out at when you guys meet up for your one day a month? In your car or something? Like, what do? You guys meet some fucking Portillos on the outskirts of
You pick her up at an airport, or like,
I guess pick her up at an airport. She flies in.
Yeah, flies in.
Oh, so she's got the money out of the two of you, huh?
Well, we split it.
You split?
2019 again. We gotta be nice.
What do you mean, be nice?
Be half and half. You gotta be one of those. I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What does she do for work?
She goes to school mostly, and she works at a little cafe.
A little cafe. Heck yeah. So where do you guys, when you guys meet up after you pick her up from the airport, you bring her back to your place?
Usually bring her back to my
You
place.
live by yourself?
I do with my dog.
Just you and your dog?
Just me and my
You have
dog.
a little one-bedroom apartment in Middleton?
It's a studio in Madison, actually, about a couple blocks from here.
Oh, that's cool. How long have you lived in Madison?
About 5 years now.
5 years.
Yeah, for sure.
So you left the family in Middleton.
Yep.
They supportive of you trying stand-comedy? Do they know about you doing this?
No, not at all.
You close with your parents?
I'm very close with my parents.
Yeah. How close? You still sleep in bed?
I smoked weed with both my parents since I was about like 9 or 10.
Really? You started smoking weed with your parents at about the age of 9?
Well, I didn't start smoking weed with them, but eventually we talked about it, and they slowly came around. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Is there something that we need to know about you, Cody? A fun fact about you that we would be surprised to know? You once saved somebody's life or anything like that?
No, man.
No.
Nothing like that, no.
No. Just walk around.
Just in Madison in a nice city, yep. Just a nice guy in a nice city.
Nice guy in a nice city. He's a murderer.
There you go.
Heck yeah. Look at you. Look at that look at that shit-eating grin you have on your face. You're way too happy for what happened here tonight, Cody. But you got the show started for us. It was your first time ever doing anything, and we appreciate that. Cody Dean, everybody. Let's keep it going. Hey. Can you imagine being that nice every day? No, I would shoot myself. One more time for Cody Dean, everybody. Got the show started for us. Let's keep it moving along. put your hands together for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Jim Sharkey, everybody. Jim Sharkey. Jim Sharkey. Hey. Oh my goodness, Jim Sharkey taking a while here. Here he comes. Making his way up here. I think he was on the very top floor. On a horse with no name. Jim Sharkey, ladies and gentlemen.
So as a retired chef, I want you guys to know that in a pinch, you can safely use olive oil for lubricant. But if you're going to do anal, turn the lights out because you'll never, ever eat balsamic vinaigrette again. It's true. I have kind of a love-hate relationship with living a healthy lifestyle. In case your physique was once sculpted of you're incorrect. I don't know why all my punchlines are for him. I have 600 fucking people here. My wife was a personal trainer before we met, so she works out a lot. When I say before we met, I think that's unrelated. They say living heart healthy is the way to be. Because you're going to live longer if you cardio, if your heart's strong. I'm going to tell you something. Cardio makes me want to blow my fucking brains out. So it's not actually going to make me live longer, is it?
Heck yeah, Jim Sharkey. Of course, with no name. Hell yeah. Hi, Jim. Welcome. First time on the show, right?
First time.
Look at you. That's very exciting. First time doing stand-up?
I've done it a couple times.
Hell yeah. I mean, some of you may recognize Jim as the guy that not only has seen all the Star Wars movies, but he also wrote and directed most of them. You are a big,
big motherfucker.
Like a big nerd. Like, it's like scary yet completely not safe.
You're like, you want to fight?
Star Wars. Honestly, so like not right now, but like I sort of do want to fight. Like I think I'd beat your ass, Jim. I'm pretty sure. Star Wars or Star Trek?
Okay, so I actually don't like either too much, but I like Star Trek more because it seems more realistic. Like they tried harder with the science part.
Okay, that's enough. Huge nerd. Thanks a lot for taking the fortnight off to be here.
Now, these are two endangered species trying to communicate. I cannot understand what they're saying at all.
You look like Benjamin Franklin and Steven Seagal, baby.
You're going to ride that Appleton joke for a while, aren't you?
Because here's what Portland didn't have time for.
Exactly.
The origin story. The bench press claim that turned into a Reddit forensic investigation. The college roommate's story he told on his own podcast like it was charming. And an episode of The Fighter and the Kid from just a few weeks. There's a theory in the Brendan Schaub discourse. And yes, there's enough Brendan Schaub discourse that goes like this. The fastest way to advance your comedy career is to work with Brendan Schaub and then stop.
Yeah, then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King of the Snake. And I just want to thank you guys for just being a part of my life.
Theo Von left King of the Snake, sold out theaters, massive JRE appearances, one of the hottest podcasters alive. Mark Harley got fired from Thick Boy Studios, landed a national commercial, aired during the Super Bowl. Chappelle Lacey stopped being Schaub's fast friend. Got taken seriously as a comedian. See the pattern? Every time someone escapes Brendan Schaub, their career levels up, which kind of makes awesome cringe. Not just a bad comedian, not just a delusional podcaster, the final boss, the guy you have to beat, or at the very least leave, before the universe lets you have a real career.
Speaking of Besides, I clicked on because Fair God, no Fair God, the clothing. They had this new drop, and I thought I clicked Fair God. It was Fair Gods with a Z, but it looked exactly the same. I'm like, damn, they have more size than this. I'm more than everything. 4 weeks, I'm like, what's that? No, just make up. So you clicked the Fear of Gods link? I didn't know. They made it look Fear of Gods. That's what happens. If you didn't get LASIK and you had fucking contacts with a C, dude. C with a C, dude? That's not even an S. Can we start telling a list of how many times Brendan muscle? Pull up Fear of Gods. Oh, don't get me started on this transgender hooker. I swear it was a girl, man. Fear of Gods. Dude, you pull that up? Yeah, I'm sure you can. 2 Z's, 3 Z's. They got me. They're not sending you Fear of Gods stuff. Oh no, dude, it's true. Today we're going to talk about how that happened. The squandered opportunities, the fired superfans, the Austin storage unit with a ring light, and why, after all of it, remains the most committed and most fascinatingly self-unaware figure in the comedy-adjacent internet. Let's get into it. Every long-running piece of pop culture mythology eventually gets a name. The Madden Curse, the Sports Illustrated cover jinx, the Brendan Schaub curse. That last one works a little differently from the others, though. Usually the curse hurts the person it touches. The Schaub curse works in reverse. It blesses everyone who escapes it. You leave Brendan Schaub, you get blessed, you stay, you're in the video. If you're a comic, Brendan talked about you. Brendan is a narcissistic and lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now. Can you ever go back to Cal? Well, let's see what this guy has to say. Sorry, Brendan. The podcast is over. It's just going to be some snip. Theo Vaughn is the clearest example. For years, Theo co-hosted King and the Sting with Schaub. And if you watch the old episodes, the dynamic is painfully obvious. She gotta handle some different. You gotta get this bigger. Theo is funny, like naturally, effortlessly funny. The kind of comic finds an angle on anything. And Schaub is there, redirecting, missing the point of his own jokes, turning every punchline into a segue about his NFL combine numbers or his time at the gym with Joe. He won Rosemont Northwestern. He was so intimidated. He's the record. That's why he's a legend. Watch a King and the Sting episode from 2019, and you'll see Theo set up a bit, feel it building, and watch Schaub walk directly through the middle of it like a golden retriever crossing a construction zone. No Ellis. There's just enough Brendan Schaub. Yes, there's enough Brendan Schaub discourse to have a theory that goes like this. The fastest way to advance your comedy career is to work with Brendan Schaub, and then stop. Yeah, then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King and the Sting, and I just want to thank you guys for just being a part of my life.
Theo Vaughn left King and the Sting, sold out theaters, massive JRE appearances, one of the hottest podcasters alive. Mark Harley got fired from Thick Boy Studios, landed a national commercial, aired during the Super Bowl. This is just in. You don't want to be last for changing American market. Chappelle Lacey stopped being Schaub's best friend, got taken seriously as a comedian. See the pattern? Every time someone escapes Brendan Schaub, their career levels up, which kind of makes him the final boss of cringe. Not just a bad comedian, not just a delusional podcaster. Final boss. The guy you have to beat. Or at the very least lead before the universe lets you have a real career.
Besides, I clicked on, because Fair God, the clothing, they had this new drop, and I thought I clicked Fair God, but it's Fair Gods with a Z, but it looked exactly the same. I'm like, damn, they have all my size in this? I'm more than everything. 4 weeks, I'm like, what the cloth hat?
nuts. They nuts.
So you clicked the Fear of God's link?
I didn't know. They made it look exactly as if it was Fear of God.
So that's what happens. Because if you didn't get LASIK and you had contacts with a C.
Boom, dude.
Dude? Not even an S. Can we telling a list of how many times Brendan
I've been hustled? I swear it was a girl.
Oh, look who it is!
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Juicy.
Dude, quit. When I've been talking for like 3 hours, I don't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, Reverend, I do like the guy. He's a little bit.
Oh, he's kooky.
Sour grape.
He's kooky, but I like him too.
I don't know what you mean by that. He's smart. He knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but he is like, it's hard to have a conversation with him, I feel, because he cuts you off right away and then talks for like 15 minutes, and so I feel like I have to ask him a question and then be quiet and then have him talk. But yeah, I don't think
I kind of like his ramblings. He didn't seem too bad.
No. I was, but if you try to have a conversation with him with dialogue, it's very difficult. So a lot of times I just tune him out.
Yeah, you gotta make like this stage thing next. You know how to set up?
I already have.
It's like
I already have 2 spots below this or one spot.
Okay.
Do you see it says Rabbi Rethab's Arena?
Yeah.
It's right there. It's all ready to go. And I have had to use that on occasion. One time in particular, I had a girl in here who liked to hear me sing, and sing in there. I would do like concerts, and she but then I'd get other people who come in here and bidding, 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 bidding. Hey, what's going on? Bidding, 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 bidding. Hey, what's going on? Bidding, bidding, bidding. And it was like, oh, oi. Just it was too much. So I would go in there and sing, and I don't know if I've done it other times, but yeah, I've got a stage set up, and now I think setting up stages is like a premium feature. I don't think it's possible because Caspian, she was trying to figure it out, and yeah, I'm not saying that anything.
I need one.
Well, I have a bunch of them. All of those music, those are all stages.
You have like admin privileges and can control who's talking.
That's correct. So I could bring people up, and if I wanted to, like those music stages are set up so that the only person talking is the robot that's in there, so that people listen to the music and somebody isn't able to go in there and interrupt it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And in terms of Reverend Andrew, I think he's a very smart man, but it's like, how old are you? Do you mean how many times I've gone around the world? Just say, I don't want to tell you, and just say that, and that's fine. But like, there's that kind of stuff, and especially in some of his religious takes, he's smart and he knows a lot about religion, but don't want to get into an argument with him over the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament and the interminglings of that. That doesn't ever really go well. Just because people have differences of opinion, and frankly, nobody knows. So I do my best not to get into religious discussions with him. I'll listen to what he has to say, and I think he's smart, and he knows Hebrew Bible very well. But in terms of interacting with him on a religious level, I just choose not to, because we're not going to agree, or if we do agree, we won't agree on everything. So anyway, and I was tired. Man, I've been talking with Paul for like 3 hours or something. He was cool. He was nice. He can make a pizza faster than 2 hours. To import him as skilled, you know that, right?
Yeah, I can make a pizza that quick too. I think it's like impressive to make it that slow.
It's impressive to make it that slow. That's exactly right. And the way that they justify it to you, like, what kind of asshole question is that? You don't understand. We get an order and we make it, and then 10 minutes behind that, there's an order and we make that. And 10 minutes behind that, there's an order and we make that. And I'm thinking to myself, that's not how a restaurant runs. Their takeout system works, but restaurants, and I'm sure I'm not the only person, but like, you have multiple things going at once. So, I don't know.
Yeah, when I was working in a restaurant, it's like I'm working in a restaurant, you can't just be like, no, one order every 10 minutes. It's like,
exactly.
You get a line of like 30 pizzas and you make them all as quickly as possible. Get them out.
Well, if it's a pizza restaurant, there seems to have more options, but even still, it, like you said, it's impressive to take that long on pizza. Okay, so we were talking Carrot Parrot, and I am someone who thinking about the logo. And
don't worry about the logo.
No, I'm worried about the logo because I want to say this. The way that I think it goes. Well, I don't know. What I do know is that you should get like 50 examples.
Hey, whoa. You said Carrot Parrot.
Carrots. If I did,
I think you said.
If I did, so catchy that it's very easy to, make and have that issue. But nevertheless, you haven't forgotten it. The other one, the other one's taken.
What about the logo?
Well, logo is usually. I feel that the logo needs to be recognizable in a monochromatic tone. And the best way to do that is to not have it in the beak. It would be to have it just holding a carrot. But then I thought, that the two emojis that I sent you that are the parrot and the carrot, that could be the logo as well, except facing each other. And that would work in monochromatic as well. And then it's literally like you could show this as a flashcard to a child and say, what do you see? And they'd be like, parrot, carrot. And that's a powerful logo.
Yeah. I think like the Reddit idea is good.
Yeah.
If you be like, I have is already what do you think is the best logo for this Reddit?
And you have to, well, that's what people do, but you've got to already have the website and you've got to already have all the other shit. And
what subreddit is this? Isn't it just like graphic design?
No, it's logo design.
Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, you just think someone will steal the URL if they see parrot posted?
People do. People go there and steal people's ideas all the time. So what I'm saying is,
spending $150 and copying this URL.
I don't know if it's going to be that expensive. I have a feeling it could be more because once a company knows you want it, they're gonna not give it up that quickly. So just be cautious of that. But you. I think you want to get all of the other social media that's available to you. And
let me ask this question.
you ask
Do
me
think
anything you want,
it
Big
should
Bill.
it be mandatory for companies to post a contest on their social media?
Absolutely not. No, you don't want to tell your customer what to do. Absolutely not. They just post the contest on their own or on your website, then that's absolutely fine. Coca-Cola is not going to post some itty-bitty website on their international brand. Even if you were really big, they're not going to do that. Even if Coca-Cola does not want any other brand being associated with their brand, and that's okay. They've that right. They're the most recognized brand in the world, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean that if somebody wanted to come up with a Coca-Cola bear logo design, can be okay for them to be able to benefit from that.
All right, but you think like a medium, small size company or whatever would do it?
Magic Mind spent money on Brian Callen, a multiple-time accused rapist, and a bunch of Austin comedy rejects, including one guy who doesn't even perform comedy on Kill Tony anymore because he missed so many sets, to a infomercial, whatever you want to consider it. The smaller the brand, the bigger the risk they're willing to take.
Yeah.
And
okay,
if I were you, I would set a goal this week to use my computer that right now is not doing anything, and have it start to scrape emails. And those emails would be split into two categories. You could split them into more than that, but creators and companies. And then within 2 weeks or so, and I'd have that bitch going 24/7, and I would keep an eye on it because it will run into issues of pop-ups and stupid just disconnects and crashes and stuff. It will happen. Nothing goes forever without some type of interaction, but generally it will be very consistent. And then while you're in here playing games with me or taking Yellow out on a walk or getting a 2-hour pizza, you've got this thing working for you. And if you have it going for a month, you're going to have maybe 30,000 usable emails. And you could have it scrape YouTube for yourself. You could have it scrape Spotify for yourself. You could have it scrape Instagram and TikTok. And then what you're going to do is you've got the basis for your company. And then within 2 weeks, I would want to know if I could get Parrot Carrot. If I couldn't, I might do a play on it. But I would offer them whatever they wanted. They're not going to ask for $50,000 for this thing. Nobody wants that much. But you could, how much is it? Is it available? And if it is, how much is it on it? And I'm thinking you might be able to get it for a few $100s, and that's absolutely worth it. And then from there, you build out your social media. You register everything. You don't worry about a logo. And then from there, you get like maybe a graphic of 50 logos, maybe 10 by 5 or 5 by 10 or whatever, and you give it to the people. You may have something that you like, but then you give it to the people on the logo design subreddit, and they'll tell you as a focus group what one they like the most. And it might be like, they might be like, I like the wording of 2, but I like the wording of 2. Dude, this is such a good idea too. Your word mark could literally, the P could be a parrot and the T could be a carrot. like a P looks like a parrot and a T looks like a carrot for your word mark, because you're going to need a word mark as well. When I say word T is in like the first letter of parrot and the last letter of carrot.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be PC, parrot, carrot? Like no one thinks like you can just use like the first and last letter.
No,
the initials are the first letter.
No, I'm not talking about the initials. The initials are PC, no doubt about that. What I'm talking about is your word mark. Do you know what a word mark is? It's like the Coca-Cola script. Red.
Yeah.
Or like McDonald's is M with the CONALDS or whatever. Or MCON. So you need one of those. And the shape of the two objects that you're describing work well. So the P for parrot is shaped like a parrot, and the T at the end of carrot is shaped like a carrot.
Okay.
So you have a word, so have a logo. Those are separate items that you're going to need for your brand. And it works. It's not like you have to use another letter within carrot. Ideally, carrot would look like ideally the C in carrot would look like a carrot, but that's not going to work. But the T works perfectly. So that's good. And so then you're going to also give people the ability to choose from a word mark. So you have parrot, carrot logos. You might have 50 of them to choose, or 10 of them from which to choose, 10 word marks. Then post that to the subreddit, and they will tell you, use the script of number 2 and the logo of number 4, or they'll say, someone will make a suggestion like, these are okay, but what have you thought about something like this? And they'll post their own version, and then everybody upvotes that. Like, you're able to crowdsource the work of hundreds. Basically what your company's going to be is crowdsourcing the work of people, but you're just doing it through a subreddit. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, for advertisements that are, I guess, yeah, you can really go on Reddit and ask them to make advertisements for you. With a logo, it's different, but like there's no point. I guess there is kind of a point if you want more people than Reddit, but there's no guarantee that they're all graphic designers. But
yeah, these are
there's going to be contests for the best logos on this website.
On your website, yeah, there will be. You're basically going, it could be like, hey, everybody, I know that many of you are graphic designers. I want you to know that I've launched this website that will pay you for your creativity if your logo is chosen. So I want to make sure you're aware. Please feel free to register for it. And that's an important thing that you're going to want on your website. Before you start having contests and such, you want people to start registering for it. And that's verify their email so that you have a mailing list. The larger your mailing list, the more powerful your brand is, because that basically gives you ammunition to be able to squeeze a customer base out of and a creative base out of. So you don't want just people to log in and or not even log in. Like, I guess there are ways to avoid this. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but I want to make sure I said it before I forget, and it may affect you. I think it may affect me. Did I say this? I think I told you this actually. Google's redoing their recap. That I looked at what their plan is in more. It was like you're going to have to scan a QR code to make sure that your device is considered trusted, and it either has to be an approved iOS device or an approved Android device. Otherwise, you won't be able to use Google services with that device. As I've heard, it's supposed to create a two-tiered internet. So I just want you to be aware of that. You may say, well, what does that have to do with me or this brand or whatever? You will find that you're going to want to put a CAPTCHA on your website somewhere, probably when you're creating an account. This will get rid of a lot of bot accounts. I can just tell you right now, as somebody who does bot accounts, CAPTCHAs are...
Oh, so it's good. If you're trying to make your website secure.
Yeah, but you've got to understand that you have to pay for that website too. So that's going to be an added cost. Usually you do. There might be some kind of free exception if you have like you're lower than a certain amount. But basically...
But you don't have to use it though, right?
You could use other systems, but all CAPTCHAs have some kind of cost to them. Though I'm sure somebody out there has a low-cost CAPTCHA that you could use that has a flat fee.
Okay. Here's what I was wondering a lot. I feel like you'll probably same answer, possibly not, but basically, like the problem was like when you're creating an account on the website, the user can fill in a bunch of information regarding all the data surrounding them completely voluntarily. So their age, if like Reverend doesn't want to say their age, they don't have to put their age.
You're going to have to have them
reborn.
You're going to have their age. At least they have to say that they're 18.
Yes. Yes. But like assuming that they're over 18. Like there's optional fields and you can fill it in as in depth as you'd like for whatever your age, your gender, your I don't know, whatever
Occupation, location, interest, biography, description. I'm telling you right now, it is in your best interest to collect as much data on these individuals as possible. And while you may not think that people will utilize it, they will. I utilize it. If a website gives me the opportunity to put something in a profile, I not only use it, Riser, I know how many characters that it has, and I use every single character that's available to me. I maximize. I'm the ultimate. And why do I do that? Because I want to give myself as much of an advantage as possible.
No, I mean, I understand that, like, yes, collecting that data is super valuable because then you're not just getting random upvotes. If it's a product that's geared towards women or whatever the audience, the demographic is, then you have now specific feedback from that demographic. But yeah, I was wondering earlier where I'm like, is there any way to really like prove that the data that they're entering is not just like made up gibberish? And then wait, I guess you can verify their identity and then they would like upload their like whatever you've ever registered for a crypto exchange. You scan your ID and then your face and then it verifies you. It's like, oh, you're a real person. They'll verify literally your name and your gender, but even if you do that identity verification through one of those ID verification services, the person can still just lie about like every other input basically. And so the actual like truth is still widely unknown. When I was looking into it, I was like that, just like the CAPTCHA, like if you want to verify a single identity, using that thing, then it's like $1 to $3.
Exactly.
I think is like the cheapest one.
Exactly.
For verification.
Yeah. What are you talking
which
about?
Is obviously like.
What are you talking about with having to why would you verify these people?
Well, it'd just be like. Well, it seems not worth doing because the only thing that the ID would basically guarantee is their name, their
You don't.
gender,
This
and
doesn't
their
matter to you.
age.
This doesn't matter to you. And I don't mean to be so aggressive. You aren't. This is not a financial exchange. You don't need that type of security. You just need someone's email address, name, their age, and that's about it. And the company is going to choose the winner, and they will basically. We haven't talked about this, but okay, once a company chooses the winner, they're the winner from which winner, I guess the person gets a message, and the message says, "Hey, you won! Congratulations!" And then this is going to cost you some money I wasn't thinking of, but you can build this into the pricing. Then you're going to have to pay them because the company isn't necessarily going to pay them. So then you have to cut them, like send them a Venmo or whatever into their bank account. So then that's going to mean some security on your end. Unless
There's another way to do it that like just uses Stripe as basically an S.
Yep. And that's
the
probably
companies don't want to trust them.
I get that.
Startup with money. So
I get that.
There's like Stripe Connect.
I get that. So that's going to cost 2-3% transaction. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
You're going to want to build that into your fees.
Yeah.
And then another issue you're going to run into is tax issues in terms of, at least in the United States, and that's really the only country for which I have any deep knowledge of the tax system. And that would be if the award is over $600, you have to pay tax on it. So you got to keep that in mind too. So that means like $5 you don't have to put down it, but $600 or more, or $600 you have to keep track of winners as well if they make more than $600 a year, because then you'll have to send some tax documentation to the IRS. I just want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, I was aware of that. There's a form that person, it's the company that has to send it to the IRS.
It is a form, so you would, I believe, send it to the IRS, and then you also send them the form as well. And then it's on that person to send. This gets it, and you send it, and the person doesn't. That put them up to an audit. Yeah, those are due January 31st every year in the United States. So you'll need some kind of an accountant for this eventually. Perhaps not in the first, 2 months or something, but eventually you're going to need someone to handle this. The two things you're really going to need, maybe three, are you don't need a full-time attorney, but you're type of legal advisor. You're going to need a financial advisor, and you're going to need a technical advisor. That's what I can foresee at this point. Now, does that mean that you can't do some of those things on your own? No, you can do most of them on your own, but you basically give you the full approval, or at least overlook things. Like you could have ChatGPT draft up a legal document for you, and that's great. Essentially sign off. This is a fine document to use. But what you can do is save yourself a lot of money. Normally, it would take maybe $1,000 to have an attorney draft that document for you. Instead, they'll probably charge you $400 an hour or something like that, depending the attorney, anywhere between $200 and $800 an hour, and they'll read through it and then they can give you some approval.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have a draft of the terms and condition and also the privacy policy, and there's some other like stuff too that's like data something policy or something.
Okay.
The privacy policy, like you have to be extremely transparent as to like what data you're collecting and for what purpose, and it's like this data could be used to train an AI model, like you have to disclose that and stuff. And Quebec apparently has these like really strict privacy laws surrounding data.
In my opinion, you're putting the cart before the horse when it comes to that. You don't even know what the terms of this system are. You just have something generic. So I would hold off on that. Where you're really going to run into issues are in the European Union and in California, because we have different requirements in terms of our California Consumer Protection Act, CCPA, and same with the European Union Data Collection Act. So I wouldn't get too excited about, okay, I've got these terms and conditions all set up, because they're going to change. So I'm glad that you started it. That's good. I'm not saying that's
yeah, no,
bad.
I'm not saying that it's finalized at all. Obviously, it has to be reviewed by a lawyer. And I've done the thing that you're doing, where it's like you're a Harvard lawyer person, make this a 10 solid thing, and then blah 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 blah, recycle it through like 6 different AI.
Okay.
I've done it with and there's still shit to add. I know it's not complete.
That's good. So what you want to do, and I know you know this, but you want to download with Perplexity, Claude, Meta, Gemini, ChatGPT, and anything else that I'm missing, Grok, and if you can, and then you're going to put your document through there, and only at a point, especially with your document, that they all agree this is 100% sound logic, would I do it. With my the article I publish, I say to have 100%, 10 out of 10 sound logic, but I only do it with 2 of them, because it's just an article I'm writing. This isn't law. This isn't something that could make me. Generally, it is. They're just opinions that I have. But in your case, it would be. So I would spend a day and really work through that. Okay. With that being said, the next step for you is collection of email addresses, and it's pretty easy. You take your computer and you create you use Onion Mac Recorder. You change the time so that you can use it for free, because otherwise that is fucking expensive piece of software. I can't believe there's such a loophole that they have, where it's like all you have to do is change the clock and it fucking works. And in your case, if it's already downloaded on your computer, you have to make a date with 90 days or 30 days of whenever you did that project for Yellow on Red or whatever, last time you used it. Otherwise, it won't give you the valuation part. Okay, so once you've got that, then, and I can help walk you through it, but what you're going to want to do, a Chrome extension called Email Extractor. There are others to use. I'm not saying this is the only way. There are multiple ways to skin the cat, but you're going to download it, and you can there are some of these email addresses that are publicly available to you. So you could say, you could use ChatGPT, though it doesn't normally like giving away personal information or even corporate information that's directly usable. But there are, and I've gotten these in the past, lists of email addresses of celeb and corporate executives and just the contact information of corporate entities. And really, if I were you, this is a great way to start. I would take the Fortune, actually, I'd take the, it's called the Russell 2000. Those are the 2,000 largest companies in the world. And I would take all of their domain names, so at IBM and at Coca-Cola and at Google, whatever. And I would put in there, I would just take out anything before the at, and I would put in media, at inquiries, at Coca-Cola, whatever it would be. You're going to find that many of these companies use a standardized contact us at Coca-Cola.com. And that would give me 2,000 email addresses already. Now, are they all valid? No. But you can put this list through an email evaluator, and it will tell you which ones are real and which ones are not. And of that, maybe 1,200 of them will be real. And then from there, I would change it up and take all of the same, just in an Excel spreadsheet, all of the same domains, and I'd put in there press at Coca-Cola.com, press at IBM, press at IBM.com. And that might give me another 400 emails. And then another one I might do is media. That might give me another 600, whatever it would be. But basically, there are just some ways to do some overarching email database gathering. And these websites get stuff, or these companies get this kind of stuff all the time. And so generally, they're going to be less likely to hit report as spam as much as an individual will. An individual is going to be really sensitive to some of this stuff. When Coca-Cola knows everybody wants attention. What I would do is have that be the basis of a corporate list. And then I would go to Instagram probably or TikTok, log in with an account, and then I would create a bot that just randomly looks up someone's Instagram account and then presses the email extractor button and saves any emails that it finds on any person's account, and then moves on to the next person and moves on to the next person, moves on to the next person. And I would let this bot go for days, weeks, at least a couple months while I'm building all the other things out. And that's going to give me a good list of that would be just general people who have email addresses on TikTok. And I'd say probably before I do that, I'm going to focus on artists. So I might go to Spotify and just type in artists into the search. And I mean, I'm telling you this, I did a podcast. Oh, let me quickly tell you about the podcast that I did today. I know I told you a little bit about it, but so I met with the guy last Monday, and
I need to go to sleep, so just keep it brief, please.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man. I am giving you the most alpha that you're ever going to want, how to build a business, and you're jerking yourself off raw.
I was listening to it.
I understand.
Appreciate it. It's 40.
No, and that's not a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's a life problem. I was on this guy's podcast, and he said, why don't you, I'd like to do like 4 episodes with you. And then by the end of it, he said, I just want you to basically be a repeat guest every 2 weeks. And to me, that's kind of almost too often for me, because I run out of shit to talk about. But I think I'm going to do it for 2 weeks for a few sessions, and then I will ask him to do them once a month. And then I can build up to that. I'll go through everything I have, but that's a really good thing. He's got a pretty big podcast. When I say pretty big, it has a website. That's what I mean by pretty big. But in terms of listenership, it's bigger than some of the other ones. And he's an interesting person, and I was really happy with that. I've got another podcast today at 4:30. And then I've got a podcast tomorrow. So I'll have done 3 in a row today. Then I've got another one, I think, on Friday. Another one on Sunday. So like I'm building these things out using the same strategy that I'm telling you to do. And you see that it's working. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Paul came in today and he was like, "Hey, I saw you do that interview with Sam Bond." And he was all jazzed about it. And that's how, he got into it. And so, and I'm thinking, what if you were to do podcasts as well for entrepreneurial, for Carrot Parrot? It's a thought. It's a thought. Maybe once you build out a little bit, but that's a good way for you to organically get users of your website and such. So with that, my plan for you this week would be to create that bot and to send an email to the people who own Parrot Carrot and just inquire about a price for that website. Hopefully it's less than $1,000. And then once you get it, you're going to love that name. You're not going to love it until you have it. And you got to see where this is available, allegedly. Before you go, I know you're going to bed, but I'm just going to see where it's available on social media. So I'm going to go to a thing called Name Checker, NAMECHER. Isn't always accurate, but it'll give us a good idea. And I'm sure there's some kid who got Parrot Carrot because it's a cool name on TikTok. You're not going to be able to necessarily get everything, and it's not always right because the API is not always right. So parrotcarrot.com, you're going to have to buy, but like .org, you could make it a .org and get it right away. And that would be okay. I'd be fine with parrotcarrot.org. Not that it's my decision.
It's the .com, right?
I know.
No.
I agree with you.
How much is the .com?
That's what I've said. You're going to have to inquire with the company because they own it. But it's available on a lot of different platforms. And then the name search for social media, Parrot Carrot. So in social media, okay, so they say no for Facebook, they say no for X, they say no for YouTube, they say no for Pinterest. They say yes for Vimeo, yes for Etsy, no for GitHub, yes for Flickr, yes for Reddit, no for WordPress, yes for SoundCloud, no for 500px, yes for Beats, yes for Tumblr, no for MySpace, no for Meetup, yes for Dribbble, no for yes for About.me, no for Last.fm, no for Cash App, yes for Venmo, no for Kinja, yes for Mix, yes for DeviantArt, no for LiveJournal, no for Twitch, no for Snapchat, yes for Blogger. Okay, so, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these are all right, but it gives us a good idea that some of these are going to be available and others won't. So you're going to need, like, a lot of times I see Parrot Carrot, like if you got the .com, that'd be totally fine. So I'm just going to look at who Parrot Carrot on Twitter is. And if I go to people.
This one's saying that parrotcarrot.com, the domain was created for the children's book Parrot Carrot and is not currently for sale at a set price.
Everything's available for a price. Go to parrotcarrot.com and you can see somebody's just sitting on that website.
It's not for the book.
You're there.
That's not doing anything when I type it.
I get that.
I guess it's a good sign.
It is a good sign. And okay, so if I go to Parrot on Twitter, I don't see somebody with that name. It doesn't mean that it doesn't. that somebody doesn't have it or whatever. All right, so somebody has it. They have 5 followers, 12 following, and they haven't used it in a long time. They joined in April 20 to find this person. They're in Sweden, allegedly. And make them an offer for it. But that's just Twitter. That's no big deal. So, and you can always change the name of the spelling of it if you're really, we can't expect it to always be available. Okay, before you go to bed, last thing, I made a shout out to some people within UFO Twitter. 3 people. One is named Red Panda Koala, and the other is Tupacabra, and the other is Full Stack Logan. They're like 3 of the most consistent people in UFO Twitter. And Red Panda Koala has been mentioned. He's as much of a friend as I have on Twitter Spaces. And he has been mentioned on the Joe Rogan Experience, which I think is really cool. Like, I know somebody who's been mentioned on that podcast, and he has over 100,000 followers. And I mentioned him on a podcast today, and I'll tag him when the podcast publishes, and he liked my comment. So I think that's cool. He's really a really fascinating dude, but he knows me really well. We've hosted spaces together, so I think that's cool. And maybe he might retweet, if I have something on there of interest, and that might get some people to check out the podcast. So my friend, for coming in, and you tremendously well at Twitter or at but I was distracted by like Fleet 2. But I was also the whole time trying to adjust a computer that I had. So with that said, enjoy your night.
Sounds like what even is it? What's the word again? I think the word is like garbage or something.
Dude, you called Parrot Carrot garbage, which offended me, and I don't think I'll ever forgive you for trolling. I don't think I'll. Trolling. I could have put it in there, and you wouldn't have liked it.
No, I mean, it just seemed like so freaking like random. It's literally like an animal and like a vegetable. So it was like.
It's a pun.
It's really random.
It's a pun. It's a beautiful pun.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
That's
such a random name.
It's not a random name. Any name should be okay. Before you go, let me see. What are some rhyming business names like Lexus? That really exist, not proposals. Yeah. Stub, Grubhub, TikTok, Fitbit, 7-Eleven, Coca-Cola uses alliterative, repetitive sounds. PayPal, Mellow Yellow, Chubby Hubby, Shake Shack. Those all do.
Those are mostly alliteration.
LexisNexis is rhyme. StubHub is rhyme. Grubhub is rhyme. Fitbit is rhyme. 7-Eleven is rhyme. Mellow Yellow is rhyme. Chubby Hubby is rhyme.
Fitbit is a product, not a company.
What?
Fitbit is a product, not a company. No one's ever heard of Mellow Yellow.
What are you talking about? Mellow Yellow is one of the most common drinks in the United States.
Sorry, we don't have that here. No one's heard of that.
Okay.
No one's ever said, yeah, I need a Mellow Yellow.
Okay, and Fitbit was a company before it was bought by Google.
Oh, that's okay.
And that's what you want to happen to your business. You want Google to buy Carrot Parrot and you walk off into the sunset counting money.
Agree.
Exactly. So now that you hear that, there are a lot of businesses that rhyme that are very successful. StubHub, Grubhub. Keep your eyes open and don't count out Carrot Parrot.
Oh, there's more
Parrot.
alliterative than rhymes.
There are, because they're easier. Rhyme is more difficult. It's much easier to be alliterative than it is to be rhyming. There are fewer rhymes in comparison.
Yeah, that's true. Or, yeah, fair enough.
All right, sweet dreams, big dog.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
So they and they're not sending you Fear of God's stuff.
Oh no, just
Today we're going to talk about how that happened. The squandered opportunities, the fired superfans, the Austin storage unit with a ring light, and why, after all of it, Brendan Schaub remains the most committed, consistent, fascinatingly unaware figure in the comedy-adjacent internet. Let's get into it. Every long-running piece of pop culture mythology eventually gets a name. The Madden Curse. The Sports Illustrated cover jinx. The Brendan Schaub Curse. That last one works a little differently from the others, though. Usually a curse hurts the person it touches. The Schaub Curse works in reverse. It blesses everyone who escapes him. You leave Brendan Schaub, you get blessed, you stay, you're in the video.
If you're a comic, Brendan talks about you. Brendan is a narcissistic people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now.
Did you ever move back to Cali?
Well, let's see what this guy has to say.
Sorry, Brendan. The podcast it's just gonna be some sting, Brendan.
Theo Vaughn is the clearest example. For years, Theo co-hosted King and the Sting with Schaub. And if you watch the old episodes, the dynamic is painfully obvious.
You gotta handle some shit, brother. You gotta get there's a bigger thing for you out there, you know?
Theo is funny, like naturally, effortlessly funny. The kind of comic who finds an angle on anything. And Schaub is there, redirecting, missing the point of his own jokes, turning every punchline into a segue about his NFL combine numbers or his time at the gym with Joe.
He won a Rose Bowl at Northwestern. He was so intimidated. He's the only one ever. But that's why he's a legend.
Watch a King and the Sting episode from 2019, and you'll see Theo set up a bit, feel it building, and then watch Schaub walk directly through the middle of it like a golden retriever crossing a construction zone. No malice, just an absolute inability to read the room he is currently standing in. Then Theo steps back from the show.
Yeah, then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on, and I just want to thank you guys for just
not eventually, not after a lot of, almost immediately. His podcast takes off. His YouTube clips start going everywhere. His stand-up sells out rooms that comedians twice his age couldn't fill. He becomes the kind of name that people who don't follow comedy still know.
Yeah, I'll never forget this. Theo gave me great advice. Like, it's okay, man. We had such a good time. We built something so special. You're my best friends. It's all good, dude. It's ran its course. I was like, yeah, you're right, dude. He's like, go run over with Dilly and Eric Griffin. It's all good, dude. I was like, you're right. It is all good. Like, do this. See, how do you want to do this, man? Yeah, you're right, brother.
The second Theo stopped babysitting Schaub's punchlines, the universe gave him a promotion. That's not a coincidence. That's a pattern. Then there's Chappelle Lacey. In Shop World, Chappelle was introduced to the audience in the most perfectly Brendan way possible, as the guy who beat Brendan in a foot race. That's literally how he entered the discourse. Not as a comedian, not as a performer, as a prop in a Schaub anecdote about Schaub's athleticism.
Stand up, I got in because it was basically a dare. Someone dared me.
A dare?
Yeah, I used to drink real heavy. 7 years off of that shit.
How long?
33.
33, okay. Same. We're the same age.
Oh, hell yeah. You do not look 33.
1987, baby.
But once Chappelle builds his own lane, once he's not attached at the hip to the fighter and the kid universe, people start seeing him as his own thing, a comedian, with an actual voice. Turns out, when you're not busy being someone else's punchline setup, you get to have punchlines of your own. Who knew?
I saw people playing frisbee. Yeah, no dogs. Not a dog in sight. Yeah, it was humans. Back and forth, just.
Then there's Mark Harley, and this one is where the Schaub curse goes from funny to actually kind of fascinating.
If you're a comic, Brendan talked about you. Brendan is a narcissistic asshole who lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now.
Mark worked at Thick Boy Studios as basically a handler. He was doing everything. The text that later came out, allegedly, showed Schaub directing him to DM women on his run personal errands, handle logistics that had nothing to do with any formal job description. He was less an employee and more a lifestyle management service that Schaub had accidentally turned into a person. Then he gets fired.
Here. We can do that. If you had to hire one person on the crew out of this list, who would it be and why? These are all former employees. Christian was awesome. Kat's awesome. Malik B was awesome. Chappelle's awesome. Any of them besides that last one. He doesn't have any skills. And that's the reason he doesn't work here anyway. He just didn't have skill. He was an assistant, but he was a friend. So I was trying to find something for him. There's just nothing for him to do.
And Schaub, being Schaub, reports it as some kind of opportunity for Mark. It's growth, the usual.
I've been with the beef between you and Mark Harley. Seems like you went from bros to foes, bros to hoes. Hope all's good between you guys now, though. There was never any beef. There's no beef. I have no ill will towards the guy. I helped him out for a long time, and then, he decided to go the route he went. It's expected, Hope all's good between you guys now, though. I don't think of him. I don't know what he's doing. Hopefully he's doing well. I have no ill will towards him. He was a talented dude. I hope he figures this stuff out. Hey, man, I don't know. Hopefully he's doing all right.
And here's where it gets genuinely poetic. Mark Harley goes on to land commercial work, national spots, stuff that aired during the Super Bowl.
This just in. You don't want to be less. A series on the changing American market.
He becomes, without a podcast, without a UFC background, without a single Joe Rogan cosign, more successful in Hollywood than Schaub has ever been. Schaub thought he was firing dead weight. He was actually firing the guy who would out-Schaub him in Hollywood without ever touching a microphone. But there's one more character in this story, the superfan known as George. Schaub announced the ring of a super once.
Before I close out tonight, I gotta bring this gentleman on stage. His name's George. He's all the way from Chicago. Let me tell you about George real quick. George, my man George here, a year and a half ago on King of the State, sent a submission in, and he was, George, 50 pounds. And he said, dude, if I lose 200 pounds, I'll fly to LA and I will wrestle Stevie. I went, dude, you lose 50 pounds. I will fly to LA, I do my show, have you backstage. This is George.
Framing it as this wholesome, heartwarming moment. Guy loves the show so much, he's going to work for it. Beautiful. Very on brand for someone who needs people to believe he's a good guy. Then quietly, George is let go. Schaub tells an on-air version of events where he repositioned George into part-time work-from-home stuff. And really, it was just an evolution of his role, growth, opportunities, all the buzzwords. Then texts come out from Mark, from George's mom. And the picture they paint is considerably less heartwarming. Outright fired, stranded, for insulting scraps of remote work, after public backlash, made the full story too embarrassing to leave hanging. And this is the quintessential Schaub move. Lie kind of badly. Forget what you said, get caught, then feel genuinely wounded that anyone is talking about it. Here's the thing about Brendan Schaub that makes him more than just a punchline. He has had genuinely remarkable opportunities, not manufactured ones, not participation trophy cosigns, real legitimate chances to build something lasting. And he has turned each one into the most embarrassing possible consistency that it starts to feel like a philosophical commitment. Schaub was a UFC heavyweight. He wasn't a champion, but he was there. He had a real run. He made it to a level that most fighters never sniff. The issue is what came next, specifically how it ended. Joe Rogan, during a podcast, did what I can only describe as a career intervention, live, on air. He essentially told Schaub, with genuine care and visible concern, that he was taking too much damage, that his chin was compromised, that continuing to fight at the top level was going, and that it was time to walk away.
And the problem with smart dudes is smart dudes think about variables. You have think about the future. You also think about brain damage. You think about concussions. You think about how many you've already had, how many you got coming up, how much damage you're taking in training. When does damage start to show up in your life? Like when does it show up? And how far is it when you're too far?
Now this moment is important, not because it happened, but because of what it represents. Joe Rogan, one of the most influential people in comedy and podcasting, personal loyalty and concern. That is the kind of thing that doesn't happen. That's a golden ticket, a cosign that comes with a map. So what does Schaub do with the golden ticket? He pivots to stand-up. With Rogan's full backing, with Brian Callen's support, with a built-in audience of MMA fans who already know his name, he releases specials.
It's my first comedy special, man, so it's a big week. And I get my hair cut every Tuesday because I'm an asshole.
Multiple of them. And those specials become something genuinely remarkable. Not for the reasons Schaub intended. They are, depending on who you ask, among the pulls of how did this get made comedy content in recent memory. Fan circles treat them like artifacts. Commentary channels mine them for clips. The general consensus is that Schaub invented a genre that didn't exist before. Something like a motivational TED Talk, in which someone accidentally thinks they're doing comedy. To be clear, comedy is hard. Failing at it isn't disqualifying. But most people who fail at comedy don't do so after receiving essentially the warmest possible industry reception a new comic could get. Rogan didn't just open the door. He built a ramp, installed a moving walkway, and waited. And Schaub somehow made the trip side.
I moved in a house recently. Moved in a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird, but it's even weirder in the middle. So I moved in a new house, my girl goes, why don't you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'll make some Mexican cookies, and you go over them. It's a Mexican cookie, what are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it? What are you talking about?
After the specials, there's the podcast era. And on paper, genuinely, sincerely on paper, the infrastructure is there. The fighter and the kid with Brian Callen taps into a real audience, a community, world, the Rogan extended universe. These are not small ponds, but over time, something happens to the energy, the production, the vibe. There's a version of a podcast operation that feels like a growing thing, an expanding thing, and there's a version that starts to feel like it's circling something without landing. Thick Boy Studios, which sounds like it should be a thriving content company, increasingly generates the kind of content that spawns commentary channels about the content. The studio setups become earns descriptions like a storage unit with microphones from people who are behind. And then there are the side hustles, which deserve their own moment of reflection. Tiger Thick Whiskey, heavily promoted.
No more for you. Do you know this whiskey is as old as America? It's older. Good. They started making this whiskey in 1773.
Jamie was watching me. One of those stars flew over. I thought it was the end of the world.
Buffalo Trace. If I had one company to support in the liquor business, it would be Buffalo Trace. I fucking love those guys.
This?
Yeah, I love them. They're great.
I like
Two great company. Yeah. Oh, Ron White's the man. His tequila's legit. Yeah,
I didn't
that
think I
number
know
one.
though.
It's
Award-winning, per the marketing. Schaub talked about it like it was going to be a legacy brand, the kind of thing he'd hand down. If you look for evidence of it thriving now, you'll mostly find old bottles, thinner conversations, dry fast, all gas, to the fans, a give back. Treated by commentary channels as a raffle-flavored grift wheel, spinning in place of an actual plan. This is a man who has had a UFC career, a Joe Rogan co-sign, repeated JRE appearances, multiple podcasts, a whiskey brand, truck brand, countless sponsored post-ships. His biggest cult legacy is other people's success story after they stop. There's a specific flavor of self-deception that Brendan did. It goes like this. When something goes wrong, when a collaborator leaves, when a former employee speaks up, when a clip goes viral for the wrong reasons, Schaub doesn't get defensive in an obvious way. He gets wounded. He's not mad. He's hurt. He wishes them well. He's just confused about why anyone would do this when he's been so supportive. He gave them opportunities. He's a good guy who got betrayed by people who are, now that he thinks about it, probably dealing with some stuff mentally. This is the playbook, and it runs so consistently across situations that it stops being surprising and starts being almost impressive in its discipline. Whenever collaborators call him out, the response is remarkably predictable. Pivot to concern about mental state, suggest the criticism comes from a place of instability or jealousy. Then position yourself as the bigger person who is simply too evolved to engage further. Then, engage further. Look at how Theo's success gets discussed in Schaub-adjacent spaces. Rather than, Theo is a genius, and I'm proud of what we built together, the framing edges towards suggestions that Theo is chasing clout, trying to get his name on stuff, working the algorithm, as if Theo selling out theaters is a cynical move, rather than the natural outcome of being one of the funniest people doing it.
Dude, that Brendan, that was crazy. That was like the worst game of Clue I'd ever seen in the world, dude, when you guys did that thing. It's like, he had like these the files in the folder, and you guys had like missing people in the there was some guy beating kids on Reddit. Like, how do you, I can't even get into my Reddit. How do you beat kids on there? Like, that was the whole thing was unbelievable.
The inability to simply say, he's great and I'm happy for him to tell. Because a genuinely confident person watches their former co-host blow up and says, I always knew he was special. An insecure person watches the same thing happen and quietly frames it as the other guy being strategic. The George situation crystallizes all of this beautifully. On air, Schaub tells a version of the story that is almost touching. He's helping George transition, new opportunities, part-time work from home that's actually perfect for what George needs right now. It's framed as thought, considerate, very much the act of a good employer who cares about his people. Then the texts surface. And the texts don't describe a thoughtful transition. They describe someone who was let go abruptly, left without support, and then offered insulting part-time table scraps, only after the heat from the situation became too much to ignore publicly. George's mom got involved. The whole thing became a case study in what happens when the story someone tells on air doesn't survive contact with documentation. And Schaub's response to that situation, to being caught in an obvious contradiction, is not to correct the it's hurt, to suggest that people sharing information are acting in bad faith, to present himself as a man who did everything right and is being dragged for it. This is the pattern, every single time. And here's the reason it matters beyond just being funny. This is a guy who built a media operation on likability. The whole persona is big, lovable, dumb guy who's actually really positive and loves his friends. The gap between that persona and the documented reality of how he treats collaborators, employees, and former co-hosts is where most of the content lives. He's not a villain. He's something more interesting, a guy who genuinely believes his own press, even when the press is contradicted by his own final chapter for the Thick Boy Empire. It would look something like this. Rogan moves to Austin. Rogan opens the comedy mothership. Austin becomes the capital of a certain strain of podcast for comedy culture. Everyone who wants to stay in the Rogan universe, or at least adjacent to it, makes the calculation. Some do it gracefully. Some do it because it genuinely makes sense. And Brendan Schaub does it because the alternative is admitting that the center of gravity moved and he's still standing in Los Angeles wondering why it's so quiet. The Austin move gets documented by commentary channels in something close to real time. The new studio setup, the one that costs Rogan's old studio nothing in comparison, generates genuine bewilderment from people who look at it. It has the energy of something assembled quickly in a space not quite designed for it, by someone who needed to look like they had a plan before confirming whether they actually had one. The storage unit with microphones description, well, it's also not entirely wrong. Meanwhile, Brian Callen, a comedian with actual credits, actual range, a real career in his rear view, is pushing 60 and writing this podcast as his main consistent platform. Not because he doesn't have other things going on, but because this is where the weekly content lives. And something quietly Macaulay about a man with genuine comedic talent spent his podcast hours playing second fiddle to someone whose most memorable contribution to culture is generating this particular genre of commentary video. And forget Callen's last special. We'll talk about that in a different video. The whole Austin era has the feeling of a sequel that got greenlit by mistake, not the show itself, the decision to keep it going. The LA version had energy, even when it was chaotic. The Austin version feels like watching someone set up a pop-up shop next to a landmark so the foot traffic drifts over. And this is where the final boss framing pays off. Because the final boss isn't the hardest enemy in the game, because they're the most powerful. They're the final boss because they're the last obstacle, the thing you have to get past before the credits roll. You don't defeat the final boss by overpowering them. You defeat them by surviving them. Theo survived him, Chappelle survived him, Mark Harley survived him and got a Super Bowl commercial. Even George arguably survived him, because at least the story of what happened to him is honest now. And here's the irony at the center of all of it. Brendan Schaub, every resource, every connect, every platform, every cosign that should translate into something lasting. The reason his story keeps generating content isn't because he's failing. It's because he's failing upward just enough to keep going, while everyone around him uses the exit he refuses to take as a launching pad. He's not broke. He's not canceled. He's not gone. He's just exactly where he's always been, convinced he's building something, while the people who used to be in the room with him are on magazine covers. That's not tragedy. That's a genre. So let's bring it home. Brendan Schaub, boss of cringe, not because he's the worst person in entertainment, or the least talented, or the most dishonest, though he's made strong arguments for all three at various points. He's the final boss because of the structure of his story.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. I was at right down by the beach in Hawaii. I was probably the most out of shape dad. What? The dads there were shredded. Is that true? The dads were shredded. I felt like a
Fat pig. Is that like Adele? I felt like Adele at the beach. No. Yeah, dude. Like the male Adele?
He gets the UFC. He gets the Rogan intervention that saves his brain and opens a new door. He co-signs. He gets the podcasts and the brands and the audience. And he turns every single one of them into the most important, making everyone around him better by proximity and then by departure. He is, in a very specific and almost beautiful way, the obstacle. The thing you have to reckon with, work around, or walk away from before your real career can start. The guy who made Theo funnier by making him have to carry a show. Who made Mark Harley hungrier by making him feel disposable. Who made Chappelle more serious by treating him like a footnote. That's a legacy. It's just not the one he's building toward. If you've got a favorite Brendan Schaub moment, a clip, a story, I can't believe this actually happened, comments. This rabbit hole goes deep, and I'm absolutely not. Like the video if you stayed till the end. Subscribe if you want the next one. And remember, the fastest way to level up your career, you already know the answer.
There's usually a few places that require automatic introspection. Like if you are a completely able-bodied person, you use the accessible bathroom stall and you walk out and you see that you clearly did not need to use that stall. You could have just waited for a different one and someone else was waiting for that one. If you ever do that, I mean, don't do that. But if you do, that is a moment that would require deep self-reflection as you awkwardly wash your hands in shame. It's almost automatic, I would hope. Another one of those places is sitting in the back of a police car with your hands behind your back. Clearly, you're not getting a free ride. This is far less comfortable than the worst Uber ride that you've ever been on. And Isabel, she looks...
There's a theory in the Brendan Schaub discourse. And yes, there is enough Brendan Schaub discourse to have theories. That goes like this. The fastest way to advance your comedy career is to work...
Why would you show me that? And not
Last time we talked
this
about the public
stupid
Bopaverse.
fucking
The
algorithm.
stand-up special that
Sucks.
invented a new genre of accidental tragedy. The Austin Storage Unit podcast, the whiskey brand nobody talks about, the truck brand everyone forgot, and the central pattern that holds it all together. The moment someone steps out of Brendan Schaub's orbit, the universe hands them a promotion.
This just in. You don't want to be less. A series on the changing American market.
That's the surface level. Today, deeper. Because here's what part one didn't have time for. The lore. The origin story. The bench press claim that turned into a Reddit forensic investigation. The college roommate story he told on his own podcast like it was charming. And an episode of The Fighter and the Kid from just a few weeks ago in which Schaub, faced with what the show calls, and I am quoting directly, one of the most insane cat told on the show, responds by asking, and again I am quoting, how thick is that cat? This is part two, across the Bopaverse, and it goes all the way back. Brendan Schaub was born in Aurora, Colorado, to an English mother named Deborah, and an American father named Peter Schaub. His father is a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Let that sit for a second. His father is a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, meaning before Brendan ever walked into a gym on his own, he grew up in a household where martial arts was already part of the furniture. The foundation was laid before he for it. At Overland High, he didn't just play sports, he lettered multiple times in both football and lacrosse. Now, lacrosse.
But Whittier was a really good academic school, and they were the number one team, especially on the West Coast, number one overall in the nation for lacrosse. And at the time, it was D3, but D3 lacrosse is really, really high level. So they offered me academic scholarship, which is hilarious. I think at 2.7, but they offered me an academic scholarship if I played lacrosse and football. So I went there, played a year. That lacrosse team, that Whittier lacrosse team, is the the best, hands down, team I've ever been on across the board.
I want to talk about lacrosse specifically because the Fight subreddit has talked about lacrosse specifically, and they are correct to do so. Lacrosse is not a universal sport. It requires clubs, coaching. In the United States, lacrosse participation maps almost perfectly onto zip codes where people have discretionary income to spend on their kids' athletics. It's not impossible to play lacrosse without money, but it's not the sport that working class kids in struggling neighborhoods accidentally fall into. Brendan Schaub lettered in lacrosse at Overland. He was named team MVP his senior year. He was a Colorado All-Star, not just football. Lacrosse and football. The fan discourse around this isn't mean. It's just observational. There's a thread on r/The Fighter and the Kid, threads, where someone lays meanly, and it's hard to argue with. He played lacrosse. He bounced through multiple sports and careers without ever needing a real job. And he always had family backing to chase his passions. And then the money line. He's not talented. So many talented poor kids never get the parental investment. This guy did, and he still ended up mediocre. That's not an attack, that's a thesis. After high school, Schaub doesn't get a scholarship, but he walks on at Whittier College, a private liberal arts school in California, and makes both the football and the lacrosse team. Then, before his junior year, he transfers to the University of Colorado Boulder to play football full-time. He redshirts his first season. He appears in 26 games, mostly on special teams, with no starts. He gets placed on scholarship partway through his senior year. After college, he plays arena football with the Utah Blaze. He lands on the Buffalo Bills practice squad roster.
But as an athlete, like, if you would have told me as a kid in my career, like, all right, played Division I college football, then had a shot with the Buffalo Bills. As a kid, I'm like, oh, that's a success.
And here's where it gets interesting. Instead of getting a job, he starts training. Within 6 months, he wins a Colorado Golden Gloves novice division title. 6 months later, he's on The Ultimate Fighter. Now, I want to be clear, the athletic ability is real. The dedication is real. None of this was handed to him in the octagon. But the infrastructure that allowed him to pivot from football to MMA, to comedy, to whiskey, to trucks, within a financial wall, without ever having to take a night shift or a warehouse job to keep the lights on while chasing the next dream. That part is worth noticing. Because Brendan Schaub brands himself as a grinder, a blue-collar hustler who fought his way up from nothing. And it talked about the golden tickets he squandered, the Rogan co-sign, the Netflix deal, the specials. But in part 2, we're pointing out something he almost never mentions. The golden ticket way before Rogan started at home, in Aurora, with a Taekwondo dad and a lacrosse stick.
I was super fortunate where I was surrounded by guys like you, Callan, Bert, Tom, and it's just like where I wanted to be in that party. I was so fortunate. The stars aligned for me where I was at this party over here and guys were getting CT and you're fighting and it's a fucking grind, and then you guys were over here. I'm like, good man, I'm good. I want to do that. Yeah, and I think it took that bridging that gap. And to be honest, I think that's the only way that you could have done it, because the ego that I had at the time, especially fighting, man, getting to that level, it was like that ego's insane. The narcissist and the dream of, oh, I can beat these guys, and I think the only way that gap is by you going so hard in the paint.
Let me tell you about the bench press. Brendan Schaub was, by any honest measure, a legitimate athlete. Golden Gloves, novice division champion. Ring of Fire, brief time with Buffalo Bills. The man's career is not made up. But somewhere along the way, the internet started noticing something. And once they noticed it, they couldn't stop. The claim? Brendan Schaub benches 225 pounds for 40 reps.
Yeah, I want to challenge those guys at 225. That's why I wanted to challenge him.
Hold 225?
Bench press 225.
Oh, as many times as possible.
Because I asked Thor, and he told me his record. I was like, I beat that a while ago. He's like, let's do it right now. I'm like, right now? Like, we're in the middle of a photo shoot. I'm like, I ain't doing it right now. I was like, let's wait to after. But we'll do 225, 315, 225. And see who can do the most. We'll just combine it.
What's his record of 225?
Oh, I think he said like 30 something. What can you do? 40?
Now, let's do some math on this because the SureDog community already did it for us. At his NFL Combine, the official documented number, the number recorded under test conditions when it actually mattered, is 21 reps. 21. That's actually solid. That's a real number. That's consistent with what a strong, athletic, 240-pound man who played college football can do. The number he's claiming on a podcast years later is 40. Then, in various retellings, 42. Then, apparently, he also claimed a stronger grip than Thor Bjornsson, the man who holds the world record for the deadlift. And here's what makes this psychologically fascinating, rather than just annoying. Nobody asked him to be stronger than Thor Bjornsson. Nobody needed him to bench 42, when 21 is already genuinely impressive. He has a real athletic resume, a real career, a real body of work. But the Bopaverse has a term for this. They call it the redact, the thing where Brendan's retelling get just a little bit bigger, just a few more reps, just a slightly stronger grip, just a slightly more legendary version of a real thing that actually happened. One commenter in a thread that has become something of a Bopaverse landmark put it this way. Dude was legit competing at the highest level, and he still feels the need to lie about dumb stuff. This dude has the emotional maturity of an insecure 11-year-old. That's the key. It's not that he wasn't athletic. It's that he can't stop. And once you see it with the bench press, you see it everywhere. You see it in the way he retells UFC fights he lost. You see it in the way he describes his comedy crowds. You see it in the way the drive to inflate every stat, every story, every version of himself never quite switches off. Brendan Schaub's life is basically 225 for 42. The base story is real, the resume is legitimate, and then somewhere between what happened and what he tells you about it, he adds 20 imaginary reps. Here's a story Brendan Schaub told on his own podcast. On The Fighter and the Kid, episode 137, Schaub launched into what he clearly thought was a funny anecdote about a college roommate, a guy he described as, and this is him, not me, the biggest witch on the team. His word, cleaned up for YouTube. The setup, this roommate, apparently tired of having his food eaten, started labeling it, put his name on his groceries, which is, by any reasonable adult standard, a completely normal and understandable thing to do when you live with someone who eats your food. Bren's response to this? He ate it anyway. All of it. Then threw out the empty boxes. Then put the empty labeled boxes back in the fridge, with the guy's name still on them. The roommate called his mom. Brendan, by his own account, hung up on the mom mid-sentence. He told this story like it was a highlight reel moment.
I had a roommate who was the biggest, for whatever reason, and me and him did not get along. We played the same position. So he was the guy where, dude, what's mine is yours. I eat like one Triscuit, and then I come home and he put sticky notes all over his entire food. Literally open the box of Nutriband, put it all in, and I go, what the I do? I eat all of it, and I throw out the rest, and then put it all back. Then I go practice. That's fun. And I come back. That's so fun, right? And I'm ready to throw down. Right? Like figure it out. My phone's ringing like nonstop. What the hello? It's his mom. Called his mom. Told his mom. Right? Yeah. We're in college. We're juniors or something. I'm like, that guy's people. So I'm like, what the mom? And I just go. His mom's like talking to me, like yelling at me. I just go, get the and so, but at the time, there's only one parking spot for our.
So his mother said, Brendan, you ate all of his food?
You gotta pay it back. You need to apologize. started tearing into me about my character. You're like, which
Now, what makes this particular story so rich is what happens in the follow-up episode. Episode 138. Brian Callen reads an email from a listener who points out, calmly, logically, that the roommate had every right to label his food, that parking his bike in a shared spot wasn't a crime, that calling your mom when you're being treated like garbage by someone twice your size is not, in fact, a sign of weakness. And Brendan's response is a masterpiece of not understanding the point. He says there's no bully here. He says the guy was actually bigger than him. He says fighting it out man to man would have been the correct resolution. And he goes on a multi-minute wanting to fight someone who is harassing you makes you, and I'm paraphrasing, weak person.
Very eloquent email. Said he was pretty surprised by the story you told last week about the incident you had with your former college roommate. It seemed out of character from the Brendan I've come to know over the past few years. I'm older than you by a few years, but even I have come to look up to you in a way. You guys have made me reflect on myself and motivated me to take my life a little more seriously than I had been. But then he goes on to say your roommate, but he says that this is the first time where I thought, whoa, maybe I don't like this guy. Your roommate had every right to write his name on his food. He had every right to his shit.
I wish you would have drunk.
Me too. The message you sent by eating and throwing out his food was, I'm going to eat your shit, disrespect you, and there isn't a goddamn thing you can do about it. And then you further disrespect this guy on the most personal level by telling his mother to. The parking spot response was a little petty on his part, but then again, if those are the rules, he had every right to park his bike there. Then he goes on to say, your thing would have probably gotten broken into anyway, but what happened was you spit in his face, threw him to a glass door, and this too was handling the situation as men. And then you criticize him for calling that when you had told your roommate that, called his mom. Yeah. But I guess he did call the cops later, right? That's right, yes. Okay.
The listeners heard a story about a guy being harassed who had no recourse and responded by writing a note. Brendan heard the same story and thought he was the hero of it. Was the roommate story? It's what the roommate story predicts. Because if you go back to Parkin firing, the way he talks about Theo's departure from King and the Sting, the pattern is identical. In every version of every story, there is a person in Brendan's orbit who has reasonable needs, or reasonable complaints, or a reasonable amount of talent that threatens to outshine his, and Brendan's instinct is always the same. Frame them as the problem. Tell the story in a way that makes him the one being wronged. And if anyone points out the other side, suggests that they're mentally weak or emotionally unstable or just don't understand how men handle things, the Boppiverse always has a designated victim. And it's never Brendan. The College Roommate was episode 1, pilot season. Mark Harley, George, Theo, those are drama. The writing was on the wall, or accurately, on an empty box of cereal with someone placed back. Okay, the cat. Episode 1000 and the kid. Cat crime, peptides, and Hollywood's weird casting rumors. May 2026. Brendan Schaub, Brian Callen, Nick Simmons. The episode description, written by the people of the show, promises, and I quote, one of the most insane cat stories ever told on the show. Not the most insane story, the most insane cat story. That's a genre distinction. That implies there are enough cat stories on this podcast to have a leaderboard.
And then cat. And then they had to snitch on the guy, and the guy lost custody of his kids. He's on a list. I don't know what kind of list you get.
Cat, bro, so you're a weirdo.
I don't know what kind of list you put him, but he's on some type of list. I don't know if he's just not allowed at Petco or something like that.
List, I don't want to know.
Yeah, I think there's that bestiality so you can do. You can do 7 years or something like that for that.
Yeah, he lost custody of his kids.
Damn.
What was that?
Friends are snitching.
Now, I am deliberately not going to tell you the full cat story because honestly, I don't need to. What matters is Brendan's response to it. because when faced with what the show itself calls an insane cat situation, something that is, from the description and fan reaction, either sad or alarming or both, Brendan Schaub's instinct is to say two things. One, good dad. Two, my first question was, how thick is that cat?
Weird, right? Good dad. Also, my first question was, how thick? A cat.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's terrible.
Right.
That's it. That's it didn't actually say the cat thickness line. It came from the guy sitting next to him. But we're spending time on it anyway because that's exactly the point. You become who you surround yourself with. That line didn't come from Brendan, but it came from his show, his co-host, his table. He built that room. He curates that energy. And when he heard it, his immediate response was, that's what I'm saying. He co-signed it. He claimed it. He adopted it like it was his own child, which, given the parenting take, tracks. Tragedy or weirdness or whatever the cat situation was enters the room, gets processed, and the collective brain of that podcast emerges the other side with a thickness assessment take. And Brendan's sitting there nodding like, yes, analysis. And I want to be clear, I'm not outraged, not even surprised by it. I'm just pointing it out because it is, in miniature, a perfect portrait of how that show operates. Everything becomes a thick joke. Everything becomes a half-formed punchline about what a real man does or doesn't do. Nobody can help it. It's load-bearing to the whole vibe of that room. Part 1. The guy who turned whiskey into a punchline, the truck giveaway into a merch funnel, and Austin into a sad sequel nobody ordered. Part 2. The guy who hears an insane cat situation doesn't ask how thick is that cat, but absolutely wishes he had. Here's something that should not be possible, but is. There's a YouTube series called Into the Bopiverse, running since at least 2023. It has multiple seasons worth of episodes. It counts timestamps and receipts, the lies, grifts, cancellations, and contradictions of Brendan Schaub's. Episode 8 is titled Brendan Schaub Cancels European Tour and Reddit Exposes TFATK Channel. It covers two things. One, a canceled UK tour where Schaub cited vague reasons and Reddit immediately began pulling the receipts on what actually happened. Two, something considerably more interesting. Evidence that the TFATK clip channel, the official YouTube clip account for the show, was quietly scraping jokes and observations from r/the fighter and the kid and presenting them as original content. The paraphrase that made the rounds in the discourse. He admits the content comes directly from Reddit posts. He takes the funny things his own critics and fans say, and he puts them in his videos. So if you thought this guy was naturally funny, now pause and let that land for a second. In part 1, we established that everyone who leaves Brendan Schaub's orbit gets a career upgrade. Pell Lacey, Mark Harley, they all stepped away, and the universe rewarded them. But part 2 adds a layer to this, because it's not just that his collaborators level up when they escape. His haters, the people subreddit archiving his contradictions, writing the jokes he can't, fact-checking his stories in real time, they've apparently become his writers. Think about what that means. The Bopiverse subreddit is doing two things simultaneously. It's fact-checking his claims, and it's writing funnier material than he can produce. The critics became the creative department. And then there's the larger Reddit ecosystem, which has at this point become something genuinely remarkable as a cultural object. r/the fighter and the kid has threads cataloging his claims about his NFL career. Threads cross-referencing his bench press numbers with his documented combine results. Threads archiving the European tour cancellation. Threads documenting the George Fight timeline by timeline. Threads side-by-side comparison of what he said on air versus what the text showed. It's not hate well, some of it appears to be, but a lot of it is something closer to community forensic accounting, a volunteer archive of a man who keeps making claims that don't survive scrutiny, maintained by people who clearly know more about his career than his own team does. At this point, the Bopaverse is a full ecosystem, and in that ecosystem, Brendan is the protagonist on his own shows. Everywhere else, Reddit, the Into the Channels, the SureDog thread, he's the community-written NPC, a character whose behavior is so predictable that his own fans have built a genre around documenting it. And here's the kicker. In November 2025, they did an episode of TA literally titled, "We Finally Address the Reddit Hate." After years, after hundreds of threads, after the bench press forensics and the George timeline and the European tour receipts and the Mark Harley texts, we finally address it. The episode doesn't refute anything specific. It doesn't produce counter evidence. It's mostly Brendan. The hate comes from people who don't understand him, and that these people are probably not doing as well as he is, and that he doesn't really think about it that much, which is why they made a full episode titled, "We Finally Addressed the Reddit Hate." It's the most Brendan Schaub response to criticism possible. Make a big deal of addressing it, then don't address it, then feel hurt that people are still talking about it. So here's what part 2 adds to. Part 1 was about the missteps you could see from a distance, the specials, the brands, the Austin storage unit. Part 2 is about the pattern underneath all. Predates Rogan, pre-podcast. A guy who grew up with real advantages, a supportive family, a father who was already a martial artist, enough financial runway to pursue football and lacrosse and MMA and comedy and whiskey without ever needing a backup plan, who then spent his entire public life branding himself as someone who clawed it all out of nothing. A guy who had a genuinely impressive athletic career and still couldn't resist adding bench press reps on top of it because real's never quite enough. A guy who, on his own podcast, told a bullying story like it was a victory lap, and then couldn't understand why the audience heard something different. A guy whose haters, he had the subreddit, the archive channels, the forensic accountants of the Bopaverse have become allegedly his actual writers, while he makes a full episode about finally without addressing the hate. Schaub isn't boss of cringe because he fails in public. He's the final boss of cringe because everywhere you look in the Bopaverse, from high school lacrosse to thick cats to for 42, you find the same guy, desperately trying to be more aggressive than he actually is, making it just a little bit easier for every walk away and level up. That's the lore. That's the pattern. And that's why it keeps generating content. If you've been down the rabbit hole and there's a piece of deep Bopaverse lore we didn't cover, a story, a clip, a forum thread, a how thick is that moment, drop it in the comments. This is a community project at this point. And if you want part 3, the Schaub Expanded Universe, Reddit, Rogan, and beyond, let us know below. Like the video if you made it to the end. Subscribe if you want what comes next.
Yo, fuck it. Ace Ventura 2 stop. Hey, photography. You blockbuster. I don't see you beating the elite guys. I don't see you beating Cain Velasquez. I don't see you beating Junior Dos Santos. I don't see you beating Fabricio Verdun.
Let me get a trust while I can't talk, but I walk into my trust.
Skin and inability to handle criticism.
And this is a shout out to my friends over on the internet, the PF Chang's community.
That, like a homeless person, the opinions of his critics don't matter. He later compares online critics to cats.
Going around, texture like sun, lays me down with my mind she runs throughout the night. No need to fight, never a frown, no frown. Every time, just like the last, I shift tight to the mast. Distant lands, takes both hands. Never a frown, no frown.
You should walk me to my truck. I'm like, so what, I can blow you?
My roommate, who was the biggest bitch on the team, I like one Triscuit, and then I come home and he puts sticky notes all over his entire food. So what I do, I eat all of it and I throw out the rest. I'm ready to throw down. I look at it. My phone's ringing like nonstop. The fuck I answer it, it's his mom. You gotta pay it back. You need to like fuck off. Which you talk to my mom like that, of course. Which is all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to play. Yeah, I walk in like, hi man, the car got broken into because you want to be a bitch. We're gonna fight right now. I'm gonna fuck. I'm not fighting. Ace Ventura 2 style. Right. face to face. Wow. He does not. Wow. Grabbed him, threw him to our glass door, shattered our glass door, like that. And I went to practice and told the entire team what happened. Because I'm a good person. I'm a good fucking person, man. Good guy, man. It's another. Take it from me. I'm too nice. You take advantage of all the time. All the time. You know this. All the time. So nice. I used to back to groceries, and there's a kid with Down syndrome who was bad enough too. Yeah, I hated my job there. So I grab all the magazines, the candy, and donuts, just sit in the bathroom, crumple up the magazines, and then I put the magazine back and finally let it eat it. And they were like, hey, whoever the fuck is doing the magazine thing, do some problem. Someone inside, it's an inside job doing this. And I thought the easy big kid, you know, oh no, I think it's jail. Oh my God. What is poppin', Dickie? That you were gonna expose me to him and all these people, and then I see a lawyer. Brandon he's got no right to remove this content. It's not his content.
There's an absolutely awful comedian named Brendan Schaub who is currently suing a small YouTuber over jokes they made about him.
My video on Schaub's Ringo process that oversees the content ID claim. He's using the YouTube DMCA copyright system to take down videos that are making fun of him. I'm not kidding you. I am being sued by Brendan Schaub.
If you go personal, like see on the street, well, there's no repercussion.
It was at a level of range.
I'd stop and punch my car's window because my dog died on my chest. This is my service dog in the military. You guys were actually making fun of it.
But I'm sorry. That tells you to turn off your show. We don't need you. This isn't the show.
You're finally active around TY, including and you have spent $500,000 on monster lawyers, and that you have friends in dark places who are going to get the job done.
Okay. I'm just saying, is that nice?
Do you respect Brendan Schaub as a
What's up, Dallas?
Using an RX modulator, I might be able to conduct a mainframe cell direct and axia with a null node.
This is what's interesting. Explain this however you want. When I notified you guys of the harassment and going back to Tiger Belly, that account stopped posting, took the Tiger Belly email off, and changed it. It's never posted again.
Do you know how Reddit works?
No.
Oh, I don't, bro. Oh, I haven't seen tits.
Hey. That's well documented.
Friends that laugh, we're friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about.
Are you fucking?
Stop us.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Do you believe this bullshit? Doug. Are you fucking serious? Dog. Come on, dog.
Yo, fuck you. Ace Ventura 2 stop.
Mr. Sharp, sorry for your loss. Okay, so we're back with another episode of Into the Papa-verse. I am hectic once again. Let's just get it. Mr. Sharp, sorry for your loss. Alright guys, to get to the Papa-verse, I haven't done this for like, 2-3 months already. Haven't watched a lot of Brendan Schaub, but we're gonna do what we always do and look at some of the highlights from the subreddit, from the Fighting the Kids subreddit. So I'm gonna show you this clip where it shows Brendan going throughout the whole year. It's gonna show a lot of crucial moments in this past year with Brendan and, you know, all of the trouble he gets into. So let's start the clip here. 2024. Montrose, Colorado.
Yeah, born and raised. I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much. So, once in a while. Honest question though, is Tony Hinchcliffe one word away from being the added to the Golden Hour Club?
Oh, look at Harry!
Mr. Shaw, play that again for the audience. They're so bad, they're not available on Netflix.
So that's in nuts. That's been nuts.
You punch me we'll be honest. And here, believe this, Joe, let's get this out. Right, thank you. We walk around with the thick boy, brand new big new trick boy. Walk right in, got a thick boy. Came right back with the his boy. 90, everything big gold. You really mess with the kid back then, not everything that I do, big boy. That's how you know you're rocking with the thick boy.
Mr. Shop, what's been happening in the Fighter and the Kid subreddit? And basically, it's been a lot of making fun of Brendan for looking like, I guess, the guy from Ice Age. I mean, I guess maybe like he has the shape of a Neanderthal. I guess that's the joke here. Brendan's wife, I guess this subreddit is still obsessed with Brendan's wife. Also, we still got Joe Rogan. We got Anthony Jeselnik. All your favorite characters from the Bopaverse are back. But we're going to start first with Chin here. This one's called, Finally, Chin admits that his boss caused his neck injury. Now, if you guys don't know, there was a lot of assumptions of what happened to Chin. And Chin is Brendan Schaub's producer, and he does do appearances occasionally throughout the show, especially these. I think this episode, they're more dedicated to the producers of Brendan shows, and they like to talk about stuff, right? But I guess there was an AMA kind of thing here, and they asked him if Brendan was the one responsible for hurting Chin's neck. And I'll show you the clip. This clip will come with that scene of what happened there. So we're gonna watch it, then I'll show you other clips that kind of give you some more context of the whole situation.
You got some neck out. What are you talking about?
Brian.
All right,
Good stuff. Get to know the guests. Good questions, Nick.
Thank you.
You're great.
She convinced me not to ask about Brian's transition from network TV to online platforms, which I think was a good call. Yeah. You didn't want to keep it light. Yeah. For TV to thank you.
You're great.
She convinced me not to ask Brian's transition from network TV to online platforms, which I think was a good call. Yeah. You didn't want to keep it light.
Yeah, one thing felt so stupid. Yeah, what happened there, guys, with Brian not being on national TV anymore, just being on YouTube and on the internet, you know?
And Chin's question is really just on the spot. But
Chin, how do you
answer?
Which question?
I said, hey, that's what happened. Go, Brian.
Story behind that, though, right?
Yeah. Got guillotined?
It wasn't a guillotine. It was a necktie, I think it was called. A neck crank, a seatbelt neck crank. The poster said that he's very well aware of this, and it can cause serious injury, and if you're using it on somebody that doesn't know anything, like basically a beginner, if you're using this on a beginner, then it's gonna mess up their neck, and it's very, very dangerous.
Let me preface it with
Darce Nick. Oh, Darce.
I love them both.
Brendan, first Darce in heavyweight history.
Yeah, so let me preface it with they've been awesome. However, Brian was like, you need to feel Brendan's power. I'm like, he's like, better do it too. Me and Brian against Brendan. Just like, grappling. Just right now, I'm not like, whatever. You gotta feel it. So he finally did it. And then,
to remind you guys, Chin is closer to Brian's age than Brendan. You don't listen to Brian there. Chin is a lot older than Brendan, and Brendan is, he will injure him. So not that advice from Brian there.
Brendan's obviously strong. He's a fucking awesome. He's like throwing me away, throwing Brian away, and then eventually you can see in the video, it's just me and Brendan, and then Brian kind of just leaves. It's supposed to be me and Brian against Brendan. He just leaves, and I'm so stubborn. I'm just so stubborn with shit. So
he got me into like a weird thing where on the floor, and I didn't want to tap. So he kept going. He goes, just tap. I'm like, all right, fine, I tapped. But it was already like way past, unfortunately.
So there is a problem with a lot of people not tapping because of their pride, right? They're like, I don't want people to think that I'm weak. But bro, if you're fighting against if you're getting challenged against a former UFC fighter, and you already know you have no experience of that, just tap out, yell or something, dude. Like that's gonna mess up your neck.
I said what happened, and you said Brendan Bryan. I would say ego, Chin. I would say ego.
Hey, by the way, I'm an adult. It's all good. So I'm not gonna blame him. But that guy Jesse on Fire, it popped up in my feed like afterwards. He's like, dude, they did nothing to Chin. He's like, he only showed like a portion of the video.
Oh, you mean Jesse on Fire, the Big Four Awards winner? I understand why he took his side, right? Like Brandon was blazing him up because during the time when Brandon was getting all that shit, Jesse on Fire was always just him and pretty much saying the opposite. Not this.
Oh, he showed a portion, not the full video. Right? Not the full video where I'm like, because he's trying to like defend Brandon. By the way, I'm not suing, not doing anything else. It was a fun thing, and I agreed to it, so it's all good. I spoke too much.
Anyways, going in for certain.
I think also the reason why he probably didn't want to sue him is because he works with him. Imagine how crazy the dynamic will be if he's like, I'm considering suing you, Brendan. You did mess me up. He's like, nope, you're about to get douched out of that podcast company. And that's what he didn't want to, but it also, in fairness too, it was his fault for and hiding the pain.
Surgery tomorrow. Anyway,
someone calls the Peaches Delight.
So there you have it. There, Chin admits to it, but Chin also does deny it back then. And here's one of those clips where he denies it, and also Brendan does. He's like, I didn't do it, right, Chin? I didn't do it. Here's this clip called Brendan still openly denying injuring Chin.
He threw me like a ragdoll.
Yeah, because he's big.
All of them were serious.
No, it's also technique. But so there's a black belt.
But people think I messed up your neck. The neck thing came like weeks after.
Chin's face. You messed up his neck too.
We talked about this many
Came
times
from the
before.
two guys.
No, so I beat them. I won that war.
So there you go. He denies it. They're saying like, it wasn't me. It was actually not me, bro. And then Brian says like, yeah, it was actually those other two guys. Meaning those other two guys, meaning the Short Kings and the quote unquote Short Kings, they were other producers. Assistants. They also did the same thing to Chin and Brian to like get him out of the studio.
Okay, Chin.
Well, like that wasn't as bad as I think Brandon's was. Like they did a lot of pushing there, and he looked like he just hit the couch there, or no, not the couch, but the wall, and then it turned off the light. But compared to Brandon, who like put him in a freaking neck crank, yeah, that's very different. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about that. Do you think that it was good for Chin to hide this whole information, or try to keep this down low? Let me know what you guys think about that, and comment down below. Who's playing your life? Let's go to the next clip. This one's called Corner. Comedian sent in videos congratulating Jeselnik on his special. This is what head chef AJ had to say. Thank them. So let's play this clip here, and I'll give you some context later.
Short bit. Yeah, I'm thrilled with it. I just remember there was one where I once didn't say the comic's name, but anyone watching this can guess who I'm talking about, where he put out a special and they ran like a clip of all of his friends, and no one said he was funny. everyone just kept saying, like, you work so hard, man. No one works harder than you. You're such a grinder. And he's like crying. That would be very funny to do again. But thank you to everyone who gave me a sarcastic or a legitimate shout out.
So context of this video is that Anthony Jeselnik is just making fun of Brendan Schaub because there was this video that supposedly his producer made for him because of the Gringo Poppy special that he did, and people were congratulating him on his success for a comedy special on YouTube, and he had his family and his supposed friends, fellow comedians congratulating him on releasing the special.
Rewind time. I think you'd be surprised.
A short bit. Yeah, I'm thrilled with it. I just remember there was one where I once didn't say the comic's name, but anyone watching this can guess what I'm
It's Brendan Schaub, our guy.
talking about, where he put out a special and they ran like a clip of all of his friends, and no one said he was funny. Everyone just kept saying, like, you work so hard, man. No one works harder than you. You're such a grinder. And he's like crying. That would be very funny to do again. But thank you.
So they started crying.
What's up, buddy? Congratulations. Gringo Poppy. It's pretty cool. Your second special. Took your time on this one. There's I was scrolling through Instagram, and there's this guy working out there, something, and the voiceover says, "People aren't proud of you. They're just surprised you keep making shit happen." You ever think about that? And I thought to myself, no, I'm not surprised you keep making shit happen. I'm just proud of you. That's a big difference. I'm proud of you because I'm this motherfucker. And I think in the darkest 2 years that we've met.
Oh my god. He just made it about himself. He's like, yeah, me getting canceled, you couldn't really handle it yourself. Yeah. We had a disaster, but you, dude, with all that, you had a comedy special. Congrats.
Pretty bad. I kept kicking the sandbag down the road. And here we are. You did this special. It's very exciting. I remember when you texted me and you said, I'm just really excited because I captured on camera what I've been. And I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. The toughest guy I know. And I love watching you take a leadership role. I love watching what you've built and what you continue to build. I love the fact that you are becoming somebody who's becoming more compassionate, more loving, more understanding as you get older and as you get more successful. I think it's pretty awesome. I think it's the definition you're embracing your best side, your best self, and I love you. I love you for being there for me. And, probably the darkest, not probably, definitely the darkest time of my life, but you were always there, man. I think you've been a leader in this fucking whole thing because you were just fuck all these people and turbo wagons. So,
you just be yapping more than me, dude.
What can I say, my friend? I'm not surprised. I'm just proud. I'm excited as well. All right.
Who gave me a sarcastic or a legitimate shout out.
And Anthony Jeselnik always finds the time to make fun of Brendan Schaub. And he made his own for his comedy special.
Yeah. You have your for us?
Yes, I'll run some thank yous. A bunch of videos from comedians. Thank you.
Well, 4 years in this wonderful country, we have a presidential election. Republican and Democrat love bring up Joe Sixpack. You know how hard he works. He puts his pants on one leg at a time, and goddamn it, he gets in that truck and he makes sure, that fentanyl gets to that pharmacy, right? And they're always talking about how we should be inspired, by Joe Sixpack. And this is the person. This is the hard working man of America. But never bring up how hard Anthony Jeselnik. You know why? Because they're afraid. They're afraid to set the bar that high. because they know that none of us can live up to that. And there's a burden that man has carried day in and day out. And he does it, and he's still looking that good. Just words of information. Inspiration, I guess. Look at that. Maybe if I worked harder, I could have landed this video.
So like the main point of it, like, have them say like, yeah, you're a hard worker, you're the hardest worker I've ever seen. You know, it's like the hard work pays off, and that's some of the video as well. But it just didn't seem very honest.
I think you'd be surprised.
I'm probably wondering like, why is Anthony always making fun of him? Why is he always targeting Brendan Schaub? I would have to guess is because one time Brendan thought that he was better than Anthony Jeselnik and tried to give him some advice. And Anthony has, really, dude, you're going to give me advice?
I've said some like really mean stuff, and it's like I've got to give you some room. The comic who just kept giving me advice. This is like a couple months ago. Just kept being like, oh, you did this podcast, just do this. And I'm like trying to be polite for as long as I can. Finally, if I need any more career advice, I'll let you know. And the room laughed. The guy was like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. And everyone was like, that was really funny. I'm like, I wasn't trying to be mean, but he like didn't give me a choice.
Yeah, you know, it's very widely known that a lot of people don't think that Brendan Schaub is funny, and he doesn't deserve to be in that position. Even his former friend and enemy now, Mark Harley, also put it into a perspective, right?
I saw him and Anthony Jeselnik talk before a show one time in the green room, and he had referenced time before when he was like trying to like give answers in front of other people, and he kind of Anthony snapped at me, but I'm like he's the greatest. You know what I mean? Like his specials, brush, like, and he's also like he's kind of like he doesn't even need to use Instagram or social media. Yeah. Like, you know, like when Anthony just like drops a special, like I'm watching it. Yeah. You know? And I've seen him perform enough times where like he obviously knows that he's all about comedy and doesn't give a look. And Brendan tried to say, he's like, oh yeah, well, you should try to like this, and like he was kind of giving him like, because Brendan in his mind is like, oh well, I'm like a business and marketing guy, so I'm trying to give Anthony Jeselnik advice, but it made it seem like he's like, Anthony's talking this way, and it's kind of like, hey Brendan, I think I got it. Like he says that and like winks at him. I'm like, that was Anthony Jeselnik's way of being like, hey, you fucking idiot, don't ever talk to me about anything relating to my career.
So yeah, that's it, guys. Let me know what you guys think. Should Anthony Jeselnik keep on roasting Brendan Schaub, or should he just quit it and the guy alone? You know, personally, I think, I don't care. You know, more content for me. Experience. Let's go to the next clip. So this post is called "Running Out of People." The post has a picture of Hot Ones, Sean Evans, and it says on the bottom here, on the bottom text says, Hot Ones has been sold for $82.5 million, right? And the meaning of this, the context of this is because of what Brendan said about Hot Ones. And he thought that Hot Ones was, I guess, they're having like a downfall, right? And the reason why he said that is because he was trying to compare it with his show that he used to do, Food Truck Diaries, and his producer kind of was like, I don't think so, dude. They're doing really good. Like, they have the views. So we're gonna watch that clip so you guys can understand how Chin, kind of everything he says, it's just completely the opposite, right?
They've kind of ran out of people. I get it. Food truck ran out of people. You're just like, how many times do they keep doing this? So with him, it's like, no, they're getting more famous going ways as it goes. I don't think so. I actually watch it. I don't think so, but I don't think so. We disagree on this, but I believe they have way more famous as of late. Just because you have a famous view on this, doesn't mean the views. The views are great. They always make millions. This is what it is. Go to their page. The last one was a soccer player. I'm not familiar with him, but he's super famous. Yeah.
I don't know. You could kind of say like is character here? Is this a bit like credit here, or is this genuinely him not knowing that Hot Ones is massive? right?
That's right. I know Hugh Jackman is killing it. Yeah, they're killing it. Holy shit. What is that? Oh, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, he's the best. He's so entertaining. Gordon Ramsay? Yeah. This weird one I heard 4 weeks ago, Donald Duck. He's wanting to. You tell me Donald Duck?
That is some crazy production there. I haven't seen that episode, but by the way it looks, like they had to put a lot of money into that, and it's so funny because it's a simple premise. You know, you just eat hot wings and you get interviewed, right?
It has more views than it's fine. Keep going down.
Wait, duck and chicken, that's that like cannibalism?
That is, dude. That's why it's big. It's like us eating. Yeah, you're right, Ken. Well,
he's like, right, Jen, you right? Yeah. Well, actually, look, they're going down.
Yeah. Robert Roberts. Oh, gotcha.
Oh no, it's not. It's not really the Hot Ones channel. It's the freaking news channel.
For some reason, I thought they got bought out or something.
Did you hear that right in the end? It was like, I thought they got bought out. And look here, in this month, or well, actually last month now, I'm looking at the date. Yeah, I'm editing this. Yeah, but they made the deal last month, basically.
Hot Ones, the YouTube staple interview show. BuzzFeed announcing today that they sold First Sweet Peas, which is the studio behind the show that makes a bunch of other content. The sale really coming in with a price tag of $82.5 million. A price tag that was notably investors, including an affiliate of Soros Fund Management.
The whole thing was just opposite from everything you guessed. It's crazy, man. Like honestly, I've never seen somebody do that. I mean consecutively, but it's amazing. Get to the next clip. Let me know what you guys think about this.
Let's get the smartest tool in the chat.
All right, let's get to the next clip. This one's called "What Happens Next" Part 1. Now, I have not really seen the whole thing. I've only seen like right in the beginning, and I will be playing along with you guys. This is like kind of a game to know what happens next, basically, right? And what does Brendan say next? What do you think he's gonna say next? So we're gonna play this game together and see how it goes.
Dude, the Royal Air Force or something, I think that's what they're called, man. Some of the baddest ass dudes ever. Bear Grylls. Is he one?
Yep, he used to be.
You mean Bear Grylls, bro.
Here's how the game's gonna go. It says A, stats corrected, B, doubles down. I think he doubles down. B.
No, Bear Grylls.
Bear Grylls is an early onset sign of diarrhea.
I don't know what section you're watching, huh?
Beer Grylls.
He was going to be like number 2, 3 pick. Now I think he'd be number 1. He's such a freak. Oh, and looks like a chocolate goddess. He's like a chocolate god, not chocolate goddess.
Here's the next one. A. Oh, you're right. B. Just goes. I think B. Just goes.
No. Goddess. Ramsey beats.
Yeah. Look, if you guys know one thing about Brendan is that he does not give up.
I mean, that's really Ramsey's, he's off and on. Great guy. Oh, he's a great guy. Ramsey got robbed. He got fucked. Holy fuck, I cannot put enough Steve in this goddamn coffee. Yeah, that's right. Bro.
The next one here, it says A. I mean stevia. B. I call it Steve. I'm going to go for B again, because I don't think he's ever going to correct himself here.
I call it Steve. Steve, what's up, brother?
Calling his sugar Steve. Yeah, nothing greater than that, dude. Non-derogatory, I mean, it's lame. Anyways, let's go to the next one. There's a part 2. So, watch part 2 and let's keep playing the game.
Let's get the smartest tool in the chat.
What happens next, part 2?
What happens next? We used to talk about in the 90s and it actually happened. Do you remember the first companion? Right? You go, what should we call it? Right? Frank goes, let's call it a silly goose time. We go,
here's the next one. It says A. Doesn't repeat the joke. B. Lopez moment. I think he repeats the joke. I think it's B again.
You go, what should we call this show? And you're like, no, I got it. Brian goes, no, let's call it a silly goose time. Oh my God, we're not even watching this fight.
Lopez moment, I guess, is like, it's just like a brain dead moment. I think that's what it means.
Be able to take a little break.
Yeah.
And if you need a break, I will be.
So he said the name of the place wrong that he's going to be attending. A, does he say Apple? Apple with gongs
I will be in Appleton, Wisconsin, September 10th.
He's like, on the phone with her and she goes, yeah, the double look of Brian, like, wait, what? Is that a real name? Is that a real place?
I'm wearing about the left for you. It's like,
Say less. You're over.
Yeah, I was on that.
But this was the culprit.
That's naughty. What's a butt plug?
Here's another one. A, goes in the butt. B, goes somewhere else. I'll say A.
Apparently,
I thought it was supposed to be. Brian's wearing one right now. I thought it was supposed to be for vaginal, like it's like. No. Yeah.
I guess it was B. I'm not too sure about that.
I just had food. Korean Shake Shack. Shake Shack.
A, does he say Shake Shack? B, does he say Shake Shake? I think B, Shake Shake.
Shake? What do you eat? Shake Shake? I call it Shake Shake. That's what me and the kids call it, Shake Shake.
Yeah, Brennan. Yeah, me and my kids too. Let's go to the next one.
Those kids are the smartest tool in the shed.
Part 3. What happens next?
Now I follow what you It's also a trucker. Yeah, well, now I'm saying they don't look good, but I mean,
truckers are dumb.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm from a trucking family.
Throw some hands.
You're lucky that was my.
What does it say here? A, my brother. Ask J. B, Uncle Charlie, my grandpa. I think B, because it sounds super ridiculous. A is just too easy. I mean, he does say Ask J a lot, but I would say B.
You're lucky that was my Uncle Charlie, my grandpa.
Uncle Grandpa. Yeah, I remember that show.
I'd be in trouble.
He would have got all the problems.
I have my hands full.
They like to fight. So.
Yep.
That's at that point. This kid is on a rocket ship to superstardom. You know him as Sugar. I call him Sean O'Malley.
Okay, does he say here, A, today we're eating Italian. B, we're feeding him penis. I would say B again. Because it just sounds crazy enough for him to say it.
I'm feeding peanuts.
Chipotle style, tomato base, a little bit of smoky. Does he say A, let's chef? B, just goes. I think B just goes.
You fancy yourself a chef too, right? You don't love to cook?
I like to cook, yeah. I ain't no chef, but I love cooking. So I've even got my own like a cooking channel, so I can do.
All right, guys, there you guys have it. You guys score a perfect game, or did you guys just completely bomb this whole segment here? Let me know what you guys. And also comment down below. Let me know which one was your favorite. Maybe you guys have a personal favorite one. Really, dude? Let's get to the next clip. This one's called "We've Got Another One, Boys."
And I know people like, oh, Rogan did what he thought was right, but 300%. Thank God Rogan did that to a certain extent.
Now, context of this short clip is that he's talking about the time, the legendary moment where Joe Rogan said, I think you'll be surprised, right?
If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how would you think you did?
Straight up wrestling?
Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised.
You guys don't remember that little small recap here is basically Joe Rogan said to Brendan, like, hey, I think you should quit fighting because you're not elite enough. Maybe you should just pursue comedy, right?
I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I say that as a friend and a guy who loves you. I think he's just on another level.
Brendan, I guess in hindsight, it's kind of just saying how he actually feels now. Here's the clip here.
All this to say, and I know people like, oh, Rogan did what he thought was right, but agree 100%. Thank God Rogan did that to a certain extent. But also, if that Rogan wasn't such a close friend, I would have said,
You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've been doing this day in, day out with the best in the world. I know exactly how I stack up against these guys.
That's the thing though, like Joe was there when Brendan lost fights, right? He was a commentator there. He saw him get beat up.
So that's where I'm going. I think you'd be surprised. You kind of don't know the way the sausage is made. Now you've seen it, but I'm talking the way the sausage is made being on those mats.
It's still like chomping at him, right? Like the way that Joe, I guess, in a way dissed him and said, hey man, I'm your friend and you suck at fighting. And Brendan is saying like, the good thing about Joe is that he's a friend, and if it were to be anybody else, I'll say, F off, right? Basically.
But also, if that Brogan wasn't such a close friend, I would have said, you don't know what I'm talking about.
Let me know what you guys think about that.
I think you'd be surprised.
Let's get to the last clip. So this clip is called Dream Guest Missed the Shop. Now, context here, Matan is speaking to Wendy Cummings. Wendy tells Matan, like, who do you want to be your next guest? Who's your dream guest? And this is what Matan says.
Who's your dream guest if I give you the real answer, I'm going to have to cut it out. Then do that. By the time you said that, you could have just done it. Definitely, he's the number one. Do you think he do it? I think he would do it. I don't think he'll do it. Let me ask. But if you ask, don't tell him that you did it. Just tell him that you saw the podcast and he'll... Tell him if he does it, he'll get a new car. He has a lot of cars. That's why. So you'll get him like a fuchsia Ferrari. Or one of those meat. You're kind of obsessed with him, huh? To mention not to talk about it.
Yeah, that's the reason why. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of problems between them too. And she has been like shit on before, right? Like on the road.
You think I want to be that kid who's great on stage as that kid from TikTok? That's like Wendy's trying to be the girl of Brendan Shaw. That's 10 years ago! Yes, 10 years ago.
And everybody knows that it's a joke now, right?
And you would want to have him on. Yeah, he's on. Him on a lot of episodes. I don't talk about. So by the time he comes on, like, what would you do? I'll just hold this episode until he comes on. Okay. I could ask him that. He told me not that. No, I said ask you. Tell him I don't lie. Oh. Don't lie. Okay, fine. Just don't tell him. Say, have you done it? I'm not sure. Tell him you're not sure. Have you DM'd him? Oh, I probably sent him at least 7 emails. Like if I go to my email list. Do you think he's seen that?
That was true, right? I don't think he would want to be on it because Matan is such a troll. And the easiest person to troll on is Brendan.
Rewind time. You had a
oh my goodness.
Oh, wow. Remember that? No.
I'll have to blur that out.
No, that's in this room. That's me nuts. Look at those vagina. That's a denim vagina. Big nuts.
How do you have a email address? I go on. I send it to his agents. Then he hasn't seen it. I've also sent it one personally a couple of times. I do whatever email is hard. Yeah, then he hasn't seen it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sure you do it.
I mean, if you're not a chick, Brendan's not going to reply to you, bro.
I'm just saying he like real fighters. Anyways, I really like like good fighter. He wasn't interested.
Brendan, was he a good fighter? To some degree, yes. He got up to the UFC. I mean, to be a good fighter, you have to be good. The heavyweight division as hell. He got himself in the top 10, but you can't get themselves with just being a one-trick pony. Punching power or getting yourself through it like wrestler there. But yeah, like if you wanted to hide who he was talking about, I think they did the worst job. But it was blatantly obvious that they were talking about Brendan. So let me know what you guys think about this. I'll end this live. All right, guys. So I'll end this video here. Let me know what you guys think about the whole thing. Comment down below. Subscribe, and I'll see you guys for another video. Bye bye.
One thing that we mentioned
back to Into the 40 now, I think. Damn. I look at the Find the Kids subreddit, talk about some of the funniest things we see there. Usually there are clips.
I'm watching the Dodgers tout my dad, and my dad's like, so
That's all, folks.
Now, this one is kind of special because typically I don't like talking about Brendan's Schaub's wife. I'm not that type of guy. But I've only seen a couple of videos about her explaining who she is and why people don't like it. It seems like the whole subreddit a crush with her. Weird. I have never seen this before. And this part, if you guys want to know about why Joanna, Brendan Schaub's wife, gets hated, all you just need to see is this video called Brendan Schaub's Wife is Somehow Worse Than Him by American Redact.
Brendan Schaub's wife, Joanna Schaub, pretty feat, considering that he's already the most hated man on the internet.
I'm going to give you a couple of highlights that I thought were very significant and kind of play part with what we're looking at right now, because he does make some good points about why they don't like her.
And the primary reason people seem to hate her so much is that she embodies all of Brendan's worst qualities, amplifying them to a point where they're impossible to ignore.
But I'll just kind of want to show you the landscape right now of how people feel about her, because it's very weird. These people are posting pictures of her, just trying to look nice. Look at this one. They post a picture of her, and they mock her here, saying I guess the bodysuit is bodysuiting, and they put a close up of her face, trying to make fun of her. This was called Yes Indeed Slow Joe, I guess Water. So trying to say she's Jennifer Lopez but slow. They're pretty much roasting her pretty hard in the subreddit here. Looks like one of the main comments here is just to see what they're saying about this photo. They're making fun of her. The idiot is idiocy. The do nothing beat is doing nothing beat. Yeah, it's just shitting on her. Then it keeps going. You've got another one. This one's kind of this is kind of a pose, a little bit of a meme. I don't know how serious this is. It's dicey. She posted this on her story, which says, "Marriage is a nice word for adopting a fully grown man who can take care of himself. Sorry, not sorry." Now, what do they comment say about this? First comment: she hasn't had a job in 10 years. Yeah, so what? Who cares? She's a wife. Let's go to the next post. This one's called Giving What? Skin is Giving. Another brain rot comment. So let's look at the top comment again. The skin is ready for the Flora Special Facial Moisturizer. What the hell? Okay, I don't know what that means. Is that like the innuendo?
Let's get the smartest tool in chat.
Let's go to the next post. Now this one says, "My face when I win the truck." Walk the truck. Okay, clearly she does not look good here. Feeling herself right, not wearing any makeup. What are they gonna say? What's the top comment gonna say? That dude looks like he's super relaxed. That dude is Erling Haaland. Show some respect. Oh my gosh. Wow, really. And then it starts getting more even crazier. Look at this one. I'm talking about Dre's girl, my man. And it's got a picture of, what's her name here? I don't know. Momo? I don't know. Look at the top comment here. It's 2024. Most cars have a rear view camera. Wow. Sucks, man. These top comments suck. It's what's making life. Okay, now we're starting to get to the posts that are a little bit more spicy. Very much a thirst trap by Joanna here. This post is called Streets Are Calling. So let's look at the comments here. Cats calling her ugly are so cringe. She's an empty-headed idiot, but she looks great here, especially for a mother of three. I'll be honest, I feel the same way. I just don't see her ugly. She's got some work, right? A lot of women have, but she is a mother of three. Okay, here's another post. Joanna Zanella can't upstage her friend's wedding ring because she's not wearing one. This one kind of takes me back when she got called out by like a tabloid or somebody like the Daily Mail or I don't know who it was.
She once used her best friend of 17 years' engagement as an opportunity to flex her bigger engagement ring. As you can see in this photo where she holds her hand over the newly engaged friends with the larger diamond perfectly in place. I mean, it was so bad to the point that the Daily Mail even ran a story on it titled, "Tacky Woman Slammed for Upstaging Her Best Friend's Engagement News by Showing Off Her Larger Ring."
You know, Joanna had to upstage her and had to show her ring, which is way bigger. And that's one thing that, you know, people were like, you know, you see that? Look at her, so selfish, so narcissistic. And I see that, I get that. You know, like I said, people are going to call you out for that. It doesn't look good. Let's look at the top comment for this one. What happens in the Mexican Mecca stays in the Mexican Mecca. Them's the rules. Yeah, okay. Here's another post. Weird that Papa wouldn't go to Vegas with his girl to see the UFC at the Sphere and hang out with his buddy Joseph Rogan. Now, here's a conspiracy that they've been saying, or some sort of rumor that, you know, whenever she gets mad with Brendan, she takes a trip to Vegas, and, you know, the rumor is that she cheats on him, and the rumor is that he cheats on her, so it seems like they have some sort of, like, open thing, but maybe, you know, it could be, you know, maybe it's a hate thing, open hate thing, I don't know.
And let's not forget Brendan's well-documented alleged infidelity. Take the infamous Super Bowl watch party with Mike Tyson, where Brendan was caught on security cameras slipping his number to another woman, who, by the way, promptly threw the napkin on the ground after seeing it was from him. And there are countless other instances of his alleged cheating, many of which were exposed by his former assistant after Brendan fired him. This assistant leaked alleged texts between him and Brendan, which included daily messages of Brendan asking about the baddies in his DMs, since his assistant was in charge of managing his Instagram DMs. But before you start feeling too bad for Joanna, remember that people have tried desperately to clue her in on her husband's supposed cheating. And what was her response? She chose to ignore it. So it seems she's perfectly content being blissfully ignorant of Brendan's extracurricular activities, because at the end of the day, he's her walking ATM.
Everybody's got their own kind of feelings about it. Let's look at the top comments for this one. He wasn't invited by them either, B. Here's another one. No wedding ring, looking to get dicked down by a homeless cat. I mean, you can only see one hand, though, bro. Come on. You guys are really that obsessed with her? Are you defending Brendan? Like, what a bitch. His wife's out here cheating. She's not even wearing her ring, man. All of a sudden, I just cared. Oh, really, dude? Now, this post is NSFW, right? I can't show you the clip because it's like a midnight kind of HBO, you know, softcore movie kind of thing that she used to do. They're showing clips of her getting, like, you know, kind of getting worked on, right? If you know what I mean. Come on. Also, another, like, clip of her in another movie where she's giving a guy, you know, she tries to kiss him, and she's like, hey, you know, chill.
What? I can't return the favor?
It's weird, right?
Seems like she has a brief history with those types of movies where you can see a lot more, right? Let's take your life. Okay, now we get to another post, Drug Walking Kane. Look, here's the thing. She used to work as an interviewer too, not just an actor. So she has pictures of these fighters, and they're trying to say, like, oh, you know, all these fighters, maybe they smashed. I mean, this is just kind of trolling. Here's another one. Here's her interviewing Hector Lombard. That's her job. She might look a little too happy there, but it looks normal. I mean, what do you want her to not smile, or? Oh, also, just to wrap this whole Joanna thing, I don't care about her. I find this a little weird by the subreddit. I mean, you know, they have a crush on her, let's be honest. It's some sort of weird thing they got here. Personally, go back to putting your attention on Brendan. This is kind of like going nowhere. I mean, you know, she's a mom. Come on, guys, like, leave her alone.
Dude, that's not nice. Let's call Let's call up your girl and see what she thinks. Dude, why are you talking like this? Let's call up your girl and see what she thinks. Let's
fuck your girl. You fuck my girl.
Mr. Shaw, another thing that I want to talk about is Dana White talking about Jake Paul. You know, Jake Paul has been saying that he's been banned from the UFC.
I'm sneaking to the Sphere. 2 years ago, I was banned from all UFC events by Dana White after this.
Dana did his press conference thing, and he pretty much said that no, he's not. This is all just marketing, and nobody's banned.
Nobody's banned from the UFC. Listen, that kid knows how to market, do his thing, and
And he's also mentioned as well, another guy that talks shit about him is Oscar De La Hoya.
Dana, I can't wait to see you next Saturday, buddy. I see that you got the same app surgery I got. I always knew you wanted to be like me, bro. It will be great to hang out with you face to face. Let's go.
He was recently invited to the UFC Sphere.
Oscar De La Hoya was there. Okay, let's put it that way.
I mean, it looks like Dana said himself, nobody's banned. And, we already know that Brendan has said that he's not allowed to be in the UFC.
It's rewind time.
Let's see, Brendan, admit the truth here. Let's start it.
And was it worth it? In hindsight now, the antitrust lawsuit, they settle the contract now. It says fighters cannot come after the UFC for fighter payment. The game is over. There's nothing we can do. There's no reason to bring it up. Was it worth it? I would say no. I can't attend UFC events.
So it seems like, he's lying about that. It seems like we now finally got a full confirmation that nobody is banned. And Brendan just kind of doesn't want to just show up because he knows that he's not going to get any special treatment and he's not going to get, the front row tickets that he wants. Oh, really, dude? One last thing, guys, I want to talk about is the video that Elephant Graveyard did a while back, and it seems like some people are saying that they got taken down, that Joe Rogan took it down, his people took it down, but I was seeing it there. I don't know on his side, I don't know really what happened there, but it seems like Elephant Graveyard did make a response to that and kind of maybe wanted to clear it up.
Oh, why'd you say that shit about Joe, bro? You jealous, bro?
Yeah, you some kind of hater, bro.
Friggin' hater, man.
Joe's gonna crush you with his 250 million.
He's fucking rich.
I guess the people that actually did it were the fans that were reporting the video, not Rogan himself. For sure.
250 million. So cool. Bro, if you didn't like the special, you could just ignore it and move on instead of writing a 40-minute hate trash piece about it. Jealous. Why don't you make something positive for once? Hater, you contribute nothing to society.
I mean, it is very obvious. A lot of people do that. They have the people that they like, and they go on the fence for them. They go hard, right? Go hard on the paint for them, and they'll try to stop someone from talking about them in the most negative way. And the best thing to do it in YouTube is to report it and say it's like harassment or it violates some sort of community, policy or whatever.
Yeah, so we've taken your guy out into the woods here, burned his stupid little cabin down.
I can't say that stuff about our dad. I mean about Joe.
So say goodbye to your little friend, everyone, and we've taken over his whole compound here, smashed his computer, burned down his shed house. What a dump.
It's gone. But through all that now, it seems like the video's back on. I never knew it was not on, but it seems like it wasn't. Some people were talking about it even in my comment section that it got taken off. I didn't see that. And, it sucks, man. Elephant Graveyard did a good little review about it. It was changing life. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap this up here. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Like and subscribe. And I'll see you guys for another one. Bye-bye. Mr. Shaw, I'm sorry for your loss. All right, guys, so I am back with another episode of Into the Boppaverse. Brian Callen, Brendan Schaub, they're celebrating their 1,000th episode.
First thing first, we got a huge show.
1,000.
1,000.
Let's start the show. Let's start with a funny clip.
But I'll get emotional. And you believe this, Jim. Don't edit this out. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit?
Oh, really, dude? Okay, let's start with the heavy hitter here. And this clip is called Revisiting the Bobby Lee and Lawsuit Controversies, I Blame the Team. Now, Brandon gets asked, whatever happened to the whole Bobby Lee thing. He answers it, and this is what here. Let's see what he says.
But I kind of want to ask your guys' situation on it. Like, what's going on with you and Bobby Lee? Have you guys squashed everything?
So real quick, Brian's closer with, he's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk, like, weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, we're always cool.
Yeah.
But it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before him. So there's no falling out. We were never that close. Yeah.
Co-workers in the comedy world, right? That's basically it.
So I had apologized to Bobby. I think I apologized to him 1,000 times, and I think we spoke a little bit, and I said, I love you, and I'm eternally sorry. And we're good. And so I love him, and I take full responsibility. I was going through something I was working on. I was not working on good information, and I was wrong. I was wrong through and through. That guy didn't deserve it.
Okay, so just to kind of recap things, these two guys blamed Bobby for being a ringleader, like scheming online to talk shit about Brendan, his comedy, his life, all through a subreddit, which is the one I'm on right now. They thought that he was the one running this subreddit.
And Bobby, I've known a long time.
The whole thing was
he's a national treasure. He just is. And he's also one of the funniest motherfuckers on the planet. He's also just a
He also has the most viral podcast clip with us of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. So I miss Bobby, and I don't have a lot of regrets. I've done everything I've done.
He's talking about a clip that went viral where Bobby told the story that he was by a person with Down syndrome. It was one of the biggest clips that the kid ever did.
When I was in high school, when I was 9, I got a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh, Brandon. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh?
It's just,
that's fucking rude.
It's such a good.
I've done a pretty good job. I made good choices in my life. I've treated everybody very well. I think that's my biggest regret. I was defending my friend Brendan. I wasn't working on all the information, and I don't know. I can get into what it was. I was going through some really crazy shit, and I just lost my fucking mind.
It was a weird time.
And I lost on the last person that deserved it.
And
I've apologized to him unreservedly.
Yeah. I hope you guys are friends. Like I said, me and Bobby were never that close, so it's like.
But sometimes you fuck up.
Me and him have a relationship is whatever.
Yeah.
But I hope you and him are friends.
Yeah, but sometimes you fuck up so badly, which I did, that I don't think
he pretty much fucked himself, by going in and not further investigating it. Brandon was saying was accurate and went, emotionally into that conversation with Bobby and Kalila, and it just kind of snowballed, right?
Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I have to live with that.
Yeah, and I'll take accountability too. Like Brian said, we're going through a lot. It's like that whole time was so weird. Like now I'm in a much better place, much healthier. I don't have the wrong people around me. Like when that was going on, like if that same opportunity came to me now, someone pitched up, like, are you out of your fucking no? It was so weird. So and then also, like I never thought it'd become what it did. Like
I think what he's probably referring to is that was the same time I think that he was gonna release the little Poppy special.
So the chocolate chip sauce holder? What are you talking about?
And he was on the verge verge of suing Kyle from what's his name? Unique. There we go, Unique. He's about to sue him. So there was a lot of problems happening, and it just went even more further when he falsely accused Bobby of being a hacker.
In my head, the way I work, it's like my thing with Bobby was like, hey, I don't want to go public. I heard some of this stuff, and then it just became this monster, you know. So it's like,
And part of it's because people love Bobby.
of course.
And also, I've said to him privately, I've said this publicly, but I've said it to him many times. I said, I was out of line. You know what I did?
I told you that when we got off here, I'm like, holy fuck.
I fucked up. And I've never fucked
be
up.
honest, Brian, and then straight, you know, I'm not. Don't get mad at this. Brian has horrible anger issues.
Yeah.
Like the worst time.
I get a little crazy.
Yeah, when you get mad.
So there's some back and forth there, like blaming and all. I shouldn't have done it.
And so when I think my friends are getting, I was mad about some stuff that was going
No,
on.
I get it. When you get mad, you get mad. So, but that was a time period. It's like the same thing. I'm sure get brought up. But like even with this lawsuit thing, right? With this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. And at that time, again, I take full accountability because remember, I have a whole team, right? You have business managers, you have this entertainment manager, you have the lawyer, you have this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people like, you could control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way and I started delegating certain things to people. And you know,
So he's trying to say that I went corporate, bro, and going corporate kind of messed me up. I blame, as a kind of I blame my team, because if I would have been by myself, I would have just handled the issues by myself. It probably would have been a whole different, probably would have been better, not this whole chaotic thing. But like, bro, you might say that maybe you're lying, I don't know. But if that's your excuse, okay. Because I don't know what you did behind the scenes and who helped you out, and maybe somebody disagreed with you, I don't know. But yeah, that's one way of looking at things. That I went corporate and she went back.
but like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone. So when that was going on, so the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen any of it. I don't see any of it. I know there's some bad stuff
That's
out
an
there.
important point to pause on because we didn't do enough fucking looking into what was really going on. And then we pointed our guns.
Well, so this is the Bobby. So the lawsuit thing wasn't even like, so with that, so this guy who works for me, right, doing this stuff, business manager, goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer. I've known him a long time. There's this guy on YouTube. He's making thousands of videos, bad mouthing you, using your content. But
he said, I don't care.
I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them. What are you gonna do?
The person he is talking about is Unique, right? And he was making a whole bunch of videos about it. I'm not gonna lie. Unique say that Brendan beat his kid, was being abusive or whatever. No, I think one of the biggest things that happened there was that Unique exposed Brendan for allegedly cheating on his wife, and it was all in this football arena thing he was hosting, and he shows a clip. Unique shows a clip of Brendan giving his number out to some chick, right? A note or something. And then maybe he got worried because of that. Maybe the guy, that corporate guy, said like, "Hey, bro, like, there's clips of you saying that you might be cheating on your wife. Like, you want me to do something about that?" He's like, "Oh, hell yeah." Right? But the all other things that he might have said that the other guy that Unique said, I don't think that's the narrative here. I think the problem was that he exposed him for kind of allegedly cheating, right? But they categorized the whole lawsuit as a copyright issue. They never said it was because of the defamation. It was never that. He keeps saying that. He says that numerous times. That's not the case. It was always a copyright thing. Each channel got taken down, all of that other bullshit.
That's bad, man. He said you get your kids, and I was like, okay, like I don't give a shit, dude. That was true. that goes away. Next week comes back, same thing, dude. I'm telling you, I really think we should do something. You know, they know how to pull out my heartstring. He goes, you know, he has a rap sheet where, you know, he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa, all right, do what you got to do. That's right. And I was told, this is easy. It takes 3 months. It's still going on. That was
really? So he blamed Unique right? It was like, I'm gonna stop this. You know, Unique always be like streaming and drinking a lot. And he might have left the stream on, and you might have heard something on the background. He has a lot of videos where he's done that
3 years ago. It's still going. But here's what people don't realize is, so they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they were in cahoots together, just getting money out of me or whatever. I couldn't. If the guy walked in there right now as a guest, I couldn't point him out. I don't know who it is. I wasn't dealing with him. Can't do your thing. Again, that's me now. Me 10 years ago, I would never. You're never gonna beat the internet. It's just, internet's gonna internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. You know, so at the time, like, yeah, do what you got to do. Well, thank God, and people don't realize this. And even if he's doing like dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore.
Like, yeah, do your thing. Do what you need to do, right? Well, and then he blames his lawyer, whoever it was. Like, I don't know. He might have been like, you know, stealing from me. He might have been working with Unique. What? Bro, it was also your fault for not looking into the case or like looking at the problem in hand that happened, right? You didn't do your due diligence in handling it. And now you're saying, well, maybe the lawyer, like, you know, he kept this thing going because he wanted more money. It's like, bro, if you saw that already, you should have seen that from like what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago already now. This whole thing has happened. But you just let it keep going until you're like, well, I mean, because they lost. I mean, he dropped it now because they lost. I think he lost the appeals too. And Unique said he didn't even waste any money from it. He didn't even try to fight it, and he still won.
So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. But my point is, all of that, you're talking. I have the wrong people around me. Again, I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired. Horrible people, right? I have this business guy that had no business managing any of my shit. Bad information. And I'm at a time where I'm not steering the shit, and it's not good. Now you can notice the fast forward now. Had to take time out from state.
I forgot to mention he said pro bono. People are saying the reason why he said pro bono is because his dad paid for this whole lawsuit. That's allegedly too. But they keep saying in the subreddit that his dad always be buying or co-signing like expensive cars with him because I think also at that time he might have been like using some money, so he had to get co-signer. His dad also a very rich person, and also saying pro bono, like why would they be doing this pro bono? This is a losing case. It doesn't make sense.
And I'm doing too much. I got cut back on the shows. I was going down a bad road, man. I control it. My social media, your boy's back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see is me. Everything you see now is my decision. Notice how much better it is, how much more positive I am. I'm a positive person. That time when Brian's going through that and we're going through all this mayhem, that was probably the darkest hours of our careers, of our lives.
Well, yeah, you spend your whole time building everything. And, well, they made it hell. Brian didn't look through things. He didn't investigate, right? He let people do whatever they wanted. It's your fault, too. Like, you gotta just deal with it. It was your fault as well.
And I made it worse by far by pointing my gun at somebody I care about that didn't deserve it.
But to your defense, that could have been Bobby, that could have been Rogan, that could have been Bert Kreischer.
That day, I was going.
And it just so happened.
I was going through something. I was going through something else, and but I don't.
He was gonna blame Rogan for talking shit online, making a subreddit. Like, I don't want to be racist or anything, but maybe they saw Bobby as Asian and they're like, he's good with computers, you know? Like, he's probably the one that was doing all this stuff. Or, I don't know, maybe it was just a patsy kind of thing, because who they really wanted to take down was unique.
But also, I don't like talking about it because that makes an excuse
No, it's not excuse.
for me. So there's no excuse.
No, there's no excuse.
No matter what I was going through, what I did was 100% wrong.
And boy, was it a fuck up.
But I said it from day one. I said it from the day after. I was like, if you're looking to point a finger, I'm the one who did it. I was wrong. I would never speak that way again, and I'm eternally sorry.
Again, but to me, when I'm at it, shit happens. We apologize. Not gonna dwell on it. Hopefully, Brian and Bobby are friends.
I hope so.
Me and Bobby never really had a relationship. Like, I'm good, Bobby's good, he's crushing it. You know, hopefully you guys are friends, but I'm good.
Yeah, but what made me feel happy
if Bobby ever wanted to come on here, fuck.
Let's not forget that Brendan put himself in an even worse position, or maybe actually a good position, for going on the Tiger Belly podcast, Bobby's podcast, and talking about it. But I think the part what I'm saying is kind of got worse was when Carletta was like, "Where's your proof, right?" And he's like, "I got all these pages. I got all what he said, 500 pages of evidence." And until today, we haven't seen anything about that. Carletta said that she got a code, like a HTML kind of thing, and she was like, "What the heck is this? Is this your proof?"
What we saw was a very zoomed-in photo of HTML codes, numbers, no context on the paper. And you know when you encircle something on your phone with red, it just said the company's email. And then he showed me another page, all HTML code, no context, completely zoomed in, and it said Robert Lee, which is not even Bobby's government name. We were supposed to update the audience with Tiger Belly, but we forgot. But those are two things that I saw, and I was like, Brendan, this is a joke. This is a Mickey Mouse. Like, someone could have just sent you this. My mom could have just photoshopped this.
Brendan, not knowing anything about technology, he was like, "This is what they gave me. This is what they said that that they got against me." And I think maybe Brendan probably let that shit go because it wasn't gonna go anywhere, right? He knows himself, and we all saw that. We all saw that he was just kind of lying and maybe trying to put the blame on Bobby. And they try to do this behind the scenes, and Bobby just did not want to take that. He spoke out, just like how George Jacobs is. It's all kind of like, poetic in a way, right?
Yeah, of course. I to all honesty, I don't think he ever would. I just don't think so.
We spoke. What I appreciated was that it's like at least we established that we're good, and I think he accepts my apology. So
yeah,
but
anyway, they're fine. We're fine. They're killing it. My bad friends are killing it. I love Santino to death. I was way closer with Santino. Me and him don't talk anymore. That bugs me out. I was really close to Santino. Love Santino. Love him to death. I was close to Santino, but again, I get it. This whole drama thing. That's your partner. That's like Brian. Yeah, Brian, man. Like, your enemy of Brian's enemy of mine. So
you understand that friends got each other's back. So he's got to understand that, out of loyalty, out of friendship, you're going to try to stay away from that. And because you don't want to upset your own friend who's more closer to you. Just how, like, Brendan is close to Callan, Andrew Santino is close to Bobby. So it's understandable why he didn't want to talk to him before. And also, the fight doesn't have much.
Well, Santino, I get it, respect. South's we're not friends, like you said, all good. Grown man.
Yeah, but anyway.
What else you got?
Yes, look, I got this new team. They were telling me the wrong things, but I gave in because I thought I was doing the right thing, right? If that's Brendan's kind of like whole narrative, right? Like I was thinking I was doing the right thing because I heard bad things about me, so I wanted to stop it. But he's lying. He's lying because this whole thing is not true. Some of it is like obviously the whole like screaming at Bobby Lee and and having lawyers and stuff, but there's certain aspects that he's not saying because these lawsuits weren't about like defamation, as you might say. They were copyright infringements, and Unique, got away with it because he was doing transformative videos, so he was able to do it. The judges saw that. All things also, Ethan Klein, he was the one that kind of pioneered that for criticism online, because he was sued once by somebody that didn't like the way that Ethan was making fun of him or showing his videos, right? So yeah, that's it. That's all I gotta say about that. Kind of interesting. Let's go to the next clip.
Let's get to the smartest tool in chat.
So this clip is called "Bappa is Lying About the Lawsuit." Podcast Cringe, I think one of the biggest nightmares out there for Brendan, or maybe one of the best things to ever happen to Brendan and the podcast community is Podcast Cringe. Podcast Cringe talks about the lawsuit and how he's lying about it. So this clip is called "Bappa is Lying About the Lawsuit."
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's gonna end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not. I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired. Horrible people, right? I have this business guy that should have no business managing any of my bad information, and I'm at a time where I'm not steering the ship, and it's not good.
Okay, first up, Brandon does not know what pro bono means. I think what he's trying to say is that they were working on a no-win, no-fee basis, which also doesn't make sense because he's previously admitted to having paid their massive legal bills. So either they've switched it to a no-win, no-fee basis after the lawsuit started dragging out for years, or he's just straight up lying. But the other thing that caught my attention was the pretty outrageous statement that he wasn't in control of his company, Thick Boy Productions, which is the entity that brought the action against Unique. I looked up who the directors are of Thick Boy Productions, and I found this. His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well as a later date. Now, the way these kinds of things usually work is that a representative of the company, usually a director, has to sign off on the legal filings. Sure, your lawyers submit them on your behalf because they're lawyers, but the individual or company bringing the suit is ultimately responsible for bringing the action and would need to sign off on it. So given that you can't delegate directors' obligations and responsibilities, there are three possibilities here. The first one is Bappa's right, and his lawyer and former business manager are running the lawsuit without his knowledge or involvement. If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred. The second is his dad is calling the shots and paying the bills without Brandon's knowledge or involvement. And the third is Brandon knows exactly what's going on and he's straight up lying about not being involved in the case.
Now you can notice, fast forward now, had to take time off from stand-up.
Anyway, so here we have kind of an understanding of actually what's corporate. And like I said, the last video, his dad is the one who kind of pays for things sometimes, right? Co-signs for things because his dad is a rich man. Podcast Chris also said, if he thinks that the lawyer was kind of scheming, by all means, Brendan, do something about it.
If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred.
There's definitely more things that happen there, but Brendan has his narrative on the reason why the lawsuit failed and how he's trying to blame the lawsuit and whatever happens to the lawsuit. He's trying to blame it on somebody else instead of him. He's like, I don't take partial responsibility because I wasn't taking care of it myself. Because if I would have done it myself, I probably would have done it right. I think that's, everybody would say that. But since he had people in charge, right? Who are these people in charge? Never seen them, never heard of them. The only person we know is one guy, and that's his director or something, or it's the manager or something. And then Brandon is basically like the boss, and like, you know, the host and head, right? Brian is like an employee, but I don't think he even has like, he doesn't even own the podcast from what it seems like. I think the majority owner is Brandon and his dad. So the only people that should be blamed is probably them two, because they're the ones that are actually signed. And they're the ones that are like the CEOs, right? They're the ones that are in charge.
His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well at a later date.
There's a lot of questions, right? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Honestly, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Let's go to the next clip here. Next clip we got here is called Thank 'em. Little context. Just thanking all of the guests that had been on the Fighting the Kid and how they helped him get the show even bigger. And the success, it was partially because of the guests. I would agree on that.
Here's another one for you. This comes from 860 emailed in. Who was your guys' most memorable, not favorite guest? Mine was Sasso Zidalia's Theo. In fact, that's how I got introduced to all the comics. Killing it big was through y'all's pod. From seeing Chrissy D for the first time, Theo, Andrew Santino, Bobby, all those funniest moments, Tim Dillon, and the list goes on. Thank you guys for everything.
I'll be honest, that's how I got also, you know, into the Find the Kids, because of the guests. The guests that they brought on at the time, they were coming up, right? All these people that they mentioned.
Chrissy D for the first time, Theo, Andrew Santino, Bobby, all those funniest moments, Tim Dillon, and the list goes on.
And once they were just kind of by themselves, after a while, they just kind of like soured.
Yeah, I like that guy too, because I'm going to give Brandon a lot of that credit, but I'll give both of us a lot of that credit because we had that podcast and we were in the comedy game, and I've been in the comedy game a long time. And we just brought our friends on. We brought the people that were funny on. We were the place to be. Well, one of the things that's funny is that you start to lose some relevance because a lot of the shit that went on, it kind of dries up. Everybody's doing their own thing. So, again, everybody, you're all forgiven.
I take no credit for that. Like, I think.
When Brian is like, y'all forgive not coming back. You know, you guys got your own show, so it makes sense why you're not on our show anymore. You're too big now. And at that time, we were the big dogs, right?
Like, Fighting the Kids was when it started. It was like the old school TV guys who were stations, were the big stations. So those guys were coming on. They would have found it, like, they would have been successful with or without us. It's just, we were there at certain times. They came on there, we got good friends. Yeah, it was just right timing. Yeah.
We're also a popular.
There we have it. A lot of their success, I think it is, you know, guest driven. So I'm not gonna say like, oh, they should take all the credit, like the guests, but a lot of the reasons why, like, there's a lot of people that tuned in was because of the guests. That side of podcasting, that kind of sucks, right? Like, you can't be good by yourself unless you're Theo Vaughn or Tim Dillon, right? Like, people love those kinds of guys that know how to rip. Imagine Brandon just trying to rip by himself, like not having Chin there or anybody else there. He's not gonna know what to do. He's gonna, like, his thoughts and shit are everywhere. But, you know, if you have somebody to kind of like throw shit at you, you know, joke with you, you have way more content, you have way more things to say. So yeah, like, I guess, yeah. Mr. Shaw. All right, guys. So next clip we got is Theo and I talk every day. So a fan asked Brandon if Brandon still talks to Theo, if they're still friends, and this is what Brandon says.
Joshua Gavin, what happened to your guys' relationship with Theo?
I don't think anything ever happened to our relationship with Theo. I think Theo got very famous, very busy, and very big.
Yeah, I'm close with Theo. I mean, me and Theo still talk quite a bit, especially like kids' birthdays he remembers, Chevy Tiger's birthday.
You know, like the whole, like he comes to my kid's birthday party, I guess that's nice. Theo's doing some nice things there. Like, I don't know what that's about. It's kind of sus there, but yeah.
He lives in a different state. I think he's moved to Austin. Like, Theo's always on the go.
Yeah.
But Theo's still talking. Theo's one of my close friends. Yeah.
He always says that same line. It's always a catchphrase.
Theo's one of my close friends.
He's just one of my closest friends. I talk to them all the time.
Something the internet probably just went out of their way to make a bigger deal out of.
I think Theo's just doing his thing. So he's not on the show. And
It's obviously right
show, and there's no reason he would do our show.
No, Theo's massive. You know, like Theo more than anyone. Like, name anybody. Like, he's
one of your closest friends. I think he will have enough time to maybe do a little bit of a podcast appearance.
As far as like the people we list that's been on the show, nobody's bigger than Theo. And also, I told him this yesterday when I talked to him. Like, yeah, I could have told you that. Like, Theo's the most talented person I know. He's the funniest single.
When you
human
decided
being
to do that
I've
podcast,
ever met.
we were watching him on stage, and you said, "I'm going to do." You said he's about to blow up.
Yeah, and I came up
on
with
the
the idea of
podcast.
Theo. Yeah.
And you're like, "Is that okay?" I go, "Yeah, it's okay."
Yeah. No, Theo's the most talented.
You know, Theo's a weird man. Oh yeah. But when you say somebody's your closest friend and you talk to him all the time, but you can't get him to like do your podcast, you can't do something with him, he doesn't want to do nothing with you, like there's something going on there.
I think I know. Yeah, right. But I think but yeah, online like that's when I think a lot of stuff I've been through. That's when you realize online's not real. Like if the narrative of Theo left and Brendan Theo, no, there's none of that. He moved to Nashville, talked to him all the time. I love Theo. He straight up too big famous. Good for him.
Like just based off of his body and how Brian Callen is moving around fidgeting, it seems like there's some sort of thing happening. I don't know what it is. Could be on Theo's side, could be on Brandon's side. If that man moves like to Tennessee, he doesn't want nothing to do with you.
Moved to Nashville, talked to him all the time.
Mr. Shop, let's go to the next clip here. This was called "They Never Asked Daddy Toe for Anything." Now, the guys talk about that they don't hit up Joe for anything because they think he's kind of busy, right? I don't know. It kind of seems kind of weird because they always say that they're close with Joe and all that, but they're kind of scared of him. They're kind of scared to ask him a favor.
We've been on the show. Yeah. But it's different because also Rogan, a lot of the way we got views is we're on Rogan so many times, so like cross-pollinated. Yeah, next Saturday we're back on, so like we didn't even ask Rogan. No. Never. No. Like I don't ask Rogan to be on Companions, like he's so busy, he's always been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him to be on the show.
Everybody asks Joe.
Yeah.
We're his friends.
Makes you feel
so I don't want to be the one to ask for anything. He gets asked for everything. Even when I so
like if you're friends with him, like how they say they probably are. But they don't want to ask him because other people ask him. Like that's just
everybody asks Joe. Yeah. We're his friends.
Makes you feel
so weird. I don't want to be the one to ask for anything. He gets asked for everything.
I guess if that's your logic.
Okay, I called and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor Chandler fight. And I only asked him for tickets because my nephew is dying to go to UFC. But other than that, I don't even ask him for that.
See, I would, well, you did ask him.
No, I asked him that. But
yeah, see, I wouldn't even ask him for that. I would rather pay.
Seems like you did ask him. Yeah, actually, yeah, I did. Good catch, Brendan.
Not ask, yes. I would have paid him. He'd be like, you're here? I'm like, yeah. Should ask him. Like, yeah, it's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like, and when I say, like, when we hang out with them in Austin, you realize, even though they're not, like, bad people, but even people around, close people around them ask them, they have to ask him for something, or they need something from him, and it made me feel sick. And I called him, like, I feel bad for you. He's like, don't feel bad for me.
Because it's fine.
He's like, it's fine. He knows.
Dude, everybody's an agenda. Everybody has a fucking...
Everyone.
So he has everything. He doesn't care. Joe is man of the people. Joe sometimes just gives people watches.
Take this. That's yours now. That's the Omega. And that has a moon phase. See that moon at the bottom of it? That's yours. That's yours. Awesome. Fuck yeah, it's awesome. Take that piece of shit, stupid fucking frisbee you got on your wrist.
You can't. I'm pretty sure Joe doesn't care if you ask him. Especially if you're that friendly with somebody like that.
Fuck's sake.
I know you want to promote your goofy
I think the last time this episode when they were both on, Brian was being very, very pushing the toe hold sample. I don't know if Brendan did anything, like if he pushed anything, maybe probably Bates or something like that. But Brian was being very, very annoying, and Joe was kind of not happy. But if you were friends, man, he wouldn't care. He would just do things for you because you guys are friends. I have friends like that. They not unlike Joe, right? But if you need some sort of favor, they will see if they can do it. I'm not saying that they will do it, but see if they can do it. They can help me out, right? And I've done the same thing. If I can help out somebody that I know deeply and personally, I will try to do my best to, do the right thing. Oh, really, dude? All right, next up we got is double hammy or truck. Now, the context of this is that they ask Brendan, what was the worst thing that happened to you? Was it the double hammy while trying to race Chappelle Lacey, his former co-host, or doing the truck flip where he flips his truck in the desert? So let's see his response here. I would bet that the truck flip was probably the most scariest, honestly.
What was the question?
Flipping your truck or losing a foot race to Chappelle?
God, both awful. So blowing out both your hammies, and I love Chappelle. I recovered. I did the fucking Tough Mudder like a week later, but I was so fucked up. I was on so much shit then. The truck was awful because I wasn't gonna die racing Chappelle. The truck, I thought I was gonna die.
Look, he flipped his truck. Honestly, fair. Like racing Chappelle Lacey, embarrassing because he was talking shit before that. It was fun. It was a funny thing. It was a funny thing that happened. And there's a lot of controversy because they say that when he did that race, he faked the injury because he knew that he was kind of, he bit the dust, right? He ate all the freaking dust from Chappelle, and he was not going to finish that race. He wasn't going to beat Chappelle, so what he did was create an excuse for it. That's the legend.
Brian's off. What if somebody pulls a hamstring?
I mean, it's all poetic, man. It's all poetic. Like, Brian did say, dude, you gotta do a warm-up or something. You're not a spry, young man anymore. Chappelle Lacey, give him some credit because he was athletic. He was an athletic. He was a cheerleader, a male cheerleader. Like, to do the things that you gotta do as a male cheerleader, you have to be strong. You have to have cardio. You have to do a show, right? And he underestimated Chappelle because he thought his MMA background was gonna help him in a foot race.
I didn't blow out one hamstring, I blew out both hamstrings. Yeah, and to blow out both hamstrings, I mean, it's just a funny thing. It's like it's torn. It's like you got to be a fucking idiot. You know, blow out both.
I covered this one and I thought that was hilarious. Like, you really thought a cloth, a cloth is gonna push a whole truck. So props for him trying to think of something.
It's like you're fully retarded. But you know, I agree. That's what it is. Straight up peanut butter falcon.
Yes. Yeesh. That like it hurt. So that you guys saw that. The truck flip, I think. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, it's a scary moment for anybody if they flip a truck like that and they're far away from people. But there were people filming him, so he had, some people had his back already. So, but honestly, yeah, the truck flip is a scary moment for anybody. Like, you could have had severe brain trauma. You could have, rolled even worse. Could have been a lot of things, right? But yeah, funny clip here. Funny. Let me know what you guys think. What was your favorite? That double hammer or the truck flip? Who's been your life? All right, next clip we got is Shop giving his expert opinion which a comedian deserves their spot is truly that. So the context of this clip is that Shaw protects Callan here for not being as big as he deserves to be compared to other comedians. Let's watch this
podcast. It was terrible.
Oh, hold up. I'll answer that one, but I didn't answer about being proud of Brian.
Oh, yeah.
With Brian, the way he dealt with this stuff, but I'll get emotional. It drives me off, if we're being honest. You believe this, Jim. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my fucking heart. I know you like this. I'm gonna look right. It drives me fucking nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callan. I challenge any of those comics. I don't give a fuck if it's the Comedy Store, Zanies, wherever they're at.
Props to Brandon for having his homies back there. You gotta have a homie like Brandon. You know? You got to. Look at him. He started crying, like, just speaking about Brian. Look at Brian, and he's like, wow, this is the reason why you stick here. This is the reason why I'm here, because this man loves me. I'm kind of like his dad in a kind of way. I think that's what Brian is saying, you know? Like, that's how he feels like it.
And you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than fucking 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't fuck with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm now trying to get mad, what makes me proud, is he's not going to lash out at that. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That shit's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those fucking places.
Like, that's beyond your control, like how they like Brian, right? His comedy. You have no control of that. Like, if Brian would have been as funny as Brendan hypes him up to be, he would be up there. But he's another potato in the stew that's been diced up, chopped up, and there's just way more things in that stew that are way more better. There's meat, there's carrots, right? There's cabbage that other people prefer, right? And maybe he's not the potato, he's probably like the cabbage that probably a lot of people don't like him. But look, Brendan is being a good friend. That's nice of him. You know, that's why the show keeps going. And I think Brian, he will probably die in that chair, you know, from a heart attack while they're streaming. Let me know what you guys think about that. Alright guys, next clip we got is Dana and him are cool. They talk every day. Also the Conor fight is off. Context, Andrew Schultz calls in to congratulate them on their 1,000th episode. Andrew Schultz goes in on Brendan for having this beef with Dana and tells him, hey, you should squash it.
Yo, when you just gonna be like, my bad, Dana?
Let's just watch this clip here. Let's see.
He doesn't hit home runs. He knocks it out of the park every time. So I'm not doubting that. My issue was with the whole slap fight thing is it was on the UFC feed. So they were pushing the narrative of, hey, all you guys are like slap fight if you like UFC. I'm like, do your thing, but don't force it on me, if that makes sense. Like, just have it its own thing.
Like, it's not bad to criticize somebody, right? But sometimes he does it in the worst way possible.
Yo, when you just gonna be like, my bad, Dana? I've already done that. Back to the shows. I invite me back to the UFC.
No, we're good, brother. No, we're good.
There's certain reasons why Dana doesn't like Brendan. Like the last time he accused Dana of rigging the Nate Diaz versus Hamza Chimaev fight. That's all I'm going to say there.
Recently shared a conspiracy theory for why the fights were changed at UFC 279. When the new matchups for UFC 279 were announced, Brendan Schaub tweeted, "Thank God, hashtag UFC 279 is still happening, but doesn't it all seem a little fishy? All three main fights get switched. Hashtag conspiracy. Hashtag Earth is not flat." When Askren reacted and responded back, "What's the conspiracy? I'm sure Lee Rodriguez and Holland got fat envelopes." Brendan Schaub responded back, "Agreed. I'm sure everyone got paid. I don't think it was due to Hamza missing weight. I think he got switched due to UFC 279 not trending well, since it was such a mismatch."
I heard this thing today, and again, I don't know how true it is or whatever, that like Pat Miletich was saying that this thing was, we told Hamza not to make weight because we weren't selling tickets, and the show was sold out going into that day of the weigh-ins. I don't know if Pat really said that, but if he did, he has to be the dumbest mother on the planet. I mean, you know how stupid you have to be to even think something like that, let alone say it publicly and act like you're serious. We're regulated by the Athletic Commission. If you think that we told Hamza Chimaev to not make weight, then Hamza shows up and the fans are all pissed off at him and stuff, and he's going to just, I mean, and knowing, if you know anything about the sport, this is a guy that was actually in the sport, training and fighting and everything else. If Pat really said that, it's, holy shit. We might have to send him out to the clinic here, the brain clinic, get him fucking checked out. Hi, buddy. Know me?
I believe that was Brendan Schaub who said that.
It was what?
Brendan Schaub.
Oh, it wasn't Pat Miletich? I apologize to Pat Miletich then. That makes sense. Bye.
Brendan doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut.
We're good, bro.
I'm driving away.
No, not at all. No, people think that. No, me and Dana are good.
Just go. My bad, bro. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to the fights. I want to sit up here with the boys. You know what I mean? I want to watch the ring.
Kiss the ring.
Yeah. It's like, bro, it's a different perspective for it. All you need to do is just say, my bad.
Yeah, no, Schultz.
No, Schultz, you're not going to sit in front row. You're going to sit behind you.
Gotta work his way in.
Side bitches. You can sit in the
Nah, hey, don't do me like that. No,
you can sit up in the 100 area.
No, hell no.
Andrew is right because Schaub doesn't want to be in the leaders, right, as they call it. He wants to be right next or behind Joe Rogan. There's a reason why Andrew's saying that, because he's probably heard of that online, right, that there's this kind of narrative. Remember when Brian got good seats and he was saying, like, yeah, those are not good seats, even though he was, like, right next to Joe Rogan.
But good seats?
Sitting, well, I don't know, we're right behind Joe Rogan and Michael Bisping and John Anik. So I don't know if that's good.
It just depends. Can you see it right there?
That's a very good
Because listen, it's fun to say Gateside and Joseph Rogan's our buddy behind him.
Like he was saying, like, yeah, they're not good seats.
In the 100 area.
Oh, hell,
100. 200. 100. Go work yourself down. Work yourself down.
I'll put one call into Rogan and it'll put me right behind him. I might get assassinated. No, but me and Dana are cool. Like, there's no beef between us. Even on the UFC 300 thing, I was like, why you bring up bullshit? You know, but I was like, respect, UFC 300 was dope. Me and him are good. Everyone thinks like this is ongoing beef. I got enough respect for him. I love that.
Dana's team made a video package of people saying that UFC 300 was gonna bomb. It wasn't gonna be a good event.
We rolled into UFC 300. The MMA experts weighed in on what they thought of UFC 300. For all the fighters that were on this card, when I said it's the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports, this is what the media thought of you guys.
Brandon was featured in it saying that it was going to be good.
Yeah. So Dana White did this thing on UFC 300. He basically made like his version of a diss track of all the people in MMA media. Not all. He left out a few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300.
But look, I think Brandon's response towards that was like, hey, look, I'm going to criticize you, you're going to criticize me, it's all fair game, you can understand that.
This side of the media that doesn't work for the UFC and work for ESPN or is under the thumb of data, you need us. It can't be just a jack-off fest of the UFC. Because then that's not media, that's propaganda. Then you're no different than Fox or CNN. You need, to quote, which we're not, but you need the bad guy. Does that make sense?
Their beef gets kind of pushed into the spotlight because it is Brandon and they have a long-running beef.
So you have the one on the 29th. You're going to be there on the 29th? Vegas.
Where?
That's the Conor fight. Conor's not going to fight, but that you're supposed to on that. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the deal with that? Do you guys think that fight is going to happen?
It's not happening.
Whoa, you know that for a fact? Yes? Is this breaking news? Do we have breaking news?
You would probably bet a lot of your money on the fact that it's not going to happen. Let's put it that way.
Well, guys, Brandon was right. It did not happen. Conor got injured. Maybe Dana's not going to like that. But also, who cares what Dana says? As much as you guys don't like Brandon, he can talk shit about anybody. He can criticize anybody. He can throw out these things, right? Like, and later on we're gonna find out if they're true or not, right? And this one happened to be true that Conor is not fighting. I don't see the problem with it here. Maybe saying it before UFC says it. I think that's probably the problem that happened here. So he probably does have a source. Like, that's what the funny thing about it is.
Yes. Listen. Why do you know it's not going to happen? Tell me.
I'll tell you off air. But if you're a Conor fan, get your money back.
Wow, dude, you were just back in Dana good graces, man. It's so crazy. You were like right there.
He can't help himself.
And then he throws it all away. It's just what he cannot.
I'm trying to help my boy out. I don't want you to get the wife, the kid all together flying to Vegas and you're hoping you see Conor. It doesn't happen. I'm trying to help you out. Dana understands that.
Andrew Schultz came in, just to make fun of him a little bit. Maybe kind of further discuss the Dana White thing. And Schultz's response is always the same thing, and he's like, yeah, like I don't have a problem with him. We're good. I think he's not good with me, but I'm good with him. There's just too much to talk about with Dana and Shab that I can keep going and going. But let me know what you guys think might be the problem between them. I don't know. Maybe they fought for Ronda. I don't know. Maybe he read Ronda's book or something. I don't know. Mr. Shab. All right, so next look, we got his Papa says he stopped doing Fight Companion and Food Truck Diaries because he was spread too thin. Context of this is that Brandon gets asked, like, why haven't you done the Fight Companions and Food Truck Diaries?
5-year goals you guys have for the show and what's in store for the future. I absolutely love you guys. So much appreciation to Chen for doing a great job with producing. Sanaz, you're amazing. That's sweet. Such a bright, smart, whatever. And love you guys so much. You don't know how much you do for me.
That's awesome. As far as goals, we never set. You are bad. We don't set any goals. Keep going. I think obviously keep going, but I think too, it's like
it's all about survival, baby. I mean, we all do it, man.
Again, part of the reason I'm off the road, you're not seeing as many Fight Companions. You don't see Food Truck anymore. You don't see a lot of the fight stuff I was doing because I was spread too thin. So when you do so many shows, I can't focus on finding the kid, the golden hour, and then this new truck giveaway stuff I'm doing. Like I can't. So Spider Kid was suffering because, you know, Brian's busy too. So a lot of the creative or the guests would be based on me. Notice there hasn't been a lot of that, especially the last 3 years. I spread myself too thin. I can't.
I don't think Brandon is editing anything. He just shows up and he talks. That shouldn't be hard. That's his whole job. Your job, dude, is to talk. That's your main job, is to talk. And you look, I'm not gonna say like, oh, you're not gonna get tired. Of course, you get tired. You can get mentally stressed.
Can't do it. But notice, since I stopped doing all that stuff, how much better are the shows? How much better is the shop show? How much better is this? So it's going to continue to get better.
So limit to what you can do.
Because we kind of not neglected it, but you take it for granted. Like, yeah, my kid's fine, man. I can do all this other stuff. Nah, bitch. No, you can't do all that stuff. You got to keep watering it. You know, otherwise it's going to die, no matter how big it is.
Correct. Yeah, he's right. Having a lot of shows does have its downside. I understand that. As a YouTuber who does everything by myself, I get it.
Because he's the smartest tool in the shed.
Last clip we got is Baba wants to do a show with Luke Thomas. Context here, Tosana's here, as Brandon, who would take on Brian Callen's position if he were to pass away? So this is Brendan's response here.
Friend, Adam Mentality World. If one of you passed away, who would you pick for the other's replacement?
Mark Wahlberg.
You would want Mark Wahlberg if Brian died.
I don't know. Sonic. That'd be good.
If Brian passed away, what would it be called? The Fighter and the Fighter? The Fighter and the Bad Guy?
I would get out of the comedy space once Brian passes away. I'll get out once Brian passes away. When he leaves, and then he has 3 years, right?
When he passes on,
18 months, I'll.
If Brian dies, my career is dead too.
I would probably stop. Like, you're not going to do this. You want to be the final kid. I don't know. I do a show with Luke Thomas, so I'd love to go into Berkeley and spar with him. That's the one thing I miss. You know, I have no idea. Nobody.
Wow, the only people he doesn't like talking to about MMA are just casuals, I guess.
Nobody. There's no real thing.
Okay. This question.
So Luke Thomas, honestly, not a bad choice. Who do you guys think that can replace Brian Callen when he dies? You think Chappelle Lacey can come back again, or maybe Chris D'Elia, or Eric Griffin, or somebody? I don't know. Imagine that if they bring back Malik. Nah. All right, guys. So I am done here. Let me know what you guys think about this. I know I went a little too long here, but that's probably good, right? You guys like the long episode. Let me know what you guys think about this. See you guys for another one. Like and subscribe. Don't forget to comment. See you guys for another one. Bye-bye. Mr. Shah, I'm sorry for your loss. Guys, I am back for another episode of Into the Bapaverse. Now, for those that know already, y'all know what we do here is that we just look at the Fighter Kids subreddit and look at some of their top clips or whatever it might be, and I just react to them and whatnot. And for the new people, that's it. That's all I do. Just react to shit. And let's just start it. Let's go. As always, let's start with a funny clip.
Season 2, we went to Europe, Africa, and
you went to Africa?
Well, just for one location. We were in Morocco.
Jesus Christ, dude.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is
that's a big continent.
So like Egyptians are technically African and
Moroccans.
Yeah,
Everybody's claiming Africa, but it's a
Yeah,
but,
Africa, so many different places.
yeah, but it's like I'm American.
I know, no,
Oh, really, dude? All right, guys. So here's the first clip we got. It's called "Do You Like Your Opportunities? Thank You." So this, just a little context. They're talking about George used to work, I guess, as an intern, unpaid intern for, Brendan.
How about you come to Thick Boy and intern for 30 days? Just get you out of your rut, doing his background, which we'll get into another time.
Also originally known as Brendan's number one fan that he brought over and he met, and also he lost a lot of weight, and apparently he was supposed to get some liposuction because he was pretty fat and obese, and he managed to lose all that weight. Also, if you guys remember, he got Bert to try to help him out and maybe buy some liposuction for him, reduce his loose skin, right? And apparently that never happened.
Yeah, you still got big boy wrists.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Are we gonna get surgery and get rid of that skin?
I'm trying.
How much do you want? How much do you want?
He's looking at her.
Serious? I'll tell you right now, we have a third of that.
Yeah!
That's fine, too.
I'm also in.
We got 2 thirds going on. By the next third, you hit me up. I got fucking 3. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
I'll do 3.
yeah, he's getting emotional. Oh, Georgie.
But let's see where Georgie is now, because I was like, damn, wow, Georgie, in the wild here. So let's just watch this little clip here.
George did not get fired. George was asked, you need somebody with more experience in right now as Thick Boy's expanding into different areas.
Yeah.
Oh, really, dude?
and right now, I think you guys offered George something else.
His thing was, it's not that he doesn't want to be here, but he has other opportunities, which
Well,
I also
find
help
other
him
opportunities,
facilitate.
right? Yeah.
He has 2 good ones, which I help him facilitate. So
5 months later.
Then you say Leon, but then he's got something.
You don't have Christian, you don't just listen to us.
Yeah, he just produces this. He listens to us.
You'll make funny faces though.
if those don't work out, you can come back here. That it's always open. I love it. I talked to George probably more than anybody in here besides you.
Yeah, and I talked to him too, and we're gonna fight that.
You'll make funny faces.
Okay, let's get to at the end of the part where Brendan says that he talks to him every day.
I love it. I talked to George probably more than anybody in here besides you.
Yeah, obviously, if you know Brendan, that's probably a lie. He says that about everybody. Yeah, it's one of his ad-libs, right? Like, that's what it is. And it's funny, I mean, maybe he did give George here an opportunity to go on, what are they called? I forgot their names. Josh Thompson and John McCarthy's podcast, and he's working for them. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe he got enough training from Chin, taught him how to edit, and because apparently he was doing reels and shorts and TikToks and all that stuff.
Everybody, you learn from everybody here has something to offer, man. You didn't go to college, you're getting your fucking black belt in podcasting, social media, whatever the hell we do here. You learn how to edit, production. You have your own fucking vlog on YouTube now. And what is it?
Go George, go.
Now we see him here, and it's kind of funny to see him there. Islam Makhachev was like, "What the heck is this guy? Why is he just there? Why is he just standing there?"
You don't have Christian, you don't just listen to us.
Yeah, he just produces this. He listens to us. And it's just a funny little appearance there. I didn't think I would see this guy again. I mean, I'm guessing Brendan maybe felt bad for him and told Josh and John, like, hey, can you get this guy a job? Like, he knows a little bit of whatever. I don't know. I just don't know. But it's crazy to see him here. I mean, like, props to George for doing what he wants to do and sticking in the podcast world. I thought I wouldn't see this guy again, but I guess he's back. And I don't mind it. I just don't mind it. I hope he's doing well. I mean, I feel like Brendan did him kind of dirty, inviting
hiring Sanaa, right? I guess she took over his position, and then George took over Mark Harley's position and all that stuff. So I guess that's where we're at now. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about this. You think that Brendan was the one to give George the job? Let me know about that. Okay, so next clip we got is Baba talking about fighting Togan. Now Togan is Joe Rogan, and I guess somebody told him if he could beat up Joe Rogan. He said yes. So let's watch this clip here.
He was podcasting at the end. He goes, all right, 3 questions. And he goes, how would you do in a fight against Joe Rogan if kicks weren't allowed? And I went, excuse me? His car show. I went, what? He goes, but if kicks weren't allowed, I go, so in a boxing match? And he's like, no. And I go, wait, why wouldn't kicks be allowed? He's like, well, because Rogan's a really good kicker. And I went,
look, that's true. That's true. He's I think Taekwondo master. I mean, there's a bunch of clips of Joe Rogan slamming the bag.
Many people don't know how good of a fighter Joe Rogan actually is. And a lot of people were shocked when they saw this viral video saying Joe Rogan's leg kicks sound like gunshots. Rogan has been training martial arts for 40 years. He has black belts in Taekwondo, karate, and 2 black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. There's even a video of Joe Rogan knocking out a guy in 1987 with a spinning back kick. He was a state champion in Taekwondo 4 years in a row, U.S. Open Taekwondo champion in 3 different weight divisions, and got 2nd place in the National Taekwondo Championship.
He's also shown like GSP, how to throw a kick effectively and all that stuff.
From Taekwondo, is all the Olympic athletes like no, exactly. That you do it in a different ways, right? Well, I never seen anybody hit as hard. Like I don't care if it's a punching. I never see a blow from a human being that hard. Man, I remember the back when you were working him. It was a freaking hole almost in the bag. It was like a curves in the bag, like with your footprint in it. I'm like, it's completely insane, man.
He was on the UFC games. That doesn't have to do anything with it. But look, I think if you get rid of Joe Rogan's leg kicks, that would be a problem for Joe not throwing them anymore. And also considering that Brendan is like twice his size, I think Joe's gonna have a big problem. Let's be realistic here. I don't think Joe will beat up Brendan. I just don't think so. Honestly, TBH, don't think so.
right. I said, dude, nobody loves Joe Rogan more on this earth than I absolutely adore Joe.
Ask Joe that question.
I look Joe's, my North Star. He's the best, one of the best human beings I've ever met. I said, but you gotta realize, dude, when you ask that question, you might as well, that's like me asking you, how would you do in stand-up compared to Joe Rogan? And you're an open micer and Joe's a professional. He goes, what do you mean? I go, can Joe kick? Absolutely. For a guy who's never competed professionally, he can kick like a motherfucker. I mean, if you put him against any celebrity out there, he's gonna beat the shit out of black belt jiu-jitsu. I don't think he has.
Look, Joe, I don't think he's afraid of fighting anybody, but I think nowadays, he would say, he even said like Jake Paul will beat him in a boxing match.
But you're still doing kickboxing.
Yeah, do everything.
Do you think you can still throw down? Like if it had to happen, like if Jake Paul called you out?
Well, he'd probably fuck me up.
Really?
He's a good boxer. He's a good boxer.
What if it was kickboxing? He doesn't really know how to kickbox.
When I was a younger man and I had good knees, I could be kickboxing people, but I could barely get to a workout. There's a big difference between maintaining and working out and then being able to train for a fight.
Yeah. So you think
being able to train for a fight, your body would break down.
A long time ago, Joe wanted to fight Blade, Wesley Snipes, right?
I heard rumors about a fight with you and Wesley Snipes,
but it didn't happen.
It's supposed to happen.
Really?
Yeah. Man, I wish people asked me about that. I was like, man, Joe Rogan, like because you're a comedian.
That being said, I think Joe would be truthful on what his response would be if he were to be asked this question, right? And he'll say like, of course, like, I'm just gonna beat me up. Look at how big he is.
Isn't he wrestling? Doesn't matter. He's jiu-jitsu. he had kicks. I don't know how his boxing is. Doesn't matter. Like in that, like regular civilian aspect, monster. I said, so it's just different. And even after saying all this, how did you do? I go, well, I beat the shit out of him, dude. I said, but that's not even impressive.
He's also 57. He's also
even if he was
6 weight classes
below, none of that matters. Even if he was 21 in his prime,
if Joe was able to use his kicks, maybe he would able to throw a missile at him and kind of stun Brendan. But even still, though, you're fighting a guy like Brendan. He's big. He's a big dude, right? He can grapple. He can jiu-jitsu. He can strike. He's a Golden Gloves. Apparently, I heard that was kind of cool. But I mean, that's all I gotta say. Like, let me know what you guys think about this. I honestly think that Brendan could beat him up. I don't know why the subreddit is putting this. Do they think that Joe's gonna beat him up? So let me know what you guys think about this. I would like to know who would win in a fight, Brendan or Joe Rogan. I honestly think that Brendan is just gonna. It's just too big for him. Honestly, I should be honest.
what's playing your life?
Next one, we got Shaw and Callan react to Ronda Rousey's book. Now, Ronda Rousey has been doing her podcast run and promoting her book. In one of the parts of her book, she talks about Shaw and how he was like manipulative and blah blah blah. So Chin, Shaw's producer, brings this up and wants to know his opinion about it. And let's just watch the clip. See what Brendan says about Ronda Rousey, his ex.
Popped up today all over the place on YouTube, Instagram, everywhere. So Ronda Rousey, apparently you're in her new memoir.
Again?
Yeah, I'll just show you this article here.
Again? No.
I don't know.
Playing like
that's the title. Yeah, obviously I didn't read the books. I don't know. But it says, yeah, Ronda Rousey
just came out, or this is old?
No, this is new. This is good. It literally started popping up today. That's how much. So I don't know if you want to talk about this or not, but
she doesn't look like she's aged a minute.
No.
Look at that.
Her mom has great genetics, dude.
She looks fantastic.
Anyway.
Well, my ex thrived on playing fucked up mind games with me when I had a fight coming up and said we hide that we were dating so he wouldn't be labeled Ronda Rousey's boyfriend.
Hold on. I think Brandon was kind of insecure about Ronda Rousey because how successful she was, and that kind of, embarrassed Brendan's ego a bit, right? Because, he was in the UFC and his run wasn't as great as Ronda's run.
Like mind games, I mean, maybe going to MIA, like just not.
As Travis headed into the matchup, I pretended it wasn't personal sports saying, Ronda says fuck you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Ronda and Steve-O were talking about this, and Steve-O said, what did Travis tell Brendan after he TKO'd him?
I have a question. You described watching Travis knock out your unnamed ex-boyfriend, and you said that as you watched the fight, you felt like you could hear him say, like, to this partially conscious, dude, like, Ronda says fuck you. And I'm dying to know, did he actually say that?
No. No, he didn't. I don't know if he wants me to say what he said. You can ask him that. Right. But it was pretty fucking metal.
And I guess that's what Travis said is Ronda says fuck you. So I guess now we kind of solved the mystery there of what did Travis say to Brendan during at the end of their fight.
That never happened.
No, but he did whisper in your ear. I don't know what he said, but I remember too. I will say this about.
He doesn't remember because he was getting hit in the head.
Can I speak up?
Yes.
Mine?
Yeah.
I'll say this: if I wrote this is the difference. If I wrote a book, she would not be better. That's not like an event in my life that I would put in a book.
Isn't that the thing that Ronda Rousey was saying, that Brendan didn't want to be seen with her? And he just kind of proved it right there, saying like, if I made a book, she would not be in it.
But again, I'll say this: like, if I write a book, which eventually I'm sure I will, that like this isn't a knock on her. Maybe I don't know what the book's about. Maybe if it's like love interest and her past relationships, then that makes sense on the book. But like in my book, her and